a hell of a lot on the bomb. He turns back round and oh, double up from Shoxy. Not enough time left to win the round. Cracking shots though. Masuta gonna try and lead the charge. Deeg simple out and leaves it on Perfecto. Masuta's impact in this round has been unreal. Can he get it over the line? Can he complete it? No, taken off that defuse. And no time for Kyojin. He's not being given the fight. He's not being given the peak. Perfecto has just saved Na'Vi's bacon, mate, and got them a second by playing this 1v2 to perfection.
Yeah, it's a fry up. Oh no, he's out of ammo. It's down to the pistol, chasing down Kyojin. He can't get the kill, but Perfecto did play that, as his name would suggest, perfectly. Never giving up the kill in the 1v1. So Boomich is going to try and flash himself to CT, going round the world, attempting this hell wrap. Now, it's not going to be easy with CT's here. No, he drops into his own smoke. Even Vitality were trying to cover the hell wrap. And now the A site belongs to Na'Vi. Zywoo's firing in pot shots to stop the vent drop, but he can't hit more than one shot. Bit's dead. Kyojin swings out with his teammate through the main smoke, but it's all running out of ammo. And Na'Vi are winning the fight. This force for Boomich is a 3K off the Tech 9, and that's all Na'Vi needed. It might force the save. And this is all up in the air right now. Na'Vi own ramp. They will be committing to B after all. That vent player is going to have to double back.
Do they know about
They
Shox?
have no idea he got out the door. He's dropped the bomb.
There's a low HP player in double as well, so this fight is left on to Bit. Dinged on the swing. Shox, he's only got tiny little margins. He's trapped in a cage, and yet he's still fighting, backed into a corner. The claws are out. Shoxy with the clutch, and it's all four, baby. Na'Vi are massively favored now.
Oh dear, it's fast out the hut and out the door. Boomich is so blinded. Deagle finally gets a kill, but Shox is left with one shot to make it count, and he cannot. Bit tag, finished off by Apex, who's again swinging through this main smoke and finds a lot of damage in doing so. Zywoo all that stands suddenly, and this is a bit of a weird one. They don't know he's here.
He just took CT vent. Apex was in this position, but now they get the info. Zywoo's gonna win that 1v1 to Perfecto, and Simple's back in main. Temporarily, Zywoo's got a 1v1. Simple, lurking in late, through the vents, might surprise Zywoo.
Yes, Zywoo knows Simple was outside. He's trying to read him. He's trying to read the rotate. He doesn't know that Simple's actually flanked him instead of coming down secret. And this is going to leave Zywoo forced to save. He's wasted so much time. Look at this util coming in. Again, the hut roof molly, everything landing, and it's full blanket fire in every corner, every position. Kyojin fully chunked by the molly. He was blind from the get-go, and he sits from 100 to 0 in the flames. Even Zywoo back at the site was getting burnt out of position. That's a triple molly A take.
Yeah, no, that's a thing of beauty. They won the round on the utility alone, right?
Yeah.
Like, Kyojin was blind to the point where he burns from 100 to 0, as you say.
Na'Vi start to make contact. That's the first guy dead. Masuta spraying, and he's good for a couple. Zywoo already a lower, and he scoped up with the AWP for a couple of kills of his own. Suddenly, this round doesn't look so dark for Vitality.
You know, staying right at the back kind of style. It's fallen out of popularity a lot. And we have these leaders, you know, like your Carragans, your Boomiches in this case, your Stewie 2Ks, guys who are good at creating you room. And this round is another crazy dominant one out of Na'Vi.
So here we go. Na'Vi, it's only going to get easier from here on out. 8-2, and they're starting to flex their muscles, shoot their shots, and remove these pistols. Electronic overwhelmed. In fact, they certainly look interested in doing so. Only one man left up that they don't know his position, and Kyojin had a backstab, but had no chance to get away with it.
Not the case come Nuke. Not the case come this second map. Once again, another opener taken for Na'Vi. And it's even kept in their favor here outside, dealing with that AWP up close. You've struggled with A. God only knows you've struggled at holding this site. And it's going to continue.
Wait, no, do they not realize they're doing the one-way smoke on heaven? They still think it's A, Harry. They have no idea. Vitality are just looking to kill Bit at this point. They drop on in, and now the pennies dropping, as will the bodies, most of which in the wrong site. Na'Vi are just laughing all the way to the bank.
Oh, you're not even getting away with the saves. It's so relentless.
Yeah,
a 2-on-3 that was a 2-on-4. Vitality need this round if they want to save even a little face. And oh no, a 1v1 Electronic versus Kyojin. Talk about a trial by fire, and he gets burned. It's Electronic closing it out.
And Electronic is going to hear them pass, taking a late shot to ZywOo. Oh, he jumps around the corner. It's a bit of a mess for Electronic, mopped up, and the B site lost here for Na'Vi. They're taking quite the casualties. Vitality looking like they're going to be on the board after all, trying to save face.
Yeah, Perfecto and Simple is still alive, but the trades should just come in, right? It is Simple. Oh, getting one.
Uh-oh.
I don't want to write this guy off. I think if there was one person you wouldn't discount in a spot like this, it would be this guy, Simple. Low on HP now after that exchange in Decon, tapping the bomb, trying to bait out peaks. He doesn't know where the second player is. Vitality are doing a good job of wasting time, and yet still, Simple comes in. Both the kills found. All the frags go to Simple, but the round goes to Vitality.
Color me silly if I'm forgetting this, but isn't that the identical pistol to the first half where Shox does the same thing on the A side? And he kills like 3 dudes with no time. Still winnable. There's a chance here. Shox is going to get this guaranteed kill onto Bit, and then everyone else can flood down ramp. There's no hell rotation. There's no one here to stop Vitality. So once Shox sees Bit, there it is, and once he's cleared hell, maybe he can even...
Oh my word.
Yeah, oh, he saw
Oh, he
Simple.
just saw Simple. Oh, he will get it. Shox, all right, toe-to-toe with the behemoth that is Simple on the other side. And he has opened up this B site to Vitality. Oh, Kyojin comes in with one, but Electronic is waiting behind the double doors. Bomb plant in, and no one's looking. How's Electronic gotten away with these kills? Wrapping out through Decon is Boomich.
Now he's not going A. He's wrapping all the way towards hell, setting Vitality up for another top site hit, but he's being loud about it, breaking windows. ZywOo had to get that entry. Now Vitality need to storm this A site, and it's not going well for them. Quite the hold for Na'Vi, and quite the map as well. 16-5, they shut down Vitality. This has to be a different map. This has to be a different Vitality, and we're about to find out. And ZywOo has spotted that. Shox up on short, getting one. ZywOo helps out, and only the bomb makes it to ladder, but not for too long. Bit put down, leaves this split just down to Perfecto in the apartments, and he won't last long either. What a win. He does spot the bomb there at least, but Simple is the guy to watch out for.
Oh, nice little opener. All right, Simple and Bit, the Deagles, getting away with murder down here in mid. Oh, that's quite the advantage for Na'Vi to have plucked out of the ranks of Team Vitality early on. Now they start to make their way up connector. Kyojin is really about to get tested, fully blind from the flash at ramp, and he falls as well. The force spy for Na'Vi looking up as they move in, taking control of the A site. I think Vitality have already stopped considering this round as a possibility. If you are able to win these out, especially on the T side, if you're able to claim victory in the force spy head-to-head, you are on to a real kind of freebie in the start of the game. They get the 2 openers from Simple over here at ramp, and he's just continuing to steamroll his way into the A site. Electronic steals that kill away. Simple doing the bulk of the damage, and that has sealed the deal on a save call here out of Vitality, you imagine.
Vitality leaning B. They're finally pulling a USP over to spawn, and the stairs player might be able to spot stuff, but Boomich is about to ruin their day. Kyojin overwhelmed, and now Na'Vi start to let off the leash. Easy stuff. Zoot is the only man to worry about, as said, and he's done some damage, sending Boomich back. I'm sure someone else can provide the cover.
Boomich, continuing his tear, is brought to a stop over on the short side. It's Masuta trying to cling on to this side of the map. Simple, they're through Con, and he's got the Glock out. You're a Vitality fan, you're hoping that that was the one.
Oh no!
Electronic fast split out of Palace. Kyojin trades, but is spammed out. And Masuta now in sandwich, cannot deal with Simple.
Na'Vi walking into the Palace though. Kyojin's here, up ahead, and Bit wallbangs him through the corner. How has that happened? Now the split is in. Boomich just jumped off catwalk, and he's going to backstab onto Shoxy. 5-on-2 now. Boomich with another. Oh my goodness, they're getting shredded. Apex shot through the floor, and ZywOo ZywOo not long for this world either. There's the late wrap, and Boomich finds a triple kill. There's no way he's going to live here.
Oh, he's gone back up. He just got spammed in this position, and now he's retaken this same angle that they think is clear. I like this at least, right? You're trying to play with the hearts and minds. Oh, an Electronic still able to flick onto him. They've got him trapped under Palace, but you're not stuck in here with him. He's stuck in here with you, and now ZywOo all alone in the 1v2. Na'Vi are bailing. They actually have time to change their minds more than they can chew. Free kill out of ZywOo, and now Perfecto has to embark on the 1v1. He's got to peek in late. He wasn't with Bit in this 2v1, and that's a bit of a glaring error for Na'Vi.
Yeah, I think they thought they could get to B for free at least, so Perfecto was going to run up Catwalk, and you know, then one player gets the info, the other can trade from a completely different position. ZywOo's on for the ace. He's been tagged, he's been pushed back, and the question is, where does Perfecto go? He's only got 15 seconds. ZywOo's playing the clock right now. Forget the ace. He wants the round. He needs the round, and in comes Perfecto. ZywOo lets him cross, and he hits him in the air. There's the ace. Late to the B apartment, but in the same vein. Oh, Electronic! No, he hasn't seen him.
No.
They are walking right by each other, and now Electronic is running with his knife out. So is Boomich coming back. Kyojin 180s Boomich in position to trade, and this is quite a mess because even Na'Vi know now they're walking into a stack.
Yeah, it's horrible, right? You get this, you know what you're walking into, you know you're running into a brick wall, and yet you just have to keep going. You have to hope that you can bulldoze your way through, and with Shocks landing these kind of shots, it's easier said than done. Boomich finds himself in the clutch and blindsided by Apex on that rotation.
Kyojin, this position has been really good for him, and he gets a shadow advantage. He turns, but he still hits the shot. Simple trades, and now these T's are flooding out Palace as they so often have been.
Yeah, Boomich again providing a lot of freedom with that opener. Accelerates the pace, Simple holds the CT angle, and he even gets past ZywOo. Masuta's the man to get tagged, peeking closer. ZywOo's cancelled out by Boomich, and it is just Masuta left in this clutch. Knows that Boomich was over towards bench, so likely has crossed into jungle, baits the peak, and Boomich takes him out of the round.
Bit now running up Catwalk with Boomich side by side and looking for these entries. It's only 2 men on B. Already you can see the panic rotates coming through market, and there's a Deke that almost does devastation. Boomich trades onto Shocks. Mazuta's still sat here at the back of the bomb site, and they're starting to fall like flies. Na'Vi having no problems. Everyone entering the scoreboard. And Kyojin on the big flank, Simple's ready.
Oh, yeah, and scoped up, tiniest of gaps, but the easiest of shots for Simple.
More aggression here for Vitality. This time it's in the right position, right? They've cleared B apartments fully, but Simple, what on earth? Smoke spamming Kyojin, and back to the AWP. He's got both guns for every opportunity, and Perfecto even kills Mazuta on his push as well. Shocks, will he face the same fate? Oh, it's a mess, and Perfecto will not miss. 2 kills up in B, and this aggression has been quelled well by Na'Vi, looking in for an 11-4 half.
I think that goes both ways, because Apex even looks aware, and ZywOo loses out in CT. It's Apex versus the world versus Simple, and he's not able to get past him. 11-4 for Na'Vi. It can give him a lot of room, but he misses the opportunity. Dinked on that peak. Now up through ramp, he should get finished off. The trades are coming in. It's a 2-on-3, a bit of a whirlwind in this A site, but out of ammo. Back in CT for Perfecto. He's late and now finds himself trapped in one hell of a crossfire. 1v1 and not enough time left for Perfecto. It will be a Vitality pistol locked in.
There we go. That's something. Hubcat for free, much as how Boomich did in their T side. ZywOo's going to do the same, and it's looking like a quick B approach into a triple hold.
Yeah, lots of bodies here for Na'Vi, and we've seen these Deagles get away with far more than they should be able to. Bits Deagle. Oh my word! A third in the round, and it's all on Masuta. His team laid to waste by Bit on the short side, and now they're all watching on from beyond the grave as Masuta tries to navigate this clutch around that Vitality needed. Stolen away. Yeah, Electronic tucked in this corner, right? You have another player who can come here to support him if needed. Right now, Electronic is just playing around the bomb plant, and Boomich is doing much the same. Nade onto the plant and not going to come in right away. That could have been some free damage, but Electronic hasn't given up his position yet, and it lets him get that kill. They have dealt with the wrap. They've dealt with the flank. The scouts followed up with another shot as well, ridding us, leaving it all on Electronic. 1v1, and Electronic's not missing a beat with the AK. 4 in the round to make it happen.
And right now, this looks like a shell of the team we saw on map number 1. 2 dominant victories for Na'Vi if they can close it here and now, and it feels inevitable.
Yeah, a meat grinder in the A site. A couple of kills coming in for Vitality, hoping to keep this game chugging on, and they will get into A. It's left on to Perfecto in a clutch, and he's going to back on out. So Vitality have at least denied the victory for one more round. Every single situation that Vitality have moved into in a second half of play has been some impossible comeback that they would have to embark upon. The fight's going on in mid, and with the weapons leaning in their favor, Vitality have at least seen this round through to the very end. Oh, but Perfecto can still do damage with this AK.
Not like this.
Into the B site they go. Bitsdeek, we've seen it do disastrous stuff to Vitality in the past. This time it's only 1. It has still kept the 3-on-3 open, and Perfecto still taking scalps out of the round. Masuta's dead as well. Kyojin, talk about a trial by fire on the big stages versus the best teams. He's all alone in the 1v2, trying to keep this comeback coming in for Vitality. A moment of silence as Kyojin taps out the first and the second. 10 on the board. Vitality are not ready to let Na'Vi close this game out yet.
What a round for Vitality. It was only Eco at the end of the day. Now we've got Simple armed. He's always dangerous, but AWP put to good use, finding that first, and it can all come crumbling down like this. A flash blinded, Simple just doesn't care.
Yeah, man, you are removing his vision. You're using your util to get Simple off angles, and he's still getting kills in spite of that. Simple tries his hand at the no-scope. He's looking to be the man to end it all for Vitality. 3 in this round so far. Finally dealt with by ZywOo, but they're asking him to 1v3. Crossing into the site. He's got so many angles to worry about. He's going to start by pressuring this CT player in Boomich. Another man nearby to trade, and there it is. Perfecto swinging out. Na'Vi booking themselves a playoff spot, quarterfinals at a bare minimum, and still a chance to carry it forward to the semis. Oh, this Na'Vi, they're looking excited.
If they beat us today, I can accept the fact that we have a rivalry, but if we don't, I'll smash the hammer and say that.
They have beaten us the last few times, so that's something we have to be ready for, to punish them and make sure that we out-aim them.
What would you say to him?
Ooh, I'm not sure. I'm not good at banter. I think that's his strength. I don't know. I think I would just wish him good luck with the match, because that's how I am.
Good luck and have fun. I'm excited to play these guys.
One thing that I can't rally behind is the idea of wishing good luck to your opponents. It seems a little weird, but
polite.
I get it. You know, I completely understand, especially when you think in context to the head-to-head between these two teams. For Denmark, this is a pretty big one. For these two teams, this is a very big one. In terms of a matchup history, it's going to be pretty self-explanatory that right now, Heroic lead it 4-0 in 2020. Now, we did flip over to 2021.
Yes.
Weirdly enough, it's new year, new time, new team. I want to look at you just after this. Device leaving the team gave me a lot of motivation. It gave me the hunger to prove that it wasn't the correct decision.
To Inferno, like we saw yesterday against FaZe, it was Nuke. Again, that's a map where Heroic has a lower win rate than on others, and we see that Heroic doesn't hesitate. They go for the overpass pick. They wanted to leave Nuke. I think they thought they could get it as the decider. That's the most common pick for Heroic, but Astralis with a smart veto and just vetoes it out in the second phase.
Astralis going toe-to-toe with Heroic in our last matchup of the night. Whoa. And hello, Machine. Let's go. Let's get you guys going.
I'm excited. Okay? I'm excited. Here we go. Dupree catching 2. Just putting my head back on my shoulders. Give me a second. Shush has dinked down to 1. Hanging out in the apps. He'd love a heady. Not going to find it. Wouldn't we all, to be honest? And we're going to be seeing a bit more action for this 1 HP gamer. He's got the bomb, he's got the headshot. Dupree's continuing to add a 3rd to his tally, and Shush, just by surviving, has made this round competitive. I don't think he will, you know. Shush nearly makes a meal of it, but he's found two, both with 1 HP, and the bomb's still idle. They have to commit A. Refresh yet to frag, and it's an easy pickup. They are turning it around. Shush and Refresh conceding early frag. Zip hasn't got the time to run B. No armor on him either. Aim punch is a factor. Spots him out. Refresh could lose his head. Instead, they opt for the plant, a smoke to perhaps enable it. Shush should be able to push the gap here. Close the gap, just trying to pull out his Glock, it's over. Big recovery from the Heroic boys to get that pistol locked down. More damage though chipping away, and with 15 seconds left, if they don't force this new box fight now, as they found, there should be a safe bomb plant, uncontestable, and Dupree walks straight into this domain. That's a nice weapon upgrade for Cadian, and a nice find from Shush. He actually gets two, Chad. We're into a 1v1. Magis knows where he's coming from. Cadian does have the AK and the advantage in the health department. But it's all too easy for Magis. That's a huge round from him. 4.
Well, look.
Hang on. Maybe there's more to be said about this.
There might be a big fight here.
Oh my God, they just lose it all. It was supposed to be a second bite of the cherry, and they've got nothing to write home about. Cadian, 1 consolation frag. Util flies to the air and Refresh. Good find. We'll be able to tuck into Pit. He's a powerful player if he's brought online. Peeking into Dupree is a bit of a risk, though. They swing into the site. More from Refresh. Oh, the impact is felt, and it looks great for Heroic. Shush and Cadian combine as well to neutralize, and it's not even going to be sweat on the brow there. Some weapons to be retrieved, and just the 1 casualty. Fresh is going loudly down the speedway. They'll know he's coming as well. Tessus with a flash over Nubox. Down might catch it. Does. Still unloads. Tessus, good find. Only 3 hearts beating in Astralis. Can't quite change it there on the peak. Down. Has to drop down. Good control of the spray. It's Cadian that will finish it off. That bomb needs to be planted, and it is, courtesy of Zipex. He wants to equalize. And it's Magis that steps up to the plate. They're doing it. 2 versus 4. Shush neutralizes the threat on Nubox. Doesn't have the smoke, does have the kit. A little bit of time to play with. Zipex just shows a little bit of cheeky leg, and that should be it. Play the time. Counting in his head. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. No time. And it's locked down.
Oh, that flash says they're ready for the AWP.
Yeah, and this tight line. Oh, it's a hard flick to find. Bubsky just elevated on the sandbags, and they're going to punish on this. They want to twist the knife, and it's just Tessus kicking and screaming. Only good for the 1. Oh, they're both there. Oh, a disaster! They lose it all! Dupree does manage it in the end. Could be Cadian's frag every day of the week. He gets it. That's the return as well from Shush. Position, being unknown, is his greatest advantage at this point. Oh, and now he strikes. Perfect timing. Just as his teammate draws the attention, Tessus will finish the job. A triple kill for him in total. Very excited to see.
Down's aggressive down mid here.
Lordy. Straight down with a double. That could be round ending. Just off the back of the flash aggression. Dupree's caught out as well. Shush the babysitter. Cadian's going to take a little glance down mid.
Going against down.
Straight down. Cadian to support him, and again with the double. Glaive. Good response. Smoke should guise Cadian's reposition. Not too easy. Great find from Cadian. Baited over by Zipex, but a flick of the wrist, and Cadian locks it down. And wrapping into the A site, the entire Heroic squad are here. And now the smoke fades, they strike. Looking good for the double. Glaive finds them. Now the advantage is back in Astralis' court. Keep him going though. These trades just relentless. Just like Coinbase. Good from Shush. Needs 2 more. Bubsky, elevated, could have a chance here. Bomb's running B. If he can isolate this jewel, he's not expecting it. Nice find from Astralis. They will take the half just by a Nat's wing.
Make some impact with the Julies. We always see these fall flat, but that's a great start. Dupree onto Cadian. He's down immediately, and now towards top banana into that second set.
Why do I have a feeling this is about to be the Julie round? Dipex, not able to deliver much. Glaive, however, can. Oh, tap away another head. Great control of the USP. Flash for the swing of his teammate. They know where he is. He looks away. Ouch. Nothing left for Down. He hasn't got the help. And Dupree will make it 2 on the Julies. Bubsky wants first contact, and great control of the spray. He puts 2 bodies in the dirt. One of them had the rifle as well. It's been scooped up, no armor on it now. Tessus has a lot to do.
Oh, more damage.
It just hurts. Every bullet through the smoke, and they're not even going to get into the site. Only hope they have is that Cadian just hits this 1 bang. With the deagle, not going to happen. The multi-kills are in. Cadian does voice something. Good damage from that deagle, Cadian.
Zipex is just bait here. Walk across mid straight to Bubsky, I dare ya. And he says, yes, please. Down goes down.
Let's go. Shush. Challenging out, taking some liberties in mid. Dupree could meet him. Oh, and he beheads him. Immediately neutralizes the orb in mid. He's not quite done. Magis down 2. Shush comes alive into the first gun round.
Still going?
Still clearing, and yeah, straight into the crosshair of KD, and that pause has rewarded them. Zipex can't get out of here. Tagged up to 46, won't be able to retreat. Tessus to punish, and that should be the round. Bomb to be planted. And Glaive does put the AWP in the feet right out of the gate. Ready to strike again. Glaive is real nice with it. Three on the AWP. Oh dear, they're going to be feeling shaken after that one. Jumping straight into the clutches of Magisk as well. Like, he's floating in the off angles. It's not like he's just holding the line either. He's playing anti, he's dynamic. Dupree, here's them, and 5 bodies are peeking him. They're trying it. Trying their luck. It's not too bad, not a bad call at all. Zipex is trying to find an alternate angle. He's found a good control of the spray. 2 for 1 deal. Yeah, someone's gonna have to go first. Glaive found, great shot out of Tessus. They're low. And can they contest that bomb? Oh, damn, the bomb should go down. Can he cock it? Can't. Pull it out in time. It's gonna be Bubsky with the double.
Between some mollies.
Look at them, so pushed up, and they still thrive. Heroic. Oh, and Cadian can't even hit the shot. Glaive just wide swings in. That's the trade they needed. Stown provides something.
Oh, okay, there you go. Stown's found another kill. Bubsky's down it. Zipex towards the back of the site. He has to deal with 3 players on his lonesome here.
Yeah, good chance. Holds the line. Oh my God, through the flames, he finds them both. Only Refresh now. 6 frags to his name, but can he be the catalyst into a heroic recovery? Emo opts for the pillar. Powerful angle. He'll be able to perhaps even isolate these one-on-ones. It's about when the contact comes. Dupree with an AWP. It's not ideal. It will likely be Dupree to crawl, Magisk to trade. First chance. Shots go awry. Magisk still alive, and he can't quite get the spray down range. That's going to be 15 for Astralis. Unable to find it just yet. Here comes the Astralis retake. And it's looking great already. Both of them win their duels. Magisk still in that pit. Still a problem. They line up. Low HP, even lower. And it's down with 3. That is astounding. Maybe even another. Not quite, but it's denied and traded. Cadian pulls the 9th, and they will go again. They're heading CT, and Bubsky's here. They'll have to find him. Good control. Oh. Double from Bubsky. Spotted him. I thought, no, Cadian will get it. And now things will go awry again. The bomb's in under CT rule, and they've got 55 seconds. A bit of a 2v2 wingman here with a whole lot of ramifications. Good fight again from Cadian. Close quarters with the AWP. But Bubsky, quite the angle. You won't see so much impact out of an angle like this. Down nullifies. What is going on? They started so strongly here on the defense, and he's tucked in tight. They won't clear it. They won't clear it. All the backs will be turned. Dupree to strike his deagle. Bangs. This time does eventually knock him in the back of the head. It's shushed down. They surge forward. Trying to contest on short is Bubsky. Refresh doesn't clear it. Bomb's loose, and it's all onto Cadian. With just 15 points of health, there should be no way. Astralis to take their map pick. It's Zipex to lock it down. And the first of the derby goes the way of Astralis to the stars. One away from the playoffs. Heroic to recover. You also had that weird issue where you would randomly get like super deep voiced.
Oh yes, that's
every
my microphone.
You'd join TeamSpeak and you'd just be like, hi guys, can't hear. IEM Cologne 2021, upper bracket. Danish derby, Astralis. The Kings, certainly with the crown firmly on their brow at this point. 1-0 up in the series, an overpass. Coming in from Monster, they're not going to be ready for this. Shush will call it. A lot of resistance, bomb to go down. Zipex, however, peppering them. The bomb does manage to get planted. And now playing for that retake. One from Heaven. Rest advancing from the Monster side. It's going to be hard to find afterplan positions here. Not bad from Tessus at all. Hard strike from the range with the Glock. Tagged up 1, they're already on the defuse. He should be able to deny it, but it's not going to be easy. Oh, what a shot! Back of the dome, 1 bullet. Where did he get his Glock from?
Time's a problem.
He's got the long barrel on it. If he does it again, they're trying to body block it. They're trying to body block it. Can he do it? I don't know if he can. It looks like Stown's forced him off. And Heroic will take it in the end. And crazy things on this map with that deagle. Refresh, however, makes short work of Glaive. They're tagged up, and now body bagged as well. 20 seconds, no one to contest. And so Magisk, he's very happy to have found an AK-47, there's no doubt about that.
I'm sure I'd like to hold on to this as well here. Shush is trying to make sure he can't get away easily, and Cadian's even starting to have a look in. Shush has been great.
There you go, bomb's going to be going down. Nothing Astralis can really do to say, or have anything to say about this. Glaive is in toilets, and change to pass Teds very shortly. Cadian gets a good glimpse of a lot of them there in pockets 1200. Not going to be too upset that he's foregone that Mac-10 coming into the next gun round.
Again, here we
Here
go.
comes Shush, looking for some damage, straight in, good flashes, but again, Zipex with a white screen, no issue, and again with the double. Stown trying to return the favor, not bad, good damage, but not enough. What are they supposed to do with this? Chance, good chance. Bubsky's head is plucked from his shoulders, and Refresh has found another just on the Glock. Weapons retrieved, space found, only Dupree. Nice finish onto Cadian, he's no longer a threat. Excuse me, that was Refresh, and still more. It's only Tessus, and he'll do it with the USP. Dupree shrugs off what little remains of Heroic. 15 seconds, Chad, I'm nervous. They really are going to struggle here. They need some hero moments out of their riflers. A chance, 8 seconds, still no plant. Bubsky standing, destroys them, it's too easy, no resistance. And Cadian so late to the party. Here they come. Knocks down another. Is he gonna be able to get into the site? Yeah.
Did they flub their own smoke and smoke themselves off a divider right there?
So sure, bomb's loose already. That's something, but too far gone. Just a shooting gallery for the boys of Astralis. They'll suspect B. Dupree's pushing for more info. It enables Glaive to post up. This is such a perfect line. He wants more. Peeks into Cadian. That's cost him. Only Zipex now on the site, stands his ground and fights his way out. Just Shush, and he's been spotted as well. Wants to be able to turn that flash should it come in. Still has his vision, ready to challenge. He suspects Cadian's presence, and another far too easy collection. 3 remain. They need to get in. Dupree's knocking them for 6. It's only a couple of them now. Refresh and Stown. Young guns, and they're looking good for this. Starting to turn it around. They've equalized. 24. Not in a rush to plant, understandably so. Optimus the safe haven. Damage inflicted. Refresh will get it down, but he's got more than just the bomb. Oh, Zipex finishes it with ease. Holding the line. Focused. Controls the spray. Oh, Zipex! He dinks another as well. That's round winning on the AWP. A little bit of a shy of the mark there, but it may not cost him as he finds the healthy Cadian. The rest have only got pistols and recovered AWP now. Do 2 frags for Tessus, and he's gone. Shush to plant. He can run him down, and he will with the pre-fire. This is just too easy for Astralis. Oh.
Plays, and there we go. Another opening. This time Glaive's down.
And 2. Both the AWPers fall. Shush. Pushing in regardless. Spots out Magic's got the Optimus. What a shot! And just, oh my god, Shush. For Heroic, he hasn't, but Tessus catches a glimpse and a good headshot, but maybe baiting in for Zipex. Clears it as well. Good find from Tessus, not falling foul to any of this funny business.
Yeah, now it's just Dupree on the site here. There's still plenty of time, so even if Tessus takes contact, the bomb can just head over there towards the B site. Doesn't even need to happen, and now...
Walking to the line, Zipex thrives in this angle, and again, with more impact. They come to his site, he's always taking 2, and he's done it again. There might be a 3rd on the cards here for Zipex. Stown denies. Dupree still sticking around this site. Waiting for that sound cue. Stown, thinking about it. Oh, spotted out now. Not an easy exchange, not an easy duel. Lost Glaive in the process. The 1v2 quickly becomes a duel. Stown, Dupree, oh, not enough bullets. Needed 1 more. Head in hands, and Heroic find their voice. Not Magic, he's gonna burn. What's the response? What's he supposed to do? Die? Yeah, okay. A little late on that one. Glaive fannying around, but has responded in kind. Nearly a chance at a second as well. MP9, certainly not the best weapon for the job. Certainly not to hold A. Refresh catching Dupree. Good control.
Opportunities are given to Astralis right now.
And Zipex, they know exactly where you are. Tessus is very ahead of the pack, so he should have the element of surprise here. Zipex may even have his knife out, and he does. Tessus strafes out. Ooh, gives him a chance. Tessus fumbling a little bit, but there it is. 8-7. Okay, Heroic will take that any day of the week. Magic's going to drop a smoke to get evacuate, and now more fights. That's the bomb, and Refresh has found the crucial frag of this pistol. If Heroic win both pistols, should be on for something. Dupree! Both of them had their knife out. He's got 5 bullets left to work his magic, and he has taken a second. This was their chance. Cadian recovers it. Sails into the sky now. They're on it. They need to contest it. No, forces them off the fight. I don't think they've got time now. It's just Cadian. He doesn't. And it started so well for Heroic. A knife kill out of nowhere. Charges straight in.
Well, Heroic, look at this buy. It's conservative.
They're so quick. Dupree's going to farm. That's 1,200 already. Oh, they catch a glimpse of him. Cadian anticipating the wide swing, and oh, he's missed it. Bubsky punishes, and he can get another just like that. Heroic collapse. And he's looking for his 22nd. The crosshairs, bang on. Plucks them one by one. There's a third, perhaps. Cadian, oh, straight away deleted. Dupree. Good chance onto Glaive here. Sees his head, tames the spray. Magisk alone. Baited nicely with the steps. Cadian starting to close the gap. He should have a chance here. And there it is, recovered by Heroic. It was a 3v5 right in the opening. And Heroic will finally put themselves a CT round on the board. Vision there. So is the frag. Should be good. Shush down. Looks good, though, for Astralis. They've got a chance. 2v3. Running out of time. They're getting it in time. Now all onto Magisk. Closing the gap fast is Cadian. Pressure from short as well. Good find. Needs to transfer. It's not far off. But Heroic will make it 9. They're very early into the site, and the whole squad is here. This could be a brawl. Little gap for him to work with. Bullets are through. Frag is in. Zipex shuts him down, and Refresh is not long for this world either. Double entry from Zipex. Good nade damage. Stown holding the line. A great find just on the edge. No one wants to be the next to fall down. A flash for the swing. A good chance. Even trade. Zipex 3. And Magisk will be able to plant. Now, they know Heaven's on a timer. What is that? Stown caught out. Zipex 4. He could ace them right now. Cadian to try and deny. Zipex walking straight in. Info and a frag. Cadian needs the next. He could very well hit the wall bang. Magisk trying to exploit and swing. That's nice. Big play from Magisk just to put the cherry on the top. Coming in from short. No resistance just yet. Glaive wants to challenge this out. Zipex will find him with the spray. It's all onto Shush. Just the deagle. And he stands his ground again. The hero Heroic need. He finally goes down. And so does Stown. What a shot. Zipex definitely sharp. At a premium, not a single one. It'll just be bullets now. Bullets and bodies. Great find. Cadian makes it all onto Zipex. Already with 2 to his name. Tessa's locking the door behind them. Cadian trying to draw crosshair and attention. 10 seconds. Zipex confirms no one's home. He'd have to hit the reaction. And he has! No, no, no. Safe plant. Cadian should have him. Just walk on it. Eye to the scope. Should have his bottom exposed. Zipex, there's no hope at all. My God, what a shot, though. Heroic will find 11 in the 1v1. He sticks around. He's brave. He wants the contact. And that's going to force a rotate, you'd imagine. Already Bloodshed. If they do the contact, Walt spotted out. Do they accelerate on this? They might have to. Going straight in. It's Tessus. It's time to shine. Good night. The A site's open for business. And just like that, Astralis might very well make it 14. Baits the shot. Zipex, great jiggle. Does manage to punish Bubsky. He's got so many targets to deal with, though. Dupree's awaiting his return.
Back turn.
Yeah, too easy. I spoke too soon. Just about gets it down. But that's the AWPer. And Tessus is already tagged with his deagle. He has to convert the first shot. He does not. Bang through the box. Denies the plant. 10 seconds. Magisk has a lot to do. Looks like Heroic are recovering. Good find on the AK. Has to be planting now. Options just not there. And the round will fall apart. The clock shuts him down. 3 bullets left. Trying to deny. Good taps, and he lives on. Dupree focused entirely on Tessus. Great find on the FAMAS. He is not going down without a fight. A flash high for one more engagement. Does have a chance. Glaive will take Bubsky with him. I think Tessus gets that one in consideration. Refresh is already caught.
Need another miracle round, don't they?
Yeah, I don't think he wants to stick around much longer.
He is.
Gets tapped, and there he goes. 2 opening deaths for Casper, Cadian, Muller. Tessus with a response, and it's just damage. Can't finish his meal. This is falling apart.
This is looking like vintage Astralis in the sense of not dropping any maps. They are just rolling through this right here, and another one offers himself up. Stown into the crosshair of Dupree. He's hit that magic number of 30, and just 2 more kills to find.
Just Shush and Refresh, and only Refresh on this site. They're not even committing the bomb here. They're just going to go a full clear. I think he sees his toes. He knows. Or does he? Refresh, perfect timing, surprises him, but still controls the spray. And Astralis looking to maintain that same LAN form. Cadian said they haven't played LAN in a 1.5 years. Well, straight back to their winning ways, it seems. Astralis just looking for Shush. And the Kings of Denmark sit happily on their throne. There it is. They're off to the playoffs. Astralis locked in. Only the upper bracket. An untarnished record. And Heroic are going to have to battle through the lower bracket if they want to join them in that playoff.
That's when I've got just after midnight, and I think that means it's real gamer hours. Hey, that's a vibe, isn't it, Yanko? What do you think?
Yeah, Trace, you know, it's Saturday night. You're going to go to a club after or what?
No,
like
I'm going to Club Angelo, a.k.a., you know.
No, but, you know, I feel like it's going to be a party in Astralis' practice room because they've showed up, you know, Heroic, who's been beating them.
If you want to go back to the last time Astralis beat Heroic 2-0, that was 9 months ago. Huge performance. A man we need to mention, obviously, is Dupree. Top fragging on this map. He was taking so much space.
This is the first event. It feels like we're getting to see the most from you as part of this lineup of Astralis. So what needed to change to really get the most from you as a player?
I mean, first of all, one guy needed to leave, I guess, since Device is no longer here. But we needed a lot of time to get things together. It's not easy to lose a caliber player like Device. We know has been proved to be one of the best over the years, and he also have a very different role from anyone else in the team. So it took time, and I think we're showing it that we improved on that.
Do you feel ready for the challenge at the playoffs now you've qualified?
Are we qualified?
You have. You've won 2 matches.
Nice. Okay,
congratulations.
That's good.
You're definitely in the quarterfinals. You've got a winner's match up tomorrow.
Okay, I didn't know we qualified. I thought we had to win one more. But yeah, that's obviously why we came here, so that feels great.
I'm just looking at this bracket, Trace, and I'm looking at the lower bracket side, and I'm looking at Ninjas in Pajamas getting kicked out of the tournament by VP 2-0.
Astralis may be a little bit of a surprise. They're making it this quickly into the playoffs. That winner's game against Navi waits for them tomorrow, and we have a couple more games in the lower bracket. FaZe Clan still in it against Vitality. That should be a good one. And Furia, Heroic. I think Heroic is a big favorite in that matchup. Furia only beating Renegades, but we'll see. Usually when they are underestimated is when they play at their best.
A big one, though, the very end of the group stage, and the place that you should be putting all of your focus and attention on. Here's the schedule. You can see it at the bottom of the screen. FaZe, Vitality, Gambit, G2, and Navi Astralis to round it out.
Ooh, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Yeah, that's something special. Tomorrow, end of the group stage. And for us, the end of the broadcast for today. We'll see you all tomorrow. Good night.
Intel Extreme Masters Cologne is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, 1xBet, DHL, Monster Energy, and Coinbase.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
It's the Intel Extreme Masters. It's Cologne, and the year is 2021. Welcome back, everybody. We've got a bracket that's hotter than being under a blanket in the summertime. You better believe that. We are ready to get things going here for our last day of the group stage. Some teams are about to be a little bit hurt at the end of this one. Of course, that means that some teams won't be going in, joining us in those playoffs that are going on next weekend in Cologne. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been awesome to have you the entire time. You can take a look at these players walking around the hotel aimlessly. Some of them absolutely no purpose in being where they are right now. For us, our purpose is to get the show on the road. Let's go for it.
We've got teams to send to the playoffs and teams to send home on the final day of the group stage here at IEM Cologne. But first, let's pay tribute to the ridiculous scenes from day 5. FaZe had their hero moments as they conquered the opening match of the day, but Spirit's teamwork very nearly stole the series, which was packed with memorable plays on both sides.
Brokey alone on the York, missed shot. Now they get closer. Brokey with one. The lineup is almost there. But Brokey needed three. Decimation on the B-bomb site.
Furia sent the Renegades back down under in 2 straightforward maps, with just one series now standing between them and the playoffs.
Bomb in his sight, smoke going down. The Fuse has got low HP, Hacked is also a dead man. Alice there, stray bullet's gonna land, and Art holds it.
Despite Vitality showing a strong hand on opener Overpass versus Na'Vi, the CIS Super Squad upped their T-side pace and their success rate for a speedy comeback on Nuke and Mirage for a guaranteed playoff spot. North America's last hope team Liquid was sent home by local lads Big, thanks to Searson's return to solid AWPing form.
Tap the defuse, try to force him out of position, and Tabston wins it in hole. Ace clutch for him.
The Dynamite Derby between the best Danish teams in Counter-Strike featured an Astralis starting to find form again, and Heroic trying to find theirs. And the Ninjas in Pyjamas faced disappointment in their lower bracket match against Virtus Pro, unable to live up to their reputation as the strongest team on Ancient or hold on to their tournament life on Inferno.
Buster's been on check, they haven't spotted him. Linus goes into him, the bomb is now down. Sanji's got the kill as well, it's all on Device. NIP are out of IEM Cologne.
With 4 spots in the playoffs already claimed, just 2 more teams can qualify for the playoffs today. The Last Chance Saloon is open for business.
Open for business, but the brackets are slowly closing down. For the remaining teams here, today is the day of days. They're going to be meeting their maker on the other side of the server and perhaps coming out victorious. Welcome back, everybody. The Intel Extreme Masters is now. I am Trace, that's Maniac, and that's Moses. And we're ready to get this party started, aren't we, fellas?
Yeah, we're feeling good. We're feeling good. The energy right now is no calm. I'm trying to take it easy because no, it's going to be a big day.
I don't like any of that.
We're blowing the roof right off this place right
all right.
Right now.
The energy's always electric.
Yeah.
I see that. Yeah. I can see that, yeah.
So let's electric slide our way into understanding what's going on at this point within the tournament. We've got some teams that are out, okay? We've got some surprises. I think NIP was one of those that we forecasted to go a little bit further. And then there's some of the teams that even got eliminated in the play-ins, like Evil Geniuses, for example. Can't be too happy about that one. OG joins that list as well.
Yeah.
And then you look at the eliminated from group stage. Liquid, bye-bye.
Yeah, same with Mouse Sports as well. It was a team that was looking, pretty decent and had a good chance of going through. There's a lot of teams, and I think we have to not be super surprised that we're seeing some of the big names and some of the more favorited teams historically go out. Coming out of this online period into the first LAN, there's going to be some struggles. There's going to be some teams that are still recovering from that transition to online and now the transition back into LAN.
Yeah, I think for NIP, this one hurts a little bit, Trace, because it comes as a stop to what looked like a very strong improvement in the last few weeks and months. I mean, when Device came, automatically Rez started playing better. Then they had ZTR. They make the grand final of the Flashpoint event. They try with LNZ as well, 4th place at Blast Spring Finals. It looked like everything was coming together, but then again, a very young roster. A lot of players that are untested a little bit, and this one came with a bump.
It's not a good placement for NIP in any way, but I feel like, for me, they showed enough for me to be interested in where this project can go. Yeah. Like, just interested to track it in the future. Like, if it's not a good showing. I'm not impressed with the placement.
I just feel like they were already ahead of that. They were ahead of that point. Okay. We were like, okay, you know what, NIP, you have our interest. I feel like they were ahead of that, and that comes as a stop, so we have to...
Well, they're always going to get that interest when you bring Device in, right? That's always going to make it an interesting thing to follow, but from what I saw this event, I was like, all right, they're playing some cool Counter-Strike. I'm willing to kind of believe and give this team some time.
Makes sense. And it's also kind of easy to believe in some of these teams that are no strangers to the playoffs, right? There are teams that have done this several times over. There are teams that have been in the playoffs of Cologne, dating all the way back into 2014. You're going to see the Dignitas logo up there, but there's no Forest in that one. I can promise you that.
There is not. This is the Danish core, obviously, that went on to TSM. Astralis as well here. Na'Vi, pretty much never missing the playoffs of Cologne. I want to say IEM. It used to be ESL1 Cologne at the time. Always there, Jason.
This is the first time Device hasn't made the playoffs. That's pretty brutal for him. And we'll see. Astralis can still fall into that trap as well, I believe. Or I think so, right? They haven't qualified for playoffs yet, have they?
I think it's a matter of...
They definitely have.
Yeah,
They have?
They have.
Okay.
Whether it's semis or quarters.
I'm
Exactly. The
incorrect.
question is-
I take it all back.
It's okay, Jason.
Sucks for Device.
That's why.
An L is an L is an L. But of course, you see on your screen, you've got the side of SK Gaming many a moons ago. It feels like ancients ago.
Cold Zera.
Ancients.
With
Ages. Yeah, Cold Zera and company.
That SK jersey.
Yeah, it was a totally different looking landscape back then. You know, historically speaking, there are tons of players. Well, I say tons of players. There's a few players that have even found their way back to it. They've been on the grind for years and years and years, and they're still finding their way into the playoffs at this point.
Yeah, and actually that list is quite small, and this is why we have to celebrate some of these players who have made it past the ages of Counter-Strike. I mean, Nico is obviously a name we have to mention. He was up there with Mouse Sports, then with FaZe, now with G2 in contention for playoffs. I mean, the guy is not going anywhere. He's here to belong in Counter-Strike, and he's making it to playoff once more, and he's delivering just exactly what we wanted from him.
All the names we wanted to deliver are delivering at this event so far. All those big names coming into this event, very good tournaments.
Except for the Uber Eats orders for Chad at the hotel.
Yeah,
they're
that's
not going to be delivered.
that's
I
tanking.
guarantee that. Nico, top rated. Of course, you can take a look at the top 5 over on the left. Simple, Dexter, Queserado, and Nafny there following not too far behind, just a 10th of a way down.
It's awesome to see Nico performing like this as well, because he's historically always been in that conversation for one of the top 2, top 3 players in the world. Device, Simple, Nico was a conversation for a long time, and ZywOo kind of supplanted him from that conversation.
There was no conversation with ZywOo.
Yeah. Well, I mean, ever since Nico kind of the later stages in FaZe, and obviously now in G2, he hasn't been in that conversation. He hasn't been in those talks anymore. So it's really, really awesome to see him have this kind of a performance and reinsert his name into that discussion.
Absolutely. And speaking of discussions, the top-rated players is going to be up there for a while, especially when you think about now some of these teams with that playoff contention. What are they going to show when it has to be shown? You know, this is like do or die time for some of these guys. You want to come in here, you want to make a statement on land, you want to do everything that people might have said you couldn't online. Now is your time to prove it, and some of them are getting that opportunity.
Yes, and this is beautiful to see, you know, some of these superstars really delivering. The way you mentioned, Jason, as well. The 2 names that are not on that list at the moment are ZywOo and Device. Obviously, Device already out of the question, ZywOo a bit slow. But besides that, you're looking at players like Simple, you're looking at players like Nico, obviously. You have Queserado from Furia, you have Electronic from Na'Vi, Twist from FaZe. These are names. These are experienced, strong players that I'm not surprised to see performing here when the pressure is at the maximum, when everyone's got eyes on them. They know how to deal with that. They know how to reproduce their level at the highest competition, and this is why I'm very excited.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we look at for some of these guys, a staple within the community of their own, maybe even just their team, and a staple that we have to show you right now is Frankie. Frankie down on the sidelines in Cologne, live and direct. Hey, Frankie.
Frankie Z.
Hey.
Hey, nice to see you guys. When you talk about me like a staple, do you mean like a staple food, like a potato? Is
Like
that what you're
Rob
saying,
Schneider,
Chris?
you're a stapler.
Yeah. Wait, maybe not so much that.
Oh, Rob Schneider is the stapler. Right, I love it. Well, I want to tell you guys about a little bit of a conversation I had with Gary, the coach of Fury this morning, because they're going to be playing Heroic on the B stream. Winner goes to the playoffs, and unfortunately, the loser will be going home. And, well, Gary won't be happy if Fury goes home, as he told me, because they always want to be flying the Brazilian flag in the playoffs, and they are determined to make it all the way through to the finals. However, that's a bit of a challenge for them, because Honda, their new man, he was a YouTuber a year ago. I had no idea until I spoke to Gary about this. He was picked up to be that supportive player, and I did say to Gary, you kind of have been missing Henny, really. You've had that Henny-shaped hole. He used to do a lot for the team. He was often their highest-rated player. But Gary said, well, he was always a support guy for us. We've got our playmakers. We've got our stars. We've got our Queseratos, our Yuris. We've got Art to be flashy. We don't need Henny. But is Honda what they need, boys? I don't know. What do you think?
Well, that's a great question, Frankie. Honestly, I don't have all the answers, but I imagine you're going to find out more of them as the day goes on. Thank you so much, Frankie. We'll go ahead and get you out of here. It's good to see you down there. It's good to see that you've got, all the amenities figured out at least. Jason, any thoughts on Gary and Furia and maybe their road to beating Heroic today?
It's interesting to hear if that's what he had said, that they were looking for a supportive player to replace Henny.
Yeah, you
considering it's the complete opposite play style of what Henny had. Henny didn't feel supportive in any way whatsoever. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be a big adjustment period. Obviously, they're struggling with it early on, and obviously Honda is struggling with this level of play, which is also to be expected.
Yeah, definitely to be expected at this point. A rough start for some, and others are really thriving in the motion. For us, we get to go to a break to come back with our first matchup of the day on the last day of the groups for the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2021. We're going to go to a break, and we will be right back. That much I know for sure.
c'est sans rue. Oh. 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 88. 12 HP. Voilà. Un loco. Oh. Tiens là. Voilà. Where are you? Hiding like a bitch. Ça prend des visus. Ça prend des visus. Ah, on prend des visus. Ah, tu savais. Ah, c'est dégoûté, c'est j'avoue. Nice shot. Nice shot, nice shot. Nice shot, nice shot. Non. T'as même pas bougé. Et où tu m'as fait peur. I knew it. Rapide, rapide. Laisse one tap. You le couche. Hiding like a bush. Ah, on a fait le même move. On a fait exactement. Ah, okay. Only one taps. My name is Stream. Déjà. What? Non, je me cote. Tout, mais tout. Ok, c'est bon. Non. Tu m'as mis 2 pocs à travers. Merde, j'ai pas là.
So the heroic team is getting ready to take off.
So many question marks coming into Group B. Is Navi going to pick up where they left off the last time we had LAN?
Everybody's going to go in feeling the pressure.
Off the back of the flash, can peek in and take out OC. Oh, and a second as well. Sonic added to the list. It's a naughty list.
We're back and we're ready to get this first matchup underway. FaZe versus Vitality, and well, this is the place to be. The Intel Extreme Masters, obviously. You wouldn't want to be anywhere else. It's Sunday, so go wake up your friends, go wake up your family, tell them all, turn on twitch.tv/ESL_CSGO and get this party started. For us, there's a lot of things to consider before we jump into this matchup. Obviously, which of these teams are going to win? There's a lot on the line here, and most of them, well, they're all going to come to an answer right here and right now. Let's check out our players to watch, brought to you by Epics.gg.
These two players were, until recently, their roster's resident rookies. Now, they're two of the star attractions. Rocky's time in FaZe has seen him go from being a total unknown to part-time AWPer and now full-on win condition. His dynamic way with the AWP, especially on FaZe's CT sides, has grown in confidence since being given primary ownership of the role, and clearly his ability to withstand pressure on LAN with it. Masuta only graduated from high school this week, the end to an education that has run in parallel to his schooling in Vitality. Despite needing to be taught the basics by Apex & Co. on arrival in March of last year, the investment has clearly paid off, and the multi-fragger's insane aiming ability has seen him become Vitality's second star. So which team will use their killing machine to winning effect in today's match?
Those are our players to watch with Brokey and Masuda. A couple of question marks there. Do like Brokey picking up the op, so we can start with that one. Jason, what's your thoughts on the current situation within FaZe? Brokey donning the big green.
Yeah, he's solid. I mean, the situation in FaZe right now, it's weird. I think the conversation, or the way I'm thinking about it now, is a way that we've never really thought about FaZe in the past, which is that they have a firepower issue. Firepower, historically, in the FaZe lineups has never really been an issue. But when I look at this team, I'm like, all right, Twist is going to deliver. Twist right now is in that star role, and he's performing here at ESL 1 Cologne. Brokey is solid. Not great, solid. And then the question becomes, which of the other three players, Kerrigan, Rain, and Olaf, is going to be the one to step up? Because we're not getting any of them stepping up with consistency. And I think when I watch them play now, it is very much, okay, you brought Kerrigan back for his in-game leading. We obviously know you're going to take a hit on that individual level. Olaf Meister coming in. We know there's going to be a little bit of a dip in the individual level from what we usually imagine with Olaf Meister, but the experience is there. So they've made all these exchanges, and now I feel like sometimes they just don't have the firepower.
And you're talking about in-game leading, Kerrigan, obviously that has to be a synonym that we put together. The problem is for FaZe right now, they have the worst T side of IEM Cologne. They have the worst T side, only 41% of these rounds being won. So what used to be the trademarks of Kerrigan, and we have some of the numbers right there that are scary to see. Look at this. Kerrigan is attempting the opening duel 36% of the time, which basically means he throws himself in the fire, but he only succeeds 31%. So here begs the question of, when are you selfless to a fault? Kerrigan is putting himself out there, trying to make the difference, but it is not working. Is he trying to compensate something, a feeling that maybe he's not doing enough individually, so you compensate by putting yourself out of line? This is just not working, and this is a massive issue for FaZe Clan.
You don't want to play rounds 4v5, Jason.
No, but Taz brought up a great point when that stat was put on Twitter last night, that sometimes, the entry attempt is your kind of like the distraction. You are kind of, the shooting target, so the next player can come in, and we saw that, and here it is. We saw that with Twist a couple times yesterday, specifically on Inferno. I noticed it, where Kerrigan was basically just throwing his life into, like, I'm gonna take the shot from the op. Twist is gonna turn the corner. He's gonna have a chance for the kill. Now, that's legit, and you sometimes have to do that. But if that's gonna be a go-to, if that's happening too much, then you're exactly right. Kerrigan needs to find a way to be more selfish for his own individual game, in my opinion, and then that needs to be able to translate into more round ones and better success on the openings.
I just need to put it out there, in terms of, I agree with you, sometimes you create space and this is great. Think about Nafany. Nafany has the same amount of entry attempt, 36%, but he's got 66% success. So yes, it's nice to be selfless and put yourself out there, but then think about the protocols you have in place so that it works.
If you're too dedicated to being the sacrificial lamb, it's going to backfire. And that's, I think, a part of what we're seeing right now with Kerrigan's game.
Personally, I don't know any lambs that wanted to be the sacrificial lamb, but I suppose in this notion, it does make sense, right? You're trying to get out there, get either the information for your team, maybe string together a multi-kill and have something to work with on your side. But then you look at players like Twist, for example. Do you think he was reinvented a little bit by coming into this FaZe lineup, Jason?
Yeah, but only because I knew the situation that he was in with Team Liquid and kind of his thoughts. I had a bunch of conversations towards the end there, and it was obvious that there were some other factors outside of the game that made him want to be in Europe, be with the European team, play Counter-Strike over here. And I think just in general, I think he's in a better environment for himself personally. I think that's helping him elevate his game to this level, to where we didn't see that towards the end of his tenure in Liquid.
So let's shift a little bit now, because obviously on the other side of the server, we're looking at Vitality. There's Shocks on your screen. This is a guy who's been around the block a few times, Maniac. You seem to know a thing or two about French Counter-Strike. So what is it about the X Factor?
I've been there a couple of times. I've even played with the man that we have on our screen. And what comes to my mind right now is how he is playing that X Factor role. And it is even map dependent, Tris. There are maps at this event where Shocks is dominating. We're talking about the Dust 2, we're talking about the Overpass. He's got 28 kills versus Navi in that crazy game, 154 rating. He also had 22 to 13, 143 rating against Furia. So you have maps where he's dominating. But the problem is, on the others, we're talking about the Mirage, we're talking about the Nuke, he disappears. And that in itself is a huge enigma to solve if you're Vitality, because you have that input of frag that suddenly isn't there anymore. We saw how lackluster they were on Nuke. I'm just going to put a number out there when it comes to Vitality and their defense. In that series versus Navi, across 3 maps, Vitality won 11 rounds. on their defense
Yikes.
across 3 maps. That was a huge issue. There were holes all across the defense, and they're going to have to solve that today if they want to make it past to the next round.
And the biggest question mark, right, is something that we looked at yesterday when, Simple wasn't putting up the best numbers. Neither was ZywOo. So that does leave a little bit of a vacancy, a little bit of a hole. For us, the holes need to be filled in. We've got that of the map veto to look at. Vertigo already off the table.
Ancients next.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
I think it's going to be an interesting pick for FaZe. They've picked Inferno. They like to pick Dust 2. They have poor winning rate on Dust 2 and do a good winning rate for Vitality. Inferno is a tie in their win rates.
Sense.
Yeah, and this
Mirage H3.
It's the same one. It's the same. They're picking into a nice win rate for Vitality as well. And Vitality's come right back with a Dust 2. So an interesting veto so far. I thought Vitality would go for Overpass.
I agree with you. I'm actually surprised. That could be, I mean, it could be a third map.
No, FaZe is so happy they didn't pick it. They're like, get it out. It's gone.
Canceled.
I'm kind of confused. I mean, we have Inferno as a third map, and I have to applaud FaZe for what they've done in that veto, because if you arrive on Inferno as a third map and then you have Mirage and Dust 2, which are very decent maps for you, you've just avoided a lot of these tactical traps, the Vertigo, obviously the Overpass that could have been for Vitality.
Yeah.
They decided to go for Dust 2. Will they regret it? Will they regret that Dust 2 peak? I mean, over time and in the history of Counter-Strike, many teams have picked Dust 2 and lived on to regret it.
It's weird because FaZe does not necessarily have a great Dust 2 when you look at their win rate. They don't close out a whole lot of matches on it, but they're willing to pick it. So there is a certain level of confidence on it, which is why I'm like scratching my head and saying, I wonder what, like, Vitality might have seen something. They probably also feel confident on Dust 2, but yeah, bit of a risk when I feel like Overpass would have been a bigger comfort, especially after that game versus Na'Vi yesterday.
Yeah, and you got to think, what's in the tank at this point? What can be pulled out? Are all the stops out? I mean, you're not saving strats anymore. Let's put it that way. You've got to put it all out there on the line right now.
Look, it's all on the table, as you're saying. I mean, Vitality are trying desperately to save their season. This is what IEM Cologne could be for them. An elimination today against FaZe would confirm the downward trajectory that they've been having in 2021. Remember, the end of 2020, they were in the conversation for the 3 best teams in the world. Yeah. We had Vitality, we had Na'Vi, we had Astralis. These were the Titans. Nowadays, Vitality fighting just to stay alive in that lower bracket. You cannot afford to lose to FaZe. Albeit revamped with Twist, it's all good, but with all of Meister coming in right now, you cannot afford to lose that game, even though it could be possible.
I think these two teams are in similar places from like different angles, because FaZe, I feel like there's a firepower problem. Vitality, I feel like they just look uncomfortable as a team. When I see them in scenarios, when I see them attacking bomb sites, you talked about the miserable defense that they've been having. I feel like there's just a lack of understanding and trust in what your teammate is doing.
Yes, well, trust in the process, Moses and Maniac. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We're going to be jumping off the desk and into the server, and we're going to be doing it with Harry and Hugo. Harry and Hugo.
That's
Hugo.
nice.
Hugo.
What's up, dog?
Thanks, Dunu. We appreciate you, as always, for getting back in. It's more Counter-Strike. It's the last day of groups, and I couldn't be more excited. I will never let you put me down. FaZe Clan, Vitality, a banger here. Mirage to start. Harry, how you doing? Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Hugo. I'm really looking forward to this, man. I love what we've been getting out of FaZe throughout this tournament. They've been so exciting. This is a big challenge for them, though. Vitality stand in their way. And, we saw how easily Na'Vi were able to dismantle this Vitality squad just yesterday. So let's see what FaZe can do. Smoke's down over here towards the A site at top con, and Vitality having to adjust around it. FaZe have boosted up into the window and starting to take some position over towards this A bomb site. Olofmeister is the man to open it up with a kill onto ZywOo. And now FaZe with a bit of real estate taken, and really, the ability to disrupt these rotations and essentially keep Vitality split between bomb sites thanks to Olof. What are they looking to do with this control?
This is so weird. Kyojin, he's dropped the bomb. He's coming on this mid flank, and Brokey's dead. FaZe was so split up. It may have been 5-on-4, but they are all over the place. Twist getting a kill at least, keeps it in the 3-on-3, and Karrigan left from B comes out under. Kyojin's still there to worry about, and Twist is even coming in to try and grab that bomb, get it out of there, out of enemy territory and into more enemy territory. Apex has pushed out CT, and he knows dropping this bomb could win the round, but he can't. 2-on-3, 20 seconds. Kyojin's locked out, and Karrigan's playing with him. The bomb's been planted.
Oh, Karrigan's done a great job of wasting time here, man. Yeah, okay, he's traded onto by Shoxy, but he's let Twists and Olof get this bomb down and now get set up in the post plant. They hear Shox coming in through con. Bomb's planted wide, and there's Olaf peeking out from jungle. That's a nice little post plant there. It gives Olaf an angle into the bomb. He's able to just hold that from jungle, and you saw they were never ready for that on the side of Vitality.
I mean, that's a round that really comes down to not only the mid-round calling for Karrigan, but the individuals as well. Everyone's so alone. Everyone's so out on their island. They need to know the right thing to do. They need to, all be winning their individual fights. And FaZe, there's a couple of scary moments in that round where the bomb dropped, for example, but, good pickup from Twist. Karrigan providing a lot of cover down lower mid, and FaZe will pick it up. Scary start. Force out for Vitality, not waiting around. And look at the stack. It's a Mirage Classic. Everyone up on the A site, you're hoping for this A split, and in fact, it won't be a split. It's just FaZe setting up default. They can run smokes, but you'll notice everyone, or at least 4 out of these 5 CTs, are in front of where any smokes would be landing. So FaZe, they're walking into quite the trap.
Yeah, you're throwing in this utility, but as you say, Vitality are already up in your face. ZywOo going to be one of the first players to open up the Suitor and his Deagle. Oh my word, the Deags, the stack, it's all too much for FaZe Clan. Vitality, they might be onto a winner here. Kyojin with a nice double, and this 4-man stacking at the A-bomb site serves them well. It's heartbreak for FaZe, who realized just a little bit too late that they actually are in the Lion's Den.
Maybe that goes a little better if Twist doesn't get overwhelmed, right? He throws that deep molly onto the palace, onto the balcony, and so, Vitality either have to drop or they have to commit. Of course they commit. They're both ready for that play, and Twist just gets overwhelmed. Then you're locked out of palace. FaZe are walking out of 1 choke point into 4 players, and they're even armed now, so yeah, that's really the swing kill there in that round.
Yeah, everyone that was running out ramp was looking to trade the Palace players, and they weren't even considering that there's still guys on default. There's still guys under Palace. So, yeah, that's a bit of a brutal round for FaZe. However, Karrigan, good for the opener now.
Yeah, we were seeing this a lot yesterday, I won't lie. Like in the Mirage game with Vitality v Na'Vi, Apex was getting picked a lot in window on this CT side, and it got a bit scary near the end, right? Like going 5-on-4 immediately, and FaZe now have all the room to just do what they want. They can sweat this round. They can bleed anything from it. They've got a boost up on mid. They've got Rain covering connector and short, and we've even got the bomb resetting A. In the meantime, Vitality are going for a gamble, but it's the wrong read. This will leave them saving, no question about it. If FaZe walk out ramp and plant the bomb, there's nothing the Frenchman can do.
Yeah, this would really put a spin on the start to this series, wouldn't it, right? We'd have these 4 spy wars. FaZe Clan, I mean, it's really feeling like they've done it. Like they've made the right read here, like they're moving in and nothing's going to go wrong. Vitality are just going to save these 3 guns. And in which case, suddenly, they're 4 spying up next round as well. That's where, like, the extra money really does come in handy for Vitality. The fact that on some of these guys, you were able to, get those free upgrades at the end of that last round. You're still coming into this next, like, return 4 spy with a full buy, all things considered, right? You got 3 rifles plus the, well, I'm not counting as the FAMAS, I'm not counting the FAMAS as a rifle in that, I just realized. And I think that's fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's not great, is it?
You'd have 3 rifles, a FAMAS and an MP9.
Yeah, FaZe are hunting, though. It's not going to be easy for Vitality. Yeah, FaZe not throwing bodies at it. That's fine. It would have been nice to see someone just dive out with a MAC-10, because 1 kill here really hamstrings the reinvestment. ZywOo holding on to the market. So Karrigan's gone. There was an attempt made by FaZe, but really, they're just happy they win the round.
If I'm being honest as well, I think, when we look at Karrigan in that game yesterday, I think his calling was great. I think individually, he probably wasn't too happy with where he was at, right? I do look at Karrigan and I think of someone who is a pretty, he's one of these aggro IGLs. He doesn't really care if he succeeds in getting the kill. It's more about creating space, creating opportunities. However, yesterday he finished at a -17 in attempted entries. So, ooh, it's a little bit ugly when you look at that. I haven't seen numbers go that low.
Yeah, we saw that Taz tweet in the pre-match, right? Like talking about that, the context of stats and how they can be misleading.
No, definitely, right? And I think, Karrigan is definitely one of these leaders who is good at doing that, right? He he will gladly throw his life away to win a round. And I think when you compare and contrast that to the old leadership of FaZe and Nico, someone who was kind of the polar opposite in how they led, right? The round was very much structured around him being the one to do the bulk of the damage, and he wanted to be last alive a lot. Well, Karrigan ain't like that, you know, and he does create a lot of opportunities for his team. So let's see, right? We got a little B play, little B rush. Masuta on this MP9, dead after one. Once again, it's Karrigan going in first. Now, he will be this guy, lead him from the front.
Yeah, set up for the trade at least, right? And that's all FaZe are doing right now, trading kills. There was only one man at B, and so Apex runs out market, goes 1-for-1 at least, but now we need a hero here for Vitality. It might have to be ZywOo. Most armed here. Shocks. Oh, the timing is missed. And now Twist doesn't need to repeat back in. The bomb is a planted default, though, so he can't stay on short forever. He's got that cross covered. They can peek on his contact, but they're already out. And ZywOo's got that first. Uh-oh, getting scary. ZywOo doubled up. And now it's Rain at the back of the bomb site, trying to stall, but double peeked by two. And Vitality will take the defuse. Oh, kick grabbed. Oh, it's going to be close. I'm not sure. Oh, and they've got it.
Yeah, good awareness to have grabbed the kit and get on that with just enough time left. Real shame for FaZe, man. They were all set up. They thought that was going to be their round, and then Vitality committing to that late retake managed to seize it back. This series, this map is already off to a rip-roaring start, you know, and it's only set to continue. Forced by back in out of FaZe, Brokey with an AWP, a hero AK on Olaf, and full utility on the other three pistol players.
All right, this is not your average start to a T side, but let's see where it goes. Olaf lurking in Palace and Brokey looking for a ramp pick. Nothing presented. Of course, Shocks on an AWP. ZywOo running the AK. And why not with that double entry or double kill back into the retake? Feeling it so far. And he's got Con on lock as well. Shocks holding the B apartments with his AWP, but that's not where FaZe won. You'll notice the bomb at ramp. It's another one of these under splits. ZywOo, his timing is everything, and the smoke comes down at a pretty good time. That does, however, allow a boost to come in. Apex, not in the window this time around, is sat back in the Palace. Ooh.
Okay, Rain's Deagle opening up the round. Now Karrigan through connector. He needs this kill because Kyojin, the guy that he couldn't finish off, has just wrecked one of his teammates. Still, he does get mopped up eventually by Rain. Masuta sneaking up through Con is trying to wrap in at this A bomb site. And with Rain so low, there is a chance for Masuta that he could bring this back into a 2-on-2. He's going to need to entice Shocks to join him in this retake now. Brokey with this hero AWP, they don't know about it, right? He's in the post plan. This is where you want that AWP, but a missed shot out of Brokey. Now they know, second time's the charm. Oh, Brokey taking matters into his own hands. Has put a third on the board for FaZe Clan, and the Force by wars continue.
Oh, he's so stylish, man. That's not even fair, right? They catch him under, he misses his shot. They decide, hey, we can molly him, he's trapped. And then you get peeked with the molly in hand. Up the ladder, into takedown Shocks on the AWP, and it doesn't get much better than that for FaZe.
I like that as well. It's a very confident display out of Brokey, right? He's not deterred by missing the first shot. He's immediately back in fighting again.
Yeah.
Movement piece up the ladder to get the swing the second time around.
And this is a great round for FaZe to, you know, dish death to the bad economy of Vitality, to B-rush. It's a fast one. And again, Karrigan leading with a MAC-10, clearing a lot of angles. He is dead once more. Can they get that trade, though? It's looking uncomfortable. Finally, Olaf blinded comes in, and Brokey cuts down Shocks from short. More CTs are flooding into the bomb site.
Oh, yeah, ZywOo is also in with a hero AWP. They're both putting, both teams putting so much faith in their AWPer in these Force by rounds. However, Vitality,
I heard that.
They might now. Oh, ZywOo with the reposition, getting fancy with it. Makes the movement happen to get him onto the short side. And he's here quickly. Brokey's AWP finds its way on Olaf, but now it's dropped out at bench. And so it's all on at Twists versus ZywOo. Twist has pushed up into the market, holding for this cross. And ZywOo with almost all the kills in this clutch to his name already. Is he going to stop one shot? It does look like it. Twist sidelines him. And they do clash. FaZe Clan win it out, taking 2 in a row. finally putting a stop to the force by wars. And it turns out, right, ZywOo wasn't enough with that hero AWP.
Yeah, damn good attempt, though. I love that from Vitality, right? They realize, again, they're getting B-rush. They don't have the numbers there. And instead of letting things get weird in a post-plant when they don't have a kit, they're on pistol orb, that's not a retake setup, they're just running in wave after wave of CT defense. FaZe getting overwhelmed. It brings it down to a 1-on-2, but ZywOo cannot convert this time around. And you take those opportunities where you have them for FaZe. To shut down ZywOo out of clutches early in the game is a good feeling. And Twists at the helm of that as well. He really, we've had the chance to cover a lot of FaZe's matches here at Cologne so far. So from what we've seen, Twists has been a real beast. He's been a real talking point, LAN player. And yeah, maybe the missing piece to the puzzle that is FaZe Clan right now. My, what a back and forth start. Even so, we can see the money in the bottom right for Vitality. They're down to 2k a player. It's going to have to be a full eco now. This lets FaZe get quite the lead early in the first map.
I love the way these force by wars like kind of petered out as well. Like it was both teams putting full faith in their AWP player, right, and just letting them bring out the hero orbs. Really was a treat to see it kind of culminate in that fashion. And I mean, now we're just waiting to get these little tech problems sorted out.
Yeah, we've got just one PC crash, and we'll be back in about 2 minutes, I've been told. So hopefully sooner rather than later. But yeah, it's just Apex dropping from the server for now.
Good start out of Olofmeister as well. Like, this has been a really exciting part about this this FaZe squad, right? You can take a look here on this list. Actually, we got a look at both the teams, so you can see that ZywOo has been giving us an incredible tournament as we expect, right? Yeah. Shock's up there behind him. Looking over at the FaZe Clan side, I like the kind of gap that we're getting developing between Twists and the rest of the crew, right? He's really emerging as a star. When he came into this squad, I think that was one of the most exciting prospects, right? This idea of having one of these legends of North America reinvented in Carrigan's system and really, driving home the star power.
Yeah, we really are like taking international teams to the next level, right? In Counter-Strike, right? I say the olden days. A few years ago, it was only, we'll get a few Europeans, we'll put them together. Now, man, we're now importing, NA players over to EU. We are importing Australian players over to EU as well. Like, we've got regions all over the place. So many South American teams even boot camping in this region as well. So that's really cool. CS really is turning up worldwide, and I imagine in a year or so from now, when things are more back to normal, we'll have even more of that. So how awesome is it? Shame we couldn't have the cold Twists Carrigan combo, right? We've got 3 regions represented, but even so, this FaZe team certainly looks to be a scary one. As Vitality are learning the hard way. We're back in, folks. FaZe Vitality, full eco now for the French side, and FaZe's chance to run away with it.
Yeah, this is going to let them get off to, just feeling leaps and bounds ahead, right? You've had these little force by wars. The fact that it's the T side winning it out is very significant as well. We've seen how punishing this CT money can be, and actually Vitality have been on the receiving end of that in that Na'Vi game just yesterday. Sure. So this is a pretty quick mop-up here out of FaZe, right? Just USPs peeking middle. Nice chance to pad your stats, and Brokey and Carrigan are going to do exactly that.
Yeah, you learn a lot from a team as to who's holding W when the USPs are out, right? Who's trying to farm those ecos. And it's Brokey and Carrigan getting the job done between the two of them. Here's another buy for Vitality. They're not going to have the orb this time around, right? Just a bit of loss bonus, that is it. And so kits are lacking, no Molotovs either. Masuta will last second get a kit, that's important. I mean, that's what won Vitality that B retake round where his kit was dropped under the window. So awkward for Kyojin, he's dropped under. Looked like he wanted to jump up, but it's a double under push, so it might be all by design. 2 CTs moving in behind Carrigan. Has he heard the steps?
Oh, it really doesn't look like it, but he is going to start to come back, but he's got his knife out. Carrigan, dead man, swept aside. Rain is also low as he tries to trade that kill out there. Masuta surprises him as that second player out through lower. Roki still up in the apartments with the bomb, doesn't want to throw that away, trying to trade these kills. And at the same time, you know, you don't want to give the bomb away attempting trade. You need something in this situation if you're FaZe. So Twist tried to pressure his way out through ramp, and now has dug the hole even deeper for FaZe Clan. It's a 2-on-5, and just under the minute mark now, you might already be thinking about trying to save this somehow, some way.
Wow. Yeah, I think they're still going for it. Olaf looks interested. He looks invested, and they've got nades to do it with Lurker coming out under with the bomb. This kill needs to happen, though, and it won't. Apex is faster, and Brokey is too slow, too late to this clutch. 1v5, gets Iwu, dumps his util while he still can, but how much further can he really go?
Yeah, I mean, you know, just doing damage here is good enough. You know, you want to try and keep this CT money on the back foot. One more kill could have achieved that goal.
Yeah.
Not able to get it. Kyojin having a nice round there. Vitality up onto 3. And with 4 staying alive, that's pretty big, right? It lets them build up some money early on. It means you can start to move away from that point of getting reset, something that we saw happen to them constantly in their series versus Na'Vi. The Na'Vi T-sides were really what set Na'Vi up to win that series.
Yeah. No doubt about it, right? So FaZe already trying to deal out the same blows. They've got another AWP on Brokey as well. He's going to try and take a deep B peek. Molly behind him, and Brokey almost given ahead. Almost given enough to fire. But instead, it's just a climb up for Masuta, aggressive in the apartments, taking risks. This is very common, though, for Masuta. I'm sure FaZe have done their homework. They know what to expect, especially on a map like Mirage. It's their pick in the series after all. They seem to believe. And we do have a very good veto for this BO3 as well, right? Obviously, every good series ends in Inferno. We'll have to see if we get there.
This is a very, very slow round, isn't it? No one wants to be the first player to die in the server. You know the kind of impact a round like this can carry, especially if you're FaZe Clan here, right? Where your back's against the wall. You lose this, you're broke, and suddenly Vitality are springing back into the game at 5-5. So they're keeping it really safe, really slow, and it's left them with 30 seconds. They do have mid control, and they've been waiting all round. There's the opener now, right? And at the 30-second mark as well, you couldn't have asked for a better time to have stolen a player away. Now the explosion of FaZe Clan players into the A site looks to come through, but Apex has dropped the bomb. Apex is trying to make a play. 10 seconds, the plant's got to come in. Masuta back in CT. Can he deny it? Oh my God, he could. Brokey all alone, 1v1, and Masuta wipes out FaZe Clan, damn near single-handedly, inspired from the fine trigger work he sees from Apex earlier on to set them up. Masuta closes it out with 3.
That should not be a winning round for Vitality, right? The time may be problematic, but it's really not what costs FaZe the round. Great shots from Masuta. You think the cover's there, but not enough of it. What a round. And taking down Brokey with an AWP in the post plant as well. That's impressive. Brokey, he's a clutcher on FaZe. That's what we know him for. So good at whipping out these 1v1s. Not today. 5-4, and finally FaZe feel the burn. They are broke.
Oh, ZywOo will get his head taken off over in middle. Shot.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, actually, it's Apex dying in window as well to a Glock out of Karrigan. And now Rain has made the jump into ladder from window. The speed at which Rain got up here is crazy. And now he's rapping for another.
Oh, no.
Masuta will hopefully bail them out, and that is the bomb dropped in top mid. Karrigan, with just a Glock, is having to go around the world attempting to find a gun.
There might be guns, yeah. There might be chances here for Karrigan. Don't count him out. 1v2, there's an M4, and now he moves in. Oh, he's just missed the timing, and he's got to kill top mid, but the spray is so close, yet so far. 10 health remaining on Kyojin is more than enough. And my God, you know, FaZe, you've got to say goody after that round, right? They just run wild in middle, double deegs. We get Karrigan glocking fools, but the important factor. Vitality still keep a net on it. They don't lose the round. That's all that really matters at the end of the day. FaZe know they can capitalize on the damage they've done. They can break the money, they can break the morale, and they can take the lead right back.
So we are going to get them going back to some mid control on the FaZe side. Pretty ballsy considering the AWP is in play on ZywOo, but he's only got it over here in the A-bomb site, so actually mid might be where you want to find yourself if you're FaZe. If they go back to A, we're going to get this duel between Brokey and ZywOo. That looks like a tantalizing prospect that we might get to see unfold on our screens. Olofmeister sneaking out through lower tunnels. There's a window smoke down and a con smoke following up. So he's got a decent bit of room over here in mid. The rest of FaZe set up back at ramp. Now, they don't have any utility really to help with the A play. Olof has one smoke, but he's in connector. That's not really where you want that. ZywOo has already dealt with Rain, and Olof coming out of con now, getting pressured, has dealt with Apex. Brokey and the rest of the motley crew for FaZe trying to seep out through ramp and into the site. There is this smoke down in jungle. Masuta looks like he wants to go through, and he will. Kyojin alongside him, and in the blink of an eye, Vitality clamp down on that A play. FaZe clan, it all kind of grinds to an awkward halt. As mentioned, they really didn't have the utility to get into that A site there. It grinds to a very awkward halt at ramp. Honestly, it kind of looked like something out of an MM game, man, where everyone's stuck out towards Tetris. You don't actually have the smokes to cut off the ZywOo AWP and CT spawn. I think the moment you see that the AWP is there, and you see you don't have smokes to actually deal with the guy, you know you're in for a bad time.
Yeah, draws so much attention, and ZywOo even throws like a little smoke in front of CT as well, just to draw more eyes to his position, even though he doesn't fight. Takes the first this time. Carrigan very deep. No one knows. Freebie onto ZywOo. Now there's another triple. Carrigan trying to support. Lots of damage off of the Deagle, but he can't convert the kill. And the tap for Kyojin is filth. Oh my God. Masuta cleaning up the bomb. And Olof in the backline. Has he been heard? No. Headshot to Masuta might give FaZe a chance. But Olof, he's going to put distance between himself and the package, wrapping around elsewhere, going through apartments. I think the expected play here would be take market, right? Go into CT spawn, make the big wrap. And so this might not be what Vitality have in their mind.
Yeah, down through lower for Olofmeister. Shocks. Shocksy. Olof's been spotted. Trying to win this in the 1v2. They double swing him. Shocks lands the AWP shot. And no love given to Olofmeister today. Vitality building upon this lead. Kyojin and Masuta, the spearheads to this whole thing as well. Really impressed with what we've had out of these two to open up this game. And we spoke at great lengths yesterday before that Na'Vi matchup about, you know, how similar the kind of tale is, what with Kyojin, Masuta, ZywOo, these three like young guns haven't been phased in over the course of this Vitality squad's history. And, you know, the question of, well, we know Kyojin has mechanical skill. Are they able to get the same mileage out of him they have with guys like Masuta? And it's starting to feel like it, right? He's given us some great series as of late. Out into mid-go phase, the AWPs just tearing through them. Carrigan will respond with a nice little headshot there onto Apex, and ZywOo is keen to keep this in the advantage. of the Frenchman. Kyojin waiting back on default is dead to Olaf, and this A bomb site now is a tantalizing prospect. Once again, the lack of utility is something worth mentioning here as FaZe try to move in. They don't really have anything outside of that Molotov that's just forced ZywOo out of jungle. You haven't been fast enough to capitalize though, because Vitality are now all peeking you from CT.
Yeah, nice cover for Karrigan, but it's still not enough. Brokey gets picked by the AWP, and ZywOo's going up and over. Oh, the flash is beautiful. Pushes him back, but Karrigan can't cross. It's a double off, denying the round for FaZe. Olaf's got to save it, and he can't. ZywOo, low health, no problem, hits the shot, and it's Shox and ZywOo finding 5 between the two. Vitality. It may have been these forced by wars at the beginning that really favored FaZe, put them in the lead, gave them all the money, all the room in the world. But once these big guns have come out, Vitality have taken the edge.
Yeah, this is pretty brutal. Like, FaZe are forcing up again. And I think that's so ballsy, especially when you think that the utility's just been a reoccurring nightmare at this A-bomb site. And now you're going in with rifles out. Mate, you've got one smoke. You've got to just try and brute force your way in. And when it comes to force, Kyojin, mate, he's a straight-up Jedi. Look at this. Karrigan will respond with a double. But it's all cancelled out by Apex on the rotation, who takes matters into his own hands, gets some revenge for last round as well, and puts Vitality up onto 9.
Damn, dude, the early B rounds were really good for FaZe, right? Some of these rushes, some of these fast short plays, the Vitality couldn't put a stop to, I actually really liked. Now we're going back into just, A ramp rushes, and, you've mentioned this twice on 2 of these A plays, just not have it till in these 3-on-3s to stop Vitality, to cut off these orbs that are winning rounds. FaZe, they just keep, doubling down at A, and it's not working. Brokey through the Molotov, and he does actually hit the shot. It takes a lot of damage from the flames. Was it worth it? We'll have to find out. Meanwhile, FaZe regrouping in under. Apex has taken a lot of space in middle, and ZywOo has his top to cover, so Apex can just hold lower from this position. It's very dirty. It's not the first place you're looking if you're Olaf, and so Apex opens up. Rain trades, and he even picks up 2. Somehow still standing. ZywOo drops Karrigan at the top of middle, and here's the B flank that we've been waiting for. Masuta getting his revenge. It's all fallen up into the air here for FaZe. And Masuta's backed out safe B.
Where this bomb's posted and who's responsible for carrying it. You might say that Masuta being able to fall back through the apartments and get into this B site is something that ends up making or breaking this round for Vitality. He's here ahead of time. The bomb coming his way. Twists and Brokey still to go up against it. Certainly not the easiest of competition on the other side, right? Guys like Twist, guys like Brokey, these have been 2 of the top performers for FaZe Clan. And so Masuta, he's got a tall order ahead of him. He's got a big weight on his shoulders. Is that weight going to be too much to bear as they come in towards B, swinging at bench? Brokey decapitates him, and we're left in a 2v2 at this B site.
Oh, anyone's round at this point, but they're very fast up. Cap Brokey's further damage. He's sat down so low. Oh dear, dead eventually. Twist now sitting in the middle of the bomb site, trying to catch a kill, but they're not being offered up, and Shox will close the half. Vitality, a slow start, but a strong finish, and the ending is all anyone really remembers. 10-5 of the half, and the Frenchmen are looking pumped up. Let's see if they can keep it going on FaZe's map pick in the second half.
For the event, we didn't, I would say, make a specific preparation. Basically, we had a lot of months now where we didn't have a break. So after the IEM summer, we took 1 week of break, which was really needed. And after that, we just came up and took the last 10 days of practice to fix the principal mistakes, I would say, that we believe it's going to be important to fix for Cologne.
Hey Future Pros, we are back on Mirage, but this time with a fantastic flash.
This is for the CT side to use for mid-window and useful for retaking mid-control. To perform it, line yourself up at this point on the ground. Aim to the right side of this vent along the flaked off pane. Toss the flash and this should hopefully catch an unsuspecting T off guard. Easy kills for you, good luck.
But our spirits never die. Fighting as we push through the darkest times. I'll be there by your side. We rise. Everything's breaking. Our souls will awaken. Our spirits never die.
Team Vitality. They may be looking stressed in the cams, but they ought to be feeling fine after that first half. The CT side of Mirage nets them a double-digit half, and FaZe Clan on the back foot on their map pick. My oh my, this is certainly starting to be a banger here, and we're finishing the groups today at IEM Cologne. This game is, of course, elimination. We're going to go on to face the winner of Heroic v Furia, which is going on right now on the B stream, and they will then play for that last playoff spot. Cutthroat indeed, but that's the way it's got to be. And talking to B, that's exactly where Vitality are going. Flashing over the top. Olaf is alone at the bomb site, but he's calling for support. Brokey from short, and two more flooding out the market. Oh, the players are here. The numbers are all hitting for Rain. Lovely little taps on the USP, and he is eventually cleared up through the smoke. But I've not got money on Shox winning this one.
Yeah, right. As good as this guy is in clutch situations, 1v3. To find the pistol, you're asking a hell of a lot. He's going around the world, all the way back through T-Spawn, in an effort to make this bomb plant happen and give himself a chance. But I gotta say, I love this out of Brokey. Taking Palace, not peeking anything, hearing the footsteps now, you can just collect your free kill, and there it is. FaZe Clan secure themselves that pistol round there.
Yeah, Rain. Oh, that was lovely from him. Just tapping, flicking with the USP and finding 3 in the process. A must-win round for FaZe, considering how this game is going right now. There was quite a streak at the end there for Vitality, quite a storm from what was their CT side, so FaZe need to one-up them. Man, what have we got here from the French side? Shox is saving, everyone else is full board. D-Garma. I know Shox is just late to buy, so Vitality giving this a go with the Deagles. Palace push. Twists in the best spot for this, especially with an MP9. Going to be able to farm here as Vitality lay up the util for A. Got full smokes being lined upstairs, jungle. No CT, but no problem, you'd think. And here we go.
Yeah, however, right, with the Palace smoke going in, Rain has also got plenty of time to get himself set up back towards CT with his rifle. Him and Twists are like a terrifying 1-2 punch here, and they just tear through Vitality's attempt at a Palace play. Olaf Meister going to deal with the last man back in mid. And FaZe, all right, this is a little bit nicer now, right? You can still stumble back to your feet on the back of getting these conversions.
Yeah, this gap is going to become pretty small once the anti-eco's over. So that's a good feeling for FaZe. Definitely needed this pistol in order to not get washed out of the map. And at that point, going into Dust 2, ooh, scary situation. Obviously, no overpass in the series as Vitality won't go for the big pick, but FaZe aren't complaining. Flash for under. No one peeking it though. Broky's still covering top mid for Twist, allowing him to hang around in con, check bottom. And there is a player eventually crawling through that tunnel as well. It's ZywOo. Finally, the mid-contact getting made, and, well, money as well here for FaZe as they just pick up freebies. Rain will die on the A site. That's the only casualty. No plant available with a bomb back top mid. It's just about damage here for Apex. Any kills would be lovely, but he can't convert the spray. Aim punched away, and Brokey will live with 3 kills in that round. FaZe up to 8, and this is it. This is the moment you've been waiting for. The big buy from Vitality. Still a bonus round for FaZe, however. But all the more sweeter if they win it.
Yeah, you know, as far as bonus rounds go, you're still pulling the AWP in here. You've still got 3 rifles in play. So, all things considered, this is still a good round for FaZe in terms of firepower. Apex going to start to make his way down into middle, and he's dropped himself a con smoke and also a molly, trying to force players out of this position while the rest of Vitality pressure B. It's an all-in B play to open up their T side. Carrigan wrapped by Apex on short. That comes off the lack of the mid info after Apex smokes off con, and we're left in a 3v3 retake over here at the B site.
Yeah, just dumping smokes now, trying to stall this retake out, but they're just waiting anyway. FaZe are in no hurry. Look at this big flank through the apartments. Rain coming in on the back line. Olof, oh, he's peeked by ZywOo. And now this AWP coming to life has less players to consider and therefore more positions. He can hold this Haps flank if it were to be coming in, which is not. With that kill in the 3-on-3, it's forced FaZe's hand. They're going to be saving, hoping for exits at least, but with Vitality leaving to the one position FaZe don't have, of course, seems like they will be getting away with it. Rain would have loved to go for the Ninja, but no kit. And so Vitality, who still remain close to the bomb site, to avoid that exact scenario, find 11. Now that double save for FaZe does at least allow another reinvestment, right? It was, of course, a bonus round. They kept enough. They've got an AWP, they've got 1 SMG, but otherwise everyone is armed. They've actually got a double AWP. FaZe throwing everything at Vitality and seeing what works.
Oh, Rain with the ramp aggro. Now, depending on timings, he could get a lot of information out of this. At the very, very least, he's here as an early warning sign. And so that kind of frees up the other A players to go and help out elsewhere. Olofmeister, with this AWP, has removed Kyojin early on in the round. And that's quite a big player to find when you think about the kind of game Kyojin's having. You know, he's top of the board for Vitality. He's above folks like ZywOo. So he's been instrumental at creating the opportunities to have enabled this scoreline for Vitality. With Olof knocking him out in the opening stages of the round, we need someone else to take that mantle. Luckily enough, you're not really shy on players who can do it on this Vitality squad.
Oh, Twist, don't tell me you're going to do something crazy here. They're coming through connector. He's behind them, but that smoke hasn't faded yet. Right now, they've actually slipped the net. Rain is on a wrap through Palace, but he's lost the ramp, and that's where Shox has come in, getting flashed out from the connector players, and now Vitality. They own the site. They're all confused. Where are FaZe? It's a full retake setup. They're waiting for Rain to go on the big wrap, and they've still got 2 AWPs, 1 in CT up close. That's a swing from Twist, catching ZywOo by surprise, and now they wait for Rain.
Yeah, Rain comes back after his ramp push, right? Returning to the area he once owned. only good for the first, but it's still information gained. You know, you got Masuta trapped out on an island here. You don't know the whereabouts of Apex, but you're imagining it's Palace if you're FaZe Clan. You've cleared the rest of the site, so he's got to be Palace or Ramp. Twist is on the bomb, and Apex dies to the swing. Olaf Meister there. A big round out of Olaf, right?
Yeah.
You've loved whenever we've had him delivering. Here, he shows he can don that AWP still as well. He's got himself a nice double, and ultimately that ends up being one of the main fixings of that round for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, I love that this second AWP on FaZe is so like undecided. It's so up for
anyone
grabs.
uses it in any, you know, like just dependent on feeling. It feels like.
Yeah, it's like, oh, okay, I've got a spawn, or I'm playing this position, or I think they're going to do this. I'm just going to AWP this round. Like Twist will pull it up on like Dust 2B site, and he'll get 5 kills on a tunnels rush. You know, we've seen 4 out of 5 players on FaZe use the AWP this tournament already. Obviously, no AWP for Rain, rare to see, but always a delight when it does come through. So is his rifling, so why change? 11-9 for Vitality. They're still holding the lead, but FaZe with some gun rounds now are sneaking in behind. ZywOo clearly got his work now cut out for him with his double AWP raining down death. Early molly in the window from FaZe. That's to put off this smoke you see from, you know, Vitality. Rain's looking through it, but unfortunately the smoke still lands. There are lineups to throw that often, you know, disregard the Molotov thrown in window and still bloom perfectly, or at least enough to not let CTs get an advantage. ZywOo's AWPing ramp. He's been smoked out, and Rain's catch shots coming in through the window. There's the fast A. ZywOo catching Brokey with an AWP of his own, and Olaf wants to stop this lurk. Sneaking up is Mizuta, but Olaf catches a corner, and now it's left down to just the site players. More entries, more necessities here for Vitality. They're trying to plant. Coming through the smoke, though, is Rain, and he can't deny it in time, but he can still win this retake with a surprise.
Yeah, there's that opener, and now the pressure on for ZywOo and Apex. ZywOo with this AWP, alone at ramp. Knows as a player at stairs, he sees the utility going over. Time still ticking off this bomb. They tap it on the FaZe Clan side, and that baits a peek out of ZywOo. Now we look at Apex to have to deliver. There's number one. However, Olaf swings out from the stairs and puts a stop to that clutch in its tracks. Very, very speedy at getting into the site. It gives them a lot of time. Very, very speedy at getting into the site. It gives them a lot of time. It gives them a lot of opportunities to tap that bomb, to bait out peaks. Vitality are the ones feeling the pressure, especially with smokes going in to cut off Apex, to cut off ZywOo's vision of that bomb. And then they just play around the taps, right? They touch it. They bait that first peak from ZywOo. That's when Carrigan nails him. And when it's all left onto Apex, Olaf is very, very comfortable. Just says, look, I can hold ramp. I've got him if he peeks up. He can't deny the defuse. And so FaZe are right back into this game. This is now very, very exciting, right? I'll be honest, when we got this first half, I was a little bit worried. You know, FaZe, they were really trying to keep the pressure on with 4 spies to the point where maybe it got like overzealous. Now they're right back at that team that we've seen throughout the entire event.
Yeah, really nice retakes. The calls are going well. FaZe aren't rushing the gun as well. And we've still got the double AWP raining down death. Shocks fast through the ramp smoke. No fear from this guy, and maybe warranted. Well, Brokey's on the stairs, but he's getting pressured from Rain. Shocks just trying to live now. He's all alone. He's keeping up the pressure for this con wrap, and there's 4 players coming in from the middle. Now 3, rather. ZywOo's double back through spawn, and Olaf up on catwalk, catch Kyojin. Rain's even helped out on the A site, and he spotted ZywOo come back late from ramp. That's been smoked. And so Vitality, they're just getting peaked in all positions. Twist not getting the better of that fight, at least will have to give up window. But in a 5-on-3, the pressure is on the French side.
Yeah, it feels like they're hoping Apex can be the guy to create opportunities here. Right, and essentially he's looking to come through while either while they're pulling attention away, or he'll serve as the distraction. That part is still yet to be seen. But Apex is a key piece of this puzzle. It's a 1-2 hit, right? While your attention is fixated at one of these positions, the other is meant to be able to have a lot more room to maneuver. ZywOo making contact out through ramp, and Apex getting spotted in con. Now, this isn't really what you wanted. You kind of wanted Apex to be a bit of a surprise till the rest of the guys have made their way in. The fact that he's seen now means FaZe are ready for what's coming their way, and Rain mops up the round. Great stuff. That info on Con comes in at the perfect moment. They get such a good bearing on what's going on there out of Vitality, and so no one is caught off guard.
Yeah, really nice rounds out of Rain recently, right? Especially on the CT side. It began with that, you know, USP triple tap on the B bomb site, and he has kept it up, anchoring A round after round. Some of these flanks on ramp, some of the info, as you say, that is being garnered by FaZe. Yeah, this is going to be really frustrating, and you can see it's coming through for Apex as well on the Vitality cams. Very, very annoying stuff. But that was a 3-on-5 from the get-go, right? That was already Vitality trying to dig themselves out of the dirt. And now their money is exactly that. Just 3 to 4K a player. It's going to have to be a half buy of some degree. Maybe a faster B approach, something that worked for FaZe and their T-sides earlier. Maybe Vitality should go back to it. Because A side right now is looking as terrifying as it did on Vitality's defense.
Yeah, it's certainly starting to get a little bit worrisome, right? Like, on top of that, I think, you know, we're having some very, very integral parts come to life for FaZe at the right moment, while simultaneously some of the guys that were really doing their all to create this success from the first half have kind of slowed down on the side of Vitality. They've been getting cancelled out by this FaZe squad. So maybe just a B rush here on this partial investment, right? Keep it nice and simple. You haven't really seen much of this B site either for a while now. So just to give FaZe the reminder that, yeah, we're still capable of doing these faster rounds. You throw it in on an eco, you kind of test the waters of this B site a little bit. You see if it can put a stop to this rush, because if it can't, well, hey, you've just found kind of maybe your golden goose, as it were. Utility going over. Olaf Meister holding with this AWP, and up in the apartments is Carrigan as well. Carrigan, we want a big moment out of him here. Olaf's going to draw that first bit of attention away, and now Carrigan with a chance at the mowdown secures the first. Deeged after that, however, Olaf has put a stop to this rush with the AWP, and there's Twist to lock it in. 12 on the board for FaZe. Now they're in the lead. It's been a long time since they've been in this position at all. And so they're celebrating.
Yeah, that hurts for Vitality, right? You know, telegraphed B play, that's the danger of it. There's smokes coming over the top, enough warning for FaZe to get a third player in the bomb site. And Olaf is carrying with the AWP right now. As good as Brokey may have been in that first half of getting picks, Olaf is just denying round after round with multi-kills. He's going for middle now, he's feeling it. Making a bit of a jump up to ladder. That was very smooth a movement from Olaf, and now he's going to be able to peek Cat. They're going to run boost. Can he hit the flick? It's not an easy shot, and he won't connect, but he now knows they're out in middle, and he's going to give up the angle. Decoy. Olaf playing with the hearts and minds of Vitality. Decoy, really only useful with an AWP. We see players like Simple use it on Dust too. He throws a decoy, runs down mid. You're hoping that someone peeks on the AWP shot. But after a few of them go off, it's pretty clear to Vitality, you know, it's all a bit of a ruse. It's a $50 fake. And up mid they go on this A split.
Olaf has been good at getting the mid openers. This time, it's him getting dealt a tag by Vitality and now having to concede this mid control. Roki will win his fight over towards Palace. And Twist lines up a double down in Con in the blink of an eye. This round, this A split is all on Masuta. Oh, a nice couple of kills. Oh, maybe a third, but Carrigan will win that fight. He had to win it, really.
Yeah.
It started to get a little bit worrisome with Masuta going on a tear. He puts a stop to the clutch attempt, and FaZe Clan up onto 13. Once more, the money gone from Vitality's bank accounts. A really worrying timeline here for Vitality, where they have to take another partial investment. That's kind of what they're eyeing up here, that they could invest on a few players. I'm really curious what the decision's going to be. You could pull in Hero AK, so you've got loss bonus,
you
right?
still want some money, right? You want to go for a buy rather that's going to get you a bomb plant, that's going to get you that bonus cash, and then that will justify putting in more money here and now. Obviously, the risk is if you don't get that plant, you're in hot water. But this game is full of risks. And for FaZe, it's full of rewards, 13-11. And we're just seeing FaZe look ferocious right now. They're having a great game. The double orb is doing everything it needs to be here on the CT side of Mirage. Vitality seemingly with no answers.
Yeah, I mean, really, right? It's once we got onto this CT side and we had Olof and Brokey donning these, all this success has come in, right? Don't get me wrong, Brokey's been having a good game, but it feels supplementing that with a bit of Olaf Meister on his has just doubled down on this control the Orps are able to take. And with mid being such a focal point from Vitality, it's really given Olaf a lot of room to put up kills on his AWP. FaZe leaning 3 towards the A bomb site. They have conceded this mid control, so they have to be cognizant about these con wraps that Vitality have attempted time and time again.
Yeah, we got this flash for Apex. This is one you can't throw in a pug, right? He knows he's safe in middle, but it's a very dangerous position. Flash going over. Masuta's walked through the ramp smoke. He's going to tell his team to wait. He's got more space than they are ready for, but he's also got the bomb. It's been spotted. First kill comes in. Rain cleared from under, and Brokey back in the spawn has to hold strong.
Yeah, I think Apex might have crashed, if I'm being honest. It doesn't look like he's here.
Oh, yeah, that flash is not
Yeah, Masuta all alone in this one, trying to win it. He dies, and Apex alone in mid. I saw him when we cut to look. His hands aren't even on the keyboard, man. He's looking very frustrated. Knowing the kind of guy Apex is, knowing how into the game this dude gets, that is going to leave him in a rough headspace.
Yeah, I missed that player cam. I was looking at the feed, but like, yeah, that really sucks, man, because that could have changed everything, right? Just a flash over, dead when the round is already live. We'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, there was it looked like moments before that happened, there was a bit of nade damage done onto Shoxy, and I see the players talking about it in chat now, saying, yeah, damage was done.
Damn it.
That is super rough. Apex's PC crashed after damage was done in the round. So little tech pause while we get Apex rebooted and back in the server. You know, it was only on like a partial round. You can make that case, but still, like, you were exactly, and especially not on such an important round where Apex is meant to be throwing such an integral flash.
Yeah,
that is rough.
That is worst case scenario. Nothing you can really do about it, unfortunately. Vitality were the first to admit the damage had been done, and therefore the round does count for FaZe Clan, it seems. Yeah, and I mean, that's a loss for everyone. FaZe never want a caveat on their win. Not that you could really, throw that on at this point in the game. Like, they've earned their comeback. They've earned their rounds up until this point. And, that was, again, a half buy. You've still got the full gun round here for Vitality. If they can relax, get their heads back in the game, there's still hope here. This first map is not a lock-in for FaZe by any means of the word, but just the worst case scenario.
Yeah, it's not a good moment in the game to have experienced that, man. Not as well. As FaZe are like making this comeback happen, you're trying to go for some big hero, partial investment. And that happens. And to Apex of all people, like, I think if anyone was going to be affected by that, he's definitely the guy.
Yeah, I think we're readying back up. It looks like most players are ready to go. We'll find out in just a moment, though, at least.
Yeah, I see Apex in the server. He's bored up. So I imagine we're back to normal now. Yeah, team's calling ready. Freeze time cancelled. We're ready to get back into this one. Apex, welcome back to the server. We want a triumphant return from Apex, right? That's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping this has fired the guy up in all the right ways and not all the wrong ways.
Yeah.
This is Vitality's chance to deny 15 to FaZe Clan and give themselves a chance to still finish this in their favor in regulation.
Yeah, Kyojin taking mid. We got the glass orb for Zywoo. He's going to look for a B pick, post up perhaps. Olaf is there, though. He's getting boosted as well up on the balcony. Now deep angle getting taken for ZywOo. If Olaf walks in, he's a dead man, but he's got the pixel gap instead. There's nice info at a very little risk. If ZywOo tries to cross out, he needs to be extremely quick. Meanwhile, FaZe have double pushed the ramp. They've taken a lot of room. They know it's a B play. Olaf knows what he's walking into, and he's still pushing forward, trying to take down that AWP. Eventually, he gives it up, right? The call is in. Look at the minimap. Vitality are boxed into these apartments, and they have no idea.
Yeah, they don't realize how much FaZe Clan know. They're going to shut down the short wrap, and now Vitality have got to hit go, or else they're going to get wrapped onto. Karrigan with his AUG holds down the site, and Olaf not missing a beat. It's all left on to Shoxy, and that apartments wrap is about to come in. Twist surprises him. FaZe Clan up onto map point now. 15-11 and no money for Vitality.
Yeah, we were waiting, Harry. We were wondering, how long would it take for a Karrigan-led FaZe to, find their form back again and start to look like the team like they once did with him in the roster? Well, maybe sooner rather than later. This is quite a commanding lead for FaZe. A huge comeback. Remember, this is a 10-5 half for Vitality. FaZe never let go of the mouse. Quick shots in middle, Brokey won't connect, but Olaf, he's still here. He wants a piece of the pie. Vitality with a lot of players in middle as well. Got to watch out for that right side. He's going to get rushed up on the chair. Olaf gets out alive at least. Flashed himself back in, very keen, and he's going to hit the shot. That is obscene onto Kyojin. 15-11, and 4 more kills will put FaZe in map 2.
Yeah, and once again, it's this pesky double orb setup. Olaf managing to be so oppressive on this secondary orb. There's almost more of a spotlight on him than there's been on Brokey towards the end of this game. A man down now for Vitality. A last-ditch attempt into another one of these Conta A plays. Apex throwing the cursed flash. Will get it up and over this time around. Is it going to make the difference? It's not looking like it. He finally had a chance to party, and Apex all alone, cancelled out by Rain. FaZe Clan take the victory. They lock in Mirage. They go 1-0 up in this series now. Vitality are going to have to dig deep to pull this one back.
Hey Future Pros, back to Mirage with another smoke. This smoke is pretty situational, and one you definitely won't be throwing that often, but as always, knowledge is power. To do the smoke, jump onto the first crate at Tetris, find this incredibly obvious dark spot on the wall, and jump throw the smoke. By some wizardry, you will find that this is somehow smoked off stairs. This is a very easy smoke, and I hope you find yourself in a situation where you get to use it.
The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2021 has a lot of moving parts, and one of the big ones that we're excited to tell you about is the IEM Cologne POG Collection. That's right, if you're in Twitch chat right now, the time is for you to spam Poggers, because that's what we're here to talk about. Collect your piece of esports history by grabbing one of these rare Pogs with authentic player signatures, even though those are almost sold out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Champions of Cologne Legendary POG up for auction starting today at 6 p.m. CEST. It includes signatures of the winners of past Cologne tournaments as well. If you want to find out more, that's ESL.gg/POG-NFT. And that...
Are Pogs back?
POG has never gone
That
away.
is old school.
That's such a boomer thing. I had those in like the 3rd grade. Do we have slammers? Do they have like the... I had like a bubblegum scented slammer. It was cool.
Yeah, sorry, I just need to bring.
You had a whole situation.
We got very excited about it.
The levels is just hurtful. So there was a game that just got played, right? And it looks like FaZe found the rhythm that they needed to. Talk about their rhyme.
Look, for Vitality fans out there, the end of that game was very, very rough. This is how it is. It was really, really rough. The very fact that FaZe were able to string these 8 rounds back-to-back without even making it competitive in the slightest. Yeah. It looked like FaZe were one step ahead every time. We can talk about Olofmeister and his performance with the AWP. We can talk about Brokey as well. But what really struck me is how powerless Vitality were in their attempts to break through sites.
Yeah, that T side, it sucks so much because they had a good CT side, 10-5 at halftime. You put yourself in a good position just for your T side to let you down. And I mean, we were kind of talking about it. I feel like it hasn't changed much over like what? Like I feel like there's an 8-month period where this T side on Mirage specifically for Vitality has just been stale. And it's one of those T sides. We mentioned it yesterday in the Navi game, but we didn't really get to see it because they got smashed. It's just very gimmicky. It's like a lot of hopping through smokes, a lot of timing plays, a lot of distraction in mid. And if you know it's going to come, it's easy to deal with. And at this point, because it hasn't changed and because it is just mostly gimmicks and there's not really anything to take you away from that thought process, that's when defenses can really get an easy feel.
It feels very all or nothing. You know, you have that first gun round in mind where Vitality is just basically doing a B contact. They find the quick trades. They have the sides. It looks nice. It looks polished. But what you actually do realize as we go down the line is that there aren't really many situations where they play a nuanced approach, right? Where they try to get some trades and then they ponder their options, they regroup. It's either it works or it doesn't. Yeah. And that scares me for the top level of Counter-Strike. You think about the Gambits, for example, where they would have these moments where they are entre deux there, trying to get a fight. It doesn't work out. They pull back. They go for a second shot.
Did you just slip into French for like one word? Just for one word.
I'm checking at you to see if you guys realize what's happening right there.
Always paying attention. Hey, speaking of paying attention, there's a game going on Ancient right now between Furia and Heroic, also in the lower bracket.
How's that going,
Heroic
Trace?
lost to Astralis last night. Furia, well, they find themselves there, I guess. So,
what's the score?
Cadian, last one alive. It's 14-9 currently in the way of Heroic, and well, I guess it's 14-10 even because I'm a little delayed. Yeah, so spoilers.
Hey, Honda having a good game. I mean, let's not say good game. He's 16 and 17. I think the last time we saw him on the mainstream, we talked about he had like a 2-kill game or something like that. Yeah. So, I mean, it's good to see him at least improving as this event goes on, as he gets some experience under his belt. Shout out to the young man. Speaking
of experiences, they all vary. Now, on Dust 2, they're varied. So let's talk a little bit about that, Jason.
Yeah, Dust 2, this is one we kind of thought would be was kind of an interesting pick for Vitality to go into, considering like FaZe has picked it and obviously feels comfortable on it. I think this will be, man, you'd hope that this was a little bit loosened up for Vitality, that they don't kind of I don't know. I feel like I want to see some of these guys freed. I want to see Shox making some of the aggressive information plays that he does on Overpass that makes him effective. I want to see especially ZywOo with the AWP given time to just kind of chill at parts of the map and see if he can get a pick for you. You have the second best player in the world. You don't have to fall into like hard executes through smokes all the time. Give ZywOo some opportunities to find you some picks and open up the map.
Said second? You said second best player in the world?
Yeah, and I said it confidently without any
he's
issues.
like back-to-back best player in the world, you know.
Yeah, second best player in the world, I said.
Yeah. Okay, gentlemen, we'll let you handle this one off stream. For us, we're going to go to a break and come back with Dust 2 between FaZe and Vitality. Elimination on the line. The lower bracket is here. The lower bracket is now. And we're going to be right back after this break.
he's going to get that shot, and it has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air. Oh, he's got a big three. He takes every single one from nothing to the AWPAs.
I can't believe he's just done that.
Epics.gg official CSGO trading card. Collect your Epics on shop.eslgaming.com.
One time I was playing against Virtus.pro, and I did study their game a lot. And specifically, I was studying Pasha. Pasha was playing ramp at the time on Nuke. And I don't know, I had this feeling that Pasha would play boosted on the box, the left side box on ramp a lot. And there is this round, I think it was like deciding round, 14-11 for us, something like that. If I get this round, we're gonna win the game. And I'm like, guys, trust me, come B, he's gonna be boosted on the ramp. We went there, he wasn't boosted on the ramp, and there was another guy with him. And we all died, and we lost the game. So sometimes, yeah, some ideas or some convictions that you know what's going on or what's gonna happen doesn't go your way. But it's like that, it's the life of the in-game leader sometimes.
First time playing a major, when we qualified to Katowice like 2 years ago. We qualified to the first stage, and we were playing, remember, like we were playing in the old NAP, and like you press tab and it's like half a million people on the Go TV bot, you know, something like that. I remember like the first 3 rounds, we were playing Mirage, I was like the short player, and I was like, please don't come B. I'm not ready yet. They wait for like some 5 rounds, you know, and I remember like the game they won just pretty much doing nothing. They were just like punishing us, and I think everybody was, like the team was in a good stage, but everybody was so lack of experience that we were just giving like easy picks for the guys, and we're losing for ourselves.
For me, it was the first major for me because it was a dream to be on major. It was, and when I was disqualified, I was not happy about my performance because I give too much respect about major, and it was not a normal tournament. It's not, but when you take it, you need to take it like it's a normal game, you know. And I was not under pressure, but I was too much emotional, you know. I even on the team speak, I scream more than usually, and these little things. And after, when I realized I'm eliminated of my dream, it was difficult. Yeah.
The worst moments in my career was definitely playing ESL 1 New York versus Mouse Sports. I was honestly just like so miserable at that event because I was playing with like a flu, like fever flu, something like it was like really bad. Like I remember like I was on stage and like I was freezing to the point where I couldn't even like feel like my hands. I just remember just like playing beat us too, and they're just going just A every round, and the rounds just started catching up, and I'm just like, man, it's not like I just can't deal with this pain no more. We gotta close this out. It was obviously the most miserable experience, just playing on the stage, just being so sick and just playing. It was just the worst moment after. It's like after you lose like that, like alone, like it already sucks so bad, and then on top of that, you already have like a flu, and you're just like. One thing that's obviously not like with traditional sports, like, you know, with traditional sports, you have like so many different players that can just sub in and out, like come in and out. Like if I had the opportunity and I had like a player there that wanted to play, I would have definitely 100% not played that final and just called it, because like I was like.
I think the biggest advice is, as you're getting close to the winning moment, you kind of want to get there so much that you start speeding up things more than you should. You start overthinking things, or you start doubting yourself on plays that in a casual day, you just do it and you would win the game. So basically you start overthinking too much and speeding up things too much. So my tip would be, if you're close to the winning moment and you're still an experienced player getting there, try to forget all that, even though it's almost impossible to do it, but try to leave it out ahead and just think on what's the best play at this moment, what you do regularly. And if you don't know what it is, give it a time and let your teammates finish their job, you know?
baby. FaZe Clan taking on Team Vitality. It's a bit of Dust 2 in the mix. It's a little bit of the classic Dusty Musty. We all love it. Right now, FaZe Clan map up in the series after taking down Vitality on Mirage. We're hoping Vitality can bounce back and give us a series to marvel at. All these elimination games, the survival instinct is kicked in, and we've gotten these fantastic series out of them.
Yeah, fight or flight response definitely going to be in play here for Vitality, right? They felt like they had that one, you know, in the bag at a certain point, right? 10-5 half looked really, really good on the CT side. We swap over FaZe, they win a pistol, they start converting, they get the AWPs in, and that really is the beginning of the end there for Vitality. It's the double AWP, it's Brokey, it's Olof. They are just beasting right now. And now we head to, you know, another strong AWP map. Of course, we do have one of the best double AWPs in the world on the other team in Shox and ZywOo, but I wouldn't say they came to the same vein as did FaZe. So yeah, this is going to be a banger, Harry. You know, obviously recent results on FaZe on this map haven't been perfect, right? 20% win rate. However, what I will say is of those 5 games they've played, winning 1, every single game has gone to 29 or 30 rounds. So lots of very close losses on this map for FaZe Clan. Not something to marvel at, but they have got the, you know, the depth. They can get the rounds. It's just about closing them out on your opponent's map pick here and now.
Something that was really sick as well was the game we got out of legends like Olof, right? Just then he finishes 25 and 14. Well, he went 13 and 12 over on the T half. He went 12-2 CT side with that secondary AWP. So, you know, you talk about the kind of impact that secondary AWP was having. Olof definitely showed up and was instrumental to that victory for FaZe. This round fast for Vitality. This game's beginning in quite an explosive fashion. They're quick down the catwalk and in towards this A bomb site, but they lose Shoxy at long. Rain and Carrigan try and set each other up. The flash is in from Carrigan. Rain's picking players off from afar, and this round might come falling apart now with the bomb dropped into T-spawn. It's FaZe Clan, a dominant start. All 5 stay alive to begin the pistol.
That was gross, man. That was absolute filth. Just headshots on the cat cross. And Vitality, like, I've got to feel for them a little bit here. You know they're pissed that they lost the last map. You know they're not happy with the crash as well on that eco round on the A-pop. Like, lots of things to get in the way for Vitality. Lots of reasons to experience dismay. But they can't afford to let that change anything here in this BO3 series. As said, elimination on the line. And now with FaZe taking a pistol on Vitality's map pick, ooh-wee. This could get out of control very quickly. Flash out mid for the French side. They pop. Up cat, they set their sights. Xbox smoke and let them cross. FaZe are back in a double B. Oi, oi, Mizuta. From here, you can throw that door smoke or a CT smoke. Looks like the door one, though. And so faking out somewhat of a B play. We'll see if they double back to it. Apex is leaving, though, so it looks like this A commitment, fake getting sold, and now Vitality run amok.
Yeah, Brokey's at least got the information now that this was a ruse, that this is an A play. Carrigan spots the one lurk player on his push through long doors. Although this is a little bit weird now for FaZe. They know there's a player lurking, and a part of you wants to deal with him before you commit to the retake. However, he would send you on a wild goose chase instead. FaZe Clan are just rushing down this A bomb site and getting all the kills. Masuta still on Cat and Apex, the lurker on this very late play out through long doors. However, FaZe are on the site with everyone alive. There's nothing he can do. It's another flawless round out of FaZe. A great A-side retake setup that they kind of get forced into on the fly. They recommit to retaking A. And they get a flawless round from it, mate.
Yeah, not even like a cat retake as well, just coming up from CT, right? Twist starts it off. And, you know, Apex, like, there's not really much he can do there. If he dies early, if he tries to play any earlier in the round, like, he's just dead to that mid-crunch that FaZe do after they realize it's an A play. And so Apex stalls as long as he really can in that round, and it still doesn't change the outcome. 5 alive and 2-0 up with Vitality yet to frag. Maybe the Deagles could offer some assistance. Brokey hit for 1 through the wall. I think he's all fine and dandy. Vitality just looking for headshots, something crispy in this round. They have 1 smoke on ZywOo to try and get them into a bomb site. On a map like D2, Ooh, without those flashes, these rifles are going to be trained at range. Got a long player in the form of Carrigan. He might have some support from Brokey's scout as well, coming back from the long side. Here's the contact play again. Said no flash, and so Carrigan, it's a field day. 2 kills, another scout can help out Brokey with another, and he should be able to finish off the round. I say that too soon as Mizuta hits a couple of deep shots.
Oh my goodness.
And now there's a chance.
Yeah, this is getting interesting here, Hugo. I kind of got a little feeling about this one with Mizuta kind of, ooh, you know, getting fancy with it, getting fancy with this Deagle. I see Mizuta doing that, and I'm thinking, well, then what can Shoxy do with his in this post plant? He's backed up to long. Shox is the guy who's going to have to win this round. He's got to finish what Mizuta started. Shox swung from rain and put immediately in the dirt. So nice start from Mizuta with that double D kill over at long. However, it's still a retake for FaZe. You do have this investment coming in now for Vitality, and there's lots of money behind it, thanks to bomb plants in every one of these rounds since the pistol. Brokey's donning his AWP, and with this much cash, you can bet ZywOo's bringing his out right away.
Absolutely, and yeah, ZywOo's going to have his work cut out for him here today, right? It was definitely the case back on Mirage.
Oh, I'm also interested to see what's going on with the AWP, second AWP for FaZe, because oftentimes we see Twists take it on this map.
Yeah, towards that B side. I guess we'll see, right? It's not in yet. It's not like FaZe need it out of the gate. They know they can grab a double AWP if they kill ZywOo here as well. So let's see how this one goes. Brokey getting chased, challenged. It's up to Rain to spray down 2. Brokey gets out with his life, and Carrigan has even won his fight along as well. So this has gone very, very well for FaZe. 4 on 3. Vitality going to regroup, trying to go for this B hit. Plenty of time on the clock, so in no hurry. Seeing if FaZe make the mistake of going for information here, there is no need. Brokey back on the bomb site. Carrigan still tasked with long, and 2 players to assist at that B site means Vitality. I guess they're walking in favored in numbers, but not much else. It's awkward as well because Misuta's low, but really, do you want to swap ZywOo off the AWP? Not really. Re-smoke at B is going to cause problems because the slower, you know, Vitality now go, the more FaZe realize they're probably just sitting behind the smoke. If we don't see them anywhere for 15 seconds, we got to watch out on our B site. Twist, careful, bud. Pushed up in the smoke. Olaf might even flash him in.
This is ballsy from Twists. He's just committed to fighting. Like, okay, yeah, now he gets the info that both players are here. The molly from Olaf is perfectly timed. It slows down the push. They've got to commit. They've got to get in, and Shox will land the shot to open up this B site. ZywOo trying to catch players on the cross is cancelled out by Brokey, and now it's all on Shox. 10 seconds, or 15 rather. Still has a little bit of time left to play with, but it's very, very close with the swing. First kill found. Now just Carrigan left to beat, and he can't get past him. Carrigan will see it through. FaZe up onto 4. And Vitality, it's back to the drawing board. Great stuff out of Twists, catching that player in tunnels, getting the info that both players are there. Olaf might not have got any kills, but he buys a crucial few seconds, right? When you see that round coming down to the final 10 seconds, making all the difference, the tiny bit of time that Olaf was able to buy and make them have to slow on up and doubt themselves a bit, it proves to be instrumental.
Yeah, really annoying Molotov. And poor ZywOo, he was just holding that cross. If he kept on the scope, he should have had Brokey dead. But as soon as he unscopes, he gets peeked by Brokey as well.
Not to mention, right, if that molly didn't come in, there could have been a world where ZywOo is actually on that angle before Brokey. Yeah. Brokey is only posted because of the delay. So this is all just little tiny things, right? These little second decisions that can make all the difference in how a round plays out.
Yeah, and they're all playing in the favor of FaZe right now. If Mirage comeback wasn't good enough, a 4-0 lead on Vitality's map pick, well, that's something for FaZe.
I mean, dude, something else I'll say is that like a lot of teams that Carrigan have has joined, they've always looked to integrate Dust 2 into their pool in a pretty big way, right? And once again, you look at like some of the core components of this squad. You look at how FaZe like to, you know, where they like to dance before with Nico on this team. Think about him. He's a great Dust player. So I think it makes a lot of sense that they're still able to look good here on this map. over at long. Masuta finally going to take an opening kill for Vitality, and it's Carrigan on the receiving end of it.
Brokey back in the bomb side, it's getting awkward, it's getting claustrophobic, and he's getting pushed from both sides. Still hitting 2 shots is Brokey, holding strong for FaZe Clan. Bomb's got to make it across though. Rain dealing with that. Going back to Cat is Masuta, or Olaf rather, and Shox takes him down. Through the smoke goes Rain, no fear, and Twist is going to trade to win the round. I love that for FaZe, right? They realize Vitality only have 1 smoke for the cross. That gives them such a big gap. That gap is usually enough to jump over, to get T's into the bomb site, but then they just run past it. They forget about the gap, and FaZe stab them right in the spine.
And you know, it has been a treat, because as they're off to this great start, FaZe feel like they're transitioning from a team that were like this big underdog, where we were all kind of surprised with what we were getting out of them in the play-in, in the early stages of groups. Now they're like in their stride. They're starting to look like a team that's all on the same page, that know what each other are doing, man. That little double play from Twists and Rain is beautiful in CT. That wins them the round. And they're up 5-0 here on Dust 2 to begin Vitality's map pick. There's no ignoring this scoreline. An eco looming for Vitality, or a partial buy, I guess, with loss bonus banked up. But still, man, these partial investments, they're really hard to rely on as a T side. B rushes can sometimes be your friend, can sometimes not. They're a bit up in the air. The Cat plays, you're really hinging on like a Deagle winning a fight into the site there. Long feels like it's kind of off the cards, right? That's a bit of a lost fight before it even begins. They are grouped up towards this side of the map, but I imagine this is for Cat control. A lot of teams like to run these... A lot of teams like to run these Cat execs in these eco rounds.
How long they go. Carrigan's just going to mow down, and Vitality are suddenly eviscerated, left with just a couple of players. It will be a nice, quick, and clean affair for FaZe against the Pistols. And man, you've got to give credit to how clean some of these rounds are. Look at the death counters on FaZe. The max is 3 right now over on Brokey. Everyone else 2 and 1. They're barely giving Vitality kills. I wouldn't be too happy right now if I'm Vitality, right? And just in the way that Mirage fell apart, it feels like that has gotten to them. That's in their heads. That's in the back of the mind. And now with every round going by in favor of FaZe, all you're thinking about is elimination from Clan.
And I've seen, you know, I saw, I think it was Launders say, Carrigan needs to frag a bit more. That's what he tweeted. That was the words. And look at this. He's getting exactly what he asked for. 10 kills in this one. Carrigan's been key at holding down the long side. And this round, Twists on that secondary AWP. We wanted to know who was going to take it out of him and Olaf. It is Twists donning it. He opens the round up.
Forget the caster's curse, it's the caster's blessing. And yeah, Carrigan's not complaining. 4 on 4. There are options open for Vitality. They're going to go back to B, and I like the call. They've still got the long control, so it can be faked out here for now, but not going to stay there forever. Kyojin will leave position and group back in the T-spawn. So some time will be taken for Vitality to get set up here in this round. Still got Shox in middle. He can throw a mid to B. Can come out on a late lurk. His double up is here, by the way, Harry. Twist running his. Catwalk is his domain. Shock's got to be very careful. There's that door smoke, and now here they go.
Yeah, the B-rush coming in, but Olaf, he's tucked just in time. He goes unchecked. Only good for the first kill. Is that going to make a difference here for FaZe? Brokey posted up in window. If he can take a player down as they're crossing into the site, it would be huge. They're trying to think of a way to get a kill out of this AWP. It's going to prove instrumental if they can get it. The boost doesn't provide anything. Apex up close to the door as well. And a double AWP left in this retake. You might consider saving. You're going to give it a look in, see if you can find anything. But if this first kill doesn't go your way, you're backing out of the round. So FaZe, it's all on this fight. Carrigan traded after 1, and with Kyojin tipping the scales back in the advantage of Vitality, Brokey is just trying to hold on to this AWP, I imagine. Up close, Apex going to find him. And Vitality do get there first on the back of a B rush.
Yeah, that was a must-win round, right? I mean, all of these really are at this scoreline with elimination just round the corner. So Vitality, they break the streak. They break the curse of FaZe.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame, man. You just needed something out of Brokey there, really, right? Him and Olaf holding that B site. Olaf doesn't play the trigger discipline. He just takes the first kill when it's available. And with that being the case, you really needed Brokey to offer up some kind of assistance.
And there's a window back in for Vitality, right? Like, you win all these rounds on FaZe, right? And suddenly you lose one. Well, Vitality have been not getting huge amounts of kills, but at least in the round prior to that, they did. So FaZe's money is far from perfect. Got players that can buy rifles, but is that temptation enough for everyone to commit? Or will it just be one eco and coming in with your full buy and the follow-up? Looks likely for FaZe. But okay, Vitality, they've brushed the dust off. And they're picking up the pieces here on this T side. One found. Spawns for long getting taken. The fast corner smoke as well for Apex even landing. And not much to play with here for FaZe. They're going to gamble stack B.
Yeah, mid aggro out of Carrigan. This is a nice position for him to find himself in. He can catch long players as they fall back out of the long area. However, they're committing right now, and this is proven to be kind of misinformation for FaZe. They're believing in this A play because Carrigan hasn't seen anything on his mid aggro. And so now with the push coming in, these two players doing a great job of selling that fake into the site. Rain digs out one, but the bomb's now down on B. The penny's going to drop for FaZe Clan. They get the guns out of the round, so that's something for them to hold on to at least. But it is a second round on the board for Vitality.
And not much to say there for FaZe. I mean, they're happy that they get guns out of it at least. It's going to bolster their buy in the follow-up, right? Not a huge amount of loss bonus. But regardless, Vitality, they're happy with the round. B seems to be the solution for them for now. Winning back-to-back rounds on that bomb site. Nice little fake. And there's still hope, right? There's still room for a recovery here for Vitality. I'm glad to see them at least showing us something here and not getting, in their own heads. Exits are good, taking anything you can away from FaZe here, but they still keep 2 AKs.
Oh, look at this. Over on the B stream, Furia versus Heroic is going the distance on Ancient. While our first map is done and in the past, and we're well and truly into the second, they're still on this Ancient grind with a potential of more overtimes to come by the looks of things. This game, though, ZywOo opens it up, wrecking Olaf on his jump across at the mid doors. This might spur Vitality on for a B commitment. You've dealt with this B player, right? Olaf, you've seen him there round after round. You know that he's always in this site. And so they're going to move on in. FaZe might just be left to save on the back of that one kill on the crossing player.
Yeah, seems like that will be the call. They're going to realize it very quickly as well. They're hoping that this doesn't happen, but now with all the noise, all the nades starting to land, it's clear as day for FaZe. Oh, that could have been the kill that tempts them back into a 4-on-4 retake. Without it, there is no way in hell FaZe are considering this round.
Yeah, if you're wondering there, right, you might be looking at this and you might be saying, oh, well, why didn't FaZe send more players to B after losing Olaf on the cross, right? That's so often what you kind of expect to happen. And I think that was Carrigan trying to cool Vitality's bluff, essentially, right? It's so common that if someone dies on the cross, you try to pad that B site out with maybe the AWP player from mid. Maybe you rotate one of the A guys who leans towards CT towards that B site as well. And so I get the idea that Carrigan was almost, banking on the fact they're not just going to commit to the fast B after getting that kill on the pick. Instead, try to work a bit more map control. Maybe you could have recuperated those losses if Vitality did that. However, they do just take that full B commitment and they reap the reward, 3-6.
I mean, it's a nice, reverse psychology there for FaZe, but like being real, Vitality's only rounds have been on B. So if they get the B pick, they are tempted. They're more than happy in risking those rotates and running into what could be a stack. Because still at the end of the day, it's going to be a weak stack. There's only so many bodies you can throw over to B. Don't want to lose everything you have. So here we go, 6-3, and Vitality not done yet. Starting to show some form after all. Lots of util out on longs. I was going to get flashed back. Vitality holding the B tunnels, and the bomb is free to roam wherever it pleases with their early map control getting denied. Gonna have to go elsewhere, take the catwalk eventually. ZywOo's just keeping protection over middle. Twist orbing on this map, you called it correctly, Harry, over Olof. Definitely position-based. And he is really lethal with this. We've seen aces from this from Twist in this position in this tournament. So let's find out if the Orb can continue to keep it up. It's only a lurker, but he is trapped on the right side. The rest of Vitality up here on catwalk.
Yeah, the nades are nice though, right? You've tagged a few of these players down. Those soften them up for the M4 of Olof. Carrigan, this is a very big test of him here, and he's good for the first couple that make it past that smoke. Big double out of Carrigan. ZywOo has eluded that Molotov, getting ahead of it. He's now, Shoxy with this timing as well. I think Twist has heard him. This is a very, very weird round. Shox is out in the B site, but this bomb is trapped up on catwalk. Shox is trying to thin out these numbers. They lose Apex though, and with that kill, the bomb is now cut loose. They know where Shox is, and they know that ZywOo was up here on Cat as well. They've got the info. There's 10 seconds for ZywOo, not enough time to get that bomb and get it planted. It's a FaZe Clan. There's the response. 7 on the board. Back in with a round. Big double out of Carrigan to make it happen. And then to top it all off, the Orb holds his own over at B. Great return to form from FaZe, and we see Vitality try something that isn't one of these B plays, and once more, it doesn't go their way.
Yeah, and that's only going to further sell the idea that they're going back to B, right? So FaZe is definitely going to be ready for that. That will be something called here by someone. Watch your B-bomb site. Although long spawn's getting taken here for Vitality, right back in. They won't rush it. Mollies are there, but late smoke, late flash, and out go these T's running wild. We've got the kills coming in. Carrigan's only good for one this time around, but Brokey's given room to escape back to safety, back to the site. At least set up in a 4-on-4. Last time we had this, Vitality reset B, and maybe they wanted to, but Olof has just denied the mid player, peeking in aggressively. So now FaZe is still the advantage right back. Any hope to set up for this mid to B play has been denied for now.
Yeah, you know, it's all taking place so early in the round, right? Oh, another kill. 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock as of right now. And Vitality down to 2 at the long side. They're creeping up. FaZe still grouped with bodies here in the A-bomb site. So many fights taking place in the opening stages, and so many of them benefiting this FaZe squad has left Vitality leaning on ZywOo and Kyojin. ZywOo, first kill will be found on this Orb. That's giving Kyojin the room to get the bomb planted, and ZywOo through the smoke has rid us of another. However, Rain has kind of mixed matters up. He approaches ZywOo with an air of confidence about him, pushing that smoke and leaving it all on Kyojin, who's mollied out of the site. Death to Vitality in this round here. FaZe Clan up onto 8. All in all, the fact that you get a bomb plant out of that, you're able to kind of work it into a round that felt doable is impressive. I think that Rain really is the difference maker. A lot of players kind of lose their confident streak when they try to face ZywOo. Rain is not one of them. He rushes that long smoke. He pushes through at the crossroads. And ZywOo never even considered that as a possibility.
Yeah, lovely util from Olof as well, right? While Rain has all the attention, he's taking one, he's jumping. Olof, he gets an HE, dunks, and then a Molotov to finish the job. So, yeah, a really nice round for FaZe again, just getting more retakes on this A site. It's been their bread and butter. And, you know, Vitality, you're not at a point in the game anymore where you're like, oh, that was close. It was a 3-on-5. We made it interesting. No, you need rounds. You desperately need rounds. FaZe are about to sweep the half. If they can pick up another gun round here and put Vitality on eco, 10-3 would be inevitable. And you know where it goes from there. Apex just trying to keep it together. And so are the rest of his roster. Where do we go from here? No more spawns getting taken. Lower will be cleared. ZywOo's providing overwatch from the top of middle. FaZe are leaning B. You know they're reading into this one again, right? Trying to get ahead of this stack, or get ahead of this B bomb site attack, which has been the only thing working for Vitality.
Yeah, and I mean, Vitality, you know, they're back on this mid control. They've got all that again.
It's very tense, isn't it?
It is very tense. It is very tense. I feel tense.
Yeah. Everyone clenching, 10 players.
Oh, I suddenly feel less tense.
Twist at the back of B with the orb. Apex needs to be careful if he wants to sell something here. His team aren't really with him, but we might see them drop back off of this cat play right into an eventual mid to B. There's the call going in. So, you know, already confirmed for the cat players. Here's this triple B to hold strong. Rain with the first, doubles up before he's gone, and there's still 2 more at the back of the bomb site. This lurk out tunnels will be denied by Twist, and ZywOo is here as well, but he's a little late. He's a little lost, and he's all alone.
Oh, yeah. ZywOo, what can he even begin to do? There's that first kill found. Into the site he goes. ZywOo up into the face of Twists, in with a double. And now a 1 versus 2 to try and find. Oh, ZywOo a third. Oh, there it is. The 1v4 from ZywOo. The game puts up round number 4 on the board for Team Vitality.
Oh, that's not a round FaZe will be happy with. Oh my God, ZywOo. Those are the rounds you'd need him to win, right? You pray for him to win, but I can't believe he's actually got it past the keeper. A B stack, they were all there. FaZe are more than ready. Look at these shots. No room for error for ZywOo. But when would he ever make a mistake? Oh my God. That'll get the blood pumping, and that'll break the money. If there was any way back into this game for Vitality, it might be off the back of that clutch alone. ZywOo looking to continue taking names. Oh, it's the USP to take him down this time. Apex covers, but FaZe, please don't win this round. I won't be allowing it. It's a 2-on-2. They're pushing mid. They're trying to grab guns.
Yeah, and Vitality can't actually watch for this, right? If you had more bodies, you could at least keep an eye on the weapons dropped in mid. But now a 2-on-2 on a USP round after ZywOo just 1v4'd them. Maybe they could find something. The molly denies the plant for the time being. This is given even more seconds to FaZe Clan. And I like this little note as well. Rain throws the Molotov from short. Well, now he's completely backed off, taking up long control instead. With Olaf now flashing out of CT, they're trying to make Vitality believe they know where these players are. So Masuta, blindsided, never knew about Long. It's left onto Shoxy, a clutch of his own. First man out, Olaf still to find. It's a clash of the 2 Titans in this A-bomb site, and Olaf up and over, misses his first chance, but not the second, and the USP round comes in for FaZe Clan. A bit of a taste of your own medicine, ZywOo. Yeah, you win an unlikely round, but then FaZe come in with vanilla pistols and send you packing.
Oh my goodness, FaZe. That is unacceptable. Twist began that. He double dinks ZywOo onto the AWP with a USP, for crying out loud. That's just for FaZe. Like you said, the double back from Rain, it was being considered by Masuta. And then the second he looks away, the second he stops thinking about Long, with Olaf throwing the flash and Spawn getting his attention, that's when Rain peaks. Could not have gone better for FaZe. The clutch in the 1v1 with the orb. And FaZe are laughing all the way to the bank. They have saved their money. They've saved their CT side. And they have not let Vitality get room back in. That was a chance at a level game. Instead, it feels like anything but. Twist to start onto Masuta. We've only got 3 rifles in this one for Vitality. Desperation calls. Oh no, what? That was just through the smoke. That was just random. There is a response. Apex will at least keep us laughing on both sides. And now he goes on his own. He's got the bomb. There's 2 CTs here.
Oh no! He did have the bomb, Hugo, you're right. And he thought that maybe he could give it a bit of a look in with Twists here on this orb. You should know better.
Yeah. FaZe win 1 eco and they go back to this triple B because, again, it's really been all Vitality have been able to convert. So, yeah, Apex thinks 1 kill might be the B site cleared up. It is nothing like it. ZywOo has grabbed a package through the smoke and left, but, again, you're asking really for the impossible.
Yeah, but then again, you know, it's one of these rounds. ZywOo and Shox are both individually incredible clutch players, right? So when you have them together in situations like this, they're always good at getting more out of them than maybe they should be allowed to. And even finding the space in this round to have set up a bomb plant in a 2-on-4 is a good example of that. Now with a kill for Shoxy coming in, we get this idea that, you know, ZywOo and Shox are not ready to write this round off yet. They're still giving it everything they've got.
Yeah, Shox is just doing it all on his own. 2 kills. ZywOo's got the plant. He sat on it as well like a turret, waiting for them to come his way. Rain's cleared long. It's a long way to go, though. He's got to worry about this cross. He's going to make it. ZywOo using the smoke and Rain jumping up inside of it. ZywOo's doing the same. He's got his back turned. Rain with a freebie. Short, plant, and Rain gets them all. Retake his one after all for FaZe Clan, double digits. A very nice attempt from Shox and ZywOo in the 2v4, but not meant to be.
It's really spooky, the consistency with which Rain is able to be the guy to like step up and make these rounds happen, right? It was him who, when ZywOo last time around was picking up momentum in the A bomb site, put a stop to him, if you remember. Yeah. Wins out a 1v2. He's done something similar now here, where even though he had a teammate, Brokey wasn't really helping here, right? He's locked in CT. You saw him actually jump shot in the guy on Cat just moments ago.
Yeah.
But Rain is having a hell of a game. Like he's been so pivotal to this 10-4 scoreline. Can't be understated the impact that this guy's been having. And Karrigan is also on a tear, opening this round up with a double and even catching more as they cross towards the pit. It's a lot of damage for Karrigan. He set his team up well to take an 11-4 half.
Oh dear, it's a mess. Brokey, how's he still alive? I don't know. Finally dead. Just trick shotting, having fun with it, and they're going to clean up the half. No question about it for FaZe. It's domination here on Dust 2, 11-4 at the end of the first. It's Vitality's map pick, and it might be their last here at IEM Cologne. Elimination only 5 rounds away.
FaZe Clan fans around the world are rubbing their hands together right now with a look of anticipation on their faces. Long have they waited. It's been years since they had a team that they could really rally behind. But here at IEM Cologne, FaZe are looking to do something remarkable. A potential 2-0 over Team Vitality, 11-4 on Vitality's map pick, and now beginning the T side. We've had a couple of bright sparks for Vitality. We had that 1v4 out of ZywOo. We've had big rounds out of guys like Kyojin and Masuta back on Mirage. But now more than ever, we need someone to start to take matters into their own hands for Vitality.
Yeah, and it's going to have to be soon as well. Here come FaZe, fast as ever up the catwalk. They're all 5 ready to go. 3 CTs in position, but that long player is going to get locked in on a fight that will never be coming. FaZe are dropping spawn, no smokes, no warning. Flash pops over default, and they get closer. Masuta overwhelmed, and Shox on the side needs to put up a fight. He does. 2 dead. With the bomb dropped, he's finally caught from catwalk. There's still hope here, but stuck in spawn is Brokey. Karrigan's going to meet him there, but ZywOo and Apex will pick up the pieces of the round. Vitality finding a pistol. It's all they ever wanted. It's all they ever needed. And now the comeback is in the back of their heads. Or probably in the forefront.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I know that y'all have been paying close attention over the last few days. And I know I don't need to tell you the Zonic quote because you've already got it tattooed on your forehead, right? So, I mean, it's a world where comebacks can happen at a scoreline like this. It's not terribly uncommon.
Yeah, we've seen FaZe bottle this exact scoreline this tournament already. Was it on Dust too? I think it may have. No, I think it was on Nuke. But in that Astralis game, they had an 11-4 that they lost in OT. It was Nuke.
It was Nuke.
It was
okay,
Nuke, yeah. But, you know, this is the Vitality that yesterday took Na'Vi, the #2 team in the world, all the way to a 3-mapper. They stole Overpass. They had a competitive final map of that series. You know, Vitality were looking really, really good yesterday. And so I think even more credit needs to go to FaZe to, you know, if they are able to take this win in the way it looks like they might. That being said, I'm getting ahead of myself. The anti-eco is clean as can be for Vitality. However, FaZe not forcing. And that's a big change in and of itself, right? Like, FaZe don't play Deagle armor. They just want the guns ASAP. They know they're only a few rifle rounds away from that next match, rather.
Yeah, I mean, the way that they're looking at this is, as I say, like with eyes of anticipation. You know, you want to bring your rifles out as fast as you can. So often we see FaZe attempt force buys. They've got some very complete Deagle players here, right? Yeah. Guys like Rain, remarkable with that gun. But when you're ahead like this, when you're 11-4 at the half, you're wanting to take the reins of the economy. You're wanting to take control of the game, back off of Vitality as fast as you can in this second half. FaZe are grouping for a mid to B play, so Vitality are going to get dealt one of these for the first rifle round of this second half.
Yeah, Rain in middle, going up catwalk first, maybe just trying to sell something here up on A. Kyojin's on the big flank though. He's pushed up on the long, and now he's got this backstab available. Easy peasy. Rain dies on A as well. Now you just got to commit to the crunch. It's a triple B push. Shox dropping the nade or the flash at the right time as well. Everyone's blind, but they've still got to go. Shox baiting for Masuta. They won't clear him. He gets 1.5. Shox just looking to finish the job now. Low health on Olof. Brokey trying to cover, but he's not giving up the kill. They need to hunt him down, and Olof eventually does. Somehow living in that fight has given FaZe a fighting chance. Everyone needs to hit their shots. Brokey has.
A 2-on-2, it's Olof and Brokey. Apex is on this fast tunnels wrap. This could be huge as Olof isn't holding it, but now they know about him. Apex is blind, and Olof dead at the hands of ZywOo.
Wow.
It is a damn good attempt at what was for a moment there a 2-on-5 out of those two guys. They get it down to even odds, but unfortunately, with how much damage they've taken, with how battle-scarred they are, they can't long out these fights. That flash was perfect.
Right.
It almost felt like it was going to happen. But in the end, Vitality are on to 7.
Yeah, really nice pre-fire from Apex. He knew where Brokey was. Very low as well. And okay, now we've got to rely on the Deagles, Harry. Now we've got to see what, you know, FaZe are packing in their pockets. Are they just happy to see us? We'll have to find out. Twist has a scout. Still sitting in spawn watching these crossing players, but no one's making any moves just yet. That smoke's still in middle anyway. Back to B for Shox. FaZe not ready with a wealth of util either. Rain has smoke flash. Looking like they want the A site. At the back of which we've got Apex ready with a flashbang on the palm tree, or at least he was. Now just taking a headshot angle on default, and yeah, this should be Vitality winning this round, right? Especially with the info they're gaining as time goes on. Shox has cleared B. Now they know what's up completely at the 50-second mark, and FaZe have to commit.
Yeah, they've been re-smoked, so they're just going to try go through, and this might be a bit of a slaughter in an A. ZywOo and Apex lighting them up. No short exec today. And Vitality continue building into this second half. Now, thus far from FaZe, one of the things that's been a bit of a problem for them is that when these pushes have come in, they've been pretty slow and they've been lacking map control anywhere else. While Vitality have been very, very keen on pushing and taking info away, right? You think about Kyojin pushing long in the first rifle round and uncovering and disrupting that mid fake. That round there, Shox takes tunnels control and allows for fast rotations into A. It means those A players know to keep bombarding Cat with util as well. Fast out long this time. Apex dead in pit.
How?
And now Kyojin also falling at the hands of Rain. As mentioned, this guy is one of the big reasons that FaZe are in this position. And so he's secured them quite the start to this round.
My God, lights out precision for Rain as well. He should have been dead on the first fight, let alone the second tap from the pit. Okay. FaZe go quiet. They've got long. They know Vitality are hungry for info. They're hungry for anything. And Vitality have made the right read, at least for now. 3 players up on A. They reboost Catwalk, so they are going to have some map control in this round. That will set Shox up for a retake. You'll notice Vitality have so much util. Shox is dumping some of it on short, but if they can save some for the bomb, they should be able to stall FaZe out. Talking of stalling, that's exactly what FaZe are doing. They will eventually commit to this A site. Vitality will have all the eggs in the right basket. Flash for the cross. Masuta going through. They're all blind. Masuta as well. By ZywOo. That's not what they wanted. The trades are in, and they all favor FaZe. That's a real problem. The flash was beautiful, but Vitality threw one too many. Full whited their own teammate.
Mate, not only that, Karrigan, while fully blinded, like we saw how good that flash was, while fully blind, he deals with the player, pushing with that flashbang.
Look at these entries as well. This is Rain beginning the round. Talk of flashes, well, it was Karrigan again set up there onto Rain to get him that opener. A kill he never really should have had.
Right, this round right now is so important for FaZe because
Rain forgot his gun.
It can help you dodge so much awkwardness if you win this round, right? You kind of put a stop to any hope of a Vitality comeback, you would like to think, by breaking the money.
Uh-oh, they're pushing B, and FaZe are holding it. Masuta, he's not committed. He's even got cover from the back of the site on this wide peak, but it could get problematic. Oh, Masuta wins the fight. Broky's going to have to trade, and so now we're back into a 4-on-4, but these positions are only going to favor FaZe. They're cutting off rotations. Karrigan, top of the board, and taking down Apex on that leave. 4-on-3 now. One man alone trapped at the B bomb site in the corner.
Yeah, and Karrigan knows, right, on the back of seeing the fashion in which he catches that player in mid, he knows he's disrupting rotations right now. He knows Vitality are getting desperate, and he's hit this timing to get up onto the catwalk. Kyojin's long wrap could be big, could be huge, but Rain ready for it. Oh, readiness is apparently only half the deal, man. Kyojin's still alive. Will he be able to save this round after all? No, Brokey, devastating. Now a smoke down in mid. Vitality have at least read this situation well. They've put both players back on the A site already. Karrigan, so low, just dodging the shots from Shox. He can't outstay his welcome. ZywOo's had to go back to B. Look at the mind games here. FaZe and Vitality are both trying to figure out where the other ones are going to be ahead of time. And Shox has now got the info that it is indeed this A play. He's wrapping long, and he's very, very fast on this long flank. Will FaZe be ready for it?
Oh, they need the cover right now, and Shox pinpoint right to the head of Brokey. Now Twist trying to take the AWP out. He's got aggressive. Catches ZywOo on the corner. Twist now sitting on the site, waiting. The shadow is spotted. Twist drops in, and Shox is getting close up, but Twist won't let him win. 13-8. FaZe Clan, another one. And this is getting a little bit out of control for Vitality now, and not just in the money department. What a call for FaZe to recommit to A. You could see the second they killed Kerrigan
the mind
on his
games
own,
in
right?
that round.
The read for Vitality is there's no way they go back up A. They've lost all their real estate. We know they have the tunnels. That's the only position they have. Go back, stack B. Both CTs rotate after that kill from Shox, and that just gives FaZe the room they need to win the round.
And, you know, we said, like, for FaZe, if they wanted to dodge a lot of awkwardness, if they really wanted to propel themselves towards a game-winning situation, this is it, if you've ever seen one, right? You've got Vitality's money up against the wall. That's not only great for getting you this 14th round, it means if you win this next rifle round, Vitality are broken up against 15 with elimination on the line. This is a perfect scenario for FaZe Clan. This is right where they want to be.
Yeah, they've just got to finish the job, right? Kick them while they're down. Trapped at long is one, but Brokey does survive through the fire, killing Apex with the Beagle, and there's not much left in the tank for Vitality, but the pistols might be enough. We saw FaZe with this exact round. Don't tell me it can go back the other way. Kyojin's grabbed a gun in a filthy little headshot angle. He's trying to find them. The pre-fire to Twist puts him on 5. The molly pushes him even further forward, but he still lives. And they sit on the bomb. Meanwhile, Brokey's taking the space inside of A, but Vitality are coming back to check it out.
Yeah, they're very, very cognizant of this. Masuta doesn't have armor. Aim punch wrecks him, but there's Kyojin with the trade.
Don't you dare.
It's still hanging in the balance. USP round was found for FaZe in the first half. We might have another at a more important time for Vitality. Will FaZe make the B call happen? Will they commit to the B play? It starts to look like it. This bomb on the back of Olaf rotating. Now the AWP spotting a player crossing middle, has seen Kyojin, and Twist has got to start the rotation because Olaf is left in a 1v1.
Oh, no,
Kyojin drops the bomb, and that there is the round decided. It's a USP round for Vitality to take 9, and so forget everything we were saying.
Wow, what a play for Kyojin, man. Poor Olaf, you know, he realizes with Twist so far away, there's 10 seconds. He's got a 1v1 at B. If he goes for the plant, he's going to get hunted down. Kyojin would definitely throw his life into that one. And the only way that Olaf can win is grab that kill, get a plant in, and then by that point, Twist is there to help. That is a mess for FaZe. But they've, you know, been on the other side of it themselves. They know what it's like. Oh my god, if there was a way back into this map, Vitality may have just provided it. Solo AWP on Twist, saved on. Gonna look to try and pick up a B kill. The rest of his team on Deagles following. But no frag found. A smoke in the tunnel. And FaZe are gonna have to work harder than that. It's an awkward timing for Vitality in middle. They don't know that FaZe are out. Kerrigan, ooh, running amok. He's got the bomb as well. Got to be careful. Zaibu will dodge it. If you want to come get it, say Vitality, and so FaZe will have to up catwalk instead. They have nothing to play with but this AWP, and Zaiwu has flicked Rain out of the server. Twist still trying to trade, trying to cut off the rotate, and he's legged Zaiwu, but the rest of his team are committing.
Yeah, Apex is super low, and there's a bomb plant coming in. Kyojin covers his leader. He protects his IGL and bails Apex out of danger.
Okay.
Twist's AWP finds a kill, and Kerrigan with a Glock has managed to remove another. It's a 2-on-3. It still favors Vitality. The bomb is planted for short, and the smoke is way too wide. They're not on the bomb yet, and FaZe are already committed to the save. They're just writing this one off.
I don't get it. With that smoke, you'd think they'd surely give it a go. I understand Brokey just, you know, calling it off for 5 health, but Twist had the perfect position. They were aggressing. They were chasing him down. He could have won that round, man. It was planted for him. Clearly, someone made that call for him. Like, he looked pretty hesitant to go for it in the first place, and he does want to have the AWP in the follow-up, but FaZe had money, man. That was an eco. They got a bunch of kills. They got a bomb plant. I would have loved to see Twist go for it. I think he really had an opportunity there.
Yeah, especially because they would have had an AWP here anyway with Brokey saving an AK. So, yeah, it's certainly an interesting one.
You know, they're happy with the eco, but it just could have been so much more. Even one more kill. I had faith in Twist doing something there. 13-10. FaZe decide against it. And I think that shows the pressure they're feeling, right? That one USP win is reinvigorated Vitality, and now FaZe need to find a solution. Not out of the woods yet.
Yeah, and if you're watching this, man, I take it, you got to be a fan of one of these teams. You got to be rooting for one of them. Well, if that's the case, you're probably also caring about this Heroic versus Furia matchup over on the secondary stream, right? Winner of this goes on to face the winner of that series for a shot at the playoffs.
Yeah. And both losers are eliminated. Scary stuff, and it's getting more terrifying with the second
this.
with Masuta pushed in lower. There's a freebie barrel scene and Olaf gone. Now you just got to commit to A, and you know your backline is declining as well. Vitality crunching FaZe into a little box here. They're not going to clear long. Kyojin gets at least a kill here before he's traded. There's still another in the pit. FaZe have no idea.
Yeah, they shouldn't be taking this for granted. They're kind of just saying, like, yeah, we got long, we got that one kill. No, Apex was double set up, playing a bait and switch. Vitality are on to 11, and they are closing this gap slowly but surely. Let's not forget, it was an 11-4 half. It was looking dead to rights for FaZe. And as is often the case, it's never that simple.
No, it is not. 13-8 to 13-11. Vitality, that eco win has given them everything they needed. All the wind in the world, filling their sails and pushing them across the ocean. And I love this double bait and switch as well, right? Apex hidden back in the pit, never being considered. Now FaZe are getting flustered. Now they're getting a little bit scared. And I do think that that save in the 2v3 really does just show that more than anything. Like, you're losing belief. You're hearing Vitality. They're starting to get hyped. We're seeing smiles on their faces, man. Apex was head in his hands a few rounds ago. Now Vitality have realized how redeemable this is.
Yeah, and like even in the, that difference is saving in the 2-on-3. I do love that comparison, Hugo, because it feels like we've seen Vitality attempt every clutch gleefully, and oftentimes do very, very well in them. It's not simple for FaZe Clan. It's not easy. It was never gonna be easy, but now it really is starting to feel kind of rough. What with Vitality having picked up so much steam here.
Yeah, but as far as an A round goes here, there's the weakest defense we've seen all half of Vitality. And maybe Zywo with the AWP, yes, but there's only 2 CTs here, so FaZe's odds have increased massively as long as they can trade into A.
Yeah, smokes are going down now. These are the exec smokes, right? One of those going to drop out onto the catwalk, one for CT, usually coupled up with that. You also help the long players out by doing that. So let's see, they've dropped this first smoke, now even more going in. And eventually we should see the push from Catlook to come through as well. Zywo dropping a smoke, playing up above it. Kyojin spotted, getting into the pit. He's now getting pressured here on long, and Twist wins that fight. That's a huge fight to win out, because now Zywo's playing area feels so restricted. Missed shot, and Rain's gonna pick him up. 5-on-3, Team Vitality. They've worked hard to bring this back to this scoreline. Heroes need to be made, and they're forged in the fires of land. Apex all alone, 1v2 up through the smoke, and 20 seconds, the bomb dropping through CT and running to B, but Apex could catch it. Apex could find it. If he drops it now, that could be the round one, but Brokey turns on a dime and locks in 14 for FaZe.
My God, that was so terrifying. That hunt was coming in. I think the call got made from that mid player. He's chasing you, turn around, kill him. I'll trade you if you die. We've got to get this frag, forget the bomb plant. And Brokey just swivels to find this shot. Here we go, FaZe. They break the streak. 3 rounds in a row for Vitality off of the eco win. They still have money. The double AWP is here. It wasn't in the last as well. That solo long player, that double A setup undoes Vitality. So they're back to 3 in this round. And FaZe are back with a pace as well. Right out long doors, they get it for free. Zywo in middle, and he's got Olaf as well. That's the start the Vitality needed. Now it's all down to long, and look at the space getting taken. Masuta's been so good at getting these B info plays, pushing through tunnels, allows for a 4-man stack, and FaZe are walking right into it.
Yeah, the mental thing is FaZe are barely defaulted, so they don't really know that this is stuff Vitality are doing. They're so unaware of how much information Vitality have in every one of these CT rounds. Shox with this secondary AWP has really got his work cut out for him. And the AWPs, they're ruining FaZe Clan. They've just got Brokey left with an AWP of his own, but look at what he's up against. Shox bodies him over that smoke, and Vitality respond with an immediate round taken back. FaZe Clan Oh, the money's such a weird spot for them. What do they want to do? Do they take a partial? Do they risk giving over 13?
I don't think you can really, right? Like, that's just going to leave you digging a hole for yourself.
Oh, no, Hugo, I
Yeah.
can feel it. You can feel it too.
I've been feeling it ever since that eco win, Harry, and it feels very strange. FaZe, though, they're going B-Wood. They've got a bit of a broken buy here. That double orb, it does everything, right? I don't know if FaZe are expecting it as well. They don't throw a single smoke on that long cross, and so it's just open season for Shox and ZywOo with the big green shooters. FaZe, they're going to pop this smoke. They're going to go right in. They're just waiting for Twist to come and regroup with them. Flash to B. No one getting blinded by it, though. FaZe are getting ready to explode. 2 CTs here, plus the orb.
Yeah, pressure on Shoxy. Lands that first. Oh, a double from Shox. Any more? Shox is taking matters into his own hands at B, and Apex comes in to help him out. 3 in the round from Shox's orb. So much damage done. And then FaZe, they try to spill out into the B site. That's what Vitality were dealing them a lot in that first half, but they don't get anywhere near the same levels of progress.
Hell, we had a 10-5 half on Mirage to start, and Vitality seemed like nothing could go wrong. They lost that map. FaZe, here we go, 11-4. Felt even better, felt unlosable. They had quite the streak, quite the lead, and ever since that, Vitality...
Zonic's right. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
11-4 really is the hardest score. Harder than 13-2. Who knew? It's just crazy.
I've seen some of the conspiracy theorists insisting that you should just 10-5 the half, that you should just try to not win the
let them get over
the 11-4.
5 rounds are fine. We're in control. We can't. Yeah, no
man,
problem.
it would be wild to see another one of these 11-4 scorelines though turn sour. Like, it would be wild, and it would be so fitting if it's FaZe to have that happen. You know, I credited them a lot with their win the other day, saying how, you know, it felt good. It felt like a bit of a confidence booster for a team that have always had a problem closing out games, even when you look down to the very core components it's built upon. Long aggro. Rain is holding for it. That flash has not blinded him at all. And so finally, from holding a default, FaZe have figured out that Vitality have really been taking liberties with this aggression, and now they have a 5-on-4.
So many of these mid rounds, right, when FaZe aren't actually sitting in a default, Kyojin has come in on long flanks. He's been getting kills. He's been setting up for a retake. So yeah, he's been great, but doing that in a 5-on-5, doing that from the get-go, yeah, that flash is only going to blind, say, an AWP and T-Spawn holding the doors. It's not going to do anything to Rain in that corner. Such a default position to hold long from. And FaZe are laughing with that one. They're very happy they've been delivered a freebie. But it's what they do with it that matters. One man alone on the B bomb site is a Shox with the AWP. Vitality have had to gamble in this round, and hey, they've gambled correct. FaZe are coming their way. One fake smoke at B should only convince you of this fact, unless Karrigan can keep up the B fake. It's not going to rotate anyone. Vitality are stuck in their positions, and they are committing to the win. Apex with a kill. Oh no, they look like they wanted to leave long with Karrigan out middle, but they have to go for it. They have to hunt down Apex. The time is ticking and not in their favor. Apex dropping the bomb, and it's all falling apart at the seams here for FaZe. A 5-on-4 goes absolutely nowhere, and even if Rain gets this kill, he simply can't win the round. Apex, what a hold. 3 from the back of the pit. That's his position right now on this CT side. And Vitality, they're thinking about Inferno.
God, man, what do you even say if you're FaZe Clan? This was 11-4 at the half, and yeah, you know, we know these T-sides have been tumultuous. We know they've struggled with them, but we were just expecting a little bit more, you know, riding on that high of such a dominant first half of play. And yet, of course, it's the old enemy in Vitality. It's guys like ZywOo rearing his head, Shox having a great game as well, Masuta and Apex really starting to come into their own. Not a weak link in sight. And it's almost shocking how even these scoreboards are across both teams. Everyone's been giving this their all.
Yeah, a wasted opportunity for FaZe, and look at the results of that. It's left them with nothing. It's a B round. And it's a fast one at that. Brokey wants to send him in quickly with a flash into mid. The bomb coming through tunnels. Masuta fully blinded at least. There's only one man inside of B, but they can't find the kill. Dropping into the car, trying to find cover. Masuta shoots him through the window. Now the mid play shots with a secondary, not what he wanted. And Zywoo going through the smoke. We got a drop off that. Denied. And Vitality are holding on for a moment. Twist gets the reload up, and he doesn't need to. One bullet in the tank. Does it for Twist. And 4 kills will find 15 rounds for FaZe Clan.
Twist, you absolute behemoth. He had 1 bullet left in the Deagle when he took that fight. 1 bullet,
I
and
thought
he
got the
swings
reload,
out.
man.
No,
he cancelled it. He realized he was getting hunted.
He had to cancel. It was either cancel the reload and take a fight with 1 bullet or die to the player rushing you. He takes a fight with 1 shot chambered and wins the round on the back of it.
No way.
That has just given FaZe 15. This is unprecedented. Vitality, the entire comeback could have just been stopped in its tracks by this one little NA boy.
Forget the USP ecos, man. That is the eco win that makes all the difference, that decides everything here. Vitality, weakest buy they've had in this comeback so far. They've still got the double orb, not much behind it. Wow. FaZe can't get ahead of themselves, though. This one is far from done.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, right? This has been an unreal comeback out of Vitality, but if FaZe end up closing this out now, Twist is the guy that everyone needs to be looking at. Like that clutch could have just saved this series. It's very rare that you look at just 1 round as a defining moment and you can identify it and say, this is where it happened. But man, right there in round 29, in crunch time, that could be it. FaZe Clan setting up for an A play. They've got to get past Zywoo. It's the final boss of Team Vitality in the final round of the half. He's in the site with the orb. Zywoo, if there ever was a time, it's now. But he's dead with nothing. Kyojin can't follow up, and FaZe, they've got the 4-on-3 post plant they wanted. Oh, Apex up through CT, creeping forward. Looking for a way back in, looking for anything. The clash of IGLs and Carragans come out on top. It might be unraveling for Vitality. The clutch out of Twists could have been everything. Masuta dead to Twists, and Shoxy all alone. So little time, no hope, no chance. Twists has saved FaZe. They keep on going, and it's Vitality sent packing by the FaZe Clan.
Smoke clears, I'll still be on my feet. Forget all of my fears, cause I know my destiny. I feel a champion waking inside of me. It's set in motion, the legend's spoken. This is my moment. Can't break my focus, know where I'm going. This is my moment.
Well, in a server with players who have more plaques than a toothbrush, it's the French side that gets put up on. You like that one? No, it's a little rough. A little abrasive around the
They
edge.
needed a little bit more time in the oven, I think.
Yeah, I think it's a little half-baked. Nonetheless, it's going to be Vitality that are eliminated from the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. Welcome back, everybody. We've got a great show for you today to continue on after this first matchup. I'm Trace. Alongside of me are Moses and Maniac. Maniac, any thoughts, comments, concerns, questions about the French side?
You know, it's all twirling in my head right now.
Okay.
And I'm sure as the fans of both FaZe and Vitality this game, the end of it has been an absolute roller coaster. One of these games that could just throw in the air and just say, okay, heads or tail, what's it going to be? And at that game, obviously, a man like Twist just makes the show. I think that's one of the reasons why you want to have him on your roster. It's his ability to save you, to give you a round, the round that matters the most in that series. Here, he's doing the work with the Deagle. Oh my God, I didn't even realize how crazy that one was. He created that round on his own. The call from Kerrigan is good, but if you don't have that magic, that brilliance coming in from Twist, you have Vitality that's piling towards a third map. He gifted them that second map. He is the main reason why they won.
That's one way to look at it. He gifted him, and certainly that's a good performance, and I agree to a certain degree, but you also got to look at the other side of it too and say, man, Vitality wasted so many opportunities. You go back that round, they're on a 3-round winning streak. They get stumped by the Deagle there by Twist in middle, gets 3 kills. You go previously, the USP round they lost in the first half, right after Zywoo wins you a massive clutch. So there's opportunities for Vitality to take control of the game at various points, and they all just kind of slip away. And you have to say, across the series, very poor offensive halves from Vitality. 5 T rounds total.
But FaZe, on the other hand, Maniac?
FaZe? Good team, very good team.
He's good team. Twist, good player. Almost top player in A at this point. It seems like he's one of the last ones left within the tournament itself. So he's certainly putting him up there.
Yeah, it's just great to see. It's just absolutely great to see Twist, you know, racking up the frags. I just want to mention, you talked about that eco round that is lost by Vitality and the 1v4. We actually have a package to run because I want to showcase. I want to talk about that moment in the first half where Zywoo just comes up from the darkness. He creates a round on his own in that 1v4 on the B side, which is, by the way, beautiful to see. It's a perfect 1v4. I don't think
he's your favorite clutch player, isn't he? I can see it. You mentioned it in the back. You don't think there's many players.
Look, we can have a look at this. We can actually just decipher this 1v4, right? I don't think there is any other better way to play this 1v4. The way he isolates 1v1 here, he's going to use the flash to then make sure that his fake bomb plan is correct. He's in 1 versus 2. He knows he's got to go for the peak, and then he anticipates that he's to the left. This is perfection. That clutch is perfection. But where it really hits the fan, it's when they then lose a freaking USP round right behind it. Can you imagine the emotional roller coaster that is? And they only have themselves to blame. Let me be very clear. Vitality only have themselves to blame. But as a player, once you have your superstar giving you this 1v4, you get hyped. Yeah, high five left and right, fist bump, you're going into this, and then you lose the USP round. And that is it. You hit rock bottom, and you have to think about why that happened.
It's also, I mean, kind of, at least, you know, the way I've been looking at it, we've talked about on the desk, this is a team that looks hectic and disorganized at times, like, especially in those crazy moments. And so, yeah, after a clutch, you get all hyped and everything, but you got to be able to come back and get centered in the following freeze time. You have to be able to come back. And that round, just looking at the hecticness of the mid push, not being ready for that, not being focused and watching for that. Kerrigan finding a kill at long as the smoke fades as well. Perhaps someone getting distracted, turning around, listening to a call. I don't think there's a lot of confidence and trust in this Vitality team.
Kerrigan, a focal point on his own, and now, with another W under his belt, is going to have that opportunity yet again to speak as the victor in this matchup.
Kerrigan, congratulations. Dust 2 did nearly slip away from you, so let's talk about the round where Twist, with his final bullet in his dig, managed to save the map. What exactly was happening on the team there? What was the call?
I mean, we knew that they were gambling a lot. So at some point I just said, like in the 14-14, let's do half-buy. We had the loser bonus because of the rounds we lost previous to that. So we just did a B-split fake to cut off the rotation in mid. And I remember some things went a little off. I think I felt my smoke in B, so the rain was still burning, so sorry about that. But I think then we cut arm out mid, and suddenly it's very chaotic, and that's where I think with the deagles out mid and having smokes to then finally do the B split. So yeah, I don't know what happened. I tried to find an AK on B while Russ is trying to kill 3 guys in mid, so that must have been insane shots.
And was it a case of Russ just going, I've got this, don't worry, boys?
Not really. I think it was very chaotic because as far as I was in B tunnels with bombed, I could hear it was very chaotic. In the smoke. So all in all, I think we kept our head cool, and it's different on land. We can win 16-14. Normally online we would have lost this 14-16, that for sure.
It's not the first time a T-side has nearly run away from you at this tournament. Do you have a reason why your T-sides are, on the whole, slightly off at times?
It's hard to say. I think 11-4 is a dangerous lead. You only need those 5 rounds. But I think we kind of got a little too eager to finish it out. And I think Vitality called a great game on the CT side. I don't know, we're coming out long. There's double pit somehow, which is not what I expected. But also it was hard to prepare because I didn't expect them to pick those 2. So they caught me off guard there, but I'm happy we won at 2-0.
Your own performance has been nothing short of great so far today, but you do have one more match. It's either going to be Furia or Heroic. Is the idea of placing the highest you have since returning to FaZe a motivating factor for your individual performance?
I mean, it's so motivating to go last place all the time. So I think this winning spree was like, at least we're not the last place because it has been really tough months, I'm going to be honest. So just making here top 8 now and 1 game away from playoff. I think if we reach playoff, there will be a huge success when you think about our 10% win rate coming into this land. So winning some best of 3s and also winning those 16-14 games on land, I just think that gives a lot of confidence to the team, even though it was close in the end that we threw it away. But I'm part of my team today. It was great to play with them.
It was thrilling to watch. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Kerrigan.
Thank you.
Very thrilling to watch as well as this group stage bracket. Group of B is coming to a head. It set us up for a Navi Astralis game at the very end of the day, the very last game of our broadcast. But attention now to the lower bracket, Maniac. You see how this one's unfolding?
Yeah, I'm seeing Heroic in a good situation against Fury. I'm not exactly sure what the score is on that second map, but we could be poised to be looking at a FaZe versus Heroic to find that last place in the playoffs.
It's 10-10.
It's 10-10.
On Nuke.
One would say it's close.
Yeah, it's all around, Jason.
Yeah, you guys nailed it. I don't even need to be involved with that one.
That's a very high-level analysis.
You guys did a really good job.
Speaking, 10-10 being...
It is indeed close.
It is.
Nice, guys. Awesome. Okay, so can we put just a fork in this one for Vitality going back to the building blocks, back to the drawing board?
I don't know. I don't know what's next for him, to be honest with you. I don't want to go too deep into it or say anything completely crazy, but yeah, it's going to be a soul-searching player break for the Vitality side of things. They need to figure out a way to be able to get calmed down and start feeling a little bit more comfortable with each other because for 2020, what we were praising Apex as an in-game leader, we were praising the coach as well as being like a really, really solid coach who's done great things for this team. In 2021, it feels to me like they've fallen flat, certainly at this Cologne. Fallen flat.
The issue for me and Vitality in this tournament is that I don't feel genuine saying that this is all about Kyojin not being, in the pace or integrated enough, or he's got so much more to learn. I mean, obviously, it
is all those things.
Obviously, he's going to have, to blossom.
But those are lower on the lower.
Yeah, but that's the problem, right? That's the problem. If we're looking at Vitality that have this beautiful game plan, deep map pool, strong performance from the superstars, and then yes, maybe they lose a map because Kyojin fails a couple of clutches because of lack of experience. I would have a different dialogue right now.
We saw plenty of weird mistakes, uncharacteristic mistakes from veterans like Apex and Shox and that some of them didn't get punished, some of them did, but it was still there. Like, what's happening?
And at the end, I think that this was also a huge difference maker in that game. The fact that when you have Shox and Zywo in some of these 2vx situation, it should be won. That is what it comes with having these two players. But then against them, the likes of Rain, that today we have to talk about, was so stable, so reliable in these end-round situations, barely missing a beat. He didn't have 60 frags, but it doesn't matter because when the pressure really, really was high, then he stepped up. He won these clutches. He didn't miss, and that was the problem for Vitality. So I agree with you, Jason. I think there's a confidence issue at stake, and they're going to have to dig very deep, very, very deep to go back up.
Jason's smirking, so what do you got?
FaZe won this series with Twist as the lowest fragger on the team. No, they were all pretty close, all within 43 kills is the highest, 39 is the lowest on Twist. But
so you say he was really below everything?
Well,
it's his fault they won.
For when I came into this, I do kind of think with FaZe is like outside of Twist, who's like the mad fragger, Brokey is solid. Which of the other three are going to step up if they want to take the series? It was all three of them here today. So that's a really good showing from FaZe.
And Carrigan too. I mean, Carrigan was pre-phased before this game as a potential liability, individually speaking, which is nothing we can debate. But he stepped up. And granted, I think Vitality's game plan helped him, enabled him to come into the game. He was gifted a lot of these easy situations, which he capitalized on. But he was gifted a lot to just warmed up into the game, and then you could see individually he was in there. His calls were quite good as well. So this is the Carrigan get you need to be seeing for FaZe to have a deep run.
Yeah, and for FaZe to continue alive here in the Intel Extreme Masters, they still have one more match in that lower bracket. It's going to be either them playing against Furia or Heroic. And the outside of that matchup, for us, we begin to start to look at the next games of the day. We've got a live shot coming to you from the hotel itself. G2 versus Gambit in a Group A upper bracket final next, followed by Natus Vizier taking on Astralis in a Group E upper bracket. Woo! Good grief.
Which teams at this event has a logo that represents an animal?
That represents an arm?
An animal.
Isn't Vitality like a bee or something? Or am I tripping?
I don't know.
I thought Vitality was a bee.
Is Vitality like a bee?
Yes.
Oh no. There is 9, bro. They have to be.
It's not Navi, not Gambit, not Sprout, not VG, not Cole.
Not Vitality.
Not Vitality.
Not Astralis.
Not Astralis.
What else do we have? Vitality? What the fuck are they? There's nothing, right?
No. Oh, wait, they're all doing this bee shit. Vitality. Is there something I'm missing? Bzzz, they always do bees.
Vitality, a bee.
So we got Bad News Bears.
Yeah. So, okay, so us, Bad News Bears.
Liquid, Horse.
Liquid.
Fuck. Who else is there? Wait, is LDLC a bird? Wait, is Mouse something? A mouse?
Mouse?
Oh, yeah, well, yes. It would be funny if you forgot that one.
Big. Big? It's
Big,
an animal? No,
yeah.
it's not. The beer?
Yeah, okay.
The beer?
J'avoue.
Wait, so Spirit is something. Dragon, right?
Yes, Spirit. Yes, Spirit. Closest in this tournament.
VP is one.
What do they have, bro?
Virtus Pro has always been like that.
Oh yeah.
Fucking...
Yeah.
Get it, boss. Okay, if you have to think about it.
Furia.
VP, what are they? They're Wolf, right?
VP, yeah.
VP, Wolf.
LDLC, oh yeah. LDLC? Have you seen how it's Fox? Fox, yeah. It's true.
Yeah, Vitality has a B on their logo.
Oh, LDLC?
LDLC? But bro, they just have LDLC, right?
No, they have something else in it, right?
What?
Yeah, we've said it. It's on camera.
It's a Fox.
When? Oh yeah, true. It is.
Furia.
Oh my gosh, dude.
No.
That's so easy.
Furia?
Virtus Pro.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Vitality was right.
Wait, really?
The B, which is technically an insane.
Oh, it is a B. Oh my gosh, you're right.
I give up.
Virtus Pro.
Oh my god, yeah, I didn't even think about them.
LDLC is a Fox.
Yeah, true.
And you got the rest of it.
I mean, I'm proud. Vitality was
No,
so
not
good.
bad. Not bad.
Ooh, VP? Oh, true, there, yeah. The beer as well.
We're done.
You're right.
It wasn't
Good
bad.
job, guys. It was Furia.
Fury.
Oh, Furia.
Nice. That was good. You did all the answers,
Fury, to be honest.
I was going to say
LDLC, the Fox.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I think we missed one then.
Yeah, you missed
We have 8.
Who?
Furia.
Yeah.
Furia, man.
Yes.
What?
Furia was one.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
It's a like lion or
Yeah, Panther or something.
Almost. Yeah, lie.
You got a lot.
I did not know there was a B in Vitality.
Same. Thank you.
It was decent.
Yeah. That's pretty solid.
Yeah, very.
Welcome back to Winter Workshoppers, and today we're going to look at some mini-maps. Now, these mini-maps are a great deal of fun. I absolutely love these things, and I was playing again with Chad Sponge Birchall.
Yeah, this is filthy. This is where you get to really see who your true friends are.
I love this. I was doing so much cheese in this maps. Like, I highly recommend giving these a go. 1v1, they work really well. 1v2, they work really well. We did 3v3 on this Mirage one, and it was actually really fun. But my god, I had so much fun in these.
It looks like we have elephantitis, right? Like, look how small, well, not small, look how big everything looks, right? It's crazy with just the scale and all the running around, all the nonsense. You're doing fakes, you're pulling out all of these, like, misdirection. Yeah, look at you here. This is filthy.
Yeah, the rotations are so fast, and it's because the map's so small, obviously. So I was just trying to cheese the timings everywhere I could. Hit a nice one on you, some whiff shots, but that's all good. I mean, I was definitely the champion of this. Don't look at the score lines, but we played one which went really long. Like, as you can see the score at the top, we're like 15-17 right now, so we had some very long.
Yeah, I didn't want to be out cheesed, right? That was half of it here, but it is good fun, and I think that, you know, it's a familiar layout, obviously just shrunk. So yeah, it's something that people will be able to jump into quite easily.
I'm giving this one a 4 bumps out of 4 just for this map. Maybe the other maps get a high score. We'll wait and see.
4 out of 4? You mean 4 out of 5?
Yeah, 4 out of 5. Sorry, my bad.
That works. Windows Workshoppers Minimap Edition D_nuke. That's not the name. What's the name?
Mini Nuke, I think.
Mini Nuke. Okay, well that's simple. People might remember something like Mini Dust 2, but check this out. Filthy, Rushly, one-way smoke. Look how good this is. Look how good it is. You got all the angles, you geek.
Now, I would say I am the king of Mini Nuke, Chad. The way I played, it was cerebral, it was fast, it was high octane, a lot of movement going on. I would like this to be in the active map pool rotation.
Do you notice how you prefer the mini-maps, which I think just correlates to you being a rat?
What's more, you know, Counter-Strike's a very patient game.
Oh, check this out. It's real ratty behavior right here.
Yeah, so you can jump on the roof here. We didn't agree on any rules before this, however, there was a lot of talk after. But as you can see, it's a pretty good spot being on the top of Nuke. Who would have guessed? You can see a lot of stuff, so I move over here and actually catch up another one. But Chad, how did you feel when you died to this?
I want to go with Gutted. I want to go with Betrayed. And a little bit heartbroken as well here, Russian. Because of that, unfortunately, that one boost is going to get this one only 3 out of 5 bumps.
I don't like it, but, you know, if that's what you say, that's what it is. And the last of the mini-maps was Mini Inferno. Now, Mini Inferno was a little weird, honestly. Compared to the other ones, I think we had more fun on those maps, I would say.
Yeah, I can think if people just see you typing Shifty Boy there, that basically says it all. This map, right, it was maybe a little bit too claustrophobic. You can see how tight all these corridors were. Mollies were doing the whole site. The rotation time, I basically just stayed in CT spawn and beat you.
Yeah, and you had your nades up and like in your hands a lot of times, maybe not. So look, these are the kind of kills I get on you, just pure jumping kills. You said some pretty choice words to me after this one, as I can imagine. You yeah, you didn't have fun on Inferno.
No, it was just it just too claustrophobic, I think, and you know, it is a good concept, but you can just see, look at this, how tight these corridors are. Maybe a little bit extra and we could have made it.
Yeah, I have to give this one a 2 bumps out of 5, Chad. What do you think?
Yeah. Get it back in the workshop and maybe we get something nice and new out of it.
We as pro players and coaches, we say this so many, stats don't tell the full story. So not always the most impactful player in the match is the one who had the most kills. Of course, you do have to headshot people in order to win the round most of the times, but you have some supportive players. Like if the player plays the solo side, an anchor side, he's not going to have those amazing stats most of the time. The last is like that one-off game. But if he's using his utility correctly, blocking, when he's a man-up advantage, he doesn't give away the difference. He doesn't put himself in a situation where he's full committed to the fight. He's just jiggle peeking, getting information. He's able to delay, survive, something like that. He's playing such an important role. So I think in leagues, team dynamics, and matches, that's where we always have to be scouting. There will be the occasional one-offs, which will be in a rank cast or just a pug, or they'll just come out where they're so mechanically gifted and talented that their talent shines through. Other than that, it's in team environments, and you'll normally see it's never one person. It's a big team because, like I said, this is a team game. So not only that player will have to have it, his entire team will need to understand that. So you normally don't see just one player popping off unless he's just that talented. You'll see a whole group evolve together. You'll see the entire squad get better because they'll get more fundamentals, more team play, a better understanding of the game, and that raises the level by so much it's not even fair.
Well, if you'd like to develop the qualities necessary to be a pro player, be like my boy Naf. Right here in the upper left section that I'm pointing at right now, it's 8 a.m. in the morning, and he's in here watching VODs, watching demos, studying his opponent, and becoming the best player that he can. If you learn how to study like demos, and you learn how to study VODs, and you learn how to study your opponents, you will gain more from watching a demo than you ever will from playing in like a late night professional pug system game. If you kind of learn how to understand, you know, oh, I like this play that this player did, now let's go deeper and let's discover why he did that. Now let's go deeper and discover what did his teammate do along with him while he was doing that. I think once you start looking at it on that level and breaking it down to the smaller details, you start to really investigate why players are doing certain things. It's very easy to kind of just, I don't know, brush off the intelligence of pro players and just see that they're playing the game and just see the decisions and not think there's a deeper thought to it. And I'll be honest, in some cases that's true, but I think for the large majority of pro players, there's a very good rhyme or reason for every decision they make in the game. Even if in the moment they have the wrong read, there is a reason to why they did something. So I think once you start to learn how to kind of dive into that and understand that, you're going to learn, you'll learn so much more from watching a demo and watching a VOD than you will from just playing the game casually with a bunch of other pro players.
One of the most important things you have to do is sacrifice your own gameplay to help others, and you have to play together and have a hive mindset. So your teammates and you are one, so you can help them and they can help you to improve. And I think that's very important to be like this in a team game, like agreeable, a person that helps others, and just don't think about their own game. So I think that's general for most team games, and there's a lot of stuff about it, and you can just study it and just get better at it because it's very important.
He's gone for the big gun. I'm gonna go for this guy, okay? This could be a big goom. It's not a goom, it's not a goom. One more. Okay. He's inside. Oh, he's outside? He's inside? He's outside? Okay, I'm going for some no scopes.
Okay, see you there.
360s.
Nice.
One fella here looking at you directly. I'm going. That count? Okay, I just got pinged like crazy. Oh my god, here.
I will never let you down, Rushley. Behind the fence line, behind the fence line.
Okay, I'm going. I might be able to strafe around the back of it. Oh, he's moving back towards the gates of hell. Got him.
Bush.
Try and get out of it.
Ah, I'm stuck.
You got more to put on?
That's it, that's it.
Okay. Okay, I'll tell you when. Oh my god, 2 of them. I'll let you know when I'm ready. Alright, now. Beautiful. Beautiful. Teammate here on that thing, kind of far. I'm just gonna go. One left, apparently.
Ку-ку!
О май гад.
Райдер. Справа. Найс.
Справа.
Закрысил.
Вы со звуком играете, да?
Да.
Dogs?
Звук.
Dogs.
Даже поставить.
So we should talk in what language?
Я горю, блядь.
Молодец, молодец.
Абай, нас выносят.
Да меня в ухо убивают. Что-то страшно иногда двигаться по карте.
Вообще.
Карта живая.
Один у нас на респе. Я умер.
Сзади у нас.
Меня прибило.
Вас прибило. Сзади он надо был сэм.
О, у меня идея.
Тут прибивает Абай, осторожно.
чё?
Вот тут вообще жестко. Абай, сейчас ты умрешь.
Есть пробитие.
Так, Абай, все.
Я собран, я на фокусе вообще-то играю, не могу убить.
10 хп, Иван.
Чё?
Че это за лазеры?
А здесь еще ток есть, поняли?
Да, да.
Есть, короче, ловушки. Да не, что вообще пристрелять не могу.
Справа, справа.
Да, Дима, не доигрывай.
О!
Так, вот.
Еще, на серфе справа.
Где?
Вот, справа.
Он битый, минус 52.
Серега, я посмотрел экран.
Хорошо.
О, где спал? Не знаю, слева где-то. Давай. Вон, в подвале.
Где?
В подвале, в подвале. Вот тут, да. Справа в подвале был. Давай, вообще сложно, согласись.
Да это вообще неправильно.
Давай, я не знаю.
Я тоже не знаю.
Look into my face. Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. Take me down. can I fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out. Hold on to what you found. Days are deceiving. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our satellites singing send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, promise me. But
Well, 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 what do we have here? A little bit of G2 versus Gambit action in the Group A upper bracket final of the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2021. Welcome back, everybody. A little bit of a break there for you to get your lickies and chewies and get ready for a matchup that we have on hand, a rematch of the IEM Summer semifinals. The history between these two teams is deep, and now's the time to dive into it.
Ah, you got me off guard here, Trace. Yes, indeed. Matchup history between Gambit and G2. And I mean, if you're looking at the right side, the history is quite clear. I think the picture is painted in a very, very dry color here for the G2 fans, because out of these 4 matchups, they've only been able to win 1 map. There is not really a question currently as to who's the best team. Even more so when you see Gambit and the way they've been playing at the IEM Cologne with all their eyes on them and everyone waiting for them to fail.
Yeah.
Very bad news. It's not happening.
So you're saying they've proved the haters wrong. Yanko, what do you think?
Yeah, I think absolutely right. Sure, they dropped a couple of maps here and there, but still, it doesn't matter at all, really. They've been dominant. They've been winning all their games. And, you know, we've been, even in the online era, we've been comparing them a little bit to Astralis in a sense of they have great team play, right? They don't really gift away too many rounds. They just have really solid fundamentals. And that was the case for Astralis too in their heyday, right? Sometimes they would, you know, just scrape through groups, but they would get better as the tournament progresses. And I think that's the case with Gambit here as well.
And on the other side, with G2, they have something to prove here as well. The coach of Malik was gracious enough to give us an interview prior to the start of this match.
Malik, thank you so much for joining us. Now, you're going up against Gambit in your group winners match, but you haven't beaten Gambit in the 4 times you faced them this year. Looking back at those matches, is there a particular reason why?
I think the first thing we can all say is that they are fantastic. Like the year they are delivering so far, this is just amazing. They have been rising up and showing a really, really great level of CS. And I think a lot of teams are struggling against them. As for us, I think the play style they have, it's really, really punitive. They are really aware of a lot of things. They prepare really well. It's just clinical. So I think the few things we need to beat them is first understanding the matchup. It was the same with Astralis 2 years ago. It took time for us to adjust and see how they were playing to actually put better fights later on, and I think we did. And yeah, I think we are more ready every time. Now it's a different environment. The confidence is also higher, so we are really ready to give a fight today.
And Nico is currently the highest rated player at this tournament. He's got a 1.44 overall rating. Is there a particular reason or anything you've been working on with him in terms of his individual performance and just making sure you get the most from him in game?
We always knew he was one of the best players in the world. Everyone knows that. New environment, new team, new system, many changes. Different roles to some extent, and finding out how he will help the team. And once he figure out all these backstage things, he could also focus more on himself, taking more space on some stuff. And I think he's blooming. Yeah, I can say blooming quite well, and it shouldn't stop there. I think he will keep up like this.
So you think there's more to see from Nico?
Yeah, I think so. I really think so. There is still a lot of margin for him. He's really, really talented. And we also understand how to use him better and better without putting him as the only star in the team. We know how to be well balanced and play out of other people as well. So I think it's also less pressure on him. You don't have to rely only on Nico, which it's not what we aim for. And no, it's great. I think it's starting to look good.
It's going to be a great match. Thank you for talking to us, Malik.
Thank
Good luck.
you.
All eyes on Nico. Nico's resurgence, as it's been dubbed. He goes 46-29 in their matchup over Big. He has a 73.8 kill assist ratio. That's a lot. He's doing pretty hot there, Yanko. What do you think?
Oh yeah, definitely. And I think for Nico, it doesn't have to do that much with him getting used to the team or whatnot. I think it's just the return to LAN, really. And what you can see here, you know, him sitting next to his cousin, really, and just playing, and the vibe and the atmosphere that he gets from that, I think it's what benefits him kind of the most. And just he's not going to get punished as often or as much as he does online, right? It's as simple as that, right? People are not as sharp as some of the players as they are online. And for Nico, it's the opposite. If anything, he's even more sharp. You see, this was the crazy highlight he had on Nico. This last kill with the tapping, not many players, if any, are going to, do that. Everyone's going to just crouch and spray on land and do things like that. And that's why NiKo is above the rest. His composure and trigger discipline and just spray, fire discipline, however you want to call it, is beyond anything I've ever seen.
So what about on the other side with Gambit, Maniac? I'm looking at you, and I'm talking about a player like Nafany, for example.
Yeah, I think he deserves to be under a lot of praises right now, honestly, because if you think about, the context of Gambit coming into this tournament with everyone waiting for them to fail, everyone waiting for them to, just not perform to the level they were supposed to online, Nafany is the one that first in that tournament stepped up massively as an in-game leader, leading by example, taking the fight to their opponent. He's currently sitting at the top of the charts for them, 1.33 rating. That's not even where he's supposed to be if you think about the win conditions. So the fact that this player, which, by the way, if you listen to him during interviews, he'll gladly tell you he can be emotional. He'll gladly tell you sometimes he loses the plot in a game and he needs his teammates to, help him figure out solutions. He's been the one taking that pressure and just drinking it.
So let's look at it this way, because we got the numbers up on the screen. Yanko, Maniac, maybe you can help me out. When we compare entry and success ratios to, say, someone like Kerrigan, what does it look like?
Well, the attempt would be approximately similar, as we talked about, 30-ish% for Kerrigan and for Nafany. The difference is when Kerrigan had about 30% success, Nafany has 66. And this is an unbelievable amount of success to have for a player that puts himself in the line of fire as much as Nafany. Right now, I have no problem saying that he is the strongest in-game leader we have in Counter-Strike in terms of skill. He is that one. No one else compares. What he's able to do within that Gambit system and the amount of influence and impact he has on an individual level is unmatched.
Yanko, do you agree? Sorry.
Yeah, I think something that's important to point out as well is, alongside the fact that Gambit is really well-oiled machine, right? Their fundamentals are really strong. They're playing great as a team. The reason why they've been winning tournaments or been to the finals at the very least is also they always have like 2 or 3 players in the top 10, right? Yes. And that hasn't really changed for this tournament either. They have 4 in the top 15, everyone except for Inter. So yes, they're playing great as a unit, but individually they're also firing on all cylinders. And Nafany has been leading the way in this tournament, which has been a bit of a surprise considering also his role, right? And the fact that he's sharing, the server with Exile, Shiro, and Hobbit.
So what's going on with this veto then? This is a pretty big one.
Yeah, I mean, the bans make sense, Overpass, Nuke. Now, when it comes to the picks, I'm going to be honest, I don't really see how G2 can punish Gambit. They go for the Mirage, but it is a very strong map for Gambit. They have about 80% win rate. They've played it 19 times in the last 3 months. Now, Gambit have a different choice. They could go. The Vertigo one would be at the top of that list. I'm thinking that G2 saw that one coming. For the longest time, Gambit were either going for Overpass or Vertigo. So if you're G2, you prepare that one. And now as for the third map, again, I don't see how Gambit can be punished. There is Ancient that's in there, but they remove it and they go for Inferno.
So everybody can be a little bit more comforted here, Yanko.
Yeah, the interesting thing here is both teams pick to start on T side, right? On both of the maps and on Mirage and Vertigo, which is like usually people pick to start CT. So I think maybe, for G2, I can understand in a sense, let's try something a little bit different. Let's have us be the ones who are going to dictate the pace of the game from the very beginning. And we'll see. I mean, Gambit is 4-0 against G2, and the only map even that G2 won against Gambit every time they played has been Train, which is out of the pool by now as well. So you think like just, by percentage-wise, statistics-wise, G2 has to beat them eventually. Will this be the time finally now that they're both on land?
The problem for G2, Trace, is that they don't have Ancient in the toolshed, right? If they had Ancient as a very strong map, you could maybe go and, poke Gambit just a little bit. We saw NIP having a good level on it, but the rest of the map pool is just too strong.
Yeah, they did poke them on it at IEM Summer, and it didn't turn out to well. You know what they say, don't poke the bear.
Yeah, don't poke the bear. 16-10 on Vertigo, it was 16-9 on Ancient, and they didn't even get to the third map in those semifinals.
Look, we're talking about the T side of G2, and there's just a player I want to mention, a few numbers right there. It's Jax. Right, Jax in that G2 project. Remember, he's been pushed aside for a while. He's been brought back with a lot of pressure on his shoulders to do better than what was at the time. And he's currently sitting at 1.22 rating, third best player in the team. He's got a 1.42 entry frag rating. And that to me is the number that's the key. His ability to create space on the T side. He's been lackluster and struggling in the past, not at this event. Would that be the difference maker for G2? I believe it can.
Yeah, and we're going to have to keep our eyes. That clap by Malik means only one thing. that someone's about to get clapped in the server. Who's it going to be? We're going to find out here real shortly because it's time to go to Mirage. Vertigo will be next, and then Inferno should we need it in this Group A upper bracket final. G2 versus Gambit squaring off, and this action's delivered to you by Sponge and Machine.
Thank you very much, boys. Gambit G2. We've been given this gift. Looking forward to seeing how the Counter-Strike does fare. Nafany, who didn't know he was going to be able to bring this form to LAN in such an incredible way. Next is going to be the receiving end of this very early dip into the A side of the map, and they're up. They're crossing, and they're on towards that triple side, catching a bullet to the dome. He'll be on notice for the rest of this one, and just a matter of time before that bomb goes down. Util, they want to take CT before they do choose to contest for the plant, and 3 CTs here for it. Bomb now ticking. Rushley joining us for the observational goodness. Weird, look at the nade. Double HE, and Nex is the one to draw blood. G2 starting to corral now. Nico from ramp late. He clears it. Oh, he doesn't clear out Nafany, and that was a crucial frag to find. It's going to be hard to force the fight, but everyone else starting to drop. Nafany's not done. Smoke on the bomb, more headshots. Shiro this time draws blood. Oh, and Shiro's not going to stop. He's not going to stop for anyone. 3 straight out of the gate. They're looking sharp. Look at him. Ooh, did you see that?
Yeah, getting them now in this little booth environment right here. It's going to be interesting to see the team getting fired up. And in the middle, just to know, we've been keeping in-game leader watch. It's actually Inters that they've placed within the middle of the pack here, so that's quite a little curious maneuver there. But Shiro, great way for him to start things off. That P250 lying in wait. That smoke could have been a problem, but completely denying the cross, and 3 headshots making that one look crispy. Get back underway here as Nafany is looking loud and looking proud. We love to see that early.
I mean, they've just got so much to prove, and I think
don't they?
Just to themselves, never mind everyone else. Interesting, 3, and they actually boost 2 up towards ladder early, Chad. What do you make of that?
We're going to be able to stop this if it is a bit of a B split here, but right now, just working the default through. Gambit, the anti-eco, or the anti-force buy as it were, has Nafany up close and personal. You're going to see more and more of this. One of the wild men, him and Art, we know how much those two love getting stuck in for the entries, at least finding space for their team. They've actually decided to go back towards the B bomb site here. So grouping up with Axile, who's ahead of the pack. Hobbit will park the bus in middle. It will be Jax towards the back of this bomb site. He has that deagle in hand and a smoke with a kit. So if he drops this smoke, oh, actually very well timed. Nafany will disrespect. He's being spotted. Deagle shot through. It's going to draw Hunter over as well. The stack is looking great here for G2.
Oh, and it's even better now. Nex has caught a real mid-range engagement. Mid-prong down, another in the feed. Jax is deep. And this commitment starting to shape up nicely. Haven't cleared Hunter. He's gone unchecked, and Trigger Discipline currently being deployed. Nico's Deagle has found another, and he surely got to play with fire there, Hunter. Nico's in the apps. They've jumped past him. Inters with the bomb. Now, this is a 3v2 that Inters may want to actually go looking for this frag into kitchen first. Prior to getting the bomb down, he lingers for 18 seconds. He's not got time for this. And so the bomb will start to go down. The element of surprise. Hunter closes the gap, and now problem, big problem. G2 return the favor right into the stack.
Wow, I can't believe how long Hunter just bided his time there. That was phenomenal stuff. Look, that could have all gone wrong, especially if the bomb pushed in towards the checkers position, was able to get the kill, and then they tried to take the bomb over towards A. So great stuff there from G2 while under pressure. And it felt like they read that. That boost up in towards the vent room with 2 players, that paid off in dividends here, as it meant they could have so many members over towards the B bomb site. And here we go again, the force spike coming out from Gambit here to contest. They're not going to slow this one down. Over towards the B bomb site again, plenty of utility to make this one happen. Smokes are already being lined up. Hobbit towards the underpass. And it is just Jax again towards the back of the site. This time doesn't have as much help close by.
Jax down, and they're just going to flood in. The nade looks promising, but they're going to still be pushing through. Yeah, damage inflicted. Hunter keeping him at arm's length right now with that Galil. He seems to be controlling that spray nicely as he builds up his CZ. Oh, and actually does dismantle another Hobbit caught on the drive-by. The rest now just falling into place. Nade to chip away at what little remains. It's only Inters. That bomb will not go down. Okay, looks like G2 have won the wrestling for control of this early economy.
Yeah, the force buy wars have been won here, and that's a chance for G to establish their 3rd round right now. No plant means that they will have to be humbled over there on the Gambit esports side of things. Just going to see the Glocks coming out here. Not a single upgrade purchased on in just yet. And it will stay that way. No flash, nothing to work with here. So this might be one of those eco rounds where we do see them just run down the clock. Hunter straight in towards this underpass position. Might have an opportunity to take the fight early. Piers on up, spots the jiggle. His position has been noted. A lot of smoke's already dropped here. Take a look at the radar. You can see 3 of which lie. There's $900 already spent from that bank account. Will need to be reinvested into next round. And this is what Gambit do best, right? Just taking their time, making sure they're able to whittle down any cash they can. Aggression again. Hunter looking in towards top mid. Will find the back of Hobbit's head. Shiro's destroyed as well. Walking into the line of Nexa. Inters. Now it's just 2 remain. Nafni and Axel here. Interesting to see Gambit decide to start on the T side of G2's map choice. Obviously, we know that it is a CT bias map, only just. Curious choice there. Pushed on up. Nafani goes down. And look, maybe that has something to do with the big game against G2 the other day, right? Where big, they managed, what, 1 CT side around, and we saw a lot from that T side of G2. So Gambit think if we start on the T side here, we can maybe try and avoid that type of a massive haul. And now we're about to get the guns underway. No AWP for Shiro here. Round number 5. AKs are out. Hunter can hold on to that MP9. He is doing so. He was doing so. AWP picked up, so he's going to find himself with an upgrade into the FAMAS there. Amanek gets to big out that big green, so a slight upgrade out of spawn, and away we go. Smoke towards Cat, one towards window. Amanek is about to be denied that one. Blooms. He gets a nade off in time. It's looking like they want to head towards A.
3 Palace, like water falling out Palace. Not sure how well this one will shape up. Current responsibility divided between Nexa.
Look where Axel is. He's walked up for free.
No one's contested it.
At all.
No, and if he gets jungle, this is a real weird one.
Amanek's going to die.
No way, yeah, Amanek's the first to fall. A giant gap in connector. They had the read. Nafli just crawls straight in. A nice attempt from Nico, just the one posted. Gambit have the sight. And it looks like they'll take the round as well. That came far too easy. Just a big gap, and Axel jumped straight through the hoop.
It didn't feel like they were going to have any mid-presence whatsoever. The fact that Axel's just walked up for free, all of my attention was turned over towards Palace at the A site. That's where I thought the biggest biff was going to go down, and Nafani made short work there, just strafing on out. It will be 2 to find. It is just Jax and Hunter. And look, they have a FAMAS and a Glil respectively. Axel's denying that AWP from the hands to be saved on through. Might want to give that one to Shiro in the next round. A little bit of friendly fire, and you see the smile on the face of Nafani there. Having a bit of a giggle, and that's the good signs. It's good to see them in a good mood.
Yeah, trying to keep the vibrations high. Straight into the first gun round, and you convert like that. I mean, also worth mentioning, Axel, you know, currently being outperformed by Nafani, but in the online realms here, he was their saving grace. He was their savior in so many different circumstances.
Yeah, if we get that Axel that we know and love here in this game, and you consider that Nico is currently the highest rated player in the tournament, in the top 5 as well, or rounding out the top 5 is Hunter. You think about the aim, the mechanical ability in the server right now, we might get an absolute banger in terms of just the shots in the server. Now the buy, there's no problems over there for G2. They had that buffer, they had that freebie, their cash is looking plentiful. And they will be bringing in the AWP for Amanek one more time. Their buy is looking good, there's plenty of kits. Smoke towards the catwalk again. Molly in window to deny a smoke, but there won't actually be one thrown. So that's $600 there that doesn't actually give them too much. Gambit are opting for this slower approach one more time. But there is an early indication if they want to head towards A or B. Good information from Nexa early, and he's tucked in aggressively in towards that Palace position. So if Gambit do try and reinitiate, that's a hard angle to clear, and Nexa should be good for at least one. But warning shots now in middle. 8 exchanged, Hobbit down to 59. And they're just feeling each other out at this point. Getting to that minute mark. We'll need to start seeing an indication from Gambit as they're combing through this mid control there. Util will land, vision denied for Nico. Still no contact whatsoever.
Yeah, no, this time just sailing through middle. Nafani's got nothing to report. Smoke lands on short side, acknowledging the gap. Nico posted up this time for that window jump through. Currently floating around ladder as well. But returning their forces to A. Next a push Palace, Amanek to receive ramp. They're running real light on util. They cannot just play for the retake. They have to contest right out of the gate, and that's what the positioning of Nexa and Amanek implies. Looks like this is going to be the go. 2 from mid, 3 from ramp. Amanek needs to contest this. He's checking mid for now. Conceding that, and already up Tetris. He's going to have a lot to contend with. Hobbit beheads him. Twice Amanek has fallen in these gun rounds.
Time's a problem here.
Perhaps can deny this
the plan. Yeah, that's it.
Perhaps they're both on sandwich. Exposes himself, bomb's going down, Shiro contests, and just like that, Gambit have taken the A site late. Oh, it's falling into place. Absolutely perfect. Not much more they can do. Last is the Hunter as he gets dunked, flash, and swing, and just like that, Gambit, all across the map, convert.
That just looked perfect.
Yeah, it did.
Everything right there looked perfect. The fact that they were mindful of Palace in that situation, you know that Nex is traditionally playing over towards that site. So their awareness to go, oh, we haven't found contact with the rifler just yet. Let's worry about that Palace position. He was the only way that the plant could have been denied, and maybe that one falls into chaos. But instead, Gambit keep all 5 members alive. And look, we call some rounds clean. That one was bloody clean. It wasn't a single moment where it looked threatening for a single Gambit member. Absolutely mental stuff here to tie things up at 3-3.
We've seen already that G2 seem to want to play a more passive setup, at least early, giving Gambit a lot of room to run that clock down. Hunter boosted up with this M4.
Yeah, that's quite curious, isn't it? So if he's able to unravel things here, the silenced M4 might give him an extra chance on those early shots. They're a little bit more forward here, but again, Gambit are looking for this type of hijinks. Any aggressive mid, any pushes through the underpass. Their slower approach, it automatically deals with that. And now Nafany, he'll be looking into this realm. When will Hunter pick up? Oh, was that spotted? I think so. Nade comes out, Nafany goes down, and that's an opening. This might thrust Gambit fast forward in towards this A site as all 4 members are starting to gather now.
Yeah, it looks like Hunter's starting to hedge his bets as well, so that M4 will be at least able to respond. Contest just a little.
Well, they're creeping out Tetris quiet here.
If Nexa takes a look, he will go down. He's got to hold his nerve here. They could molly him out. Dark instead, filled with flame. And here comes the push. Chance. Nullified. Hunter again in the feed, though, with that M4. That single rifle. 2 frags to the good, and it looks like an AK has been recovered. Amanek picks up Nafany's weapon, then yet to commit. A swing from Axel looking for heads. Amanek spotted out. Nico got close to contest, and Sharp a second as well. Nico's dig is potent! Potent enough for the double. And that's the end of that. Wow, a hero rifle. A triple from Hunter, and the Kovac combined is all 5. The cousins hitting headies.
That one was sharp right there. Great stuff to defend.
And I will say, I don't think there's a world where Hunter could have done that on his own. Nico had to step up to play. Amanek's AK did nothing. Nico getting both of them is the only reason they post a 4th. Go G2.
You could see the pressure there as well. They wanted to clear out connector because some of the problems when you're down in numbers like that, sure, you can throw out that little bit of limited utility they had late to isolate some of the choke points, but you just don't have enough players to cover off all the angles. So Gambit did the right thing in taking the fight to G2, but Nico just too good with those shots. And that was all facilitated by that 4v5 opening from Hunter on the boost. So a nice little maneuver there from G2, and that's what you need to have in the back pocket. When the chips are down, you find yourself a kill like that, especially against default spreads. That's one of the problems with a default spread is if you get picked off early, it's a bit harder to get that trade. Timeout immediately in response here from Gambit, talking through the options. Money not the problem, just the approach. They want to go for something quicker, maybe something with a bit more direction to set the pace early in the stages here of map number 1. Freeze time subsides and away we go, and I think that pace, well, it's quite clear as they're heading back over for what is looking like more of a default spread.
Yeah, but they got both Hunter and Nico ready to at least receive anything early mid. It might mean they're also an early warning system to support Jax. Currently alone on B. Nico starting his progression. Hobbit through the underpass. Currently held. Going to be quite a hard duel for both of them. Hobbit's on his way, and Nico, ooh, just shy of the mark. It's Hobbit that will draw blood first. And I think he spots him out. Nade looks promising. Chunk onto Nafany. They're up mid, though. 4 members of Gambit on this side of the map, and it looks like they are just going to pull the plug on that.
That seemed way too easy again, right? When they're given this space and the kill just doesn't fall in the favor of G2 early, the heads are ripped off. Hobbit with a clean one. Same for Axel. And now he's crept up and has full connector control. They can just pinch it back over towards this A bomb site, which has been gifted for free here. Amanek's on a passive line. He cannot contest against Axel if he stays here. And the other three of them, into Shiro and Nafany, are just walking up in towards this site. The gamble stack from G2, it has at least a positive. They'll get to hold on to these rifles, but they've stacked the wrong site here and they should be losing round number 8. We'll find ourselves tied up 4-4 one more time. The utility now signals that. And G2 know that they've gambled incorrectly and still crossing their T's, dotting their I's. Gambit are taking no risks here, covering off Palace until Hobbit comes through and clears. Now the bomb can go down in an open position. Axel has the jungle rotation. Inters is babysitting through that tiny little gap from Sandwich towards CT. Perfect stuff here from Gambit again. And how much do they want to hunt? Hobbit is already on the move. Nafany is joining him as well. Wouldn't be a bad idea just to get 1 or 2 players to babysit the bomb just in case, but they are starting to have a look in for a hunt. Now, Jax is passive on the site over towards B. Amanek is pushed up towards Cat with that AWP. Doesn't feel like he's moved at all this round, and Nexa has the flank from the checker's position. Bomb now almost about to explode. It doesn't seem likely they will be taking any of the guns out of the G2 esports players' hands. Nafany's the one having a look here, gets into a fight with Jackson. Yeah, that'll be it. All right, well, 4-4, guns are held, and back underway we go. Now, there aren't any problems again for G2 to get a buy. They've really adopted what we've seen Gambit doing for the better part of, the last 6 to 9 months. Just saving, playing the percentages, getting themselves out back with another full buy. They've felt competitive in all of these rounds, whether it be that Hero M4, whether it be a couple of little upgrades. And this is really the round right here. Those 2 kills. It looks simple, but it's definitely not.
Yeah, Hobbit just breaks through the double mid aggressive setup. They're going for something a bit different here. Early A, you can see a smoke of Rye on mid, but at this point, Jax is just holding in the off angle. Smoke to contain ramp for now. It's Shiro, though, might crawl into this. It should favor the AWP. Jax is playing with fire here. Crouch peek in. Oh, baited nicely. Jax, surely not a double. He does dink. Hobbit lives on, 10 HP. The bomb spotted as well. G2 can scramble. Bomb scooped up. Shiro on retreat. Juggling weapons as best he can. Always keeping an eye on the best possible maneuver. And with Hobbit dinked down just to 10 HP, he is the source of a lot of their nades alongside with Shiro.
Nico's not looking.
Not again. Axel gets the better of him. We're straight back into a 3v3. He can just roam. Look at the amount of space he's taking. He's heading towards the B side of the map. Up short, good movement from him. The rest just park the bus. Letting Axel work his magic, get some info, force Amanek to at least respect his presence B. Doesn't look like Hunter's willing to bite the bait. He's waiting for Amanek's call.
All the timing on this. Axel's got him. Axel surely has it here.
Chance. There's the shutdown. Amanek will neutralize. Nothing else to report, which implies Nex is in the right place. Shiro's the healthy one. Would love a chance onto Hunter. Can't quite get the spray down, and Hobbit just doesn't have the health for this. He'll go to Nexa, and we've got ourselves a G2 consecutive. That actually takes the lead. 5 in total. And looked like Axel had done enough to at least claw it back into contention there.
I thought he had done Amanek on the timing there, right? Because you saw Amanek coming through the checker's position scoped up at the same time as Axel had already got past that line of sight. So I thought he was going to tuck in close towards the kitchen, hope that somebody would rotate through and should have the better of him, but wasn't sure exactly that CT-sided setup. But once again, no problems with the buys. Lacking a little bit of utility here over on the Gambit side, but no real dramas to account for, as they've gone back into this exact same setup. Hobbit dealing with underpass, Axel dealing with the B push, Shiro and Nafany, the duo towards top mid, and Inters, well, he's been left with the hefty task of covering off A ramp and the Palace push. But one more time, it's the cousins just both posted with their aim, one looking down towards underpass, the other towards top mid, and will they find the entry this time round?
Oh, Nico crosses out. Same angle Hobbit bested him in previously. They want to make this work. Amanek, if he misses his shot, Nico's a dead man. Hobbit makes it clear here where he's coming from, and here they come. Baits the shot, Shiro misses. Nico's got a lot to contend with. Multiple targets, too many angles. Amanek at least claws it back. Axel's working his magic towards B again. The lone wolf, roaming loudly out of the apps. I think Jax aware of this. Ooh, not far off. Needed that one. The M4 does sing. And Shiro walking straight into the cross. Amanek's not going to let that go. Just the one remaining. Looks like G2 should be able to make this 6 here. Bomb at least scooped up. 2-1 split of the resources remaining. Both of these players are tagged. Inter's going to cut noise. He hasn't got all day, 25. As he takes his first fight. Jax again, passing his test, looking good.
Yeah, good shooting there from Jax, right? I think that initial fight against Axel was the most important one to do so, and then one at a time. After that, it felt like a little bit strange to see them going one at a time, but I think what Shiro's thinking is he can maybe beat that rotation, but they had already started to hedge. G2 already had a few members over towards that bomb site, so Amanek was there to deal with that, making sure that fight couldn't be isolated, and Gambit will be calling their second timeout here to now have a discussion, because that money that we were talking about, well, it's no longer flush. Gambit are looking like they have a choice. Do we want to go for a force fight, or do we want to go for an eco? 2,400 is the loss bonus going into the next round. They would love a bomb plant here. And this back and forth in mid, it looks like with the kill feed that it was super chaotic, but it wasn't. Those fights were relatively strung out. They were trading off of each other. They had a little bit of time to work with, and G2 come out on top of it in a big way.
But G2 making it very clear that they will contest mid. You're not going to get it for free. You're not going to be able to have your 3-4-man setup just contact through middle. And as I say that, G2 once again going to have Hunter short, Nico connector side. And it is just going to be, what, a P250, a flashbang? There's really no universe where I see a bomb plant going down for Gambit here.
Yeah, which is definitely the key for a round like this. So if they wait out the clock again, sure, they can make sure that reinvestment, we've already spoken about it once today, for that utility for G2 will be in the mix. But look at this passive setup. In the previous rounds, G2 have been playing more forward and middle against the Rifles, right? They've been taking those fights. They've been a little bit more aggressive because, look, in those duels, they're more than happy to go head-to-head. Gambit aren't using a lot of utility when they've been clamping out. But now that they know that they're likely up against a low buy, they're playing it safe. They have two players locking down the B apartments. They have the passive retake A setup. There's no need for them to go for the aggression and give anything up in a round like this. So by the book, G2 looking good here and looking good for their 7th. Will be the B pincer, and that is going to be straight into Hunter and Jax. We already prefaced the fact that they are paired up here, and this off angle from Jax with the jump of Hunter will just bait them on in. Watch him mow them down in. They come. Jax gets the first. The flash comes through. Hunter will have no dramas with this one.
Yeah, he's got about 10 more bullets to find that last player, and he'll do just that. Lovely stuff. No complaints, an M4 upgrade, and a 7th for the G2 Samurai.
Now this is where we might see Gambit go for a bit of a pace change, right? Because they know that when they're coming out late mid, it is into that more aggressive prong of the Cousins. They're using their aim. That's their best attribute, I would say. They obviously have fantastic Counter-Strike brains, but the mechanical ability is on point, and they're more than happy to take those fights, which you don't see out of too many teams. Smoke towards top mid again. Molly towards connector, and it's a different approach here on the CT side. It's set up. Two players, Nexa and Nico, about to get close towards this ramp. Inters is about to have company. Nice defensive Molotov there. That does deny that space, and even a sound cue heard. So they know that this aggressive play is in. Does that signal for the rest of Gambit to start working on territory elsewhere? It doesn't look like it. They stand like statues.
Last cannon for Shiro. Just posted up, holding that mid push for now. And as you already described, G2 foregoing mid in exchange for the contest ramp.
I feel like G2 are reading them quite heavily here because Gambit haven't really won out these fights in mid all that cleanly. And now G2 are well aware that if they go back in, that same setup could be in play. So it's just Nafny going mid on his own. Oh, dearie me. Nico's just walked in.
Yeah, next one's more. This is crazy. He takes them both. Round winning from Nexa. He bided his time and he strikes at the perfect moment just as Nico beheads the Palace presence. More to come. Axile. Oh, not going down without a fight. And if he finds Nico, we are onto something. Not going to happen. Nice find. Bomb still loose. The round secured. Nafany just disconnected from the pack. He's up short. No paddle, no hope. And Hamanek confirms it. 8 on the defense. They take the half. That's a win for G2.
All right, well, this one is really starting to shape up nicely here. Take a look at the round timeline. You had Gambit win the pistol. A big part of this, a big component for G2 is winning that force buy in the second. And since there, it's only been dribs and drabs of rounds for Gambit. That first gun round they put on the board, it looked too easy, right, with Axel just walking up connector and punishing them in the back. And, well, this time round, it's all changing. And this is what I'm talking about with G2 reading them. That play right there to not be mid-heavy, that was the entire, I would say, game plan of earlier to dissuade them from just going for their more mid defaults.
Ahead of the util. Almost all of it. Anthony, $700 pistol in his hands and his fair share of nades on the nose. That's going to leave him a bit shaken. 26 points of health, not much more he's going to be able to do on this early presence. Abs, they have walked out mid. No one's home. No Nico, no Hunter, no mid defense.
It might get awkward here for Amanek for a moment, right? He has to be in limbo between checking between connector and worrying about the window boost. Hunter's going to make it impossible for them to get up towards the vent room. So that's one nice little helping hand. The smoke that's about to drop towards connector. Oh my god, it's a little bit late. Hobbit's already up.
Oh, and Hobbit hits a scorcher. A taste of his own medicine there. Nico catching a deagle bullet to the dome. This is where Amanek cannot be baited. Oh, Hobbit, what are you up to? He jiggles enough, pulls the trigger, does draw them in. Nice work from Hunter, but Inter's Deeg works too. Jax can bail G2 out here. They can't let this one slip. All that hard work. And he's trying to defend his honor here with the USP. Will finish it off, but good God, Hobbit reminds them what they're up against.
Whew, that almost got out of control there for a second or two. It was just Gambit going into the stack. The fact that Hunter and Jax were still over towards that B bomb site bowed them out in a big way. Hobbit's massive shots right there. And here's that streak of rounds on the board. We're looking at 5 in a row here. Would be 7 in a row to close out the half to get them an 11-4 scoreline and looking very, very good at G2. Here we go. The guns are back out. Gambit need to start making a bit of noise in this one. Shiro's getting proactive, looking for a pick over towards that A ramp. Amanek now postured forward in middle. Another different look from this G2 CT side.
They love this underpass. Hunter's actually just jumping for the info. He could lose his head if he's not careful. Making no secret about that. Strafes in. Nico again with the shutdown. He's being run down. Chipped away out onto Axel. Hunter's nade successful.
Oh, there's a big gap in that window smoke, I think. Yeah, huge. Hunter, he profits off of that. Axel goes down towards underpass again, and now it's just 2 remaining. Where's the trade potential from Gambit? They're getting owned right now.
They are. Dan, you mentioned reads. It definitely does feel like G2 have done their homework coming into this. Both the conversation about the maps as well as, of course, the execution. Mirage. Shiro. Oh, he actually tagged him through the wood.
Jax is about to find the bomb when he's pushed through B here as well, so Inters is screwed. They know he's up towards Palace. Jax has got T-spawn completely locked off. The loss bonus, 3,400 going into the next round. If they take this off of Inters late, which they should actually let the time transpire here and then kill him after the time. That would be the best that G2 could hope for in a moment like this.
They are posturing for it, right? 2 of them holding T-spawn Palace exit. Nexa as well, tucked in. They are starting to try and close the gap. Inters just to defend his honor here. This could really hurt. Shadow. Jiggle. First found, and now tucked in. They might wait time here. Jax is not in a hurry, but he will take it. Inters throws himself into the jaws. Avoids even more cruel fate.
Yeah, that would have been the most horrible way for Inters have to finish this first half. So, look, it's good that he dies, and I know that sounds counterintuitive with what we're doing here in Counter-Strike, but that means he has that cash to splash now, and the buy is going to be, well, rough is the best way to look at it for Gambit. You're going to see Galils, you're going to see Scouts, but not AK-47s across the board, and definitely no AWP for the likes of Shiro. But they've kept everybody on Gambit here to single digits, not a single player with 10 or more kills. The highest at the moment is Shiro and Axel with 7 apiece. But here we go. Gambit get anything. Can they salvage this half and make it a 10-5?
That's the question. Let's find out. Nico's tucked in on A here in support of Nexa. Hobbit walking up mid. This gap we saw, of course, Axel once exploit. I don't think it's ever going to be open again. And as I say that, it is currently actually wide open. If Hobbit fancied his chances, he'd be walking through. Nexus the closest to holding that line, as Rushley outlines. And trying to sell a bit of a fake here, Axel dumping util, and Nico it has pulled not only Nico away, he's back in CT now, but Nexa, oh, he's got a lot to do. Nico in the open, receives Inters. 2 of them have come up connector side, sandwich. 1. XR rejoins the pack, and about the 50-second mark as well. Still an incendiary to cause a bit of chaos. Nafany throws out his own bottle of flame, and there's nothing for Nexa to do but swing straight into Hobbit. 4-on-4. They need to flush them out of CT as best they can, or from flush to flash. They will throw one of those as well. Hobbit trying to clear out close. Nothing to report. It's the tight right they're opting for. And now, defending that plant. Bomb down default. G2 got a lot to do if they want to get back into contest for this 5th Gambit round. Every second that passes favors them further. High flash to push off the back of it, the intention. Bomb about half gone now, Chad, and even throwing out that CT smoke will enable them to cross in. Good find, but in the meantime, 2 from G2. Time-sensitive mission, they need to be on that bomb soon. Napoli biding time, but he's caught through the smoke. I think Amanek's got it, they're on it. Yeah, I don't think there's any way for Axar to deny him. They're just holding it right in front of his nose. It's G2 11, out of absolutely nowhere. They're just 5 rounds away. This Mirage, you can see the pick, they're justifying it with every frag. We'll take a quick break and be right back for Gambit G2 half 2.
Do you think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel.
Hey Future Pros, back with a more complex pro tip today which will help you establish presence at long on Dust 2. For this execute you will need 2 Future Pros. The utility required will be 2 smokes and 1 optional flash for this take. Future Pro number 1. To throw your smoke, you will need to line up with this metal bracket. Then find this corner and aim your crosshair so it lines up with the satellite antenna. Then throw. Future Pro number 2. You will need to line yourself up with this dark spot in the shadow of the car. Aim upwards and find the gap in the palm trees. Then position your crosshair so you're aiming just above that gap and throw. Optional Future Pro number 3. If you want to feel like a part of the team, you can stand at the back of the car and line up this flash towards the top of the doors, which will help your teammates get out of long. If the smokes have been thrown correctly, this will help you segment long and fully take control of pit.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen. IEM Cologne 2021. We're in day 6, and this, no longer a spot in the playoffs, is up for the contention. This is for a spot in the semi-finals. The 2 top performers of the group. G2, clearly with a lot to prove. It's Gambit they're up against. Undisputed world number 1 from our online era. And here, after a 500-day hiatus, we've returned to LAN, and looks like G2 are looking to make a statement here on Mirage. I'm with Chad. Want to expect still? Actually, no, wait.
Flipped on over, yeah.
Flipped and flopped. G2 given a slight edge on that one. We're seeing 4 sets of Kev. Nafany on the kit watch. And they're charging into mid, they're charging into Axel. He is one of the sharpest in the Gambit shed. And look at the demonstration, especially on the pistol rounds. This is where Axel can just win the round on his own, lingering for more. Nico reminds him who he's up against as well. P250 recovered. It was good from Inters to he shut him down with just the one. Keeps him caged, and looks like Gambit are having no issues finding these headshots. Nexa walks straight on in. Loses his life to the Hobbit USP. Oh, sorry, the USP.
Spotted there, Amanex, and now it's just about damage here. How many can he take with him to the grave? Not looking good as Shiro pivots up connector. Amanek will fall, and that is the second pistol for Gambit, but it doesn't look that way with the current scoreline. Just want to make some notes about that first half, right? Entry frags or opening kills weren't really coming easily to Gambit. When they did, yeah, sure, they were able to convert a couple off the back of that, but it was the multi-frags that were really quite the problem. Gambit, as a team, in the first half had a total of 5. That was it, just 5 multi-frags across all 5 of their members. If you take a little bit of a look at G2, across their team, they had a total of 19 multi-kills. So definitely handling Gambit in that regard. But they need to change that dialogue here and actually given a chance to get a buffer. This seems to be what we would consider these days as a full eco out of G2. Look, I know there's the Deagle, I know there's the P250 for Nico and Hunter respectively, but this is about as close as you get to a full eco in 2021. Now Gambit have to keep a round like this clean. They cannot sustain too much damage to this just small upgrade. A bomb plant, that could be nightmare fuel. We know that the AKs will be coming out in the next.
Got 3 SMGs as well. Should enable them to just stay dynamic, mobile. Potentially boosting into window, which Nafany will be happy to greet. Or at least setting up Hunter for success. Shiro's going looking.
Has to be so careful here.
Going looking. Jack's caught. Nico potential to trade here. The crosshair was there, but the frag is not. And looking like Gambit are not going to concede a thing here.
That's what they needed, a clean one. It's Amanek, last man alive yet again. Glock from range will do a bit more chip damage there to Shiro, but everybody stays alive. And, well, at least that facilitates Gambit to be in this bonus round position. We can see something a bit more quirky out of the 3 SMGs. They don't have to upgrade into those rifles. It does look like maybe they want to get the AWP out for Shiro here, and that will be the case. It's actually been dropped across. Take a look how much money Shiro has left over in his bank accounts. It's 5.6k, so next round, no matter what happens, there can be back-to-back Shiro AWPs. The buy's out for G2, a little bit light on utility for the likes of Nexa and Nico, but AKs for the majority here, and no vent broken, so keep that little canary in the coal mine activated. Faster mid control than what we saw out of Gambit. They've already taken top mid. Jackson Amanek, the Frenchman, paired together. Well, it's quicker scenes, but same result. They've taken the pace out of this after getting that control. More utility top mid to feign it out. Window smoke off, flash as well. And a passive setup from Gambit. Axel and Inters deep towards B apps. That vent was broken. So now that is a problem because look where Hunter is right now. He can jump through that window, potentially come around through the vent behind. So remember that. Uh-oh.
Yeah, this is a hard one. AKV Famas, Hobbit's holding. Does very well. Nearly 2. It actually is converted to 2. Amanek finishes what Hobbit started. Double on that ramp defense with only a Famas. You could not have asked for more from Hobbit. There's 3 CTs leaning on this direction. Shiro, a lot of uncertainty towards middle as well. Nico's actually going to drop a smoke jungle side, trying to maintain attention. It has pulled into deeper towards that CT angle. So if Hunter can jump through this hoop, they can isolate Axel alone completely and nullify the damage Hobbit has already inflicted. Hunter has yet to make a peep. He'll clear his corners. Wow, what a shot out of Nico. They both strike from the 2 extremities, and now Shiro and Inters on the complete wrong side of the map. A great mid-round reaction and correction from G2.
They've just gone into the apartments, which is going to tell me they're saving, which just feels like an absolute shame. This is a 2v2. They would have had to rotate it the entire round through, and or are they? Did they just change the call? Okay, they're making their way back over towards B now. That looked like it was just a save immediately, but they're coming on in. They're going to give this one a crack.
Yeah, they are, straight from short.
Ah. All right, boys. What are you trying to do? Come on now.
I'm just trying to make you look silly.
No, they're saving. Oh, they're not saving. Oh, they're saving again. Because immediately they both went towards Palace. I know that they wanted to get Inters and upgrade into an AK, but What?
I don't know.
Oh, either way, it doesn't matter. G2, great stuff. And again, the cousins, look, we keep saying it, but it is the two of them. Easier to lump them together with that terminology. Both of them get an entry onto either site, and that throws another round away from Gambit here. 12-6, G2 looking good.
Yeah, and that was inspired. You know, like the quickest reaction to that, leave Park Nico in Palace. You know he's probably good for one when he does choose to take contact. He makes as much noise and as much presence as he can. He smoked off jungle. You know he's still there. And just hits a cracker onto default, which only confirms their suspicions more. Axel looks the wrong way. Easy collection. And G2, yeah, overcome it. Run boost and a smoke, so they're doing their due diligence not to be caught out here. And I say that, Nafany does just catch a little whiff of Jax crossed over to the box. It's going to be naded down to 48 already. Axel will throw a second in there. Jax, oh wow, he refuses to bend the knee. It was an incendiary, not a nade. Do excuse me, so he can extinguish and survive. He's also taken that headshot. G2 can pause now. Look at that spread. Everything covered. But who blinks first?
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's a rush at all right now. The fact that Hunter is just chilling under window like this and not moving, if he inches forward at all, Barrow will be spotted. Axel just calls top mid clear, and it's all LaRue. He steps on out, does get a kill, a very important one. Jax goes down, 4v4 now. Still just under a minute left on the clock, so plenty of time for G2 to work with as they drop their mid utility and apply a lot more pressure.
Yeah, and they're actually going to be present in mid behind these smokes they've just deployed. They've got about 10 seconds left to walk it through. Hobbit's pushed up ramp side, so it's only really Shiro that can contest this.
He's looking in the right place right now.
35 seconds. Axel starting to float back to A as well. Previously short, he hears it. Confirms his suspicions, waits and bides his time, collects onto Hunter. 3-on-3, 25 seconds. They need to knock Hobbit off his perch, and a good trade. Amanek provides Nico to support him. Shiro should be able to deny this plant, though. Nico playing with fire on the tight line. Waves out, he lives to tell the tale, and Nico actually catches into as they know where Shiro is. This just turned completely on its head.
Oh, we know what Shiro does in these situations. It's going to be the classic save. He's just backed off immediately. He doesn't have a defuse kit to work with, would have to pick one up, and he's hoping that they're not pushing any closer. G2 again, it looked like they were in the dumps after that early exchange was good. The trade from Axel, fantastic. But in moments where you'd normally see the likes of Axel or Hobbit get two, they both only got one. Right? Axel, as they were running past him, right, look, I know in total that Axel got 2 kills in the round. I'm talking from that jungle position. He's picked out. Normally he'd grab that second kill. This time he didn't. Hobbit from A ramp, he gets one, but only one.
True.
So great trading here from G2. That is facilitating a lot of these moments. And yeah, that save from Shiro, we know what happens, right? We know that they put such a premium on that AWP.
Didn't Shiro, and do correct me if I'm wrong, didn't he used to be like way ahead in these 1vx stats?
These clutches that we're talking about, right? For especially at the start of the year with IEM Katowice, I think a lot of that was Gambit's playstyle helping facilitate some of that, and a lot of the situations he was left in may have been. No clutch is easy to convert, right? I don't want to take it away from Shiro, but some are easier than others.
Yeah.
And I think he may have had a couple of those on his plate. So Gambit right now will be taking yet another timeout. They have one remaining here, but they're running out of rounds. That's the bigger issue, not the timeouts indeed. Money, well, they're getting a buy together. Famus's that AWP carried across. But this is where we're at desperation stations for Gambit. Out of rounds, almost out of money. And G2 are making this look way too easy. I thought the game against Big said more about Big than it did about G2, but we're learning a lot here. This is the top dog Gambit, #1 team in the world. Undisputed. G2 Esports, they're here to play all year. They have not beaten Gambit. They've taken one map, that's it. They keep getting beaten in the series. Well, this is a great start, a huge leg up.
And if you're wondering why, you know, Malek in every single camera we cut to from G2 is still got a furrowed brow and a concentration station adopted, it's because this, as you said, is not a familiar territory for G2 up against Gambit. If the last year is anything to go by. Drone boost over. Tracks tucked in. Flawless execution so far.
Need something inspired here out of Gambit. Somebody needs to step up in a big way.
Oh, that'll do, Hunter. That'll do. Wide step. Spots out the AWP. Not a bullet fired, though, and he lives to tell the tale, so that's something.
It is a lot of information, right? It means now that G2 can either use more utility to push that position back or pivot elsewhere. And Axel, still very brave, just lingering around towards this vent room. G2 will get this mid control.
Axel, lot to do from ladder. Finds him, dink exchange, double though for G2 in the feed. Hobbit doing damage, that's on A, but they're going B. Jax has met Hobbit's FAMAS, so it does mean that these two descending lower. Maybe I spoke too soon about the B, actually. With 30 seconds left, they would be going for a very ambitious return to A. This is going to be interesting. 2 flashbangs on Nico to try and make space. And they're just going to charge in. Hobbit, here's them, beheads one. The flash is eaten up. That should give him at least a bit of space for that bomb to go in. Second flash, long range, needs this tap, needs it, finds it. Maybe Nico could do more. 2 to find. Gambit dancing around the box with him. He's got elevated positions. One's an AWP, one's a rifle. Damage inflicted, he's just too low. Shiro will finish it, and Gambit, a must-win round, recovered.
Oh, that one got dicey again. Hobbit actually getting that kill through the smoke as they were running up Cat, stalled out that B take, and for good reason as well. It actually helped G2 to get back into the round, because if they keep running in towards that B site, that rotation was there. This, at the tail end of this, you can see Nico just trying to jiggle around the boxes, and it's so annoying. Look at the jiggles, they're just peppering. They're not committing to that frag until they know that they can win it. Nico at that point holding down the trigger, gets converted, and Nafany trying to fire up the troops at this point. But there's still a very, very long way to go. And you can see the frustration there from Nico. Look, he knows that could have been 14. He knows that could have been the economy in the absolute bin for Gambit and a real chance to apply some punishment. But on the other side, now they need to have a conversation. You can all see the money situation here. There is enough to bring out an AK if they want to try and apply more pressure to Gambit, which wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, right? Gambit's buy not great either. They have an MP9 on Inters. There's the AWP out, the rifles for the rest, the util is there, but the economy not built just yet. So any pressure they can apply, here it is. They've bought 2 AKs, and this is great. I love that G2 are really trying to keep the fight, keep that pressure on. There is the flip side of this. If Gambit are able to withstand a buy like this, they can really get themselves back in this game, but hard work, hard yakka still to be done.
Yeah, might be seeing some pace behind this as well. Seeing them charging at this point in time towards the apartments. Inters and Exile going to be setting themselves up. Just a lurk smoke dropped out early. Pulls out some of the B util.
Yeah, they dumped a bit there. Molly nades, a little bit more, and even more utility as well, keeping so many busy. Shiro's off of middle. It's just Nafany. Oh, and this is the classic. They're going to boost Hunter up towards window. Oh, spotted.
Perfect hold. Nafany's not letting any funny business, and that's an AK. He reports. There's more than we bargained for here, folks. The weapon's completely unretrievable as well, so G2, they've just had the win taken from their wings. Starting to regroup. Welcome GL on B.
How has Amanek just walked past 2 of them? Axel towards short, and he walked past the window line of Nafany. Madness there, but they're retooling back towards this B bomb site, and it is just Inters on his lonesome here. Axel can support from short. Nafany might want to get a pivot on here, and Inters is hoping he catches something on one of these jump peaks. He's dropped his smoke, and that is actually going to allow G2 to work closer behind it. They have a Molotov, they have a flash. There's enough utility for an explosive play, but Axel, meantime, pushing up mid, closing the door on this. The avenue would be back through underpass. Time starting to become an issue here. About 30 seconds on the clock. Nafany's rotated over. Gambit are reading this.
Yeah, they got themselves a 2-2 split. Axel's gone T-spawn. So at least he's going to be as far away as possible if they can get through this Nafany and Inters setup. Loud now. Inters got a lot to do. They're all not looking. He's triple kill from the SMG. And what is he supposed to do now? Amanek would need Nafany. Now the bomb's in apps. He can't even retrieve it in time. Just going to look to do some damage. Shiro denies any more. And as you discussed, the other side of that G2 initiative and investment is that this gap now will close.
Yeah, opportunity here to get themselves up to 9 rounds. Gambit indeed. Money not there, no plant. Maybe a couple Deagles, maybe a couple P250s, and we know what the Deagles of Nico can do, so make sure we keep our eyes on him. But this is great from Inters. Even has a warning sign that he's there, so at that point, because he fires, he's almost committed to stepping on out. Eventually gets traded, but the fact that he gets 3 kills, that is round winning, simple as you like. And here you can see the investment. Nothing whatsoever. No Deagle, no P250. Nafany having a bit of a looky-loo now. He's got an MP9, seeing if he can pull off similar antics as Inters just did.
Watch him pluck him out of the sky here. Ooh, counter straight mid-air. Yeah, this one's just a formality. One more to go. Easy as that. 3, though, on the MP9. Nafany 6,400 coming into round 23.
And Nafany inspecting the bodies there, seeing if there's a pistol upgrade into, but also it helps, you know, just to know what they're investing in. As the in-game leader, keeping tabs on that, a very important thing to do.
Checking their pockets, seeing what they can find.
Shaking them down. Well, here we go. AWP out for Amanek now. Looks like Nafany will be holding onto this SMG, and he's been fantastic in this tournament. The highest rated player for Gambit so far. Let's see what he can do. See if he can cause any dramas right here, right now. Lots of util towards mid. This might get sticky.
Amanek fires off the shot. T-side AWP straight into Shiro, and he's ready to receive. Just posted up on the swing, had the sound cue to anticipate, and now again G2 have to forego that early man disadvantage.
Hard to tell if that was a missed window smoke coming in just there, because we can see one, it's just faded, it was below the window, or if that was one that Gambit dropped out in all of that madness. So if it was a missed window smoke, Amanek's going to be kicking himself, and that one really hurts. That dink puts him on notice, but Axile, the bodyguard, Shiro's best mate, to back things up and keeping this one with the number advantage now, 3-5.
Axile could put his head in the vice there. Nico starting his own project, but look how pushed up Nafany is. He's just looking to cause chaos. He'll be able to not only hear sound cues if anyone starts loudly rotating through, but also perhaps even close the door behind Nico's ramp push. Bombs in mid with them. Hunter and Jax working on their project there. Hunter's used this smoke to set up. Hobbit's holding it. He hears him. Oh, full commit in the smoke. Hunter just about gets the best of them. But that's not for long. And that was the healthy man. Nice catch. Jax, one of the bodies dropped. It's all on Axile's triple. And now Nico. Yeah, Nafany may be the highest rated player for G2. Nico, highest rated player in the tournament so far. And that's the end of that. Nafany wins the head-to-head. He'll take the weapon upgrade. And we are going to see this gap close fast.
Oof, money again, not there for a G2 buy. They will have to take a save here. And those multi-kills that we were talking about, there was only 5 of them in the first half for that of Gambit. They've quickly changed that conversation, right? If I do some quick maths here, let me have a little bit of a look. Well, they've more than doubled it. I'm not going to do the quick maths on air, but they have at least 11 or 12 at this point. So they were at 5. They're now looking very, very good. Opening kills are coming their way. Getting a lot of conversions here. If I just flick through the opening rounds, on the T half, they found the openings in every single round bar 1. So things are really changing right now for this Gambit conversation.
I did want to highlight that Shiro Axile setup. Like when he's holding the underpass like that, as soon as he gets that tight line and he pulls the trigger, Axile has a perfect sound cue, whether it's verbal or otherwise, to just swing out and catch anyone trying to push past on the wide swing.
Yeah, they've got these little wombo combos, right? They're always playing off of each other, teeing each other up. Now, we do see the light pistol upgrade here from G2, so they can stay competitive, but they'd love a plant. That has been one of the problems. When you take a look at the scores on the doors, in the last 3, there has not been a single bomb plant going down, and trying a smoke gimmick there, Nico walks through, immediately punished by Hobbit. You're going to have to try some of these plays when you don't have a lot of utility, and you're hoping your early nades towards this mid control has drawn eyes elsewhere. Not the case. Hobbit too aware.
Nexus Deagle's just taken down the AWP, though. Nafany.
Ooh, Hunter.
Does retreat.
That wasn't long-lived, was it?
Gave it everything he had. All right, well, that'll be Gambit posting at the 11th. G2 unable to do too much in terms of financial damage. And what is that in terms of consecutive Gambit rounds? 5 from the best.
Could say in the West, but I guess not really in the West.
No, and like best in CIS as well, not really acceptable either, so...
Yeah, well, this is an
world number 1.
Yeah, that works.
There we go.
That one definitely lands.
Let's off in a hole with best.
Okay, different approach here, looking more like it could be a heavy A-lean. They're still feigning all this mid-control with the U2 you're seeing lobbed out right now. Amanek and Nexa are fast towards Connector. More pace on this one.
Certainly is, yeah, I like the look of this. Nexus to try and contest. They've got a bit of Presence Palace as well. Nafany surely has to respect that incendiary. And oh my god, nearly 2 from Hobbit. They want to force the issue here. Amanek, oh, just waited for him. Nafany knocks his head off his shoulders. They do have Nico into the site. The flash is great. He's still alive though, and It's Nexus to shut him down. Now we're talking for G2. Oh. Shiro surging forward. He catches a glimpse and knocks him off the boost. Oh, Shiro's having a round. And this one, just a formality. Hunter, you got 10 HP. He knows it. Still able to find at least one. But Gambit, they call upon Shiro. And that flick, the triple boost, not an easy shot to hit. But he comes alive, he activates upon the death of Nafany.
Yeah, you don't often see Shiro getting stuck in like that. Normally he's sitting back waiting for the opportunities to come to him. Here he's taken the fight to G2, and we're starting to see a little bit of flair come out of the Gambit side now. They were on toast no matter what happened there. Axel was already in spawn while all of this was going on off around the world, but great stuff from Shiro. And this one has cooled off in a big way. G2 needs some individual prowess to step on up. Hunter into a Galil. It's only with Kevlar, no head armor behind it. Amanek selling a B fake on his lonesome here, and he does have 3 players looking his way. Hobbit is going to have a lot to do on A right now.
They'd have to go now, and they do. Nafany, oh, no frag, just tag. Hobbit falls as well. That's the 2 frags they needed. Compulsory frags delivered. CT is going to be such a threat, though. They don't have a smoke to drop. Like, how are you supposed to get the bomb down? You'd need something to work out on the Deagle department.
Back.
They can try. Ooh, nice movement. Nico not so lucky, burnt out. Problems now. Another one lost. Hunter unable to retreat. Amanek was previously dipping his toe into B. Looks like that'll be Nex's location, and perhaps they could shape something up here.
There's a rifle on the ground that Amanek could pick up, and he is going to find the timing here. So in that smoke, there is the rifle from Nafany's body. He's found that, and he's behind 2 of them.
Yeah, this has legs here. They just looked away. They just looked away. He strikes for both. This is what G2 needed. Amanek comes in with a superstar double. Bomb going down. Axel disconnected from the pack. He cannot contest from there. Oh, of all the rounds, it's Amanek's perfectly timed flank. Pulled around the map. Nexa managing to get away from that ramp molly. And now the clock ticks in their favor, baby. That will be 14. And finally, we get to see a G2 round posted. It took them 6 attempts into the blue wall of Gambit.
Of course, it's the pistols to get it done, isn't it? Of course. I know that it's Amanek picking up that rifle, but that was all brought on by the rotations they forced right there. Nafany did a lot of damage, but he just couldn't convert a frag. And Hobbit, again, just one. Difference maker would have been the double. Gambit responded in time. They dealt with the pressure. They dissuaded them from the A finish. But the rotation was forced, and now G2 just 2 rounds away here from picking up their map choice. Vertigo waiting in the wings for map number 2, and Gambit, they're going to throw that final timeout onto the clock to discuss how will they finish this half. 4 more rounds of play. We'll have to go all 30 if Gambit want to win it here in regulation. G2 just need 1 to secure that overtime. And 1 more round, well, it's not going to be enough to completely break that bank of Gambit, so it's not really going to matter in that regard. They're going to have to go up against rifles.
I know Shiro is the AWPing component within a tier 1 system, but he gets to live a very different lifestyle, doesn't he?
Isn't
like,
it?
Just seeing him always have 5 grand in the bank with an AWP already equipped, it's just a real... Yeah, he's living a VIP lifestyle.
When they go out, I'm sure he's not paying for meals.
Yeah.
He leaves his wallet at home. Someone else is definitely picking up the tab.
No, but yeah, when they walk into restaurants, though, he's the one waiting in the car until they've made space.
You have a table, right?
Yeah, table secured. Come on in.
All right. Mid feint yet again. Nafany taking a lot of space here. He can confirm mid clear. There's going to be a flash coming out from his teammates to do exactly that. Need to rotate back over towards A quickly because set up are G2. Nexa continues to sell that B fake, but it's definitely A.
Definitely A. Hobbit gonna have to descend the ladder. He wants to live on. Looks like Nico's been legged. He could catch some flak from the nade. Oh, he does get tagged down from the shrapnel. Still alive. Still kicking. Jack's quite the opposite. Shiro neutralizes the wide swing, and it seems like that's taken a little bit of the pace out of this from G2. Shiro tags up his teammate, I think. Actually just on the edge of the smoke, and it's enabled Nico to hit the wall bang. Burnt down to a crisp, eventually finishing the job, but G2 aren't done. Yeah, you said, look at Nafany, he is on the flank. I'm sure it won't be considered at this stage in the game. It's still 60 seconds on the clock, and they're already going to have contact. Amanek,
oh, what?
He actually hits it. Neutralizes the threat. Not even a no-scope. He gets his eye to it just in time. And now they can pause. Take your time, because that was about to be a round ender. Take your time.
This is crazy. They're rotating all the way back over towards B. Axel can beat them there, but there's still 40 seconds left on the clock. You mentioned time, plenty of it for G2
He's got a
to play off
smoke.
of.
They'll have to run through gray screen if he does deploy it.
It's just, are they going to go with the pace here? They don't have any nades left of their own, and Axel would hope that he can get into a close position towards that site. He's worried that somebody's come in during all of this rotation. You can see all the corners that he's having to clear.
Okay.
He's on his own. There's no rotation close. Shiro is miles away towards connector. Intis is still over towards A. It's all on Axel.
15. Denying the plant his primary objective here. Lots of sound cues. Found. Oh, Nexa neutralizes. This looks like 15. Saved by the Bell, saved by the Amanek. Shutdown. Nafany was there in a 4v3. And just like that, momentum shifts. Again, G2 now looking like 15 is a guarantee.
It looks like Shiro's hanging around here to try and do a bit of damage, but we were talking about all the extra cash. Yeah, sure, he has it, but not everybody on his team does, so he cannot go down here. He'll be required to drop a gun in the next, but this is secured right now. And the fact it literally comes down to the fight with Amanek and Nafany. We were looking at Amanek's POV. He wasn't looking that direction until the very last second. Okay, well, Shiro is going to take the AWP out of Amanek's hands. Hunter can pick that one up. They are doing damage here, just a little bit of financial woes, but all in all, that's 15 on the board, and now it will be 3 consecutive rounds required just to take Gambit to overtime here. Gambit are looking like they're in a bit of hot water right now. No more saves out of them. They will need to start going for some of these retakes.
Didn't manage to save that AWP. The bomb blast just pushing it a little too far away from Hunter's sticky fingers. But yeah, G2, they've got 4 rounds, and they've had to work damn hard for them on this second half. All the hard work on their first has translated them into an opportunity. 3 opportunities, in fact, to take their map pick here. No gap in the smoke. Nafany has a glance, and the run boost should be possible for Shiro to have the info on Jax just yet. Axel, what are you up to?
He's missed.
To take a pot shot, has to retreat. Understandably so. Nexa surging forward, a moth to the flame. Nade on the nose, not too much damage to report. They're up mid. 3 players of G2 starting their crawl. And smoke's going to start to fade here. Amanek, you got the bomb on your back. Jax alongside for the ride.
Oh, this timing is impeccable.
Just as they looked away, just as they maneuver away.
An open runway.
Yeah, Hobbit's tucked in sandwich. Look at this, completely contact. Nafany's still staring the wrong way. They don't have a clue. Shiro's going to have a look. This could be perfectly timed. Spots one. This is it. He should go down. This is a chance for G2, the biggest one. They can't let this slip. Up against Gambit. Nico caught sleeping. They both walked into it. 3 frags in a matter of seconds. Jax low 2. Trying to recover. Bomb down. They're scrambling now. Hunter on low HP. He's going to have to apply his trade with the AWP. Axel up from connector. Oh boy, oh boy. 35.
They're not doing it again. Hunter's going all the way back around to B one more time. They've already pulled this trick off twice. They might get away with it a 3rd time. Jax is still on the site completely selling this. Nafany and Axel are not aware of this at all.
Yeah, okay.
Hunter's getting into B for free.
Yeah, this is actually amazing. Jax is just going to sell this just by existing. Couple of jiggles, a couple of bullets. Didn't spot anyone.
Oh, Jax might get Nafany here. The timing on this.
It's very close. Hunter to plant. Uncontested. Nafany's already through market. Hunter cannot die. If he dies immediately, careful. Careful.
Definitely spotted.
Definitely, and it's going to be a freebie for Nafany. Does he run for the defuse?
Did it.
No kit. It'll be a 10-seconder. Jax is going to have to run. It's not planted for him.
I think he's saving.
He's just saving it out.
Oh my God, what a round. What an absolute round right there. That Hobbit double as well was gifted to him. Nico's in his crosshair. The second player drops in. And that same trick again. The same trick again. Nafany, this time you fool him twice. It's not getting away with that 3rd time. Oh, it's so close.
I thought they had it, dude. Oh, man. Jax going CT as well. Like, if the timing's just a little different, he catches that tail of Nafany crawling.
Oof. Well, we go again. Nico into a creek here. The SG's out. There's no AWP for Amanek, even though there was cash to do so. So with the rifle setup, let's see if they go heavy back towards this A split. Looks likely. Out top mid, Shiro's found Hunter. That's a freebie right there. 4v5 early.
Doesn't this just reek of overtime? Uh-oh, yeah, a bit flustered now.
Feeling the pressure.
Nice dink, though. Hobbit trying to collect. Nico's Krieg, very good for this fight. He should be able to find another if they challenge. They did. And a flurry of frags. G2 just taking duels and winning them. Shiro, it's only Shiro. Amanek's found another as well on the rifle. Nico and Amanek double frag galore. Nothing for Shiro now. Bomb ticking. Oh, his chances dwindle with every passing second. They go wide and G2 will take it. Hard fought. Gambit solid resistance, but exploited. Sensational first half. And G2 pull it across the line in the second, 16-13. Vertigo next. And G2 one map away from the semi-finals.
Our current strengths as a team, I think it's, first of all, our individual skill. I think our skill ceiling is pretty high. And then I think we developed a pretty good system and team play that we have. And I think one of the deciding factors for us is the atmosphere and the mood we have in the team, because when the mood and like the atmosphere is really good and super high, we all are able to perform at our best levels.
Never die. Fighting as we push through the darkest times. I'll be there by your side. We are.
Do you think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel. Because as soon as the question is asked during the stream, the clock starts ticking. You will have 60 seconds to type your answer in the chat using this format. And keep in mind, speed is important at DHL. So the faster you answer correctly, the more points you get. Keep track of how well you are performing on the leaderboard. Will you manage to make it to the top and win one of these amazing prizes?
Shiro and company can't get it done. It's G2 that lock it in on Mirage. Did get a little closer than they would have liked. Too close for comfort for some, but for us, we get to turn our attention to the DHL drop. We all know what time it is. You all know what you have to do. Exclamation point, DHL drop space, whatever the corresponding letter of your answer. And believe me, you're going to want to take some time with this one. This is a difficult question, so make sure that you are ready to answer this one in full. The Lanxess Arena, in which IEM Cologne would normally be played in, is nicknamed the Castle of Counter-Strike, the Church of Counter-Strike, the Cathedral of Counter-Strike, or is it the Sanctuary of Counter-Strike? Now that's exclamation point DHL drop space A, B, C, or D in the Twitch chat. And that just about does it for that. Again, DHL drop, shout out one time. We'll be going over that answer at the end of the segment. And now we start to talk about and look at some of the answers that need to happen here for Gambit in this series. It's a big one for them, and G2 have to be feeling pretty good, Yanko.
Oh, absolutely. Finally getting, a map win even against Gambit. Now it's on LAN. And also, I think the manner in which they managed to grind it out at the very end. Sure, they had a big lead, but Gambit was coming back. I'm sure in the back of their minds, it was like, oh, not again. Surely we're not going to lose this one. And they do manage to close it out. And I think it was great for G2 that usually the things that we see happen to them, they managed to do it to Gambit this time around. And I'm talking about those force buy wins or even the eco wins, especially in the first half, right? They lose both pistols, but they managed to get that early control of the economy. Here we see it after being down 1-0 in the first half, a good read, stack towards the B bomb site, and they just take care of business here. I think this was the biggest problem for Gambit, alongside one other thing, uncharacteristically for them. Like that first half, there was really a lack of variety from Gambit. Mostly it was just a slower default. How many times did you see Nico posted up on the middle of that mid slope, right? And an extra teammate in connector or in window, right? And they were just dismantling that default from Gambit time and time again.
Yeah, I think it echoes what Malik said in an interview to Frankie, right? He talked about the fact that they needed time to adjust to how Gambit were playing Counter-Strike, and it really feels like this map encompasses all of these adjustments they had to make. Like, they were almost always in the right position, mostly on their CT side. They were finding these timings mid-round to aggress Gambit, to punish them with the lack of pace that Yanko is putting out. So for G2, what's actually quite insane, and this was a high-level game of Counter-Strike, where almost everything that could have gone for them went for them, and still a 16-13. And this is what happens when you play Gambit. You could have a perfect, almost perfect game of Counter-Strike, and you still have to sweat to the very end.
Yeah, an almost perfect half, right? You look at how this kind of played out in the long picture here, the long run, rather, not the long picture. I don't know if there's many of those. Yanko, does this spell trouble in this series for Gambit?
Well, I think it does, in a sense of, hopefully this is, a bit of a mental reset for G2. Right now, they're having the confidence. They're probably saying to each other, right, oh, on LAN we can beat them, right, we can do this. It's not the same as it was online, but I think Maniac was spot on. Even with all these things going for them, it was still a very close affair. Shiro came online in the second half, having a lot of impact on that AWP. So moving on to Vertigo as the second map, one of the best maps for Gambit. This is not over by any stretch of the imagination.
Look, we're going to a third. We're going to a third for two reasons. First of all, I don't expect G2's game plan to be as polished, as perfect as it was on Mirage, because definitely there was some work put into this. That's not going to be the case on Vertigo. Even though it's a good map for them, we're not going to reach that level. The other thing is that Gambit have already proven time and time again at that event that they can lose the first map of a series and just smash their opponent on the second one.
Run it right.
They've done it twice already with absolutely no remorse, not looking back. So if you're Gambit, they've already given us the insurance that they can bounce back. It's fine. They have, they're level-headed. They have the fortitude, and they're going to go into Vertigo full of confidence.
Yeah, and that third map being Inferno, of course it is. It's always Inferno in the third map. That's what we look forward to. You also looked forward to that DHL drop answer, and I have just that. The question was, the Lanxess Arena in which IEM Cologne would normally be played is nicknamed what? And now that you've put your answers in chat, let's find out.
It's the 7th edition of Counter-Strike Global Offensive at ESL 1 and the 4th consecutive year right here in Cologne. We've already trimmed the 16 teams to just 8 as we head into the playoffs. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike. This is ESL 1 Cologne!
The Cathedral of Counter-Strike. Who would have ever guessed it? If you chose that answer, then, well, guess what? You were right. For us, we get to guess a little bit more as to who's going to be picking up this series on the back end of the break. We got to go to a break. We're going to come back with Vertigo, the second map, Gambit, G2. One team's going to the semis, one team's going to the quarters. This is the Intel Extreme Masters, y'all. We'll be right back.
He's going to get that shot, and it has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air. Oh, you've got to make he takes every single one from nothing to the AWPAs.
I can't believe he's just done that.
Epics.gg official CSGO trading card. Collect your Epics on shop.eslgaming.com.
I'm Chad Sponge Virtual, and this is my Prime 6. 2018, with the dominance from Astralis, Glaive defined how the modern era of Counter-Strike will be played and is played today. I think somebody who's a strong leader, a strong personality, who can play the hero, he can play the villain. He is the type of individual who can get any 4 players of this caliber together and create a star team. Every in-game leader needs a strong right-hand man, and I think there's no one better than Mr. Consistent himself, Device, the AWPer of the team. Most people would be expecting there to be a rifler as that individual in that role, but I think Device, in the way that he approaches the game inside and out, probably the best player to ever touch the game and not get a first within HLTV.org's world rankings. He does it by the book, and he makes it look good. Somebody who is a safe pair of hands on a bomb site, who can also, under pressure, bring out those clutch rounds, those magic moments that nobody's seen before. Coldzera in 2016 and 2017, back-to-back years, the best player in the world. He's won 2 times major MVPs. He's just an absolute legend of the game, and to have him on this role, in this position where he needs to lock things down, he's a great player for the job. There are a lot of good entry fraggers to pick from all the years who are blunt objects and you can send them in first, but I wanted something a little bit sharper. Now, Nico is the one I've gone with here for the entry fragger role. Not too many people would be expecting that. He's normally a 2nd or 3rd man in, with an in-game leader and a foundation and a team behind him, like Glaive, like Device, using that aim, using that aggression to his advantage, knowing that he has people behind him who are as equal skill and can trade out. I think unleashing Nico, he would be an absolute beast knowing that. It's the biggest name, and it's maybe the most controversial name for a lot of people, but Simple, in my opinion, is the greatest player to ever touch Counter-Strike. And when you're looking for your X factor, when you're looking for your star, his name is always going to be above everybody else's. Consistency, sure, it's definitely there, but it's not Simple's, frags that he's putting on the board. It's what he can do within rounds as to why I'm picking him. Somebody who, if you give him a deagle, he's likely to always, get you 1 kill. But if he finds himself in one of those magical Simple moments, he will break the other team. So for the coach, we need someone with a big personality. They need to have a big stature within the community, a bit of pedigree about them, and somebody like Zonic is perfect for this role. Now, winning 4 majors with Astralis, that's one thing, but being a legend of the game throughout 1.6, having some history, actually being well respected by all of the players in the scene. When you're looking at the personalities in this team, it's a necessity to have someone who's not only a smart Counter-Strike mind, but someone who the players respect, and I think everybody respects Zonic.
We're looking to separate Gambit and G2. We welcome you back as well. Already 1-0 up. G2 managed to convert their map pick. Mirage a bit wobbly for the Gambit boys, admittedly forging quite the comeback, a close affair. And now as headsets prepare to be going on, fist bumps to be exchanged, myself and Sponge hanging out to bring you Vertigo. Now, we were just talking before the mics went live about Vertigo and the fact that it's not actually a map we get to see Gambit playing all too often just because it's taken away from them.
Yeah, it's a very strong map for this team, but it's one that, look, it's not necessarily one that they're always picking into. They have a very diverse map pool, right? Yeah, 93% in the last 3 months. That's pretty tidy. And just if we focus in on this matchup, we were speaking about the fact that these guys have played in 4 series this year. Right? In those series, there's only been 1 map so far picked up from that of G2, make that 2 now that they've won Mirage. Vertigo has featured in 3 of the 4 series, and every single time Gambit have toppled them on that. So plays a big reason in why they're likely to pick back into this. But I would say G2, their Vertigo's been looking pretty tidy. See if those little maneuvers that they've got going. They've opted to start here on the T side. Let's get this one underway. Gambit, G2, all the marbles here. Vertigo, will Gambit bounce back, or are we done with a quick one?
Alrighty then. Love this map. Looking forward to seeing Gambit's masterclass in it. 15 played in the last 3 months and only 1 blemish on the record. Got G2 though with the 1x bet odds leaning their way, understandably so after Mirage went their way. Let's see if Gambit can start as they need to go on. Mid. I do like this from G2. They've been doing this even in the gunnies, so keep your eyes on their mid goes. They can smoke off the sandbags cross, elevators denied, and then just swing into that B site. That's always just an option though, Nafani, to receive them. That's Nico v Nafani, and the smoke's actually gone towards T-Spawn. Interesting now. CT Spawn, do excuse me. Now Jack's surging forward. There's so many bodies. Great movement to at least isolate Nafani, and he does behead him. Another chance. 2-for-1 exchange. Gambit get the better of them, and it's not quite over yet. Hunter, slight gap in that smoke. If Nexa could just hit this shot long range, now the site is open for business, and a 2v4 becomes a 2v3 with the bomb about to go down.
Have some flashes here for Inters to help enable this. They might be quick on this Gambit.
Hunter's pushed up close. Just going to be a test of his metal now. Oh, just as he looks away. Good find from Hobbit. And it's the end for Nexa as well.
That's 3 out of 3 pistols for Gambit so far within this series. So they've been looking hot on the pistols. Now, first map, they lost the force buy in round number 2. Let's see if they're able to steady here. Going to be a necessary evil, I think, if we want to see Gambit picking up some confidence. You saw Nafani on the cameras in the early stages getting loud, trying to fire the team up. Going to need more of that here. Now, a couple of little notes here with the G2T side. Hunter is the man you want to keep your eyes on over towards the A bomb site. Once he gets that scaffolding control, his lurks and his prowess with looking for picks over towards A is one of the highlights, I think, for this G2 side. And they've opted in for a force buy behind that plant. A couple of Galils, Mac-10, a Deagle, and they're trying to set up here for an early B presence. Lobby being taken, Amanek just walking on through. That Molotov they've thrown is enabling the push, and they might just set up for a quick B piece.
I think the flash will stop Axel, but he still unloads his mag, as does Inters, and both with lethality. Hunter, Amanek, down and out of round 2 already. G2 were trying to start with a bang. Galil's in play. The bodies just keep lining up. This is the perfect weapon for the job. Axile keeps him at arm's length. Long range, elevated position, just the tippy top of his head. Jax with a wrist breaker has at least managed to keep it a little bit competitive. He'll tuck in and hope they hunt, but this is Gambit we're talking about.
Is Jax aim the best for an old boy?
Oh, yeah.
Jax is 29
100%.
now.
And he's even got a chance onto the second. I still remember that ridiculous transfer he did on Nuke. You remember that one? Yeah. Like hut to sight in a blink of an eye in like 2 frames.
He's crazy. He's crazy. He's great at these off angles. That little, I think that's an echidna out for Axel. We'll get the check on which type of animal it is, but it does look spiky. So he's got his little friend there to help him on out.
A hedgehog?
Oh, it's a hedgehog, not an echidna. Did I get a bit?
I don't know what you're saying. It sounds like, is that a CS team?
You guys not know what echidnas are?
Is that like Akuma's coach or something?
You don't know what an echidna is?
What the bloody hell is an echidna? What is that? That looks like a Pokemon.
Yeah, okay. I thought it was. Okay. I thought everyone knew what echidnas were.
I'm guessing his nickname's like Hedgehog.
Okay, that yeah, I think you're right. That does ring a couple bells. I think I've heard Frankie talking about the Hedgehog before, but this is just a couple of pistols upgraded in 2 Deagles, 2 P2 Fitties, and a Glock.
Hedgehog. It does sound weird now. I've said it so many times.
We used to have a thing called Hedgehog Slice.
Sounds like a, I don't know, a name like from the Terry Pratchett universe or something. Ooh.
Who's Terry?
Terry Pratchett?
Yeah.
Discworld Chronicles?
I think our world's colliding here. I think me being on the bottom of the globe and you being at the top, we missed a few references.
The whole backwards. And I'm personally upset they haven't taken
animal cruelty
the tag off. Like, the poor guy.
Someone get some scissors. Cut that one out.
It's
or maybe
a 2-second job.
Maybe he hangs it around.
Yeah.
Carries around.
Puts it through his ear.
Yeah, maybe. We'll have to ask Axel some questions about the Hedgehog Echidna in the future. But here we go. Gun rounds. Guns are out. 5 AK-47s. Warp out for Shiro, of course. His sugar daddy in the server. Lining that one up time and time again.
He needs to play that simulator. Jax on his islands. He likes to play mid through that. And the boosted up Hobbit. How diligent are his protocols for his mid clear? So he clears the close one side. Axel has already caught out the B player in Amanek. Jax cleared one side. Is he going to even bother to contest the other? Not quite. Axel looking very flirtatious with some aggression here.
Yeah, assisted there by those flashes of Inters, right? That is enabling those peaks, and Inters has one more to go for another little looky-loo if they would like. But back over towards the B bomb site, Nexa is pivoting. Now, they have the lobby control, and they have enough utility to go for a very well-orchestrated execute. You can get that molly back towards the quad position, molly default, the smokes to cotton off that air composition. And Nico with that smoke, that's the lurk smoke to get scaffolding control. So that will hold anybody at bay looking for info, right? If you swing out Crane, you have to worry about the one-way.
Yeah, and that's typically the role we'll see Hunter doing. It's actually going to be Nico for now. Rejoins the forces. So into the site against Axile and Inters to react. Here comes the util. Axile extinguish and swing. Actually, Mantle's up. He's been spotted. I'm surprised he hasn't caught a single bullet just yet. G2 charging in. Very loud about this, and hiding in the smoke is Axile. He will go down. If they find them both, G2 have recovered. A competitive round starting to take shape. Trying to deny. Look at him go. Nafany just drives straight in. Gets the frag he demanded. Shiro will find an easy one onto Jax. We've got a 2v2 here. It is just going to be the two cousins. Brothers in arms. Equipped with AKs and a scrap of health for Nico. It's a headshot angle, though. It won't be easy for Shiro to hit this, but he has managed to drop a little bit of a bad smoke. Great tap from Nico. He can play the time now. And Hobbit's chances dwindle with every passing second. What's he supposed to do? He'd love to do some more damage. And Hunter's not having any of it. That's the big conversion. And that tap onto Shiro did some serious, serious work. It could have got very awkward. A bit of a weird smoke as well from Shiro. So G2 win out the 2v2.
It's in a couple of those when they're going for the diffusers here, not getting them quite on top of that bomb. It would have made the pick there a little bit easier or something to play around, but not the end of the world. There is enough money for Gambit to muster yet another buy. Emissions, indeed. 2 MP9s, 2 M4s, the AWP for Shiro again. Can they respond immediately? That's the question. As over towards B they go once more. Early flash out. Axile jumps up and immediately takes down Hunter.
How does he keep getting away with this? Double from Axile. Just immediately twists the knife back on G2. They just were celebrating 5 seconds ago, and now two of them silenced. Amanek's been the victim of that multiple times. And that smoke, just from the sound alone, Nexa knows he's close. That's an underhand jobby.
Oh, exchanged some nades there as well. Nexa's on the receiving end of more damage. He's down to 63.
Now, they overcame the man disadvantage before. They did it with style.
Oh, that landed right on the feet of Hobbit.
Yeah, he's been forced out. Axile to back up Hobbit. But Jax has done well to at least force their hand. Oh, that was a chance for Nexa. He'd have loved that frag onto Nafany. And Nico in pursuit of an opener onto B. Got 45 seconds. He's absolutely not in any rush. Wants to see if Gambit will give him just an inch. That not far off the mark. He's playing with fire. Is Axile just on the rampy elevated position? Look at him go. He started this round. He could very well close it on his own. Does manage to inflict another dink. And Jax comes alive. The 10 HP warrior shouldn't have any more. Hard tap, hard fight. Next is looking the wrong way. Will go down. And Gambit right back into control.
Oof, good job there to take down 3 players. That's going to make the investment for Gambit pretty difficult, but you have to give credit to Axile there. He currently has 8 kills to his name. He is leading the server, and he locked down that B bomb site against that early onslaught, the initial wave that came on through. Just jumps up, little pirouette, grabs 2 quick frags. Here he goes, there's the highlight. Look at this, back again, off the flash. His kid wants to keep on fighting, and that one impressed me the most because Nico's tagged him, put him on notice. I know where you are. You're not going to stop him. Stands up, delivers 3 huge kills, and puts G2 down to these pistols. Nice little nade there from Shiro. Bowl that one forward. Hunter cops the lion's share of damage, down to 12 HP.
First chance to see what the A defense feels like. All too easy. Molly forces Nexa's hand. And there's 2. A little worse for wear, but he's got plenty of teammates to do the rest of the lifting for him. Nade onto Jax. Softens him up.
I think Jax has taken 3 nades in this round. That early one did 12 damage, and now he's copped a little bit more to put him to 55. Anything that G2 can get out of this round would be great, considering how things have kicked on off. Jax, more utility damage, down to 46. He'd love an opportunity to shoot someone, I'm sure.
Just stop throwing stuff at me and peek me.
Are they actually going to pivot back over towards Axile here? He still is at this B site.
It's very hard to feel confident taking those fights after his demonstration of just how capable he is. And he's got that perfect weapon as well. We saw how the AUG worked in the first gun round. And nice
Oh my
shot again.
God!
Jax has just got the wrist for it.
It's like, it's a magnet for the headshots there. That is wild. Now, this is going to have its logical conclusion unless Nico does something special.
Highest rated player in the tournament.
Yeah.
Highest rated player in the tournament, Chad. Shouldn't be anything. Axel doesn't seem to make any mistakes so far here on Vertigo, and he's a very big component of their victory. You can see 10 kills in just 6 rounds of play. I'm not sure if his ADR is bugged, but that looks about right.
So it's 180.
It makes about sense, doesn't it? Yeah.
And Halbert has 9 kills, so he's quietly chugging along too. And this will force a timeout out of G2 just to discuss that next gun round. What are we going to be looking to aim for here? Now, the fact that they went B in one round and then went B the next round and were unable to get away with it, that stops the conditioning. Because the idea is we want to force them to play 2 players heavy B, or maybe leave a gap middle, or A is a little bit more susceptible, right? It's about causing weakness on other side of the maps before you go back to this A execute simulator. They haven't been able to do that. So at this point, Gambit stay in the driving seat.
Have they tried to do that? Oh, you mean you haven't been able to force the second CT?
Because if they got it 2 in a row, that would force the hand of Gambit. Right. They have to respect the B executes. They either have to go more aggressive towards that lobby position, they have to go for pushes somewhere else, they have to make another bomb site weaker, but they didn't get away with it.
No, because Axel decided he was just going to fight you right there on the mantle and get himself a double. And this is another example of why Axel has single-handedly not enabled the G2 conditioning towards that B site. Gambit happy to just call upon Axel's solo hold for now. Enables them to have this many numbers here to receive on the A side of the map. Now, G2 are trying something a little different.
Yeah, that Molotov isn't going to buy as much time as I think Inters was hoping for because they're very close. It subsides now and they can creep out for free. There are no eyes on middle whatsoever, and Inters has the worst weapon to deal with this unless they waterfall over the top. He can't peek this.
No, and this is the smoke I was talking about on Elevator's side. Good damage. Softens him up for Inter's MP9. He's sitting anti-flash, does go down, as does Axile. B is open for business, Chad. And this is Gambit we're talking about. I think they might just have to concede. Hobbit, gonna roam around. 2 teammates over on the A side of the map as well.
I think that they were expecting a bit more of an A play there, and that just wasn't the case whatsoever. Hobbit's going to go down from above. Eco saw him for days, so Hobbit will get the better of him. Bomb is halfway tick now. So we'll call this one the second round for G2. But this persistence and the affinity for at least the B side of the map is paying off. So maybe that conditioning I was talking about might be a bit more of a conversation.
Axile's a turret, right? But turrets can only shoot one direction at a time.
Yeah.
And so the beautiful component that we haven't seen before is that construction was a threat. Inter's pressured, under scrutiny, and that B duel comes through from stairs. Probably a lovely relief from G2 to just prove to themselves they can knock him on his bottom. And that puts the second on the board early.
It was just wild to see Inters on that MP9, right? Maybe a better weapon for the job. He could have got something done there, but he will get himself his hands on a rifle now going into round number 8. And let's see if they can course correct once more. Nico is into the SG, the Krieg again, and we saw him have great success with that to help close out that first map. Now, when there was the whole discussion about Nico AWPing, this is before Amanek pulled it up full time, Nico was in lieu of the AWP using the Krieg a lot. So he's had plenty of practice on it, and it goes with his tappy aim.
Well, some of the best and highest rated players in the tournament have been trying it. I remember Tabson was relentlessly trying to make it work as well. I've yet to see the Krieg round where everyone starts making angry threads.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll ever get back to that that level of Krieg dominance.
No, but it definitely does seem like it serves a purpose now, which I think sure Valve would be grateful for.
Probably smiling from ear to ear.
Yeah.
Just wondering how they can get that bloody revolver in everybody's hands. Well, here we go. Timeout taken, discussions had, an important round here for Gambit, unless they save again. So they would love to bounce back with a round of their own in response.
Going to be something very early, eh? Walking over those bridge steps, not going to make a noise. What's he up to? Nafany trying to go for something aggressive. Will tuck in Scaff to contest.
He might get spotted here, you know, he has the kit as well.
Yeah, and Shiro's not here to assist him. They aren't checking it, though. This is a good chance. They've drawn a line in the sand. If they expose themselves to Nafany, he's already knocked Nico on his bottom, 1 for 1. If they could just pressure Shiro, they're considering it at least. He's in a 1 and done. We'll be able to back away after pulling the trigger, but G2 have other plans, other intentions. You can see the molly will clear out close, and oh, Amanek yet to frag, but walking in on... Oh, he made a noise. Just the element of surprise, completely squandered, and Axel will collect again in the head-to-head on B. This one just dissolves and peters out.
Getting a very clear picture of G2's game plan from their Mirage T side and now the Vertigo. The idea is just to put a lot of pressure on one bomb site and hope that Gambit over-rotate. They did time and time again on Mirage. So far here on Vertigo in the earlier stages, you see Axar's not going to be fooled by those same tricks. So walking towards the A ramp, Jax, let's see if this aim can eliminate any more heads. It's such a passive setup being employed here from Gambit. Hobbit up towards Heaven, not taking a peek at all, and Shiro deep within that elevator room. So a lot of respect being given to G2 in this 2-on-4.
Watch Jax hit this. Oh, he's just quick. Always impressed watching Jax, just from the mechanical perspective. Out the roster, in the roster, doing the okie dokie.
Okay, well, they're going to try... I don't know how much time they have for this, Nexa. Are you just going to run on in and try and plan? I think so.
You'd love a bomb plant. That should be way too much resistance there. Jax, 3 seconds. Just going to have to survive now. Doesn't want to go down. Oh, they're going to push him. Oh, Jax. Oh, Jaxy boy. Yeah, that's going to hurt. That's going to suck. 1,300 left in his bank balance. Looking a bit skew-whiff there at the last closing stages. So just to clarify, the plan there was just Nexa tries to get the bomb plant, get some extra cash in the round loss.
Yeah, and because of the time, he couldn't actually go up shore and meet Jax to try and get a safer avenue to the site. I think they were both hoping that a kill would come either their way and then they could play the mid-round. But yeah, it doesn't really get across the line in the way that they were hoping. And another timeout called here. Let Malik get in with the conversation because it can be a buy for G2. It is just Jax with that money. Didn't get the loss bonus. He could buy a Deagle. Look, we've already seen him be pretty handy with a shot or two. There's no dramas whatsoever for him investing into one of the $700 hand cannons. It doesn't feel like the half has completely gotten away from G2 just yet. And normally when the scorelines are starting to get to this, we're feeling, oh, it's dominant. Now, it is looking much better from Gambit here, but it doesn't feel super dominant just yet. The kill after time and the fate of Jax being felt. Let's get into round number 9.
Yeah, very different feeling for G2 at this T-side juncture.
Have a look at what they've done with their money here. So Jax has been gifted a Deagle. It's just a half buy. They'll be able to buy again in the next round. So G2 staying threatening over multiple. Oh, that nade is great.
Oh, couldn't have been better. Axal, again, tested. This time, Amanet gets this first. And it's too easy for Intus. Just unloads his mag into the tightest of lines. Hunter. Just a Galil up against 2 very potent rifles. It's Intus to collect. And the Nico Deagle still yet to depart spawn.
Look, if you're G2, you're probably not too worried about that because you were actually playing the numbers game very, very efficiently there. It'd be nice to get an upgrade into that AK for one of the Gambit players. Nafni especially on the FAMAS. And Nico just again looking to do damage, right? This is G2 playing the current version, the 2021 version of Counter-Strike, right? Nico of old, the one that you guys all remember from the FaZe days, the mouse sport days, he'd be rolling around, he'd be trying to pop off heads, getting stuck in a little bit more, but because this is by the books and you have a Count and Malik behind you counting every single penny, you know how important just a kill could be still within the early stages of this map. So we'll stick with him. You can see Hobbit there, he's be dealing with the waterfall over the top of that mid-construction window. 18 seconds now, he needs to die. Doesn't want a similar fate as to what Jax had in the previous, but this will be the 7th here for Gambit, guaranteed.
Brutal clear for Nico as well. He's going to walk straight in and lose his head. 7 for Gambit, heading towards that magical number of a 1/2. And the management definitely nice. It's a great recovery considering Jax is oopsie.
Yeah, and that's great that they could take the timeout to work that out because a lot of teams maybe get a little bit frazzled. The timeout or the time for the freeze time is quickly transpiring and they maybe rush the buy, go for a bit of a hasty decision. They will take another timeout. So this is good in the sense that they're making sure they understand what the approach is going to be. But let's say there is a bit of a comeback in this one. There will only be one timeout remaining where Malik gets a chance to chip on in and have that conversation. Right now, Gambit are getting a chance to profit from this as well. They get to talk, they get to discuss what's been happening so far. Are there any weaknesses? Does anybody have a spawn that they want to try and use? Are there any maneuvers that we want to throw out now just to continue to set this pace and tone? And that purchase is coming on in. All the goodies they desire. T-side AWP, look, it's not essential on a map like Vertigo. It's difficult with all that util to really be finding too much traction with picks. So they're happy to operate here with the 5 AK-47s, but back towards A we go one more time. Nico, Nexa, Amanek dealing with the B push. Naxal is pushing.
Oh, first time for everything, and Amanek collects. Oh, that is dreamy. It's exactly what G2 are looking for off the back of that timeout. Fully equipped, and now with a man advantage. They can't let this slip though, Chad.
Have to play off of the info they've been gifted here. Nexa knows that Nafny likes to play close to that molly and the spam. He's been watching the demos indeed, and Nafny still gets the better, and Nexa through the fade. That's so much info right now. Gambit can pivot.
Oh, at least he's ahead of the smoke. Oh no, SoundQ, Nafny knows he's there. Nico's lost a lot of his health and wallbang down Nafny immediately. Not only equalizes, he seizes the advantage for his squad. Jack's got to be very careful. So Gambit just decide to bring aggression into the mix, and you can see how much it's caught G2 off guard.
This is the mix-up, right? We're talking about what G2 are going to change, but it's Gambit who are the one who come out swinging from that timeout.
Whoa.
Nafny could have a couple more here.
His conversion onto Nico impressed me, and there's more to come. Oh, Nafny seizes the opportunity and seizes a quad kill. That's the kind of performance you want out of your in-game leader, a high fragging in-game leader. The very best to be doing it right now, modern-day Counter-Strike.
He's beautiful to watch. His decision-making is mental, and then he backs it up with the individual ability.
Like this. So, gets Nexa, Molly nade, here's the SoundQ, just bangs the box. And the fact that you can see Jax had no expectation. He hasn't had resistance for like 7, 8 rounds in a row on mid when he walks around that corner this time. Not only Axel pushing B, not only Nafny pushing ramp, Hobbit pushing mid. Gambit mix it up and throw G2 once again back into economic disarray. It's going to be the half buy.
And that round right there was only the second opening kill that G2 have been able to muster within this half so far, and they just get flatlined, just absolutely stopped in their tracks.
Util usage looks on point. Hobbit's a challenge, looking promising, and straight through off the back of his flash. Nico and Jax, something to say. Nico grabbing an AK and that bomb, so not out of the woods yet. Gambit Shearer's looking the wrong way. Nexus, yeah, he's charging through. This is actually really smart. Will he clear his corners? Oh, Shearer looks just away, misses his shot. Now Nexa, standing in the face of an opportunity, will turn the flash. He wants to finish off the Shearer orb. Down to 50 HP, no less. He'll linger in the smoke. It buys time for the bomb at least. Nexa, the unknown entity. Bomb down, Nexa can recede. He's done enough to at least force the bomb plan. A retake now for Gambit. Plenty of kit. Smoke as well present for Axile. Nico would need to hit that first bullet out of his AK here. Not quite to be. Has to reposition. That smoke in the kit really is going to suck as the ground is covered. They push in as a unit.
Time now, we're halfway ticked.
Molly short, smoke on the bomb. Would love a frag now. Shiro posted up. Nico's AK starting to hit heads. It's not quite there and not quite enough. It's 2 out of the 3. Gambit do take 9.
Sharp shooting from Nico there. Look, it's obviously no surprise to see him lopping off heads like that, but that was almost some daylight robbery. G2 almost pull away another pistol round victory here, and that just shows that weakness of middle being exploited one more time. The red button's been hit. We've been talking about no T-side AWP. Well, Nico is bringing it out right now, thinking there's a fight to be found. Got really out of control here in middle. Shiro, you know, he's already over to help out. And again, right, we've spoken about what the game plan appears to be from G2. Smoke and mirrors, find the gap. Nex has found it, and Hobbit's seen a head right there.
Look at the liberties he took there. Jax's responsibility gets fruity. Nafny, you're not doing it again. Imagine if he catches Nexa with the same bag of tricks. Does underhand it, and you can see Nexus desperate to not get caught out by the same walk up from Nafny. And his bullet's downrange. Nico tagged up. Well, he might die here. Any second, Nafny's bullets could be in the right place. He's down to 10. The biggest gun. He spent every penny on this, and now he's just got to sit there with 10 HP. Axel on his elevated position. That's the difference maker. Hunter's managed to actually keep it level. That will force rotates back. And not just 1, 2 floating back towards the B site. The util encouraging that. This is mission accomplished for G2 in that respect.
Yeah, they need to make some space over towards A, don't they? It's really difficult with Nico so low. How's he going to find a pick here? It kind of needs to be gifted one.
What are you up to, Nafny? Dispatches Inter's and starts his stroll. Jax walked in on, eliminated. He makes it look so easy and then just evaporates. Just like that.
Oh, he's coming back. No, he's not.
Vantage, you did make the sound cue. Yeah, he fancies it.
Careful on that ladder, Nico. Can't be taking any risks right there. Heading back towards A and loudly, 20 seconds. They have to get a move on.
Yeah, and it's Shiro. AKV Orp, posted up on the tight line, holding short. He's well aware that it's a possibility. Hunter, ooh, just as the smoke pops. Great maneuver. Bullets shy, they're so low, and Nafany doing it. Oh, he denies it as well. Round winning from Nafany. God, he's good.
He's everywhere.
He is everywhere. We've seen him A-ramp, pushed mid, and denying on A site.
He's feeling himself right now. You know, we were talking about in that first map, G2 reading Gambit, having a really good understanding of their approach on their T side. Well, Nafany single-handedly is showing you the read of the in-game leader. He's the boss. He gets to decide where he wants to be and how he wants to be there. And his impact is being felt. He wasn't leading the scoreboard in terms of frags early on, but the impact for him has been mental in the last few. Only 8 kills, but every single one has felt like it's got Gambit one step closer to victory here on Vertigo. Gap smoke landing, maybe a bit more pace behind this. Ripcord has been hit. Leg shot onto Nexa too.
It's just so suffocating. You know, like every G2 perspective we jump to, there's something being thrown their way, whether it's an aggressive maneuver, a Molotov, a nade, a flash, they all have to stomach something out of the G2 camp. Hobbit, what are you up to? He fancies himself a little bit of a look. He actually responds to the Molotov with a flash of his own.
Yeah, Nafany's still being towards Sandbag. What an absolute nuisance he is. He has a full set of nades right here, so if they Molotov his position, he can smoke it out, and he'll get support from Shiro and Hobbit, who are still close enough. But it looks like they're just leaving Hunter over here right now. He's the only one in a forward position. The rest are still quite passive down below Hobbit in forklift room.
Hobbit does a lot of good work here, but this is Hunter's domain, and Hobbit and a nutmeg. Oh, and he's found a gap. He can punish them all. Looking for 2, makes it. And now a 3v4. Nafany fanning around, doesn't quite get his gun out in time. Now we're talking. A gap. Shiro missing a shot. Uncharacteristic. Inters is there to pick up the pieces. No sweat. Bomb down.
Axel's flanking.
That smoke is perfect. Jax dumping his util. It will at least segregate. Might surge them forward. Hunter to deal with his duel. It's Axel, though. That B player, he's been causing so many problems. He continues to do that. What a nuisance. They might line up for him. Jax anticipating a second. Can't find him. Shiro just ducks under the crosshair. And Gambit, they are giving us a masterclass in the CT side of Vertigo.
Yeah, they're really tidied things up, and they're looking like a force to be reckoned with right now, showing why they've picked Vertigo here as map number 2. This is looking great. 11-2, the current scoreline. And I don't know what's going to stop them here. The plant is good. We will see a full buy come out of G2 once more. Loss bonus in play. Maxed on out, because you have to take a look at this. It's been, well, 6 rounds in a row for Gambit. Pistol round, the conversion, that was fantastic. That's a change of tune from map number 1. And now they've just put in pain constantly down time and time again, and we've already spoken about the amount of timeouts G2 have used. That's their final timeout. Gone. All in the first half. 4 timeouts in the first half of play here. And look, if it changes the conversation, we end up with an 11-4, it'll be worth it. But if not, we might be sailing quickly onto map number 3.
Just haven't really seen any evidence of a way in for them. Look at this. Hobbit pushes through his short smoke. It's just him and Shiro on the site.
Oh, you can see it. You can see the fire in Nafany. We've noted it when they've been in their boot camp facility time and time again, but we're getting it now.
Nafany's Twitter banter implies this is just another boot camp. You can't be smart and funny in Nafany. Leave some of the characteristics for the rest of us.
Well, G2. Slow. That's the response, you know? They're not going to hit this one with pace. They're not going to come and try and attack this brick wall that is the CT side. They're just going to take their time.
Hobbit's got so many different ways to mix it up. The same player that was just pushing on their A-ramp is now in that elevated position, completely containing any info play Jax may fancy towards mid.
sail over his head. It's not going to change anything. Hobbit's still going to call mid completely clear right now.
One way to hold that info. You can see very hard clear for the T's. Jack's patient, and Hunter, lives to tell the tale of Shiro's first orb shot of round 14. Now they're looking to rejoin. This is where Hobbit's position starts to become less about info and more about bloodshed. And he peeks on in, perfectly timed, even trade. Jax will get the better of him. That's the bomb, that's the chance. Amanek knocks Inters for 6. Smoke deployed, Shiro unable to contest, will have to opt for CT. Axel losing vision, looking promising, they know he's there. They need this headshot, they need it cleanly. The spray's just a little awry. Shiro's gone too, and this is G2 breaking the barrier of Gambit. That's a change-up, that's a big round, and it's something. Good trades, finding Hobbit, just keeping him contained to 1. And the fact that Amanek managed to shut down that Inter's resistance in the trades puts a third on the board.
Yeah, you could see that Inters is trying to transition across to make sure that that mid to B split isn't possible, but by doing so, he doesn't take the fight, and he's in transition, just gets caught off guard, bullet to the side of the dome here, and a very important kill from Amanek. That is huge. That is a massive shot, right? Because again, Gambit get an opening kill, but the trades, if they continue to go 1-for-1, maybe that brought a bit of a buffer for Axel. So we're back underway already. Shiro's tagged on down early. Could have been nades through the window. But he has that AWP, and he's going to hold the line. So they're trying to bolster mid. That has been a weakness in this first half here for Gambit. It's hard to say weakness.
Gap, dude. Smoke should remove it, I hope, I think. No, it doesn't. He'll just find a new one. Molly close. Nafli's got all the sound cues to imply he's in the right place. Turns the flash, he's just everything. Could possibly desire re-smoked as well, G2. Completely kept at bay.
Nafli has a smoke of his own to drop here as well. He can put another smoke grenade down towards this ramp. That's going to get them, well, around about that 45-second mark and harassing with more utility, but it's not going to give G2 a lot. And that's a curious one from Nafli. He wants to hang around. He's trying to invent new angles.
Yeah, well, if I'm G2, I just don't know what's on the other side of that corner now. That doesn't sound right. Something's a bit fishy. Something's a little odd. They'll still drop their own. Hobbit looking to join them in this short setup, and Nafli will profit. 1 and done. Nexa finds it. Hobbit to strafe out. Careful now, playing with fire. Nothing to report on his jiggle. Nexa's got the bomb on his back. His squad are going back.
They have to go back. There's only 20 seconds now.
Now, Daxal will report. Inters needs to stand, trying to take the first shot, draw attention, and look at the trigger discipline from Axel. Still only results in 1. There's the double opener. Now they need that plant. Smokes across, lovely move. Good shot from Shiro, 7. He wishes he could deny. Shot goes awry, 10 HP from him. Hobbit from behind, the highest fragger in the server. He's overtaken Exile. Now looking to secure a 12th. He knows Hunter's close, he heard steps. Hunter catches a glimpse and will convert. Just Shiro now. Looks like G2 could make it 4. Could, being the operative word. Low HP. Swaps over to the rifle. Hunter.
No kit.
Should have this one every day of the week. He's fired off a warning shot. Knows the hunt's coming in. Shiro trying to unload. Okay, we'll make it 4. G2. Good closeout towards the end of that one, managing to find 2 rounds at the end of 14 and 15, but still, Gambit Esports just 5 rounds away from taking us to 3 here in the battle for the playoffs, not only quarters, but even semis. I got a good one for you, Chad. Blair, you know Blair? We love Blair.
I know Blair.
So he just took to Twitter and said, there's a bit of a script established for Gambit's games so far at IEM Cologne. They lose map 1, then they get really mad and destroy on maps 2 and 3.
Okay.
Well, we're into map 2. An 11-4 half does seem to demonstrate that the trend has not been bucked just yet. 5 rounds separates Gambit from taking it to Inferno. We're getting into this pistol round. Now, Gambit, are they still 100% on pistols? My memory is terrible.
Yeah, so far it's been looking very, very good. This would make it 4 out of 4, and they bought 3 decoys here as the 1x bet odds swing back in the favor of the CIS team. But we're about to have a biff on B. Lots of bodies over towards this site.
Okay, and look at G2, all tucked in, good damage. Every bullet connects out of Axile's Glock, but Nixa does one better. 3, a triple. And he's handed Nico something to at least dig his teeth into. He can contest, he's got the smoke kit. Bit of a retake package, if you will.
That could be the perfect combo here for Nico. Normally just looking for headshots here, but might be able to get a bit tricky with this one. Hobbitt's going to come late through mid.
Nico's a wise owl. Let's see how he plays this. Can't believe, after the good shooting, the pre-fires, 3 stairs, and now Anthony on one side. Hobbit crawls in. He's not going to allow Nico to get up to any of that funny business.
Yeah, because at that point, if Nico drops the smoke and sits the defuse, he could be at a bunch of different angles, and it's going to be 2 players from 2 different angles spamming through the smoke, hoping to find a headshot there. So Gambit, they get themselves 12. They keep the pistol record looking beautiful, and this was the messiness that was over towards that B site. Nexa able to mop it up and almost does enough. Hobbit here, he gets his 20th kill of the game so far. Keeps his name at the top of that scoreboard and puts Gambit just 4 rounds away from closing things down and taking us to Inferno with a bang.
Yeah, I mean, the Hobbit story, it's worthy of a Netflix special. It really is. And the fact he's doing it now, you know, this is for a spot in the semi-finals of IEM Cologne, the first land back after a 1.5-year hiatus. And he comes in, dropping 20 and 7 on their map pick. Up against the G2 that did just manage to make them sweat on our first map, Mirage. You're feeling the difference, though. This looks like a different Gambit when you get to their turf. So hard to find an advantage and to actually convert it.
Now, we had a couple of critiques, and so did the desk, about how, I want to say, standard the Gambit T-side was on Mirage. It was just these very, very slow defaults, and that meant that G2 could posture forward and take a lot of fights and actually use their aim to their advantage and cause those mid-round madness moments that we were catching. So let's see if Gambit want to have a bit more pace to their T-half this time round. So far, 45 seconds, and it is against the 4 spy.
G2's Deagles, though, there are no slouches on this sidearm. 3 in play. Molotov does spread them out thin, holding the line. 2 clicks of the mouse is the only chances they will get, and perhaps that's all she wrote for round 17.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to see G2 throw all of this away for no reason. If you're Nexa, maybe get close enough to pick up one of those Deagles so that you can drop it across next round, and that's me talking best case scenario, because Nico, attempting to put his head in the vice right there, was having a look for a kill. Backs off out. And they will hold on to what they've purchased. No need for Gambit to hunt this. No point trying to give up an AK or a Galil or any of that. Just hold on to all the goodies and continue to do things by the book, because that is now just 3 more rounds. Look, I like if they can keep it clean and quick and get us straight onto Inferno, which is crazy to see Inferno as the 3rd map, right? Think about the amount of times teams were picking Inferno into Gambit. They were just picking it into them because it was their weakness time and time again. And because of that, Gambit got so much practice on Inferno that now it's a map that I think they have no dramas playing whatsoever. They had it in the live environment against some of the best teams in the world. So map 3, excited to get there. Hopefully the wind is not out of the sails of G2. Map 1 was great. There's still a couple of rounds of Counter-Strike left to be played, so let's see if they have anything to say about this one.
Stampeding, yeah, right over the bridge. They'll be heard and communicated. Jax, good catch of the nade. Safe hands.
It's hard to see them doing a lot with this, right? It would have to be one individual stepping up. And you've already heard me talk about Nico's Deagle a couple of times. You've already seen the great shots that Jax has been able to lay down range. Bit of a Molotov towards the top of Scaff there allows Jax to peek around this.
Oh, he hits them both. the most significant of damage, but 100% connection of those bullets is a nice little boost opportunity if they get it right now. I like this. Oh, so promising. And just shy of the mark onto Nafany there, I think protected by the girder. He's having another look. There you are. Second time's the charm as he swings out short. Does behead Nafany. Now they are coming B. And Nexus MP9 burnt out of position. They've crossed their T's. They've dotted their I's. And they've knocked Nexa out of the round. Amanek fully blind. Like, what are you supposed to do? Oh, wait. I'll hold my breath for a second longer before I highlight what impressed me so much about that. You just saw the molly of every close angle. Anything a Deagle or an MP9 could have occupied was either Molotov, flashed, or smoked.
Came in waves as well. Okay, jumping accuracy is pretty beautiful. Now we have a conversation. Hobbit's on 50. 19 for Shiro. There's a kit on the side.
He said he had to be a hero, Chad. I don't know how he's supposed to do this one. Shiro is low, yes, but Hobbit, he's no slouch, and I think he's been spotted out. Okay, Deagle equipped. Jax takes a pot shot, and the bomb's not planted for them. He could just hold it, just a little slither. Too much for Shiro to punish. Gets a bit close towards the end there. A good attempt at the 1v3. Jax started that round and has a good shot at trying to finish it, but Gambit within touching distance now. 14 for them, right into the opening stages of our second half.
Very, very costly. So I suppose that's one positive if you're going to look towards what it means for G2. And now that they're investing, getting into the next round of play, they have that AWP out. Yeah, look, I love the fact that the flashes came through as well. It's not like they get the mollies down and then they just run in. Amanek had absolutely no chance. He's tried to push ahead of that smoke wall, but let's focus in on round number 19 as Jax will lob out a molly. That's to deal with the aggression of scaffolding from Nafany. It's worked perfectly because he's held him at bay for now.
Oh. Nafany, it just takes him a moment to scratch his nose after finding a complete freebie.
Happy with that one indeed. A little bit of a sound cue made there in middle, but right now nobody has eyes on Amanek. All right.
Ooh.
That was a spicy angle there. Levels things up, 4-4. G2 not done yet. Nico's position here towards scaffolding means if there's a lot of sound cues towards middle and B, he could start to push down into the forklift room. Axile selling a little something over towards that B-bomb site. And Nafany going to join him. Looks like they're gearing up for a B split. Have to get past Nexa, Hunter, and Amanek over towards elevator room with this AWP.
Amanek on the orb and just potentially spotted a glimpse of Hobbit. He doesn't even get a chance to tuck in. Hobbit takes his head clean off. Tight line held, forced back by the util. It looks like they're going to commit Nafany. Nico pushes up. He heard the sound cue. Axel's so quick on the draw. And Nafany's still here containing that B player. Nafany should have this one every day of the week. Oh, never mind. Makes a sound cue and doesn't clear his quad just yet. So, Nexa.
4x3'd.
Oh,
Nexa just got 4x3'd.
Booked.
He saw him.
We'll get them both. Just too easy, isn't it? 15 already for them, just flying out of the gates. Oh, now G2. They'll put everything they possibly can, every chip into the center of the table. Get to see some FAMAS action, 3 of them to be specific. And Inferno looms. Let's see this one again. Nico just started to push. 30-second mark, looking the wrong way and caught the timing favoring Gambit in every single one of those engagements. And Nexa, yeah, not a fun death for him either. Oy, 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 contain it. Just the second map. Nico, you can see, spurred forward by that frustration. A wall of util deployed by a combination of T and CT alike. Oh, just edge of the smoke. Axel shouldn't have anything there. Yeah, does go down. G2 have been given an advantage here.
That's not far off, was it?
No. Barely finished the sentence.
Well, this is one of the advantages that G2 have had, and there's only been few of those. Nico has to be worried here. They're boosting over the smoke. He might get caught out of position. Yes, indeed. Nafany again, the menace of this A ramp. The CT side, he was a monster. The T side, he's laying pain down again and equalized 4-on-4. Watch Gambit work with this. A minute on the clock. Plenty of time to do their magic.
It's such a satisfying level of geekiness. Like, I don't know what the actual cue was, but like, something's telling me he suspected that Nico would want to be re-smoking. About that 5 seconds as the smoke starts to fade, he gets the boost set up, or it just lines up perfectly. back to mid, though. Now, of course, no warp in play.
They are gambling, though, towards this B site. Hunter's locking this down. Nexus still in a forward position, and Amanek, he was already on that bomb site. So if it is a B split, G2 are set up with their forces in the right places.
Full flash, perfect flashbang. Amanek, however, set up for success. They know there's another. Hunter doubles up and not checking his corners. G2 will delay the inevitable. Good find, should be some weapon upgrades as well.
You said the inevitable, for a very good reason, right? Could you imagine the comeback necessary here? It would be insane. That would be 10 more rounds in a row to make it a total of 11 rounds straight just to get to overtime.
And I've seen the gambit that they're currently playing against. Like, I honestly, I'm going to say it right now, it's just not happening. It's impossible. It's impossible.
The well-oiled machine right here. And look, I don't believe in jinxes. There's no way. There's absolutely no way. We've seen some crazy comebacks in recent history. There was that Dust 2 with VP.
It ain't it. It ain't it. Not this time.
It would need to be some inspired Counter-Strike. Everybody from G2 would need to go Super Saiyan, and that's a great start from Jax. He's not backing down. He's not being scared. He's using his best attribute.
Bit deep on that. Hobbit will go ahead. Oh, why do I have a feeling Jax isn't anticipating this? Hobbit just worming his way early up the scaff and not really anticipating such a pushed up T presence. Hobbit might even be able to... Oh, he's going to reveal himself. Dropping a bit of a one-way, try and keep Hobbit feet planted.
Actually spurred him forward, so Hobbit's confirming that there's nobody close now and they can continue to crawl up the ramp. Jack's trying to reposition. G2 are reading this well. They have 3 players here close.
Yeah, if he gets a headshot, oof, nice trade. Amanek keeps the advantage. Exile's pushed up. Amanek swings out for his second. Shiro could be his third victim. 8 bullets left in the mag, and it's enough for the frag. 3 out of Amanek, puts himself onto the double digits, and now just Exile to contend with 35. Exile hunting. Bomb to be retrieved. Nice find. G2 will at least find a 6th. And that will spur a timeout out of Gambit.
Yeah, it makes sense here. You want to close this one down before too much confidence gets back in G2. Now, we're talking about this like it is done, and I still believe it is, but it's to do with what this can mean for the third map of the series, right? If you allow G2 to feel like, oh, we had a chance, we were warming into it, you know, we didn't have a great first half. Now they're going to go into that next map with refreshed confidence, whereas if you're Gambit, you just want to stop this. Stop it now, just get it done, make it look like an embarrassing scoreline, and move on and get your focus for that third map. Now, they will be going for some pistol upgrades here, and you can just calm things down. A plant would be great. A lot of damage, keep G2 on the ropes as far as their economy is concerned. The high end at this point is Amanek with 3.5 residual. You can see Jax, he's spent all of his pennies. He's got $0 left on over. So a couple of kills for Gambit would be great. A plant would be better. And they're heading straight over towards B here. They only have 1 smoke and 2 flashes. This might get messy quickly. Flashed on early. It hasn't actually been left the hands just yet.
Now would be perfect. Nexa drops his incendiary. Good damage. Hunter 2 on the M4 and a long-range Tech 9 out of Shiro. That might cause them to pause. Chips away at Hobbit again with the HE. Tight crossfire. Nico, definitely been kept humble on Vertigo, and they might throw Hobbit. Okay, a flying Tech 9. This could be fun. Flying through the air onto the box as well for additional style points and instant accuracy. I would have lost my mind.
Yeah. That was a perfect dismount though, wasn't it? That was really cool to see. You know, we see a lot of teams go for that run boost. Obviously, trying to be tricky with it there, Gambit. And you're trying to manufacture something. You don't have a lot of utility to work with. It's just a pistol low by. You throw bodies to open that door. Here we go again. The guns are now out. They didn't get that plant. They did get some damage at least. What's the approach? What's the change? Shiro getting an opportunity to pick B here, and the head spotted. Shot whistles past. Nexa put on notice, has drawn Hunter over. Amanek now pivoting. He's going to play at this sandbag position for the AWP for now. Nafany not given the same opportunities.
Yeah, the angle that previously enabled Amanek to draw Shiro out of the round this time. Not going to give it to him.
It's not the same level of pressure on the ramp that we've seen earlier from G2. Staying transitional, and Amanek might have a crack at this.
Nafany, he's going to have a glance. I assume there'll be something. Yeah, a flash forces Amanek to look away. The second is what catches them. It did actually obscure Nafany's vision as well, so that's a bit of a cancel. Pulls the smoke out. Shiro onto Nico, keeps it level. This is the swing. Amanek can't miss. He doesn't. Hobbit neutralized. 3 remain for Gambit, and plenty of time for them to forge a path elsewhere. Saying that, it looks like Nafany does want to try and linger in the smoke and catch it on the other side as it fades. Jax is just detached. He should be able to adjust. Quick reactions from him. Gambit losing men left and right. 25 for this fight. Inter's equipped with the explosives. And yeah, this should just be Shiro and Inter's throwing their bodies into the short side of things. Jax just playing the clock. It's all his.
Win the round.
They can't. There's just simply no time. So holding on.
Flanking here too.
They're going to die after time. Or are they? That'll be enough from them. Shiro just going to be jumping and staring at a girder. Wow, they actually just save in plain sight. They'll take it though. G2 will take an 8. So as we discussed, the impossible was demanded of G2. They've at least managed to respond with the same amount of rounds Gambit brought out of the pistol in the second half. Didn't even manage to get himself off that elevated angle. Amanek did well. Crucial frag from him. It was Jax that really did maintain that advantage to the point where they just had to sit back and save. Some frustrations starting to creep onto Nafany's face.
Preempting a bit of a B play here. That's why they brought Hunter over so aggressively. Don't think Shiro's going to find too much of the AWP on this angle. Once again, a similar stance from this CT defense. Jax is tucked in towards Sandbag this time round, and Amanek's going to play that AWP over towards that short scaffolding side again.
After seeing the way that Gambit have flash approached short, this new G2 setup with Nico fully anti makes a whole lot of sense. Contact on the fade of the smoke. Jax sandbags. Will they burn him out? Axel has one. Here it comes. Or not, or not. Here it comes. Jax, they're pushing up. They know he's there. Still catches Shiro. Oh, Jax with the double, nearly 3. Inter's finished off and does look great for a 9th there. Nico and Amanek partner up to finish this one. Open and shut. Nothing for Nafany. And okay. G2, they're definitely not going down without a fight here. The cornered beast bites the hardest. And ever since they've had their back against the ropes, ever since they resided themselves to accepted defeat and a 3rd map, look at them fight their way out of this. Jax, the fact that they heard the sound cue, but they were so committed to the site.
Well, some of the things there when you see a setup like that is the player at Sandbags will just sit in the smoke, right, and wait for a flash or something. So they're trying to initiate on the other players. That's why they almost
not wasting their time on him.
Yeah,
you know?
right, Jax is going, oh, screw you guys. I want to get in for the fight here. So it will just be the light pistol upgrade, and it should be G2 securing their 10th round. Jax not able to land.
Not
2
like
Deagle
this.
shots.
Oh no. Kevlar and Diggs a partial buy and already 2 opening kills that have eluded them on the full. Nico's about to try and test the waters on Inter's mid. Does he clear it? Yes, he does.
A little bit of pressure relief right there, but they're heading back over towards B. They haven't been able to get their hands on these guns. B is currently open, but because they don't have any of the upgrades, they're still very weak. There's head armor on Hobbit. There's Kevlar for Nafany and Shiro, but still, this is going to be a very difficult round to win, regardless of the number advantage.
And with 0 util, could deploy that run boost again.
Looks like they're setting it up. Good call.
Whee!
Straight in. Side call clear.
Yeah, that's a great incendiary as well. He's got the bomb in grasp. Nice find from Hunter. He's managed to maintain G2's chances here. Won't be ready for close. Does manage the movement well, and only Axel remaining. 4 bullets in the Deeg. Every single one would have to find a head, and the first was good. G2 better. They recover from the early disadvantage there. Some great finds on the Deeg. Axel still a threat. Doesn't matter what weapon's in his hand. But yeah, quite the run now. That's 6. The impossible demanded of them. They would have to find another 5. 11 rounds in a row demanded of G2.
Well, one of the things that has changed for G2 here in this second half is finding opening kills. In the first half, in the first 15 rounds of play, they only had 2 opening kills on their T side. Currently now they're sitting at 10 in total, so that's 8 opening frags here on their defense of Vertigo. And if they win this one, well, then we really have to start having a conversation about this comeback.
Giro catches Jax, as you said, they haven't let up on ramp, but that's quite the gap. And one being held by Amanek as well. Oof, he's got a real busy plate right now. There's a gap on short. He has no info as to whether or not they can slip, and that's why he's trying to slide back into sight.
How far's Nexa pushed up here? It looks like he's all the way down in that B lobby, so a lot of information to work with here. Yes, very pushed up from Nexa. He's an early warning signal here towards that B site. Axile, even more passive, back over towards spawn. So Gambit aren't taking any risks on this one, and the fact that they have this number advantage, the fact that they have a lot of utility, they're able to pick their poison of bomb site here and execute and trade efficiently. That should be name of the game, but Nexa might get the better of Axile here.
This is a big frag from Nexa. He provides Gambit. That might spur them into A. Util exchange. Advancing their crawl. Nico joins the pack. It's Amanek's AWP that might be the first to post resistance here. Stands and delivers. Hobbit down. Flash for the repeat. Shiro forced off the line. It enables Amanek to post up. Smokes obscure view. Might take a pot shot. Not quite on the mark. He does tag up Inters though. If only he could find Nafany, and he has. Bomb ticking. Gambit, a chance to end it all right here. Retake required. Smoke and kit's present. Shiro on the sandbag. It's a very hard spot to force them out of the line. The smoke might be their best bet. He's dropped it early. Nico to perhaps try and get on the site. Shiro's lined it up. And here comes G2's retake. Nade looks promising. Might have masked the diffuse sound. No, pushing in. Clear short time. Sensitive just pulls the trigger. First found. Inters unloads his mag. Next is elevated. Shiro's finishing it off. And he will with style and pizzazz. 3 out of the AWP. Gambit will take it. I said formality, but yeah, G2, as you discussed, have definitely proven to themselves. Inferno, just getting the cogs back, twisting, getting the machine back up and running for our 3rd map, and we will look to separate Gambit G2 on Inferno.
This, you can show him? Yeah. Okay, so he's gonna read out a character trait. Okay, don't understand.
Nice.
Then you basically...
I see it in English accent. Brave.
Brave. Putain, sur 16, j'en connais aucun, gros. Non, Apex. Apex.
Ok. Compassionate.
Compassion, Richard. Shox.
Courageous.
UMA.
Ok. Unloyal.
Loyal?
Unloyal.
Loyal?
Unloyal.
Unloyal. 6... Lucky.
Ok. Hardworking.
Hardworking. You.
Ok. Cookie.
Cookie? Kenyes.
Handsome.
Nico. Allez, next.
Messi. No, Messi, like.
Bordelic.
Like Bordelic. Yeah.
Messi,
simple. Like simple in life, I think, no?
It doesn't need much, just happy.
Jiwoo.
Creative.
Not this guy. Creative, pas Richard Shox again. Huh?
Okay.
You have a lot of imagination, this guy.
Lazy.
Lazy, ennuyeux.
Lazy, non, un mec qui a la flemme, genre.
Nexa. Nexa, bro. Lovable. Device is lovable.
Ok. Ambitious.
Ambitious?
Ambitious.
Ambitious. Ambitious. Ambitious. Hunter.
That's
Okay.
it.
I like some words it's difficult to answer, you know, like it's a game and I play the game.
Well, just when you all wrote them off, this Group A upper bracket final is delivering. We're going to be going into that third map in Inferno in no time. Just enough time for you to grab a snack or listen to us. And I say us, I mean Yanko, and I mean Maniac, because one of these teams needs to go to the quarters, one needs to go to the semis, and it's pretty understandable at that point. Welcome back, everybody, to the Intel Extreme Masters. My name is Trace. Guys, Gambit pulled out the stops here in Vertigo. Maniac,
Yeah,
what do you think?
they did. And at this point, we should almost congratulate G2 for avoiding the CIS treatment. Because if you look at Na'Vi, if you look at Gambit, across this event so far, they've lost one map and then they have dismantled the opposition on the second map. And everything looked like this. Absolutely dismantled, like physically speaking. It looked like it could have been a 16-4, but what I really appreciated from G2 is that they would never back down. You'd see men like Jaxus, like Nico, taking the fight, even though they were in such a dire position, and it made an impact on the game. It's not enough to win the map, but I think mentally speaking, it speaks value as to how they entered that game.
And there's a lot to take away from this. Obviously, if you start talking about the individuals and the performances, I want to know who you have as the standout Maniac.
Well, for Gambit, I think there's two men that we need to mention. It's Nafany, it's Axile. I think these would be my go-to, honestly. Nafany, again, backs against the wall, making the difference on the A side. Hobbit, too. Hobbit is always going to be a man that is going to be, in the conversation. What's really impressive with Hobbit, and I want to talk about Vertigo, but it's applying to a lot of other maps, is his multi-kills ability. His multi-kill ability, knowing where to be and when to pound. You'll see a lot of these kills right here is just his positioning, his reading, his understanding of the game, and he couples that with a name that is absolutely violent to witness. So Hobbit, once more, man of the hour, man of the big games, and what better than do it now?
Some pretty cool things there, too, Yanko. Welcome back. My thing is, Yanko, we look at this matchup, G2. Are they being pushed around on Vertigo, and just how obvious is it?
Listen, Trace, everyone's being pushed around on Vertigo by Gambit. I mean, the guys are 26-2 on the map in 2021. Lost it to Heroic once and to VP in that Katowice Grand Final. So I think it was going to be an uphill battle no matter what. Here we see some of the Exile highlights, like towards that B bomb set, especially in the first half. A lot of those reset rounds for G2, he would just open up with a kill or two and basically win the round fairly quickly for his team. And, I'm looking a little bit towards the decider, Inferno. I think for G2, it was always going to be Mirage plus Inferno, right, if they're going to take the series, and it has been coming into this year, a sort of a weak point for Gambit. Like, teams were picking it a lot against them, and even in the last 3 months, like, they're 11-4 on the map, but the 4 losses have been 16-14, 16-13, 16-14, 19-17, right? So it's not like they're getting blown out of the water on the map. They're still very, very strong on it, and it's going to take every ounce from G2 to be able to win this, especially after what was a really tough loss, all things considered.
All things considered. Speaking of considerations, the Group A lower bracket final is going on right now. It's big and VP. Looks like the first map went the way of VP and some overtime. They find themselves on Inferno because every great series has Inferno. So you can see it right there on your screen. So it does make a little bit more sense here. Maybe not. What was that?
I was ready to look at the screen.
I was looking at it. Oh, yeah, that's
there
more
we
like
have it. Ooh, big with a nice reaction, it would appear. 13-8 in the lead on Inferno now. That would push us to an eventual third map. Another one.
So, Yanko, if we just come back to where we're going now, you said Decider, you're excited about it. Who are you looking to get activated here? Who are you looking to come online and really change the tide of how this series is going?
if I'm looking at someone for G2, I'm probably looking at Hunter, right? We've seen in some of the Inferno games for G2, he just based off of his, game sense or intuition, or maybe even some of the preparation he did himself, right? On T side, being more aggressive, opening up the A bomb side pretty much by himself. And also you look at the CT side, mid-round, G2 has a lot of these reactions, even like pushing mid, in the mid-round, trying to retake some control, right? Trying to be active. And I think Hunter is the focal point in that sort of a style for G2.
What do you think, Maniac? When you look at players to just pinpoint, who do you have on the docket?
I'll go for Nexa. Because I think that third map now of Inferno is going to be the pinnacle of the evolution of G2. We're going to finally have a conclusion as to how they've evolved. Right now, they pushed Gambit to a third map. We said they've never won Mirage before. We've talked about the Inferno and how it has evolved over time. It's gotten a better and better and better map. We started with a strong defense, and then suddenly the T side looked interesting. Well, now is the time to show it.
Yeah.
Now is the time, your opportunity as an IGL to showcase that you can bounce back against a Gambit that honestly is in cruise control. And that is what we have to celebrate and appreciate and respect. Gambit is in cruise control. This is the Gambit that we have come to like and see for all these months. Losing the first map, let's take it easy, deep breath. We're just going to steamroll them on the second, and maybe they do it again on the third map, and all we have to do is clap.
And all we have is one third map remaining between these two teams. It's Gambit and G2 squaring off, one of these teams to the semis, the other one to the quarters. But of course, you're really going to want that extra day to just really get your life together. Perhaps we could have one of those ourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Intel Extreme Masters, and I can assure you that when we return from this break, Inferno will be the decider between Gambit and G2.
Hey, so a long time ago when I was on CLG, I was having an interview with Demon, and he was to my right, and we were finishing up the interview, and I go like this to shake his hand. Well, his mic was high on his left, so he didn't see my hand. So, this was like my first interview ever, so I'm just like, well, it's over. Like, it's over. Like, next 2 years of my life are just gonna be a meme. Hit him with a nice little hand. I was like, oh, okay, well.
I remember we beat a team with some of the best players in Denmark, and some guy came up to my PC and kind of like just pulled me away from my PC and checked it for cheats. So I was 12 at that point, so that wasn't that funny. But that was like, yeah, it's so long ago.
The first LAN I attended, I can't remember what year it was. It was the bring your own computer LAN. And at the time I didn't have a computer, I had a laptop. So I brought a laptop and I played on a laptop.
We're Brazilian, there's always some heat in LAN environments. When we played for INTZ in the major qualifier in Berlin, the guys from Dream Eaters were like talking a lot of stuffs. Then we had KNG on our team, so we had KNG and Apoca, so it's always gonna be heated when you have those kind of guys. So it was 15-4 for them. And they were talking shit, and when we go to overtime and we won the Mirage game, and we talked so many shit, and it goes to dust 2 and we lost.
I was like smaller and skinnier. I was like a really small guy back in the days. I'm not big right now, but it was even worse. Obviously, back in the days, you had this big PC. I had to put all of those things in my suitcase to go to LAN. The LAN was in the south of France, and I live in the north. So I had to take the train. The suitcase was like way heavier than me.
So just to put it in the train, I asked people to help me because it wasn't possible for me. And yeah, I remember that moment when I just arrived at this small French land. It's not in France, but it's really small. It's nothing like big. And it was like, it was a dream come true.
Yeah, I think I started playing like CS at 7 years old, like this. And my first LAN I played, it's like 9 years old with my family, like my cousin play, my brother play. Like, I mean, my mom, my grandmother coming for the LAN with me. So it was really funny and like Danny said, yeah, it was like a dream. Like everybody like crying in the same room. Everybody, yeah, it was just. I don't know what to say, but it was really exciting to play in the same place. Like,
Did your grandmother play?
Nah, just watching. Monique.
My mother tried Counter-Strike.
Yeah, my mother too. They try to play. I knife them, but don't talk.
Yes, the wolves are out.
Back in business, time to find out if Gambit will not let up. It was Vertigo where they did close things out against G2 to respond to the Mirage, and you can see it's all smiles in the G2 camp. It certainly was a tall order to try and do as much damage as you could against a Gambit Vertigo that's, of course, world class. World #1 up against G2 and a team forged for the purpose of lifting trophies and already locked in for the playoffs. It's just a question of whether or not they can knock the world #1 down to the quarters or not. Hobbit, top of the scoreboard on Vertigo as well, the veteran of the otherwise Gambit youngster squad, delivering and contributing in the way you saw him doing online. Nafany as well, what a standout from him, considering like very few lands, certainly against tier 1 teams, as in the Gambit youngsters roster, so doing it here, IEM Cologne, replicating the same moves, the same maneuvers he's pulled off over the year and a half of online play. And it does look like we're going to be getting the knife round for side, getting that one started now.
Amanex, that classic guy you have in the Bug Realms. Always someone's AFK on the bloody knife.
Amanex, where are you at, bro?
Hey, can we just stay at spawn? He went to get a drink. That always happens. It's a classic. He's here. See, he's just, yeah, his headset off. He's just getting warmed up. All right, and the knife round's going to take place on the Arch side. Not the most common of sides.
That's not the rules, guys.
Come on, we're down mid. We're down the guts. None of this silly business. None of this running around the map here. Looking pretty good for Gambit in this one. Now, obviously, we know that the CT side is preferential, but we've seen some kooky side picks so far. Both teams picking the T side on their opponent's map choice.
Uh-oh.
Oh, 1-on-1.
Yeah, but how do you
Don't crater, Jax.
How do you win this?
Don't crater, my friend.
He's like backstab him as he jumps off the balcony, somehow.
Oh, okay. Shiro picks that one up, and it's pretty standard, I think, to see Gambit go for the CT side, but we'll have to wait to get that one confirmed. I don't want to make any assumptions around here. As I just mentioned, Gambit have had a couple of interesting choices so far.
Well, both teams picked T-side on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, and as the desk was just discussing as well about Gambit and the fact that they've been tested a lot on this map in recent history, they're looking very, very good in their map wins. And their map losses are close as well. So a lot here to back this one up. Amanek getting the in-ears in. Getting ready and ready to go. And just getting confirmation now that Gambit have opted to start on that CT side. So we'll get to see what they're bringing here. A lot on the line. Either the quarterfinals for the loser, the semi-final for the winners.
You were saying before that, you know, Gambit used to have Inferno as a map people would try and exploit against them. I imagine that's something that's been patched up.
Yeah, just because they've been forced to play it a lot, right? And Yanko brought out a nice little stat for the desk in case you guys missed it. I'll try and bring it up for everybody playing at home. It's the losses that Gambit have had in recent history on the map. 16-14 against Mouse, 16-13 against Na'Vi, 16-14 against Amiga, and a 19-17 loss against Heroic. So their losses are close.
It's time to separate them then. G2 with a Mirage under their belt. Vertigo under Gambit. It's time to separate them with Inferno. A fan favorite for a third map decider. Already util sailing through the sky and some bodies spotted. Axel just jumping across for the info. 1x bet. Given the odds towards Gambit, and understandably so after the showing we saw from them. Looks like a nice lineup from Hunter. He's going to try and set his team up for success, and surely Shiro has to cancel that. Yeah, flying back into the site, tucks in tight. And it looks like they want to wrap. This is nice, short and long, just all in the blink of an eye. There's going to be a lot of resistance here. Axel's got too many targets, or does he? Oh, Axel, nearly 3. It's competitive thanks to Amanek and Nico, because the bomb's going in. Rotate's coming in. Nafany from mid. Amanek may hear that if he's loud about it. Nafany has hit the walk key. Now Nico on the jiggles. Hobbit does not want to go down until his teammates are in place, so that's the justification for this passive stance currently. They're coming in from 3 different angles of approach. Amanek considering it. Hobbit trying to draw attention elsewhere. Amanek takes a look and takes a head. Now we're talking, now we're shooting. 1-on-1. Play the time.
As the kit.
Oh, he has the smoke and the kit. What's Amanek to do? He's going to hit the headshot. That's what he'll do. 3 frags right out of the gate from Amanek.
When that's the first pistol for G2 in this series so far, that could be a difference maker. The fact that they've finally picked up a pistol here. G2 been staring down the barrel of defeat in every single start to these halves. Now they're going to kick things off in a very stylish fashion. Straight out the gates here. Going to see 3 MAC-10s, a UMP, and AK-47 in the mix as well. Force buy from Gambit in response. To be expected here. But how do they go about this? Are we going to see a faster maneuver? Is it going to be taking the pace off from G2? We've seen them on the T sides. They have no trouble taking it slow, playing the current 2020 style of Counter-Strike.
All right. So they've gone for the gamble, and with Nafany pushed up, it might, you know, result in a overcommitment from G2 when they clear him out, feeling like there won't be 3 players residing around the corner of the site. Oh, he actually takes a peek. Nafany, Molotov'd out, will go down. Let's see the G2 reaction now. So this is the plan, this was their trap, and it's worked perfectly so far for Gambit. Because most teams, when you get an early pick and you start fancying your chances, the bomb's still at T-spawn though, so I don't know what I'm talking about. Going to take top mid control. The AK from Nico already has drawn blood. And you said that pistol could be a difference maker, Chad. Well, ooh, big gap, nothing in for Nico to report. But to finish my sentence, difference maker, yeah, but not if Gambit immediately respond with a second round force.
And I think they're giving them this banana control here, hoping it lures them in for the hit, and it's looking to be likely. There are smokes for G2. They can isolate coffins, they can isolate spawn, but Nico's just walking in to find heads.
Okay. Enters. Nice use of the molly. Axel actually gets them both. How does he pull 2 out of the hat? And now he can finish it right here with the Deegs. Softened up by Shiro. Maybe Inters can finish them both. He has, and he will.
Oh, haven't had that from Nafany before. Hasn't been at the events to get it loud. Now, I don't speak Russian by any means, but I still know what that last word meant.
Yeah, baby. And interesting to see the AK-47 response. This is Amanek, of course, who had the fantastic clutch to put the pistol on the board in the first place. This is Shiro softening them both up, and a lovely finish, actually, with this Desert Eagle.
What Axel did there was crazy, right? Because that molly landed on Axel, and as soon as that happens, he released a HE, bounced it off the lip of that stair, and then within the shell shock, steps on out. So able to convert in a big way, and Nico's been gifted that AK. Look at the liberties by Nafany all the way down Banana, taking this one for basically free. He's tucked in towards Log. Some deep grenades gonna chip Jax. Still above half HP. He's got 53 remaining. And now after that early smoke, it looks like G2 are looking to head back towards Banana.
Yeah, really hedging their bets onto Nico. Amanek whipping out the armored Glock. And prioritizing that util. Nafany's long gone though.
It's the right call. He was holding in that position not that long ago. Warning shots. They now know that there's an AK in play.
They're burning
information gathered.
They're burning through their util though, just at the fear of Nafany's push.
I think this is just going to allow Nico to walk forward and look for kills. So they've cleared out the closed corners. That is the problems for the AK. Towards top Banana, they will need to do the same. But Nexa has a flash, so they can always flash the half wall. And that means they can clear out Sandbag and then start to use this AK in its natural environment. Look at Hobbit. He's on the jiggles here.
He'll drop his own smoke and push through. They'll meet each other, and look at that. Back's turn. Jack's happy with the one. Nafny should have more, though. That's the bomb carrier. Kept even. Hunter claws it back into contention. Game time. The rotate's late. Inters and Axel departing the A site now. Shiro's already there and likely wants to bide his time for the squad.
There's no kit here.
No, nor smoke.
Bomb's already ticked on down about 10 seconds. We'll need to start getting a wriggle on. You two are being lined up. This will go to Dark. That's going to flush Jax out.
Yeah, but it's Nico that's really the crucial component here. Jack's down, burnt down. Nico still on new box. Getting peppered, though. Shiro's UMP, long range. It's only Hunter, and he's down too. Gambit. What a rough a ducks back. I thought G2 had a real chance there.
Yeah, the fact that they traded evenly into the site is great. You can establish the post plant, but the util usage was perfect. That Molly does great work to get Jax out of that equation. And then they can work from there. They find themselves an AK to pick up. So now they have that M4. They have an AK scavenged and the FAMAS. And they can buy back in again. But conversations for G2. The plant went down. They want to try and keep this one threatening early and have this back and forth arm wrestle for economic control. Great work from Shiro there. Better on the second as well. Just prepared. They knew how many angles were to deal with. Gambit looking very good in the early stages of this one. Will just be the pistol upgrade again. This time no AK. A couple of jumps there from Inters. Not sure exactly how much he saw. They were tucked in behind that wall. Util slowly being siphoned on through here. And these are the type of rounds that you're expecting Gambit to convert with ease. So many HEs left over. They still have 5 HEs right now, Gambit. As soon as they feel any type of a threat, they can start lobbing them out. The first one you just saw going into apps. This could be a real issue for G2 when they group up and go for a hit. Another nade towards the half wall, so really just allowing G2 to have as much time as they want and then using this util late. Let's see if that continues to be a theme as the game progresses into the gun rounds.
I knew Jax was a real one. No skin on the Tech 9. No need.
Doesn't feel like his weapon, does it?
So far from his weapon, but that's lovely. Ooh, Amanek definitely looks good on that Tech 9, and Jax has demonstrated some prowess too.
Maybe it is.
Weapon picked up. If Axel goes down, like, we could have a round here. Oh dear. G2 put themselves straight back in contention, and Amanek with the double. Hobbit caught out. There's weapons to be retrieved. They've just taken just a sidearm, unarmored Deagles, and Nafany demanded a 1v4.
Nafany still has all his nades right here, and he's even going to have a look in for this. It's traditionally the save. That's going to be heard. Jax is already here, and an impact round from G2.
Wow.
Cop that one. Holy moly. Where did that come from?
I just can't quite believe how quickly Axel died on that first peek. Was it Nexa?
Yeah, it was. Nexa was just posted up on the line, ready for that peek. They had so much room over towards that arch side, so timeout here from Gambit. And it's great that we're getting this competitive back and forth early.
I mean, and fair play to G2. They've already come out and made some clear statements of intent. They got the bomb down on B in the round previous with the Hero AK. Admittedly, Shiro just outplayed them with the UMP mid-range, but now they've gone and done it with less over on the A site.
Can't believe how quick that got out of control. It was looking so good. I was praising them, holding onto their util, lobbing it out late.
Oh, this is not what I was hoping for. It's fine. Get over it. Hoping to see those crazy Deagle openers.
That's a really rough one to lose because there was hardly, you're right, you pointed out there's hardly any investment behind it. So to lose that one, it's a bitter pill to swallow here for Gambit. Shiro's got the AWP, of course.
Everyone's favorite series, the Force by Wars. And Shiro taking some real chances here. He wants more. He wants more, Jax. Playing with it. Oh, the flash, perfect. They spotted his head as he jumped across, trying to bait them into this sandbags position, trying to cross back as well. Oh, Wallbang does tag up Jax. He lives with just 14 points of health. They've definitely got the B players feeling a little hot under the collar. Shiro sticking around, so knowing the AWP's on B, there is a bit of a timing on this. I think G2 will start getting concerned that the rotate could have been set up by Shiro, but here we go. They're just going long side. Nico to set him up, and yeah, Nafany was actually on his way towards B at that point, so that's one of the rifles departing. He'll be smoked off upon his return, so G2, they've got a pretty damn good chance here. It's only Axel's M4.
Well, they're in limbo right now. They've been smoked off by Inters there, so they're just stuck on this long side. They can still pivot wherever they want, but they're up close and personal with Amanek here.
A little peculiar smoke out of the library side. Hobbit's rotated arch. Unwilling to challenge. Uncertainty brewing. 35. And they're coming short. Amanek being baited in. Hobbit to come try and find him. And he hits his jump. That costs him. Hobbit returns the favor. Nex is trying to be the one to break through here. And he does with style. Axel choosing not to engage just yet, and that's cost him his life as well. Looks like G2 will win out the war.
Oof. Well, do they want to hunt Shiro? They know the AWP is in play. He shot that bullet through the wall in Banana that tagged Jackson down. This is an X-Factor type weapon, right, to find some early picks. So if G2 want to consider it and try and rip this out of Shiro's hands, it's going to put Gambit in a horrible, horrible position here in the early stages of their CT side. Going to be a bit mad with himself there, Nafany, right? Either it was a mouse wheel situation because he feels like he should have had that kill. Still was very good from G2, and it's great to see this version of G2 that never seemed flustered. Whereas G2s of old, you know, it's the clock. They'd seem a bit ahead of themselves in moments. Bomb's going to go off. G2 convert. Get themselves third round here, 2 consecutive for them. And we have definitely seen the back and forth nature of this one here. Pistol round win for G2, their first in the series. Gambit respond with a force buy. They recover a 3v3 on the B bomb site. And then that low buy of G2 with just some upgraded pistols has put us where we sit right now in what should be an eco for Gambit around this AWP. USPs for 4 of them, Shiro with the AWP, and they have to enable Shiro. We do see him be quite passive with the AWP in the majority of the time, but in a situation like this, they have to activate him, and G2 know that.
So they use Nafany as a information gatherer. He isn't able to block that smoke in any capacity. Long smoked off, walking apps. And you know when there's only an AWP that's been saved, what's the best call?
Yeah, Halls Pop's not bad.
It's
Pop's not bad at all. But there's a lot of players here with USPs.
And it's kind of down to the Amanek 10. He'll be the one that sends out first, and he does manage to get one. Kratos on his departure. Shiro, only the one, keeping him honest. Put that weapon on the ground, it's unretrievable. Axel walks straight on into Nexa, and G2 will collect. Hero AWP falls flat. And Nico makes sure Hobbit has a similar fate. No AWP retrieved as well. I say that just in the last seconds. It looks like they will take it into the next, but well handled. Good call as well, not overthinking it.
Or did they? So we can't see if it's on the floor right now or not. It might be. Yeah. It very much could be. But it would be strange to see if they wanted to go for an AWP. We can see it there. It is on the floor. I assume Nico will be the man taking that one. It's a bit of T-sided AWPing for Nico here, but the rifles are back out. A mission for Gambit is their big green. I'm sure they'd love to get that back for Shiro. But again, G2 have shown that they have weaknesses that they can exploit for Gambit. An arch side, that long side, is quite clear early that they want to bully that part of the map. So they're gearing up very early for another A play here. Everybody put their presence towards mid and boiler.
Gambit are so very, very prepared. Look at this crossfire, anti-flash. Nafi should have resistance. Look at the headshots. He hasn't got any vision. They'd lose 2. Gambit struggling just like that. G2 open up the site. Shiro, at least with the M4, can post a little resistance. Too little too late perhaps though, because the util will be deployed. There's more smokes where that came from. The nade from Hobbit denies the plant. Not going to be too punishing, but it is at least clawing something back. Shiro's already rotating around the world.
I suppose the reposition from Shiro, if he continues down Banana, is not too bad. But if he just parks here, then we already know that this is going to be a save call. It has bought a little bit of time, right? There's 50 seconds. G2, they're not getting straight into plant that bomb. And Hobbit here might just be getting an upgrade of a weapon, but realistically, he has a little bit more utility to use. That molly's going to land. It's not going to spread exactly where they need it to go. So now the bomb goes down, the 40 seconds starts, and the save begins. But that looked way too easy again, and I love it from G2. It's a nice pace change, because we've been seeing them doing a lot of these default spreads across the majority of their maps so far. And this time, straight up the guts, get that boiler room control early, pop flash through, and everybody's blind.
That's what I could have. It must have been a second flash, because I could have sworn Nafany was full anti on the first. I think he must have just turned into the second. And you can see what from his POV when we cut to it, just full, still white screen staring at 3 of them.
Yeah, so at least if you're G2, you know your utility's working very, very well. Amanek is going to have a look, but he's not going to find anything here. And this is where the problems for the CT side really can start to build. Sure, you save. Sure, you're going to carry those rifles through. But spreading this one on a map like Inferno, more so than others, right? You need a lot of utility on a map like Inferno. You get that banana control. You want to harass other parts of the map with nades. Well, 4 in a row now for G2. Second timeout called for Gambit.
And Jax is living his arrow key lifestyle. Like, as a left-handed gamer, I thought I was, you know, a rare breed in terms of the arrow key usage. I had a good justification. We got a right-handed arrow key gamer, and look, I mean, that is a wide wingspan. Like, his keyboard is hidden by the graphic. It's over here.
They get lots of room, the players these days.
Yeah.
I think it's like 1.5 or 1.2 meters for their desk space. So lots of space. Adjustable, all the goodies. Hand warmers.
I would be interested to see his keybinds, you know, because I'm using like insert, home, page up, page down. What's he using? If he's moving with arrow keys, it might be a similar situation. Oh my God, he's a man after my own heart.
We could probably download it and find it for you. That wouldn't be too difficult to do. But it isn't going to be a full investment for Gambit. They will just be opting for a half purchase around the saved rifles, and you'd love to see them strike back because this half is already starting to get away from them here. Scoreline 2-5. 5 being in G2's favor. And now they just go back to that slow default crawl. So after a pop flash up mid and punishment on the rifle round, they're trying to work out and survey the land to see what Gambit have brought into the next round of play.
Nice response to the half-wall smoke. Ooh.
And the boost as well. Everybody has completely understood each and every maneuver possible now around all of this utility. It's very rare to see players getting caught off guard.
Yeah, and you've mollied it, so you know no one's holding your boost up. You can maintain control without conceding it. It's the same thing, said two different ways. And Nico is going to post up. Now, as they do the boost, the question is whether or not Nafny will have another look. He's actually going to, drop his smoke. About the 45-second mark. Quick smoke count. One more remains, so it's not like they're going to be locked out here. G2 don't have to rush this. Full commitment to the B.
Well, the other smoke is on the other bomb site right now. Axel, I think he's just dropped that over towards the apartments position. So it will be a B execute. Hobbit is here with the rifle. Focus on him.
Nafny just wants one and done. Maybe evaporate into the smoke if he gets a chance. 20 seconds though, G2. Gonna have to execute this flawlessly. Inter still can destabilize with a shot across the bow. Jax babysits nicely. Need to clear out Emo. They haven't cleared out Emo. That bomb can be denied. Jax is doing it all for G2 here. And Nico catching Nafny before things go awry. The rest of them were on A.
Stabilized now, haven't they? Axel and Shiro. I think Shiro just wants to hold on to this M4. We're going to have 3,400 as the loss bonus going into the next round, so plenty of money for the buy.
Bloody hell, Nico's got 10 grand already in the bank.
Yeah, I don't think they've really had too many casualties, right? Sure, there's been a bunch of deaths here, but he's only died 3 times, so lowest death count in the server does fall for Nico. Plays a factor in building that cash money. And you think about the type of rounds they won. When you win a round where you're on a half buy or a low buy, you already had a lot of money in the bank, and then you get the win bonus.
Right.
So they got to double down in that environment. And there you have it. G2 with another round on the board. Oh, Axel, okay. He wanted to take away some of that cash. Nico's going to have to splash a little bit here and now. But that all happened.
I was watching, like, it looked like Jax was going for the fist bump as they were being hunted.
Probably.
Oh, we get to see the human component of Counter-Strike there. That's a funny one. Good damage, I guess, as we discussed the funds. It's not going to have any crazy ramifications. This is Jax. He really did save their hide a little bit here because that denial could have come through from Emo. He's looking. He's ready. And just as soon as he finds that last frag onto Nafny, the rest fell into place.
We're going to see another mix-up here from G2. I'd love to see them in these gun rounds go for something a bit more pacey, because that's caught Gambit off guard already once. Up towards Boiler again quickly, so they're doing it one more time. The sound cues are heard. You can see that indicated by Gambit dropping out of middle. Shiro's already been smoked off, so information just denied, and Axel needs to be very worried here.
He's not ready at all. They heard the pin, they spotted him, and they have Short fully under their control. Stagnades Pit, they're being quick about this. You'd think he was going for an extinguish there, but he smoked off Graveyard instead. And just walking out lackadaisically. Quick trade though, Jax again keeps G2 in it. And they want to clamp down on this A defense. It's Inters and Axile. Hunter up short. Axile has a look. Straight away goes down, and again G2 have an advantage here. Nafny's charging up middle. Nothing to report. They're up these sides, and they've got their back turn. Double, great control of the spray. Inters as well with another. G2's advantage just fades to black. Nafany elevated on the hay bales. We need to hit a scorcher here, and Amanek just can't quite seem to control the spray. Knows Inters is on the site as well, and Nafany finishes it all for Gambit. What a way to save him.
Oh, I think Nafany's fed up with all this nonsense that's going on. He's just taken that round into his own hands. And again, they tried the pressure point of long side, right? Sure, all the contact was taken on short, but it was long is where they could have found that gap. The fact that Nafany's come up behind two of them as they try and take the site, obviously round winning, doesn't have to be said. You're going to catch it here again on the replay. So they're still looking towards pit, but Axar went down towards that bomb site. And that right there is one falling away from G2, because again, the more pacey approach, it looked good, right? It looked good. There was so much pressure. Axar rounding out the site like they completely dropped back.
Nico taking a chance. Nafany greets him with bullets. Have to pull the plug on this now, surely. Nafany's actually advancing further. Supported by his teammate. Incidentally, not quite the optimal setup with the incendiary. They can still be close half wall, but Nafany has kept them at bay.
Now, we just had the B-Stream update come on through during that last round of Madness, and VP have eliminated Big from the tournament, 2-0, after going into overtime on both maps. So VP have got revenge, and they've found themselves that playoff spot. So we will be seeing them in play next weekend. Unfortunately for Big, just not enough to get them over the line here today. Arch Smoke again coming out from G2, applying more pressure to Shiro, just keeping him moving around. It looks like they're setting up for a B split. Or are they? Starting to drop back down through Banana one more time. Nexa and Jax are going to meet up with Amanek and Hunter, who have top mid control, and they force Shiro away from this A-side defense. Inters and Axar, it's all on you.
Drops the incendiary. They can just pause here. Util deployed. It's a sign they want to go. Should isolate Shiro from the pack. Good smoke. Here they come. Inters. Does catch 1, 2, and 3. Counts up for us. Just Jax. Oh, that box is supposed to be good for 1, maybe 2. But he takes all 3. Jax now fakes it out, trying to catch Shiro. Does manage to at least put some bullets down range. Can't finish his meal. Bomb plant's great for the funds. Nothing more, surely. Needs a reload. Loses his head. Gambit straight back into this. It looked like those last 2 rounds could have very well been where G2 started running away with his T half. Nafany bails them out of 1, and Inters bails them out of another.
I won't lie, G2 and the game plan that they're being able to apply right now does look very convincing, because the pressure points and the pace changes they're having appear that they're keeping Gambit on the back foot. Right? If they can keep Shiro away from this site by dropping 1 simple smoke like they did right there, and next time the trades fall in their favor, Inters doesn't get 3, okay, different round, completely different round. So the pressure point of Arch side, that has been identified. They're playing with these rotations quite nicely. That's beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful from Inters there. Needed him to step up, and he did. Big stuff there from the support player. Ooh, aggressive molly down mid. That will deny them. Hasn't landed. Okay, missed throw there from Axar. You don't see that too often. It's a 3-man B lean early from Gambit here, and there's no look in from G2 whatsoever. They're still very passive down the bottom. That has bought time for Inters to rotate over and now become that 3rd man back to A. So everything back to normality, and still 1:30 on the clock. Amanek almost being able to catch Axar there. He did walk through the smoke, so Axar maintains mid control, and they're gearing up for a B hit. Hunter might hear some rotations if they're noisy on that A site, but they're not rotating B in time.
Yeah, Hunter's trying to sell it. He does keep their feet planted. That's 3 CTs. It's just 2 here on B. Hobbit trying to punish Amanek's slip. It's Nico with both.
Pulled off. That has to be the save.
Stick a fork in that round. It is done. Nico just decides he's like a 7th.
That's crazy, though, because Gambit maintained that mid-control, but they maintained the mid-control from the Arch player, which meant they didn't have an early rotation back towards B off of that. So G2, I'm really enjoying the quickness in which they're reacting in. Really good stuff out of the G2 squad.
It's like the game plan you were discussing on Vertigo, but they're doing it successfully here in terms of just drawing that rotate, keeping the feet planted, removing the information that enables Gambit to offer. I mean, when they're on their A game, when they're in control on their CT side, it just always feels like they're in the right place at the right time. G2 have managed to, and as you're highlighting, you're enjoying seeing G2 actually kind of get under the skin of Gambit's rotations.
Yeah, Hobbit here, look, he only has 3 kills to his name. If he starts converting some of these kills, he's getting opportunities in towards his B site. Might be very, very necessary for Gambit to start mounting a decent CT half here, because the scoreline is now 7-4. And if you're G2 on the T side, you're going to be happy with that. I think 7 rounds is a very decent bag here. So a 3rd timeout called now from Gambit. We saw all 4 timeouts on Vertigo in the first half used by G2. Well, Gambit are quickly trying to replicate that. This is where maybe Gambit want to take the fight to G2. We saw with Heroic when they were playing just yesterday against Astralis, when it wasn't working being passive on their CT sides, they started going fast. Beautiful stuff from Nico here, just eliminating them, standing, fighting. 2 simple kills, and that's all the round was right there. And cracking this nut is going to get difficult for Gambit at this point. Guns are out, the AWP is in play. What are they going to change up here? Axel pushing down mid.
There you go.
The aggression.
There's your answer. Axel, thrust down mid. You'd expect a flash. Nico's not looking. Easy find. Jaxter's found one. He knows there's a threat from behind. He can't really choose to swing, but through the flames, Axel wants him. Nexa defends. He took a real chance there. Jax could fall to the spray. He hasn't. Just shy of the mark from Hobbit.
Look at Hunter and Amanek.
Yeah, and it's who's there to receive. Inters. Should be good for the first. Is not ready for the second. Just before he can get his head out the lip of the balcony, he loses it. Knocked from his shoulders by Amanek. And Jax at 7 HP. Might want to try and find some information as to Shiro's location. Hobbit pushing up. Will keep taking some chances like this. He wants to...
Oh, this is the right move.
This is the perfect move. Look at the way they're holding it. Yeah. Are they considering it? They are. And that's the round, surely. Shiro, he's got to make a decision now, heading towards the B side. Could be the right call.
If they just send Amanek in on his lonesome here, they'll be able to just go back towards A, and it looks like that's what they're doing. Oh, doesn't even get a chance. That is a huge shot from Amanek. That's 8. G2, they've won the half, and now it's just about putting the cream on top of this one here. This is looking fantastic.
Dude, they're starting to believe as well. Gambit, bleed.
Oh, Nexa's awareness in all of these flank situations as well. It's been great stuff from the in-game leader.
Like he holds second mid for just long enough until he's like, maybe.
And I thought Hobbit was making the right call there as well, because they needed some aggression to take some space. Oh, hello. It's feathers and bones, indeed. Another gun round. Don't know where this money is coming from Gambit. Sure, max loss bonus, but the buys are always looking more than decent. Jax burning again, extinguishes and gets out of dodge. Forces so many nades here out of Gambit, and that's just to establish an initial control. Axel, another aggressive maneuver. Might need to get a multi this time to make it profitable.
That's so nerdy.
Oh, no way!
Amanek! Another one. A scorcher straight out of the Frenchman. You can see the nerdiness of Axel's angle. He gets the little tip of the head Q. And now Shiro's looking the wrong way. Hunter wants to finish this right here. And now on the transfer, I mean, he holds the spray rather. Fully tames it. About 10, 15 bullets. And oh, Nico doesn't finish off the job. Nexa will. And G2 are set for 9. What's the timeout count? They've already burned through 3 timeouts, Chad. Gambit are starting to look shaken.
Oh, I can't believe we've had... this might even be on track here for our third 11-4 first half.
Yeah.
And this time Gambit didn't get the pistol rounds to tee them up nicely, but they did win that force. Lots of money in the bank balance. The chase is on. Hobbit, you're going to have to hold on to this one. They're coming in and they're coming fast. Amanek has been hitting a couple of bangers of shots here. Hobbit defends, but for how much longer? That's the question. I don't even feel like this rifle matters that much. He smoked himself off. They know exactly where he is. Nico's going to try and spam through the pane glass. Hobbit getting up and over, trying every elevation he can. A couple of cracks to add. That's 4.
Yeah, it doesn't cost G2 anything, though. They're not really upset. Hobbit's just happy to have had something, pads the stats a little, and it does seem like that's the last one.
That's it. That is it.
Wow, it took them No time at all to burn through those.
Look, if we're going to be fair here, we do the same discussion we had with G2 when they used all 4 of theirs within the first half, is if they can get the last 2 rounds here, Gambit, and it can be a 9-6, and then they win pistol. You guys all know how the story goes. Check this one out. I cannot believe that. I'm sure Axel cannot believe it either. The fact he does so much damage and then can't convert, it just opens the door. This is it from Axel's POV. It feels like it's good enough. It feels like it's more than good enough.
Like, I'm already starting the sentence of what a nerd Axel is, and he loses the duel. Amanek. He's been very up and down, has Amanek, in terms of just whether what he's laying down is either 20 or 4.
Yeah, especially in that big series, right? The first map he was getting bodied, and then the next 2 he showed up in a massive way.
Yeah, well, this is the perfect time to be ascending to new heights. Amanek, 14, top of the scoreboard in the server, and this is for the semi-final spot of IEM Cologne. And to do it up against Gambit as well. Same playbook, same smoke exchange. Nico has to pay quite the heavy price for that, and if he does advance, that nade could have his name on it. Four-man lean from Gambit towards A. And it's not like G2 to walk in willy-nilly, though. They will pursue information through these extremities. Amanek considering his options. He has Hunter in tow towards the apps. Gambit put all their pennies into this, Chad, so at the moment, as it currently stands, if they get any info, ooh, I say that as I see smokes flying through the air, that looks like it's going to be pulling a rotate out of A, so 3-2 split of Gambit's defensive resources.
Yeah, they're staying with this mid control as well. Axel has to deal with apartments, jump out, Inters is jiggling. Shiro's trying to help from that arch side, but Shiro could be smoked off very easily here. And they're actually starting to drop on back. That nade shy of everybody. And they're going to come through the apartments position with the bomb. Selling a fake on B. That's drawn Shiro away from the site. Inters and Axel, you have to deliver again.
Going for the apartments pop. That's a well-placed incendiary. And buying time, 20 seconds. They can really destabilize this. Shiro tucked in on long side. 15. And here comes the push. Nothing to report. Only CT frags. And G2, what are you supposed to do? 10 seconds, the bomb's loose. You'd have to come up short. You'd have to be planting the next 2 seconds. They're not. They just have to back away. This will be a Gambit round. Hold on to what you can. Nico goes down, trying to stop the retrieval of the AK-47. And they'll take that upgrade any day of the week. You talked about it, though, Chad. That is exactly what the doctor ordered for Gambit.
Yeah, and right there, just the stoic nature of the 2 in sight to be able to deliver those kills. When you know that the last 20 seconds are coming and then that molly drops, it really became, what, the last 12 seconds as that hit was coming on through? The fact that they were able to hit 2 big shots, that's it. That's the round done. And that's all they needed to do. And Gambit have set themselves up and actually forced a timeout of G2 here. So G2 want double digits before they go into the half. There's plenty of money for their buy. Gambit, can they pull another miracle round out of the bag here? G2 have punished with these more pacey plays, and they can go for one of those here to finish off the half.
5 AK-47s certainly would entice them into the possibility of that.
Because the thing is, if Gambit go for any hedges early, if they go for like a 3-man B-lane, or if they go for a top mid 4-man hold, and G2 go the other side and immediately pop, well, we know what happens there. There are kits in play. They've been able to get rifles in all of the hands instead of the MP9s. So this is Gambit's best shot here to make this a respectable first half. It's just going to be a standard 2-3 split, 3 towards A, 2 towards B. Shiro with the jump peek on mid. Doesn't catch a lot of info there. G2 are back to their regular tricks. Default spread, Amanek and Hunter have been having an absolute field day, just getting boiler control, holes control time and time again. Banana feels like it's been Jax's and Nico's every single time, and then you've had Nexa, just that supportive element here, backing everybody up, and they're grouping for a mid-pop right now. Nafany's rotated over, he's made the right read.
This is a great call. Gambit in the face of adversity now stand to deliver again. Final round of this first half, third map. Nade looks promising as well. Ooh, spots him. Amanek again with impact, but it's Axel. Kept honest. Inters puts the bomb on the floor. Hunter to trade, desperately trying to survive on the hay bales. One bullet would finish the job. Shiro unwilling to push for it. And now Nexa and Hunter can perhaps piece together the bomb plant. Hobbit's arrived. So much util on Nexa. If he could just get that bomb down, he can re-smoke Hunter. Lingering there. Oh, just walking through. I thought he'd pause. Hobbit collects a freebie. Now 1v2 for Nexa to finish with style. Hanging around on default side. Trying to maneuver to pit, and he's managed to get there. Time on his side. Kits are present, as are smokes. They're just walking in. Molly will force him into the line. Stands for the first, expecting a second. The unknown entity of Hobbit. He has the Molly, tries to get it out of his hands in time. It could have been round winning. Hobbit shuts it down. And it will be a 9-6 half after all. Gambit, you really cannot write them out of any single game. This one, 9-6, advantage G2. We'll see how they defend.
Hey Future Pros, are those pesky T's rushing banana literally every round? Well, if your teammates really are Future Pros, then this nade combo should help shut down your rushing counterparts. For this, you'll need a total of 3 Future Pros, 2 incendiaries, 2 smokes, and 2 HEs and a flash. Let's break this down. Future Pro number 1. Your job is to throw the deep smoke and incendiary the close push. Do this by lining up with this point and then run through your smoke. The close incendiary doesn't really have a specific lineup, just bank it off the wall and make sure it's close to the choke. Future Pro number 2. Your job is to throw the deep molly. To do this, simply run to the corner of this wall, crouch down and throw the incendiary while aiming at the top left side of the wall. Future Pro number 3. Your role is mainly just a backup player. You can sit in this spot holding a flash. If you aim along this line of the antenna, you can flash the whole of Banana without affecting your teammates. However, be ready to sprint to A if your teammates call any T aggression on that side of the map. Now that Banana has been blanketed in flames, both Future Pro number 1 and number 2 can throw their HEs. You can choose to double nade tree or double nade the entrance to Banana. That choice is yours. Once the HEs have been thrown, Future Pro 2 can throw their smoke at the entrance to Banana, locking the Ts out for even longer. From here, you can send one of you to push down Banana while your teammates rotate over to A. There are many options at this point depending on the situation, so don't make the wrong call.
All right then, folks, it comes down to a single half of Counter-Strike to find out which of Gambit and G2 will be locked in for the semi-finals. A day off when we return for the playoffs of IEM Cologne next weekend. And man, oh man, it could have very well been double digits for G2. A nice late resurgence, some good calling and some impressive individual deliveries from Nafany and co. Inters as well, both taking it upon themselves to make it competitive in the first. Swapping sides, we get to see Gambit's T side in action now. Nafany equipped with the smoke, couple of decoys perhaps for some fake flash action. Let's see, Jax jumping across, doesn't have anything to report. One expert leaning G2's way, and we do see that info find very little from Jax's first adventure. G2 start to gather and head on up for a brawl. And Hunter, he's not unwilling to take a glance. Spots out Shiro.
Yeah, P250 there, so dicing with death right there. Inters has top banana control, and this is fantastic work. They can actually just pivot back over.
They were so willing to leave Nico there. I mean, fair play. The Incendiary and the Flash might be enough to buy time for Nexa and Hunter to pull up their socks and charge. I'm just not convinced.
Weird to see Nico on utility here on a pistol round as well, but Hunter's clearing out middle. He's actually heard this. Big fight. Hobbit
needs it. Hobbit still stands, and he stands strong. Nico could be feeling a bit hot under the collar.
They're all pushing
they're
mid.
charging
Everybody.
towards them. The CTs are going to be here. They're looking the wrong way. Nexa, Amanek dealing damage. Shiro with a P250 should have more. You don't have to contest anymore. Slow it down. Bomb scooped up, and they're heading somewhere else. It's going to be apps for the 3 of them remaining. Loudly stampeding through Boiler up short. They're tucked in on the site here. Good chance for Nexus to do some more damage. Tucked up on Coldzera. Amanek to fire off a shot, a lethal one at that. Into the head. More from Nexa as well. A Hobbit would have to do it all. He's already got 2. And pushing straight on through. Great move, Nico's there. G2, 2 for 2 on Inferno pistols.
Oh dear, the first 2 maps of play, G2 were kept completely blank as far as pistols are concerned, and now the third and most important map of the series here, they've gotten both.
Oh, that's very telling. It's going to be hard mode. They're on heroic difficulty now, Gambit.
This was fantastic as well. The smoke left over, being able to be deployed in that site, segregating Hobbit, forcing him into the fight. Nico rotates over in time. And that one there, with what was looking like a car crash in middle for G2 as they pushed on down, so many T's swinging back in. Amanek has had a bloody fantastic game. 17 kills for him.
It's within touching distance now, G2. Everything you talked about, everything you discussed, it's taking shape. One single half of Counter-Strike to take the world #1 down a peg. They are so established as the world #1. If they win events, they don't get any more points. They just take them away from everyone else.
Yeah, that was an interesting thing to see.
Yeah, it's a demonstration of their dominance, definitely. But G2 have come here with a point to prove and playing it very safe, understandably so. You just need 6 more rounds. 6 sub-2-minute rounds where you put 5 bullets into 5 heads and suddenly you've got a semi-final battle locked in. Plenty of days to relax, practice, prepare. And all that preparation for this head-to-head starting to manifest into success. Incendiary just on the jiggle. Amanek will be deploying that, just playing it safe. You don't want to be falling foul to this Glock train. Choo-choo. Hunter, $600 and the first frag. Nico did not get spotted out too far. Flying around, Axel's Glock looks painful. And he does well to just put 1 body down, but here we go, 11 for G2.
Okay. Well, that was the eco, as you all saw from Gambit there. So the AK-47s are about to come out here. And a bit of a bonus scenario for a few members there on G2 holding on to those MP9s. Hunter, next up. He can wield those to great success here. Famous for the likes of Jackson, Amanek. And then what's Nico going to purchase him with here? He could get himself up to an M4 if he'd like. An AWP's not in his possibilities, and that's been what Amanek's been doing more so on the CT side. They're actually going to drop an M4 for Nico so he can get full utility as well. So the silence variety. Galil for Nafany, so that's telling that they need all this utility here to make this round work. Now it's Gambit's turn to start this default spread. Head on out, divide your forces, collect as much information as humanly possible, relay that to the in-game leader and make your call. But this is about to get very aggressive.
Hyper-aggressive. They'll have to clear bedroom as a pack. Hunter will hold it passive. MP9's pretty much the perfect weapon for this job. Even Hobbit's AK by no means a guarantee in the duel. Axel's swallowed a nade elsewhere. Down Banana.
This is such an impossible clear for Hobbit as well.
Yeah, and that's a big find. More damage and impact from Amanek. Patience rewarded by Hobbit, though. And he's ready for Jax's potential trade. Looking the wrong way. 4 versus 4. And I see Nico floating CT spawn. That could very well indicate that what's Nex's util situation like? Okay, smoke. So if he feels under threat, he should be able to deploy that. It looks like now is the time.
Might disrespect this here. Looks like Gambit want to gravitate towards this smoke. They might just smoke and go. Explosion.
Oh, Nexa with only the MP9. He can do very well to find more than one. That's the bomb. More demanded of him, and they're into the site.
Nico's close, you know.
Covers an AK-47. Bullets in the right place. Don't quite connect. Amanek from Banana side. Jackson, Nico. They've got the smoke for Banana. It's not really going to help them too much. If anything, it might just enable Amanek to crawl through.
Look how passive Amanek is on all of
Yeah.
this. They're really going to have a look right now. Looks like they want to set up the boost, but that smoke's going to start fading shortly.
Shiro's on top of the emo boxes. He should have the perfect line. He looked away. Nico's found the frag. They might go on this. Hobbit takes down Jax, but there's still a real chance here if they could just fight Pool. Hobbit to swing. They don't clear it, and that should enable the round. No time for this. Amanek happy to collect at least one, wants to damage and ensure Hobbit gets nothing out of this one. I don't think he's got the opportunity to find the angle, but Gambit, a compulsory round, and it's theirs.
Oof, bomb goes off in a big way right there, and Hobbit holding onto that AK-47 is great. Got very close for a moment there. That looked like G2 were just going to walk away from the situation, but economical damage at the top of the list there.
Yeah, you can see Amanex, that nade was a really cool thought process, just couldn't quite hit the mark. 8 HP left on Hobbit.
Now, timeout call from G2 here. They still have 2 more for the rest of this half to work with. Remember, none for Gambit, but this 30 seconds also applies for Gambit. The coach can chip in, they can talk through what they need to. They don't know when it's coming, and they don't get to use it when they need it, but they still get this buffer. Just a chance to talk a couple of things through, because Shiro's into a MAC-10. Now, we know what the buy looks like on the Gambit side. The question is, what's Malik talking to Nexa about? What type of a purchase do they want to go for? Because they can buy Nico into a P250, Jax into a Deagle. Same can be said for Nexa now. So it will just be a half investment here. But we've already seen them make it work. Remember that Mirage round where Hunter had that silenced M4? I know I'm taking us back a couple of hours, but maybe they could do the same thing with Amanet here, is having a bloody blinder of a game. 19 kills for him, leading the charge in the server right here. Nobody's even close to his scoreline at this juncture. Working on this banana control, standard stuff. Interesting smoke that's landed just there.
They've got full top banana control very early into the piece. And Nico's a challenge of how reserved he can be with that smoke. Like flashes, steps, yeah, that's enough for him. That's enough for him.
That's very early though. That's going to be faded with still a minute left on the clock. Now, Amanek does have one and he is still holding B, but they're hoping that this can corral them over towards the A bomb site where the stack with the pistols currently resides. 3 of them over towards the short side, Hunter, Jax, and Nexa. It's, with those Deagles up close and personal, very, very deadly. But there's some big gaps. Nobody's arch side at the moment. So if they were to walk up mid and try and wrap onto A, they would have the advantage there.
Anthony, though, he could lose his head to Jax. He's holding that tight line, misses his chance. Will he clear his corner? Hunter has got a chance to recover the AK, thinks better of it.
They need to go B. They need to get through Amanek.
Yeah, and Amanek's the one with the Galil dude. Here comes their util. He wants to stand and can't quite pull across the line onto Waxile. That's the sight, that's the round. It's an AK to be picked up over in the apartments. Jack's onto that, but yeah.
I think they should try and do damage again here, G2, right? Think about how much damage they just did in that previous round. They should go on a similar kind of adventure. Try and take away as many guns as possible, keep that T economy in the dumps, but it looks like they're just holding on to their upgrades here. You can see nobody really moving a muscle on this site. Maybe they want to defend Jax, make sure he doesn't lose this AK-47. I think he's going to be pretty safe. Nico's starting to have a little bit of a gander down towards T-spawn here, and he might catch Hobbit unawares. Hobbit currently has his back turned. He's pivoting and checking out the potential for the push. Body spotted. Advantage for Hobbit here, and he will execute. Nico falls. That is going to be 8 rounds now for Gambit. They're back in touching distance to this one. Not too many more occasions within this game where saves can be on the agenda either, because sure, Gambit had the luxury in the first half that it was the first half. They could take a couple more saves. You know, only when you get towards the tail end of the half do you really need to start going for things. But if the lead gets out of G2's hands, well, you're going to need to see them starting to go for some of these situations. It won't just be the save simulator that we've been getting a lot of. 3-man B lean early. Nico joining the pack here with Nexa and Hunter. Hunter's just going to try and set them up with util if required. It's the standard rally, but this time round Gambit look like they're getting a move on towards A. Lots of util called in. Banana, Nafni and Inters both perched and ready. Hobbit already in boiler.
Yeah, and this angle from Amanek. A guaranteed frag by any stretch of the imagination, but it should be a good indicator of things to come. He actually wants to drop his own. Slow them down, slow the crawl. Smoke in the air, looks like it's heading towards that library side. Should divide and enable them to attempt to conquer. Hunter He hasn't held it, and now Nico could be unawares. They could have slipped Arch. He's looking the wrong way. Nearly adjusts. Nico draws first blood, and Jax builds upon it. Doesn't want to crater. Safe dismount required. That smoke should be something for Hobbit to try and hunt Jax. Here's the pins. Implies his relocation to under the balk. His crossfire's pretty damn potent here, though. It's going to be very hard for Gambit to crack. Hunter's their first challenge. Good find from Jax. Just 2 now from Gambit. He got 30 seconds. It should just fall slowly into place for G2. Chipping away with the HE. They know he's up there, but it doesn't stop Hunter from pulling the trigger again. Just Shiro. Quick adjust. That's it, though. 12 for G2. And a good find. Those opening frags across the map, too. And Jax getting away with murder.
It did look like Nafny had pipped a massive gap there, threaded that needle through that arch side. But Nico's awareness was great. The fact that he knew that there was always that potential for a gap. He gets caught with his pants down there. The avenue to mid to B, the pincer onto the A bomb site. The world becomes Gambit's. And I really just want to paint more praise for Jax. That was really handy, right? He doesn't overextend. He doesn't get too aggressive. He just bides his time and waits for that second kill to come to him on low HP. But here it is, the pistols, the light bite, it's fast banana. They're going to need to get some action done here.
Nico's going to get it 3 done, nearly Shiro as well. Very little to be said about Gambit's half buy here.
This is going to be G2 continuing this course. The first time they have beaten Gambit. Sure, they took a map off of them earlier in the year. It was Train. That was it. For this series, they come in, they win Mirage. They get a bit of a hiding there on Vertigo, but now they are in the driver's seat of Inferno, and what a time, the first land back.
Your first land game against Gambit, and you buck the trend that has been forged for a year and a half. The team you just couldn't beat. Doesn't matter what you tried, what new strats, what new demos you watched, you couldn't get past them, and now, not only do you do it, you'd be doing it for a spot in the semi-finals. And I'm sure if you took a poll as to who you believed would be taking the semi-final out of Group A, Gambit would be the tip of your tongue.
Yeah, and for very good reason here, but G2 have shown up in a big way in this tournament. Just the building blocks. Obviously, both of these teams were secured for the playoffs, but to get yourself with a one-day break, a little bit of timing there for Jax, but regardless, he'll finish things off. Just one more man to find, 20 seconds left. Shiro has to die.
He's working on it, don't worry. There we go. And some weapons. Those AKs still flowing for G2. They'll be happy to keep hold of those coming into our round 22. 3 away from G2 finding their first win ever against the Gambit boys. In fact, they only had, what, 1 map to boast, I think, so far? And now, well, already managed to do better on that. Converting, of course, that actually rather intense Mirage. It did look like G2 had a commanding lead at times, but all the way to 16-13. Now we're here in our third. Do you see Shiro on that T-side AWP? Let's see if this changes the pace for Gambit. One would imagine so. They imply his trade after the util subsides.
Very brave there, even with a Flash Hunter picking against an AWPer. Brave stuff, and Axel doing more of the same.
Swallows a nade, though.
Oh, what a dunk that was. You see the fadeaway jump throw out of Axel there? That's a huge way to find an opening here. Nico's just been put in his place.
And Inter's had one cooked and ready. Combined, they pop in perfect unison, and that is a first blood and a half. Nico is ringing after that one. Jax wants to try and take some initiative, try and claw back something. He's holding a very tight line that could have punished Hobbit if he wasn't being just as reserved as he desires.
Oh, they've gambled B. It's just Jax here. Literally just Jax.
He's one standing right in front of the fading smoke. He's going to have a lot to contend with. Oh, Jax with 2. Crosshair was on to the 3rd, but Axel silences him, rotates on its way. It's going to be in the form of Hunter, but if they go short side, I'm not sure he's going to be able to contest. What's he got? M4 flash would be perfect. But they'll know that that's come from a long way away. Nade as well. Out the balk, spotted out, needs to adjust. Big find from Hobbit. That's round defining. The rest all the way over in B.
Well, Jax there with that double kill was the only way that they had a chance in that round, because you could see that they were gambling on that B bomb site, expecting the execute to come over there after Nico's demise. But handled there by Gambit. They mop it up, and they were still taking their time to entry into that bomb site. But you never knew if there were more players around. Just such a forward position from Jax. I can't believe it. And I think he understood his position as well. If I don't stand and fight here and I just drop back passive, I'll probably just go down with 1 kill. So the double was beautiful. The 3rd kill, not that far off if you're going to be completely honest about things.
Yeah, because, I mean, you've got to, not only have you got to process the kills you're currently working on, it's just because it's gone from grey screen to 3 bodies on your screen. It's a lot to process. Jax nearly getting the crosshair into Axile on time.
Still not a huge amount for Gambit to celebrate just yet. Sure, they're keeping themselves in it, but 4 rounds to find before they can tie things up here. And they still need to whittle down the economy of G2, who are showing that they can save guns just as well as Gambit could. Now, Amanek can bring out this CT-sided AWP. We're yet to see it. We're yet to see him bring out the big green here, and he's been having a fantastic time as far as opening kills were going on that T side. He's currently sitting at 5-1 in this matchup. Yeah, great stuff from Jax. Unfortunate not to get a few more there. But here we go. Another gun round. I feel like we've had them constantly. Sure, there's been a couple of light pistol upgrades, but here's that. Oh, it's over the top. They're boosting it over this mid-smoke. How reserved will Gambit stay? Oh, Axile up very close and personal there. Applying so much pressure on this B bomb site. Utility has to come out from Nico.
Yeah, baited just by the steps, the presence, the threat alone. Amanek could be posted up with that AWP in time. Next up with the counter flash. And Nico swings on that. Axile's ready to collect. Another first blood favors Gambit. He catches a glimpse of Inters, he strafes away. Looks like they want to try and head A. Hunter and Jax batten down the hatches. Smoke
Amanek will be here.
Deployed on mid, will delay. They flash through. This is the attempted punish, but Amanek has arrived on time. Just about on time. Afni taking some chances. Big find from Amanek. He needed that. The strafing into the site. The flash is good. Axile's blind. Bomb spotted. Shiro's missed his chance, and Jax has actually finished him off. This is a big round for G2. 3 frags away. This could be 14. Inter's in pit. There's plenty of time. Hobbit opens up the account again. Bomb to go in. Bomb back on the floor. Problems now. Hunter dancing on the box. He will be swung on. Amanek could have struggled to do much more unless... Oh, Inters. An unexpected gap in the smoke. Amanek does not pull the trigger. Inters in pit to provide support. Will drop out the last remaining smoke that will deny. Or will it? Still a gap. Axile. Crosses in exactly the right place and just the toes exposed. A solid chance for G2, but it's just gone awry. It's Axile that stepped up in a large capacity. 3 frags. That one the most important. And Amanek has to reside himself to the save. Close, but no cigar.
Fourth, those openings again. That's 2 rounds in a row. You pointed it out there. And Gambit have been getting the better of them here in this second half. You could see Axile with that smoke that landed. If anybody was paying attention to his webcam just there, he actually leant closer to the screen to see if he could catch the feet there under the smoke, and he did. So a big conversion, and that AWP will be held onto here from Amanek. So we turn to him as another timeout called for G2. 1 timeout left for both teams here. Now this AWP, this can be a difference maker. I spoke about the same situation in the first half when Shiro had an AWP in play. And I would say if we were to tally up the amount of low-buy wins that have happened in this series so far, G2 get the better of things than Gambit in that little scoreline. So to have the AWP, to have a couple of pistols behind it, you get 2,400 as the loss bonus in the next, so you can splash out a little bit of cash. You can see Hunter just investing into a CZ right now. Gambit are under the pump right now. They're feeling the pressure. G2 can keep this on in a round that I don't think they feel like they have too many chances to win. 3 USPs, CZ, the AWP, 2 smokes, and a decoy that Amanek threw out early here.
Nexa. 1 man with no armor or weapon. Drops out all that he brought in. $300 smoke grenade deployed, and yeah. Amanek's opted for apps. Doesn't look, unfortunately, with our beautiful X-ray and mini-map that he's going to meet anything too early.
Well, that's it, right?
Yep.
This is it. If Gambit continue forward, I was going to say they get into the site for free. Are they faking steps? It looks like it. Hunter may have just been faking some steps there from Speedway. It can be heard from the very tippy top of Banana. He's actually going back over. And they're executing cleanly. Gambit, smoke CT, smoke coffins. Molly towards the triple box. Flashes are good. Crossing in. Warning shots from Hunter. And they'll quickly find that the site is clear. So that bomb can go down. And now it's just about retention. Gambit holding on to everything they have while not giving anything over to G2. You don't want to give up any of these freebie AKs to the likes of Nico and Hunter. Jax as well in that mix. Could be the third round consecutively here for Gambit. Really starting to claw back this scoreline. Only 2 rounds, the difference. 2 rounds, the difference. We might be going the distance. That's a dream right there if you're Nafni. You just call the B execute. You know that there's an AWP in play. You get in for free. You don't even have to worry about getting any kills. Feels like a formality, but it's great to be able to call around like that and avoid any danger. Just allow everybody to settle into the moment a bit more, and there it is, the final timeout call. G2 have used their last. Gambit used all of theirs within that first half, so we're going to finish this game with no more coach input. The last 30 seconds for Malik to chime on in. Now, having a look at the money situation, Nexa, Nico, they do have enough to purchase. Amanek could drop something across if they'd like, just to make sure they get a bit more utility. But when we spoke about a similar point in the first half with Gambit, Axar pulled the plug and ran straight down middle in an aggressive maneuver. If G2 have anything in their back pocket, now would be the time to pull it out. Getting into a pivotal point in the game here. You never want to be on the CT side with your economy broken late. Into the next round of play, they will be getting 2,900. 2 rounds in it for G2 to secure themselves overtime at least. And 2 rounds in it for Gambit to tie things up 13-13. We're getting this one underway and we're seeing Nico in play with an MP9. Business as usual here, but Amanek over towards this apartment position. They're actually going to bait this in to fake Molly. That's so they can play ahead of it. But it seems very early to do so. Well, now at this point, that Molly's been used, Hobbitt's not going to swing out dry into that.
Yeah, I like his protocol there. Spamming the gun, jumping across to the off-angle Balk. Axar just walks straight through. Just as the nade comes in, confirms nobody's home ahead of the smoke. This might catch them, and yeah, okay, nice. Well, at least confirms his presence. This flash forces the spray out of Axar. He's taking a wide stance, though. He's looking for it. DTs drop a smoke, chip away at the in-game leader, who looks to be leading by example. They want to boost over that, and Nico transitioning back with his MP9. It will be up close and personal here. Nades very light for G2. They'll flash and push through that CT smoke, and Shiro just collects. Nico's got no more voice into this one.
Hunter's on the boost.
Got a good chance with the AUG. Nexus burning, forced to tuck in tight. Gambit slowly, methodically walking on in, and Nexa with the first. Hunter chimes in again. Shiro can't do anything, can't finish his meal though. The nade can. And now Axar and Hobbit looking to get that bomb down. 10 seconds, Hunter has to deny it. Can he deny the plant? No is the answer to that. Hobbit babysits, this is intense. 2 on 2, Jax has got some util. He might be able to force the molly in towards Emo or Nubox respectively. He opts for the latter. Amanek, not easy with the AWP. Kit present, it's just a matter of this duel onto Hobbit. Oh, what a find. Jax contributes and should be Amanek's. Should. Ah, being the operative word, he gets it in the end. They have the time, they have the kit. 14 for G2, right down to the wire, chat.
Oh my god, that one almost got out of hand there. I don't think Amanek quite believed what he had on his screen right in front of him there. That was some fantastic work from Nexa and Hunter. Right, Nexa and Hunter made a round of that. They've locked that down in the crossfire right there, and they've well, at least given G2 a round. And this was Nico going down as an opening kill yet again. I think Nico's really been on the receiving end of some of these in the recent rounds.
Big shot out of Jax as well. Yeah, Amanek, that could have been nightmare fuel. Career nightmare fuel.
I just quickly flick through the last 3 rounds. It's important for Nico to be getting fired up here. The last 3 gun rounds, Nico has been the first death.
That's a great point. Ever since those double stack nades.
So since then, he's been getting a real rough time of it here. His team have bailed him out. Nico's down to an MP9 again. You never love to see it, but they're going for a bit more aggressive banana control here, and that's forced Gambit straight up mid into the AWP of Amanek.
Here we go, still filling the feed with his name. Jax, a consistent presence, swings in. Axile has made it all too easy. The A site's open for business. Axile pulls the trigger, or rather Amanek tags him up. Another headshot for Gambit. And G2, stretched thin. They'll scavenge what they can. Next, from around the world, actually hits Hobbit and knocks him off his perch.
The 3v3 now, Gambit have to be careful with their post-plant positions. If somebody else goes down, there is a kit in play on Nico and Hunter. They could still look in for this. And Nex is starting to leer up mid.
A lot of talking from Nico here. Silencer enables him to put bullets down that smoke without too much of a fear of a rebuttal. Flash from Inters will be perfect. Axel will swing off this as well, you'd imagine. No. Biding time, and that's 2 for the Gambit boys. Only Nico, and just not enough time. Happy to have the M4 upgrade. Might be able to take another one of them down. I don't think Inters is safe in the pit. He's going to be able to make it through apps.
Couldn't get far enough away there. So Inters does go down, but Gambit do respond here. And this one's on a knife's edge right now. That just faster play up middle. Very lucky for Axel to be alive. I can't believe Amanek got the tag while completely flashed up there. The leg shot, if that was a kill, real chance for G2 to steal away that 15th round. But again, we get into this point of conversation. No timeouts to take your breath anymore and really talk through the financial situations. As I said, CT side being broken late. This is the worst place you want to find yourself in. But that rifle, it's been dropped across to Hunter. They're going to push down mid.
He's giving it all she's got. And it's all too easy for Hobbit. Oh, that's the round. Just like that. They were trying to throw a bit of aggression into the mix. Hobbit just laughs it off. What have you got? You got an armored Nico Deeg. May as well leave him and do his own devices and have the unarmored P250 and USP respectively. Gambit, now they know the rest of this should just fall into place.
Oh, Nexa really wants that gun. Not going to get a chance. Shiro playing Overwatch. Make sure that one can't be retrieved. And these last few kills should be found with ease. We're definitely going to see a buy round out of G2 in the next round. 2,400 coming into the bank balance. Amanek is going to be shy of an AWP unless one of his teammates drop him. So we'll keep our eyes on how that one manifests going into the next. But a smoke up middle, and Amanek had a chance. Nafany, very diligent, clears that out. And just Nico over towards B site. So the man who died first in 3 consecutive gun rounds, well, he's the last man alive in the last 2. Interesting to see if he wants to save this Deagle. The armor's nice, right? That head armor, the defuse kit, means he won't have to reinvest into it next round. I think that might be taken away from him as the option as he walks into the grasp of Axile. I spoke too soon. This game of cat and mouse that happens so late with both these teams, right? Like G2, you can see they've definitely just adopted the meta, which Gambit have established.
Yeah.
And you have to play by these rules if you want to stay competitive in round after round after round. And the fact that we've now found ourselves with the scoreline 14-13, only a matter of time, about 10 seconds till this bomb goes off. It looks like we're definitely going the distance here this evening. We still have Astralis versus Na'Vi coming up next, and on that B stream, Heroic versus FaZe. 2 huge games. The Heroic FaZe winner of that will be the last team secured into the playoffs. Same situation for Astralis Na'Vi. Those 2 teams already locked in. They fall into the same category as the game that you're watching right here, right now.
Astralis Na'Vi.
Conversation, like classic, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, especially on LAN. All right, well, this is the breaking point. This is the business end of the series. All of that hard work, all that legwork of Mirage, Vertigo, it was all looking to convert. Just a couple of rounds separating one of these teams from the semi-finals. It's completely unclear as to who. Definitely feels like Gambit have swapped into the driving seat. G2 being dictated to a little more here, and certainly in absence, as you've been discussing, it's what, 5 of the last 6 converted with bombs down.
Did not for that CT side at all. So Amanek is operating with a rifle here. There's only 1 defuse kit in play. And that's on Nico. So if we get into a post-plant situation, keep that one in the back of your mind. Molly out towards Sandbag. Banana control being worked on, and that standard utility from G2 to stifle top of Banana has come through, but they're going to extinguish.
Yeah, they're going straight through. Oh, and the flash is there. Nexus panicking, tries to drop the incendiary. It's Nico that steps up in a huge way, double. They're not slowing down, they still come straight into Nexus domain. He's got a smoke to play around. Axal's hunting him down. And that's his chance. Dink exchange, Axal finds him. This is supposed to be G2's. Nico's double still could be insignificant. If that bomb does go down, it's still not ticking in their favor. Back of Shiro, now starting to maneuver. But there's double nades. Wait, 1, 2. Could it be enough? No, one shy of the mark. They head and actually dunk onto Axal instead. 60 HP on that AWPer. Close quarters AWPing for Shiro. Advantage G2. But don't forget, the kit is missing. They do find him. They got to hurry up about this. Smoke from Amanek. Hunter from the CT fight gets the info. Hobbit gets the frag. He can win a 1v3 right here, right now. Smoke down. Where's the kit? It's missing. Now it's all onto Amanek. I think he got it in time. Woo-wee! Man, oh man, the finest of margins between these two right now, but this is going to put 15 on the board for G2.
I can't believe that decision from Gambit to extinguish and go like that. That just felt like it came from out of nowhere. I saw the smoke get pulled on the HUD, and next minute they've just put that out and they're running into the site. That is some huge impact from Nico. That double completely changed the tune of this, and those nades, well, one of them landed on the planter, the other one taking out Axal.
I mean, the half-wall utility to just...
disrespect it, that's crazy.
To just go straight through, because you saw how it caught Nexa and Nico. The fact that in that, Nico managed to pull 2 across the line is, yeah, exactly what he had to do. And even then, it wasn't a guarantee by any stretch. Jax dunking down that emo player helped. Axile extinguished, it's fine. Doesn't take too much of a battering.
It's a 4-man B-lean early here out of G2, right? So the 2 players, Hunter and Amanek, come and dump all their utility, and that leaves Nico and Nexa sitting very pretty with a lot of nades.
Oh, G2 just 5 frags away. 5 single clicks of the mouse away from putting Gambit in the quarters. And from securing themselves an extra day off semi-finals. And by taking down the world #1. Far from over though. And Nafany, ooh, makes it clear. Dink down from the silenced M4, but he still lives on, and now they've got the man advantage.
Amanek still has mid control right now. This is problems. Nico can rotate back towards B.
Touché.
They can keep the forces 2-2 split right now, and Amanek can call this completely clear. Jax has backed him up over towards the short side. Hobbit and Nafany are still both over towards second mid, so there's no decision just yet.
50 seconds, smoke check, none left. That's the last as it blooms. Amanek walking silently down the speedway to assist.
Ooh, Nafany's the one taking this lurking role over towards the A bomb site here. So Hobbit's actually going to go drop back and go with the pack.
Okay, so yeah, he'll commit. Hobbit's dropped a smoke towards long side and hoping Nafany's contact would enable to sell it, but there's 3 here and they dig the heels in, 25 seconds.
Nafany goes now. They can still pivot back towards A, but he has to go now.
They are. It's all fake. Hobbit gets the frag on B and they're starting to charge straight into mid. This is madness. And it's open for business. Nafany has the sight and they've done it. What a last second play. Just in the nick of time, Intus will arrive to the wide open site.
Gets that bomb down, the 40-second timer begins, and well, this is the question right here. I spoke about having your CT-sided economy broken late, 1,900 loss bonus into the next round. They take these last 2 rifles away. Only pennies on the dollar for G2 into the final round. Shiro's starting to have a look in. Axal's coming to back up Banana. Intus is left with the bomb. How far do they want to push the issue here?
An AWP and an AK as well, as these are exactly what G2 will require to be able to voice concerns and avoid OT. Gambit pulled magic out of that. Every second. Nafany just about in the nick of time calls the site wide open.
This is Molly.
Caught out, Axile. Neo does go down. Shiro takes the AK away. Nico holds on to the AWP, but still 2 weapons would have been mighty fine. Look at what they've got, Chad, in the bank account to defend their honor in regulation.
Oh, this is going to be rough here. And remember, there's no timeout to take at this last juncture to talk through what the buy is going to look like. They're having to do them on their own here. Nexa calling, telling everybody what they need to purchase, and they've actually made it look relatively respectable. 2 MP9s, a FAMAS, a Deagle, that AWP, there's a kit in play, armor for everybody in this deep mid-smoke. G2 have brought this into vogue, and they're doing it to buy themselves a bit of a buffer over towards this ace site. Nico hasn't released it just yet. They There it goes, sailing through the sky. Going to land and give them a little bit of extra time, and maybe that will stall things out. You see it land. Gambit, they take note of what that means. It actually looks like they're gearing back up to head towards Banana. Axel leading the charge. Shiro overseeing business with this AWP. Amanek is here with the AWP.
Yeah, but he's committed Zambag side. Like, you're not getting out of there.
Oh, they're baiting him in with that molly.
Molly's coming in. He's going to have to drop a smoke. He's going to just spray him down and going to bait him in
P9. More.
He doesn't know there's another. Next are going to go unchecked. Oh, trigger discipline. This could be round defining. This could be it. This could be it. 2 from Nexus MP9. We're gaming at least. Nico's isolated on the site. Hunter flirting with a rotation. The bomb's on the back of the AWPer. Now then, 2 smokes. Make it 3, excuse me. Nafany's got 1 too. And he's going to start trying to pull teeth around this map. Smoke fades mid, 50 seconds, but Nexa has just given them a lifeline.
There's a real chance now. And Gambit, we don't know where they're going to finish just yet. Shiro's left Banana. He's regrouped with the pack. Nafany, Shiro, Hobbit. They're all staring down the barrel of this A site. They have to get past Jax. Hunter on the arch side. 2 players to defend. 30 seconds now.
It's not the weapon of choice for Hunter if they come long side.
They are.
My God, Nafany's going to clear it. Hunter springs to action. A headshot. The AWPer hunting him down. If he could just round the corner, he's safe and sound. Tucked into the site and time not on their side. Gambit are in trouble. Shiro has to get into the site. Hobbit's burning away. He has to respect it. 10
not
seconds.
looking.
They're not checking Shiro. From behind, he strikes. 2 to find. Hunter with more. There's no time, surely. Shiro brings into the 1v1 and Nico versus Shiro. For a spot in the semis, Nico can finish it right here, or Shiro can take us into overtime. This is nuts. He's opted for the MP9. Nico uncertain, Shiro hiding on the site, Smoke and a kit present. Nico can bide his time. It all hinges on this. Time getting a bit sensitive here, Nico. So uncertain, he's overthinking it. Shiro just sticking on the site, hiding behind the box. Nico would have to clear it right here, right now! Time, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Oh my God, G2! Half a second or something, they take down Gambit. That's nuts. That is absolutely nuts. 16 to 14. Half a second in it. Gambit are in the quarterfinals and G2 sail to the semis.
Maybe not. Backside, maybe.
CT,
He's right click. He's right click. Harry! Oh!
Nice, actually. No. The other guy was hit too, but he could have gone mid to B. Yeah, planning.
Flashing over.
He's pushing you.
No, Russ.
Up mid road.
Dude, Tech9's garbage. I missed.
One in A rush.
Hey, Harry, mid-choke, and rush off in B. No, dude. We need to play together. We talked about this. We need to play together. Follow me or lead the way.
We're going for the 6-0. We're going for the 6-0. The 6-0. Both mid, both mid.
Both. Or maybe I'm right. Nice, right. Harry. There we go. One round's all we need. Come on. What is this crazy shit, boys?
Behind. Both. Oh. He's top mid. I'm going B.
Oh, dude. How does 10 HP in apps?
His fucking
Horn, bro. Where?
Let's go 10 HP. Let's go 10 HP. Let's go 10 HP.
What is he?
Panic.
Dude, I'm panicking right now.
I'm gonna mask his footsteps.
Dude, the spread is unreal.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you wanted an example of why CS is the best esport of all time, look no further. 16-14 win by G2 on Inferno at the very last possible sec. Just wow, really. G2 go to the semifinals. Gambit look to regroup and really scratch their heads at the end of that game overall. Welcome back, everybody, the Intel Extreme Masters. And it is extreme down here. Yanko and Maniac. Yanko, thoughts, emotions, comments, concerns?
Yeah, I mean, you can't get any closer than that, right? 0.1 second or something on the diffuse, crazy moments towards the very end. I mean, you know, Nexa not being checked in sandbags, man, just to get 2 massive kills. If he just gets checked there by Exile, we get to overtime 100%. So a bit of a roller coaster in this series.
In my book, this is what peak Counter-Strike looks like.
Absolutely.
That is peak Counter-Strike. We're talking about mind games. The next had double stack at the very end. We're talking about individuals stepping up. Axile, obviously. Hobbit in the clutch. Amanek with the AWP. Nico. Everything coming together. Close game. Back and forth. Retake. Clutches. I mean, it ends up 16-14. We could replay that match 100 times and have 51 different results.
Yeah.
That's how tight it was. But we are the winner.
Yeah. You are the winner out there in Twitch land watching onward into the Intel Extreme Masters. You picked the right day, the right time, and moreover, the best matchup you could have possibly asked for. Gambit being stopped right here. That does set us up for a pretty picture in the playoff run, Yanko.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. For G2, a massive win just to go straight into the semifinals. And for Gambit, they're going to be playing the quarterfinals against the winner of the Heroic versus FaZe matchup. So we might even get Gambit versus Heroic online in the quarterfinals. But not to get too ahead of ourselves, here you can see why this was also a great series. No one really standing out too much, right? It was a team effort from both sides. And there's so, you know, we could talk about Inferno for so long that round number 30 was crazy, but what a call in round 29 from Nafani, right? To avoid the stack on B. There were so many great moments. Gambit using 4 timeouts in the first half, but the fourth one was the score of 9-4, and they managed to win 2 last rounds to make it 9-6, right? Like, it just tells you there's so many little moments here and there that every round really counts a lot.
It's actually fantastic. It's actually incredible. We have the opportunity to hear from Nexa, and I damn sure am looking forward to what he's got to say.
Nexa, as that bomb was ticking down and Nico was trying to defuse, how did you feel?
I felt pretty anxious. Like, honestly, I thought Shiro had it there for a second, but lucky Nico did a great job with the smoke, and then he jumped and basically saw him in sight, and then I knew we were going to win it.
What does it mean to be straight through to the semi-finals here at IEM Cologne?
I think like it's more like just beating Gambit, actually managing to beat him. I think we were like 9-1 in maps, like we were barely able to make a competitive best of 3 against them, and today we really showed up and we brought the fight to them, and I don't think they played poorly or anything. I think they were really good today, but we were just better, and I'm really glad that we managed to overcome this like mental barrier that we had playing against them and always not being able to bring our A game, which was not the case today, and I'm really glad that we won.
How did you make it competitive? Because you clearly prepped on the first map and the third at least.
Yeah. Well, as you said, we did our prep. We knew how the Vita was gonna look like. But the main thing for us was always like against them, just being psychologically ready to bring the fight to them and not give them respect. And like they have this play style on CT where they create like a mirage, like a fake image that every area, like every entrance is blocked at the same time. So all you have to do is just disrespect some of the areas, and you'll actually be able to put rounds on T, which we did on the first and the third map. Unfortunately, not so good on the second one. But I think we just trusted the plan that we made, and we committed to, even though it like seemed silly, like, you know, we go through a smoke, we rush here, rush there, we stick together, we trade. We just believed in the prep that we did, and we actually managed to execute it on the server. I think also the big difference for us is that I think we perform a bit better on LAN. Like we trust each other more when we see each other's like faces, and when the hype is a bit bigger, when we're in this like studio environment, I think we just perform better as a team.
You performed fantastically. Congratulations,
Thank
Nexa.
you.
Thank you.
Nailed it. And actually what we just heard right there, we could talk about the match all day long, but you heard it, Yanko. Nexa said beating Gambit was the most important part.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, yeah, don't worry. I think absolutely so. Just the mental block. We've seen it in different matchups, like throughout CSGO, right? Like one team losing to another, and then you just get that one win, and just the psychological, the mental risk is going to mean a lot. You could, you know, break down the game and say, well, maybe Gambit made, you know, more mistakes than usual or this or that. But if you're G2, you're not going to care about that. You just see that W, you know, on the scoreboard, and that's all that matters for you.
That's absolutely what matters. For us, we do need to go to a break. We do have another matchup coming your way in the form of Navi v Astralis in Group E upper bracket final. Maniacs going home. We're not, though. We've got a little bit more party left in us, ladies and gentlemen. Navi versus Astralis. Group E upper bracket final. Same contentions. We'll be right back after this break.
Game. He's going to get that shot, and it has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air. Oh, you've got to make three takes every single one from nothing to the AWPAs.
I can't believe he's just done that.
Epics.gg official CSGO trading card. Collect your Epics on shop.eslgaming.com.
One pushed.
Oh, top right.
One top left.
Oh, nice soup.
Danger shot.
This is where Peter is.
Top left and top right.
Is gonna perform.
No, no. Top right and middle left.
We have side pickers.
Both right side.
Both right.
Right,
nice.
top
Left. Both left.
Top right. Still. Dropping this all off, I don't need that shit. Top right, that. One close left. Close left to our spawn.
And then you're just hiding.
Then you're just hiding. Top right.
Oh, this serve comes in handy.
Meat shots my ass. Also.
Top right, tag one time. He wanted to serve, tag 2 times.
One surfing.
Served.
He's 1 HP. Shit, kom nu!
Last guy 1 HP as well, I think. Yes.
Jeg holder ham hen, så skal du skyde dem.
I wasn't aware that you were surfing. But
no, but bro,
I was keeping
Bro.
the
He
attention.
left that.
Oh.
See you later, nerd.
Left.
Oh, see you later,
nerd.
Dupre. Can he
Oh,
perform?
you can see me?
No.
You
I
can
think he
see
does
my
have
head?
advantage. Oh!
Oh!
Good shot though.
One shot versus one shot king.
Oh! 6 HP. It's not going too well.
Cool.
Top right.
Left.
Oh,
Glaive!
my
Yeah,
pickle
you
is
should
never
pick it.
working.
I like it.
Left, both left. One middle left, one down left.
Oh my lord. Close. Middle.
Down left was, middle left was it?
Oh!
Come on, meet you.
One close.
Don't like that ship. That's annoying.
He's
Close
1
to.
HP.
Close. Close. Right. Middle.
There.
No.
Yeah, matches.
Top left one.
Top right also, I think.
Hey,
Yeah.
sir. He's tag. Magics, why are you so good at this game?
I don't know.
He's top right, right?
I think so. I'm not sure.
No!
What? Behind us.
I was born.
Oh!
What?
I have 7 HP.
Oh, matches. You're doing such a great job.
The Group B upper bracket final is now. That means the winner goes to the semis, the loser goes to the quarters, and, well, for all it's worth, there's a lot of questions surrounding Astralis coming into this land, or there were, except for now they've silenced just about everyone. Few questions for Na'Vi as well. However, we need to learn about two of these individuals that are going to be lighting up the server in just a few minutes.
These two players have the potential to score big for their teams tonight. Bit wasn't brought into Na'Vi to be their star player, but in his first LAN with the squad, he's been the key player in several pivotal moments, stepping up after his team's shocking opening map loss against Renegades and putting up the multi-kill rounds that very nearly stole Vitality's map pick of Overpass yesterday.
Bits the Eagle. Oh my word! A third in the round!
Earlier this year, Magisk experienced an uncharacteristic slump in his usual form. However, the departure of his friend and teammate Device has seen him focus in on his individual performance, fearlessly seeking out crucial clutches against FaZe and Heroic in the group stage.
But it's all too easy for Magis. That's a huge round from him.
These two players will put everything on the line for their teams, but which one will have the bigger impact?
That is just one of the questions, Frankie. We've got Bit here with a success in opening duels stat lines that we can kind of look at. I've got Yanko and Moses to join me. Guys, where do you want to kick this one off?
I think Bit's a great position to kick it off in because, I mean, we talk so much about Simple, we talk so much about Electronic, and rightfully so, but this guy has stepped into the shoes of Flamey with his underperformances becoming a full member of the lineup across the entire map pool, and he's been delivering, especially, I mean, it felt to me like it really kicked off last week at the CIS RMR, and it's continuing here, and he's becoming a phenomenal option for this team, and if he keeps up this success, this is going to be a tough thing for Astralis to deal with.
Yanko, thoughts?
Definitely, you know, only at 18 years old, right, being able to just come in and instantly have impact in such a big LAN as Cologne really, you know, paints you a great picture for Na'Vi come the future. But for Magisk, I want to touch a little bit on him. Something that I think benefits every player. We have to remember last year, Glaive took a leave of absence for medical reasons, and that's where Magus took over as the in-game leader. And I think any player can see that with Nico as well. When you are forced into that role a bit and you have to think about the big picture in the round and about what you're going to do as a team, I think when you go back to just being a player, it really gives you another perspective. It gives you gain more depth as a player, and you're able to just make better moves on the map, basically.
Yeah, and what we look at is for the perspectives before we jump into these matchups. That's what it's all about, especially when it comes down to the coaches and what they might have to say. Navi's Blade gave us a few words before this one.
When Bit came full-time into the Na'Vi roster back in April, did you expect him to have the impact he has?
Yeah, of course. When you like scouting a player like for Na'Vi, it's always should be like a really, skilled guy with a lot of potential, and I think you always like. Scouting best players, so with a huge potential, and BT is one of them.
And how did you unlock that potential? Because we're seeing it here at Cologne.
I don't know, it's pretty natural, I think. We're just trying to help him a lot every time, and giving him some advices, and fixing mistakes all the time. So he's just improving all the time, and that's how he is unlocking himself.
What is the most valuable piece of advice you've given him?
You know, for Lance, for example, it's usually try to be more loose. I mean, mentally, like don't try to do like everything perfect. Yeah, you have your like game plan, your role. You just need to do it, and don't try to do it perfect. If you have a momentum, like you feel something, you just do it. Then we will discuss mistake. Don't worry. Don't worry to do a mistake. Like don't afraid to do a mistake.
Well, you're finally going to be playing from the studio here at IEM Cologne. How is the team feeling about this one? Because I know Simple in particular loves playing against Astralis.
We didn't play yet in studio. We played from a practice room, or even from hotel rooms, and I think it's a little bit advantage against those who are playing in the studio. I don't know, good vibes. We're looking forward to, and I hope that Beat, for example, is his first game in studio, and I hope he will not be nervous. We will try to create a like comfortable atmosphere for him, and so he would feel like he's playing at home.
Well, we are very much hoping he feels at home too, because we want a brilliant match today, and I'm sure we're going to get it. Thank you so much, Blade.
Thank you.
That's Blade from the Na'Vi side. Of course, for Astralis, it's Zipex, Dupree, Glaive, Mazjiskin, Bubsky, already turning some heads as we look at the veto, Jason.
Okay.
Baby.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
I was about to say, I wonder if we're going to get Astralis. I mean, I wonder if we're going to get Ancient. I thought Na'Vi might pick it, considering Astralis doesn't have a whole lot of games played on it, and the one game they do have is from far back. So that's a banger right out of the gates.
Love it.
Yanko, take it away.
I'm not excited to see Ancient as the pick from Astralis. I was hoping for an Inferno because they've had a lot of success on Nuke and Inferno. That those were the Astralis maps of old. I do like that they've denied Nuke for Na'Vi. It is also one of their first picks. So we'll have to see how prepared Astralis is on Ancient. Against FPX, they made the mistake in a best of one of letting it through, kind of, it felt like. So they must have put in a lot of work since then.
I like it for one reason alone. And
ballsy?
Yeah, well, also, remember, this is a game to get into the semifinals or the quarterfinals. You know, if you have a pocket pick of Ancient that you've worked on, you haven't played this map in some time, you've got plenty of games that Na'Vi played on it just a week ago that you can study. Like, this is a map, if Astralis come in hot, prepared, and they look good on it, and they steal it, all of a sudden they've got a map up to go into the semifinals, and that's huge for a team that had so many question marks about what kind of a state that their gameplay would be in coming into the event.
And Yanko, I'm looking at you for what question marks we might have when we jump into this one. We know who the heavy hitters are on either side, but really, what's it going to come down to?
I think this is it comes down to how good did Astralis get on Ancient since IEM, because that game against FPX and that Ancient map is the only one they played and that they have on record, right? That was the first event where we had Ancient as the official map and so on, right? So not too much information for Na'Vi to go off from, and we just have to see how ready Astralis is.
Yeah, that was a 7-16 loss. to FPX. That was a big loss, and that was obviously pretty early when the map came in and only the one showing. But yeah, I like the idea of pulling this out at a time like this and just
crucial
saying,
moment.
yeah, they're just like, you know, we're going to ride or die on what we've prepared, and maybe this can sneak us into the semifinals.
Well, it's definitely crunch time for both these teams. Obviously, with both these teams having championship pedigrees, you got to think they're going to be able to pull out all the stops that they can, Yanko.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think when it comes to this one, you look at just the history of the teams as well. Like I think for Astralis, they're getting more confident. Like they haven't lost a map this tournament either, as of yet, right? They had 2-0 wins, right? They have been close maps in those wins, but they're still undefeated. So you know, like maybe they're getting that groove back, and that can be dangerous for any team that has to face them.
Yeah, it's actually scary, isn't it?
Yeah, it's testament to the players and to Zonic and to the organization for having this kind of strong structure around the squad that lets them kind of, you know, how many teams could lose a player like Device and not miss a beat stepping into their first LAN? And keep in mind, too, this is kind of reminiscent in my mind. It just throws it back a little bit to the major where they selected Vertigo against Liquid, where Liquid had just battered them on like event beforehand, and they caught him completely off guard, and they used that as well to get a good berth. So, you know, this is something that Astralis has shown they can do in the past, and if you're going to have any team having the confidence to take a map that they haven't shown anything good on, and all of a sudden take some time and improve it to a degree to go up against Na'Vi, you'd expect that to be Astralis.
So is this going to be a brawly situation right here? That's kind of what I'm asking. Is this going to be just an in-your-face momentum-based game?
It should be, and I think also for Na'Vi, you know, they're high on confidence too. In their wins, it's been a team effort. It's no longer, you know, simple having 30 more kills than the next player. Like, sure, he's still leading the pack, but everyone has kind of been contributing. Everyone has had good rounds. Basically, everyone's doing their job and executing their role on a high level. And that's when any team is at their most dangerous, right? So I think for Simple as well, you can see in his tweets, in his responses, right? Yeah, the team has been doing great. I'm so happy for the team, right? He's always been that guy. He always wanted to have success with the team, win trophies. He's not about the individual accolades.
Yeah, and right now it does look like with that hand clap of Astralis and Zonic back there that we are ready to get this one underway. Gentlemen, thank you very much. You've set the stage perfectly to get us into Ancient, into a matchup that puts either Na'Vi or Astralis into the semifinals over the other one. And and truly, there's not much else to say now, Ezra. Take it away, Chad and Alex.
Or Chalex, as we will from now on be called. Yeah, this is a treat. I mean, I'm just going to say three things. It's Astralis, Na'Vi, Ancient, and we get the joy of casting it. Looks like it's going to be fast tester Perfecto here on B. He has to tuck into the cubby. I see Util sailing through the sky already, and the whole squad's on its way. Here we go. The Astralis T side already deployed, and they do spot out Perfecto. Lots of jewels to be taken. Bubsky knocks off the first head, and it's kept even immediately. Bit tucked in towards Cave. Bomb down. Nade to contest. Bubsky low. What is that? Bit dunks for a third. Combines with bullets and grenades alike. Sure, the bomb's ticking, but how on earth do you get back into the site? Good luck, have fun. This one's over. What are you supposed to do? You're locked out.
Image is just defusing this one.
10-second jobby. They've still got the kit on Electronic if they require it. And down it goes. Okay, so Astralis, they'll get the bomb plant, but that's about it.
Yeah, great recovery there from Na'Vi after losing that early man and Perfecto. Bit's done a fantastic job there, and that immediately backs up what the desk we're talking about. Bit is a star in the making here for this Na'Vi roster, and really excited. I think we had the 1xBet odds come up there at the top of the show to say that Na'Vi, well, they're the favorites in this matchup. And it makes sense. Even though Astralis are yet to drop a map, this is their 5th unique map so far throughout the event. And we don't know what we're going to get. I think we're just constantly, everybody is being impressed or reminded of the Astralis of old, even though there is a change in that roster. So we take a look here. It will be that 4-spy coming out from Astralis. 2 AK-47s, a bunch of Deagles, and some presence over towards B being feigned. 3 Molotovs to get this B lane control for Boomich and Perfecto here, and they will get it. Doors smoked, re-smoked now. This one's closed for business.
Yeah, that just feels like the aggressive banana util we were just watching on Inferno. Burn through your util, but maintain control. And now, look at the freedom that gives you. Boomich is floating around lane, having a look at mid. And it should enable a rotate towards the A site. Now, they are walking in.
Yeah, they've actually dropped back from that aggressive B stance somewhat because Electronics back them up. That smoke is way too deep, and it's all a bit of a ruse here.
Ooh, this is good, though. The fact that Glaive's been spotted out, that might force Simple into a bit more of a rotate. Boomich even considering it as well. Not a peep out of the A defenders, and Bit already huge impact on the pistol. Lovely use of his HE and his USP. Here they come, though.
Fights favour the AK here for sure.
Oh, yeah, especially with the FAMAS, and now the util starting to be deployed towards A. He caught a glimpse of one. Bubsky spots them out as well. Control of the spray. Simple there to back him up. Dunked down to 42. Astralis, that's the bomb. Boosted up for now. It's going to be Bubsky looking for the pick on that elevated angle. Simple in Temple. It's getting a bit sketch. 30 seconds. Simple goes looking. Wasn't ready for that, but Bubsky just falls. Couldn't put the bullets in the right place. Dupree equalizes.
Bomb's falling back right now. They're going to hit B. There's 20 seconds left. There is still time for this. Boomich can stop everything in lamps.
Glaive is his first victim. They haven't really got time for this. Magis just has to run straight in. That's the frag. That gives them at least a chance to get the bomb down. Perfecto unable to contest. They need to plant. 8 seconds. Can he deny? Shouldn't be a way in.
It's going to go down.
Okay, Astralis, what a recovery. Can they convert, though? Looking to immediately fight back. Good control. The spray doesn't have the bullets. Dupree, very late to the party.
Electronic has a kit here, but he's got the better weapon for the job.
Oh, he's opted for ramp. They have the kit.
Trying to bait it out here. Dupree's just going around the world.
Heard the step. Spots them both. Knows where they are. Crossing across. Nice headshot. Forces Electronic off. Just tucks in tight. This is great use of time. Electronic's holding it. Dupree needs to call his bluff. 3 seconds. 2, 1. Too late. Doesn't matter. Na'Vi will make it 2. Right down to the wire in the 1v1.
Oh, hugely costly round right there, though. Everybody from Na'Vi going down, even in that round win. AK held on to another bomb plant. Astralis' buy is going to look so much better than Na'Vi's here. The Danes set up to punish early. What a fantastic round, that late pivot as well, with like 25 seconds left all the way through mid, understanding the points of rotation and making this one hurt. Na'Vi, they scrapped together a buy, but it looks rubbish compared to the Astralis purchase. Straight out mid.
Glaive's just going to flash him up. Simple gobbles that one up, and he's already down. This is great. What an early casualty, and what a scalp to find. Simple. Shut down.
Yeah, no man's land there as well. This is just some heads-up Counter-Strike using one of their sharpest, their definite newest tool in the shed, Bubsky. And they're heading back towards this bomb site over towards A main. Electronic deals with one, but there's plenty more coming.
Yeah, gets the info on the jump peak, and bodies are lining up for the Na'Vi boys. It's actually bit the best Bubsky, and everything working wonderfully. Glaive will recover the AK. Bomb and a smoke. Zipex to ensure no push through mid, and actually Glaive's just continuing his campaign. Playing with fire, considering. Bull blind, warning shot across the bow.
Plenty of time to pivot back again, and they've actually drawn out this full rotation from Na'Vi. Boomich has met up with the rest of his squad over towards this A site, and there's no rush from Astralis. Sure, it's a 2-on-3 disadvantage situation, but they have the entire map to play with right now as Glaive
has to walk.
Yeah, we know the sound cues with this water situation, and they're actually pivoting back. So now heading and turning their attention back towards A main. That has forced Boomich to respect this. Just cutting noise, just not showing their face, has weakened the A bomb site bit. Tucks all the way back into a passive line of CT spawn. Perfecto floating over towards B, and Boomich back turned right now as he's clearing out the B lane.
Yeah, so if Glaive can just worm his way through mid, you know, with 20 seconds left, coming in from Donut side, that is a lovely two-pronged assault of the A site. Boomich,
spotted.
Loud. Glaive needs this. Great control. Bulldozes onto Glaive. Hard spray. Zipex can't knock it down, and Bit will make it 3 for the Na'Vi boys. So they've passed their first test.
Oh, well handled there. That is even with the casualty of Simple. The big man Simple going down first. Now, that just brings us into this conversation again. How scary was the conversation of Na'Vi when you had Simple, Electronic, and Flamey playing well? Imagine a Na'Vi where everybody on the team can deliver and do their job. That's what we're seeing from Na'Vi so far within this event. If everybody from this CIS Super Squad is on form, they are the team to beat.
Simple. Again, responsible for middle. Astralis throwing some pace towards lights. No one's home. Boomich, this is a very predictable angle. You can see potential for Magis to just kind of bounce his head off and straight through. Just walks straight into the crosshair. Another easy collection for Boomich. And another casualty for Magisk, first to fall for the second time in 2 rounds.
They have 4 players here over towards the cave and B area. And they're actually going to continue a little bit of a crawl forward, just leaving Bit on his lonesome from Donut. He has to worry about mid. He also has to worry about that A bomb site. So if Astralis continue their search party over towards B, they're going to get a bit of a rude shock here. Dupree's been able to tuck up in a hugely important position towards the top of middle.
Yeah, and this is the duel. Boomich can bait him in on his jiggles. Electronic's got nothing to report mid. Dupree holds his nerve. That's the info peak. Electronic already equipped with the AK-47 as well on that mid side. Does look like it kind of hinges on these two. Boomich trying to draw them in.
Yeah, baiting them into the MP9 of Simple here. You should have a field day with this.
Bubsky. Oh, that is a crucial headshot. Tried to maintain the spray, and just like that, a chance. A real chance. dupreeh knows he's got the element of surprise here. And bit loud about his A rotation. dupreeh slipping the net.
Electronic looks aware.
He is aware. If only they could draw attention elsewhere. dupreeh rounds the corner. Electronic neutralizes, and chances start to dwindle now for Astralis. Bubsky from the bedroom, they threw the AK towards the healthiest member. Glaive now trying to find something, more than something, a headshot. Only the one though, and they do just once again dissolve. Let's go. This is Astralis' pick, and Na'Vi already thriving.
Na'Vi are looking very, very handy on this map, right? They understand all the different angles and positions they can be playing there. I think Electronic tucking himself into that little corner, aware of the flank, that's perfect. That's perfect play. They know where the gaps are, and they're really punishing.
And it's like he acknowledged it was always a threat, but he knew that B was going to be the final objective, so he kind of covers both bases with his reposition. Really cool.
And it also had the ability there, I think it was Perfecto who was on that right-hand side of the big block on the B site, could swing out and assist as well, but you're about to see the smoke land front of Lamps. That's going to deny any early aggression and help Astralis get control here. Need to be careful in mid. Electronic can be peaked from Shelf, but he's actually taking control himself.
Yeah, Simple doesn't have a flashbang, so you won't be seeing that from him. Does have a smoke grenade though. A little bit of good wallbang damage. This is a hard angle to contest. Simple crouching down, another CT smoke. Magisk just going to surge in, another opening death for Magisk. Having a tough go of things to start off ancient here, and dupreeh claws one back, costs him a great deal. Electronic down to 6 HP. They wish they had a nade.
Glaive Molly him though.
Molly won't spread.
Oh my god, he's so lucky.
So lucky.
Well, 6 HP and they keep him where he is. Electronic can't pick here at all. He has to wait for contact somewhere else on the map. And once again, it's back over towards this B bomb site where the bomb resides. Perfecto, the only man. He has to defend B ramp and the cave position. dupreeh picks that one up. 40 seconds remaining on the clock. And they have 2 smokes. They can smoke off the long and short lanes deep on towards the B bomb site and walk their way in. And Bubsky can come late through middle, who's about to have a bit of a duel with Bit.
That could be the start for Bubsky. Oh, not expecting Boomich so soon. Keeps it level. Astralis, though, the walking wounded. Look at their health. Kind of comes down to Zipex. He will be the first one in. Great flashes. Perfecto tucked into Cave and eliminated now. Glaive anticipating the rotation. He knows Boomich is up to some no good. Bomb planted. Boomich just housing Lamps, and I think that's enough. That's his cue to recede.
Yeah, I think the ref called that one off there. No need to run away and give up these guns. It's not like cash is flush for Na'Vi right now. Sure, they have 4 rounds on the board, but Astralis have been able to contest time and time again. Just reflect back to the second round where everybody from Na'Vi goes down even though they won the round. So we know that finances aren't there. Astralis are able to now start working on that CT economy. And well, with only 1,400 coming into the bank balance next round, the buy is not going to be looking good for Na'Vi whatsoever. All 3 will stay alive. Get outside those B doors. And hold on to those AK-47s. Now for Astralis, they're currently undefeated. They have not lost a map. It was 2-0 in both of their series so far. The game against Heroic yesterday, I think we're all expecting a little bit more from the Princes, whereas the Kings, they've shown why they are the best team to ever do it. And sure, they're missing Device, but where is Device? He's out of the tournament. These boys are in the playoffs. I think that statement stands for itself.
And not only that, not only doing it without Device, but they've managed to prove that their map pool diversity is still ridiculously high. This is the 5th map we've seen out of 5 maps played from Astralis. And 100% win rate so far. Na'Vi knocking on that door to change that. It's fun seeing these 2 teams as well just duke it out for control of this B lane.
Oh, cop that one bit. Headed down to 49, unconfirmed damage.
They're boosting. I wonder what Bubsky can see over that. Just wants to jiggle it out. They'll scrap that plan. And actually, yeah, Bit is taking a couple of liberties on the A halls. He's actually pushed up and just going to be jiggling to drop some util. It's a lot of responsibility on the new boy on the block. Nade, perfectly placed. Bubsky chunked and... Oh, this is just a modern-day Counter-Strike player. He went from jiggling with his smoke to doing utility damage to jiggling with his smoke. And at this point, it's 3 rifles versus 5. Simple deploy to back up the A side of the map, and the fact that they've forced Bit off that line, very kind of textbook from Astralis.
Well, again, it looks like it will be a B finish.
Yeah.
That bomb is still in the back halls of B, over towards the swamp area. And they've actually rotated Electronic a bit over in time. It's good that Bit's here. He has this flash, so that one comes on through. Boomich is going to push. He's grabbed one. Can he get away with more? Boomich, the MP9 from range. It's no good. Bubsky trades.
Just Glaive tucking in, saves himself. And they're going to commit to this. Bit in the crossfire. Flash only lasts a couple of seconds. They need to clear the corners. Zipex, a lazy clear, costs him. Bubsky responds. Tight corners to be defended. Fresh mag required. Bubsky needs to get this bomb down. I think his bottom is going to be sticking out. Perfecto doesn't opt to hit it. Now, just Dupree. No real hope here. Too many bodies. Perfecto, solid defense.
Oh, and a great response from Na'Vi on a pretty rough buy, all things considered. U2 wasn't perfect. You saw Bit with the Deagle. They were able to make a lot out of a very little there. And having Boomich, the man on your screen right here, flash forward and find all that info, it was too late for them to rotate back to A. What a great play.
And it's double flash. You saw that Glaive, as he looks to respond to that close quarters engagement, he's full white on his screen. Zipex tries to bail him out. But yeah, Na'Vi, they've clearly been working on their ancient game. You saw the results. They've played a whole lot more in the official capacity to that of Astralis as they brought up that Fun plus Phoenix result from, what was it, 5 weeks ago?
Yeah, IEM Summer feels like a lifetime ago already, doesn't it?
But Na'Vi, in contrast, we've seen them play it about 4 times already. Admittedly, hit or miss, but up against some huge names in the likes of Gambit.
That's the great thing with this map here that we're all witnessing today, is the meta, the way that this map should be approached, is being established. Right, we're getting a better understanding. Here's this replay of Boomich again pushing on through. Does get traded after that one, but it was the info that was more important here. And you're right, this is a much deeper corner than I think a lot of people give it credit for. And there's so many angles, even with those smokes down, that you have to be wary of. So good trading, and great to see Bubsky off to a decent start here. Good sharp tool. Somebody's cracking open those domes as the AKs come back out. Aggressive utility again, and they'll just extinguish it. Now let's have B lane control one more time. Nade from Boomich. Able to do a huge amount of damage, but definitely softens 2 members up. Glaven just in a one-shot headshot range for that M4 now.
Yeah, just the one M4. They're still equipped with all those AKs.
That's quite nice, isn't it?
No, not too shabby.
I think they want to push here.
It looks like it. The same maneuver, same result, maybe even better. Boomich combined with Electronic, they managed to make it work. Double kill already. Astralis bleeding. Glaive low with the bomb, just looking to survive at this point. They'll try and apply their trade elsewhere. It will be Bubsky who starts to maneuver. Simple's even... Okay, I thought he was going to head for a mid-clear. Doesn't need to. He's responsible of 8. The other 3 set up to respond.
There's no smokes here. They will just have to walk contact in towards this B site. Magisk is leading the charge here.
Tough crossfire to break. That tight corner. Electronic can go looking and just about gets around the corner. What's Bubsky to do now? Electronic can strike at any time. And Perfecto's there as well. It doesn't need Perfecto. The shots just keep coming. Na'Vi, well drilled.
Oh, that nade was from downtown as well as Bits rotating in. He launches that one out. They finish it off 6-1 now.
Hello.
And this is the Na'Vi that you want to see. They're in the studio environment now.
Yeah, good to have them out of quarantine.
Same with Gambit that we had just before, right? It's great to get everybody out in this space. Definitely adds that little bit extra as Astralis take another timeout. And look, max loss bonus is in play, 3,400. You can see that for the next round of play. So a partial, more than welcome. An AK for Bubsky, some Tech 9s, a Mac 10 for the likes of Zipex. Remain threatening, but if it's just more of this same B lane control, it already feels like Na'Vi have their number. They use a lot of utility early, which forces Astralis to dump their own utility, which gives them less for the executes onto the bomb site. And then Na'Vi are treating it like Banana, like we've spoken about a couple of times. The flash peaks, harassing with more nades.
Yeah, those mid-round aggressions, I mean, Electronic got a double off the back of it, but it makes it look really tough for Astralis to break through. Like, if every time you want to fight ramp, there's potential for either an AWP or an Electronic and MP9 in Boomich's hands as well. There's going to be Tech 9s, and you'll never guess which site they're going to try and hit.
They're just going to go fast up long here. It looks like it, a bit like the pistol round.
Yeah, Perfecto tucked in. Off the flash, again, gets info tucking into his favorite corner. Doesn't have the same level of backup here, and some good space with the smokes now blooming. Cave is a threat. Molly to stop the default plant. Boomich is identified behind the box. An open plant. I don't hate it. This is the most progress we've seen out of Astralis so far. Not only with the bomb ticking, but 4 hearts still beating. 2 rifles in play. Boomich flying around the corner into Glaive. Oh, man. Oh, man, oh, man. Through the smoke, through the wall. I said 2. Now just 1 rifle. He's blocking him in the smoke. Does well for 2. Zipex. Huge impact. It's insignificant. As now rifles will be recovered, and Na'Vi, they're not far away from winning out this CT half right out of the start.
Well, they're getting into the side, at least with that quicker play, right? The bomb goes down, they keep it threatening. There's a couple of nice frags there to close the round out, but all in all, Na'Vi, they seem like they have a very good understanding. Boomich isn't just gravitating towards focusing and trying to help the site. He understands he has that buffer. If he clears out lamps, he can apply some pressure and make the rest of the B defenders from Astralis think that the flank's coming around from that lane position. Utility was great. Spamming through the smokes, everything looking picture perfect for Na'Vi here, and this is a very dominant showing out the gate, 7-1. And here we go again, a bit of a mix-up this time. Boomich over towards middle. They're getting ready for more of an A piece right now. You can tell by Na'Vi's setup that that is the case, but guess what? Astralis, true to form, back on over for the same real estate. Oh, there's a bit more of a mid-focus here.
Yeah, now, Boomich, I would expect to be Molotov'd out. Yeah, now what do you do? What's his response? Die is his response, the only option given to him by Astralis.
It's interesting to see that Boomich was there, though. That's going to be something that can be noted by the Danes, and how will they pivot? It looks like accordingly. Over to B they go.
No initial resistance this time. Now, Perfecto has been a real problem for them. And Bit returns to mid to confirm it's clear. Electronic partners up with him, so they'll actually push through mid. Perhaps a fast flank towards the lamps. Astralis smokes are in the air. That's usually the sign of a commitment. Nade looks promising. Lightly touches up 2. Bit and Perfecto should have some extra chances at headshots now with the M4. 1-shot kill for 2 of them.
Bubsky's having a great timing here. This fight with Electronic is everything, though, towards lamps. Bubsky's chasing Simple right now over at A, so this is about to get real awkward.
Ooh, if he can get there in time, they're already closing the gap. Astralis can just delay. Bubsky can have a round-winning flank here. Will Astralis post their second?
Noisy.
Very noisy. And now taking shots a bit too early, a bit too premature. Electronic's already found another. The pop flash is everything. Simple blind, tucked in tight, has to disrespect the molly. Simple doesn't miss these. And all on to Dupree. Bomb not really planted for him. Has to take these fights, and Simple all too easy. Quick on the scope. 8 for Na'Vi. And that was the best chance we've seen out of Astralis since those Tech 9s and armor.
Obviously, he's going to be kicking himself.
Yeah.
Absolutely be kicking himself there. He had the round-winning maneuver, but I think that he just doubted the amount of time that he had. He made a sound cue. He flubbed the shots. That gave that one away. He was then isolated from the pack. That meant Simple could just have a one-on-one fight. The remainder of Simple's teammates, Na'Vi, could claw in, look for the Astralis members over towards B, get on that bomb, lickety split. Dearie me, this is running away from Astralis here.
Damn, that is a very quick smoke out of Electronic. It actually beats the T's there. They will disrespect it. No one can actually overwatch it. But through mid, Simple's posted up, so this is a big test for them. Boomich
melting.
Oh, not quite away. Smoke. Dupree, diligent, doesn't cross ahead of the smoke, and now full control of middle. They'll have to acknowledge that gap. I think that's going to be Simple's responsibility, floating CT. They are in through lamps. Electronic mollies the pocket. It's an instant pop on that as well. Gets the sound cue. Zipex couldn't avoid it. Now, do they just do this off of a underhand flash? Zipex, 2 to find. Perfecto is first victim. He's holding the spray. He's definitely anticipating another. Knows Electronic lingers. And that's the end of that. They're into the site, though. Oh, Glaive does shut him down. Now we're talking. Through the cave, into the site, bombed down. And that might just be the Na'Vi save call.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It feels a lot more justifiable when they have such a lead. It's like, okay, yeah, look, we'll give you one. We won't come for this. We'll hold on to our guns. We'll make sure that we can continue to pile on these CT-sided rounds. And look, even though Na'Vi lose that round, the fact that they understand this map to such a good level, that these little CT aggressions, the movements around the map, it's looking very, very good. You love to see it. But Astralis will respond. They'll get their second on the board, and it's about opening these floodgates. Now, this map is still new. It is definitely got a CT-sided bias. So Na'Vi, they're probably going to want about 10 rounds. It's going to be, as the desk mentioned, interesting to see how proficient Astralis have become on this map since IEM Summer. They've had a lot of time. They knew that they were coming into this event. It's about prioritizing your prep, and I don't think anybody wouldn't have been prioritizing the first LAN event back in 2021.
With the newest map in the pool.
So, yeah, and that's perfect for a team like Astralis, right? Jason mentioned what they did with Vertigo once upon a time. Well, the fact that they're now doing it, or at least trying to, with Ancient, you can split it two ways, because if the scoreline continues in this trajectory and they get owned, then, you know, you could start, well, it was desperate from Astralis to go to the newest map, or you could go with, okay, well, it was them trying to innovate and use this curveball to their full advantage. But the timeout called from Na'Vi. And Boomich, he loves operating with this MP9. You can see he still had 1900 left over, so he could have afforded something much better than an MP9, but he's been doing great work with it. It makes him very mobile, very annoying. Simple gets to hold on to the AWP, and he hasn't really been needed in a big way so far. Electronic has 13 kills, 9 for Bit, and 8 for Perfecto, 9 for Boomich as well. Simple is actually down the bottom of the scoreboard.
Simple's just dropped to one-way mid. Take a look at that in a sec, because right now Perfecto is aggressing off the flash. Zipex makes his presence known. There was a little chance onto Simple there, Dupree testing the water.
Yeah, I think he forced him back out of that with just bullets alone.
Boomich and this MP9. I really am getting some Inferno similarities and parallels, aren't we? There's a chance. Missed one, Simple. We'll try and take a second shot. This time Magis is kind of full committed to that. He's taken the fight, Rifle v AWP, and he has deterred Simple from the line. The bombs walk in A here, dude. How convincing can they be on B? Because right now, Na'Vi have got 4 bodies there.
Yeah, they've definitely done the job, but is it about showing the bomb on Dupree, or is it about actually committing to this site?
They do the full exec.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to fake this one out. There's also a smoke over towards a donut position, it looks like. So Bit, he's been smoked off. Electronic is actually floating back over, and they're going to try and split A through this mid connector and A main.
Oh, Bit's tucked in donut. They are going to walk through. We'll wait for the fade, though. Looking for the nutmeg. Both hold left and right. Tight corners clear procedurally. 30 seconds. A Bit can just destabilize them here. He's hanging out in the limbo. Catches Magis looking the wrong way. A real chance now if he gets Glaive as well. Go on, Bit. What an impact he's having. Double kill on the Astralis play. He was the only one there. Electronic now to receive. Zipex will neutralize, but Electronic's tucked in. Simple spotted one across at least. Knows Temple's coming in.
Oh, the flash.
Oh, doesn't get away from it. Dupree saves him. The flash has set up Astralis with success. Can't knock him off the bomb. Simple anticipating a swing from Bubsky. Perfecto to walk in with him. Just a matter of time. Dupree will take first contact, you'd imagine. Boomich testing that donut side now. He's actually beaten Bubsky. This MP9 works one-on-one. Simple's hit the first. Playing the time, though. He has the kit. It favors Astralis in a large way. He's just going to have to hold it. Draw out the shot. Zipex barrel bait. That's the chance. And Simple locks it down with ease. You can always count on Simple.
Oh my God, the fact that he's so low on HP in that situation really does not favor him by any means. The bait, the jiggle, he doesn't wince, and he just hits the shot quick as you like. A lot would miss that. It's not an easy one to hit.
No, but he just, in his head, he knows Zipex doesn't have an answer. He doesn't have an answer. He doesn't know if he's being held. And all he had to do, he thrives in that environment. All I have to do is hit this shot. Like, you've got to be cool as hell. Look at the time.
Yes, he's flustered right now looking for the bomb, but as soon as he identifies it, he taps it, scoped in, and that's it, just stepping out wide. Zipex goes down, a shot.
That could have really, really changed things. Still not ideal, though. Look at the Na'Vi buy. But Bit, still a nuisance. How is he so good? He not only won them the round previously with his double, or at least set them up for it. Simple's collected another onto Zipex, the very same that he won the one-on-one with.
A signature wiggle, mate.
Yeah. Like, these Na'Vi boys, they've had their money tested, but every time they find a way.
Look at this crossfire in lamps as well. 2 MP9s. Boomich is isolated to one side short. He goes down. Perfecto gets through the hidey hole and escapes, but this number advantage, well, it was a 5-on-2. Now it's only a 4-on-2, and the bomb's all the way down in T-spawn. There's a minute on the clock, so plenty of time to work with. But I feel Na'Vi might have to trip over themselves to lose this one.
Said 10 would be the objective. Well, they might have found it in our first 12 of play. But on a shaky buy, tested by the AKs, the fact that Bit wins out his duel, he's still willing to take an Aggie fight in the A halls. You know, like if you're perhaps a new kid on the block, perhaps you're playing for a spot in the semi-finals of IEM Cologne, your first IEM Cologne, you would be a bit more hesitant. Not the case for Bit. Dupree, bit more of a veteran, has bested Perfecto. Simple responsible now for this B site. The bomb's on its way in. Good flash. Nice work from Astralis to at least try and get that bomb down. They can't afford to lose a man here. They need both.
Breeze pushing.
Yeah, and they're not looking just yet. Bit now contributes again. Glaive, so much to do and so little time. Bit will make it 3. He opens the round and closes it for the squad. 10 for Na'Vi already. Okay, so it seems like Ancient is not one to be taken lightly up against the Na'Vi boys. And just seeing them so reinvigorated, you've seen multiple statements. The two that stand out to me, it's my first opportunity to cast Na'Vi. I think I really connected with Matthew's statement. He did an interview stating that Gambit's the best thing to happen to Na'Vi. And I think that links perfectly into Simple, or I believe it was Blade just talking about the fact that, you know, we now actually realize this is the first time all 5 of us can accept and acknowledge the power we have as a unit. I think that's come from the motivating factor, you know, the fact that at any point people are sitting there going, who is the best team in the CIS? You know, like that's going to get under everyone's skin, not just Simple's, and not just the 5 players. Of course, Blade doesn't want to be sitting there coaching number 2.
No, not at all. And I think the fact that they've actually been able to find a replacement that wasn't just a safe pair of hands, he's showing that he's more than that. Right, Bit, this is his first LAN event of this caliber.
Yeah.
Right, when you look at all the rookies that we have at this event, he is delivering in buckets and spades. We've been talking about the other individuals contributing. Well, it's huge right now. Simple, he's the man with 7 kills, the least for the team. He's found the impact in the clutch, but his teammates are there, right? It's not the classic story of Simple and Electronic carrying Na'Vi.
No, it's definitely a team effort. Very impressed by Bit here. Top of the server. First tier 1 LAN. Playing for a spot in the semis, no less. That is an unintentional gap, one would imagine. I don't know if anyone from Na'Vi is going to be willing to take a glance. Glaive posted up, though, on it.
Ooh, Perfecto transitioning into this.
Gap. And Glaive does not miss. Does not let that opportunity go awry. Boomich and his bloody MP9. Still could be a real thorn in their side. It does look like the bomb is floating back, though, so it's... Tight line for Dupree, does respond in kind, so Bit kept on, it's down to 24.
Oh, Dupree slipped the net here. That's facilitating this bomb to come all the way back over towards A. Magisk and Glaive can come through Donut.
Yeah,
Zipex and Bubsky can come through main, and Dupree has the rotation. This is looking great.
Look at Electronic, though. He's going to try and clear it out for his teammates. He's going to join up with them. Swings in. An easy find, and Dupree's power position nullified. Simple another. They know the AWP's now on the A site. And he's not even alone. He has Bit to call upon. Pre-aiming perfectly. Simple having no issues. Anyone else? Magisk neutralized the threat and short-lived success for Astralis. 4 frags to his name. Magisk with 19 seconds to somehow pull this one across the line, and they're already here. Like, you'd need a frag now. Boomich not going to give it to you. Bit might. God damn, he doesn't miss. 16. Bit's having another one of these performances.
I just love how fluid that was from Na'Vi, because it felt like they were pinned in, right? It felt like they were pinned in because Dupree had the space towards middle. He was low, admittedly, but Simple with the AWP, I completely forgot about that. That is the perfect weapon for the job over towards this A bomb site, right? The long-range duel into main, the long-range fight into Donut. It's a great weapon for the job, and underway we go. 11 rounds for Na'Vi now, and back towards B, continuing to smash their head against this brick wall.
Definition of insanity, Chad. Doing the same thing and expecting different results. Tucked in tight to bail him out is Perfecto. Smoke should do the job. Let them unload their mags and find fresh ones. Na'Vi looking to continue this run. They could be leaving the first half of Ancient with bloody all of them.
This has been an onslaught, an absolute onslaught. It was close. There's been some moments, you know, that have been on a seesaw. Could tip either way. But Na'Vi continue to bail themselves out in a big way. Right now, they're set up proficiently again. They have 3 players on the B side. That's not where the danger is. Bit is a little bit worried about somebody slipping through mid. Simple's covering that off now. This deeper smoke that's come on into Donut, it allows a bit of a gimmicky play, but they're actually wanting to take top mid control as well as Donut. They're creeping through.
Electronic's responsibility. He's always here when he needs to be. And just having a tough time so far on the T side. I don't think he'll be the first to contact, but he is walking through. Simple, nice find. A second chance. Magic has bested him, well caught, but still Na'Vi feel the feed. It's Glaive to try and fail to find the double. Magisk has slipped the net. They know where he is now. Boomich, all too easy to collect, and look at them go. Astralis have had very little of a voice into this one.
Oh, this is great stuff. Bit now, with that round there, has had 6 multi-kill rounds in this. 6. You have a look on the other side of things, there's only a total of 7 for all of Astralis. Things are going great for the CIS squad right now.
Was Astralis' pick, dude? We've got Dust2 next. I mean, I'm not writing them out, you said. It's CT-sided, but I'm telling you now.
I don't know if it's this CT.
It's not this CT-sided. Everything is just coming up. Millhouse.
Oh, this one does look like it wants to be an A out the gate. Zipex is just over towards B to sell his presence. Electronic pushed up towards middle, and it is Bit passive on the site. He's going to lob out this Molotov. That is hopefully buying a bit of time because smokes are landing. Donut smoked off, CT smoked off. Bit's going to play above it.
Oh, you've interested me here, Bit. Head poking out over the smoke. Will dip in as he's lost his vision. 2 flashes. It's going to be Electronic. Stands for 1.
He's lost in the smoke here.
Yeah, he is. And the bullets will force him further back. There is going to be a gap in the smoke when they fade. Lines up to deny. Oh, it's close. Doesn't quite finish it off, and Dupree has got it down. Simple posted up to hold the cross on Big Box, and Dupree may be lazy. Yeah, caught out. Wasn't expecting it so soon. Couldn't get himself to the plateau. Problems now. Magisk careful, playing with fire, walks into Simple. A late flank perhaps. Bubsky just has to delay. If he can get 1 or 2, Zipex has a chance here. 1 with the Mag-10, 2 with the Mag-10, but he'd have to do a whole lot more. Simple. All he has to do is drop the smoke, Bit to defuse. And now bodyguarding. Simple doesn't miss these. Easy as that. 13 on the half. 3 rounds away from Na'Vi taking Astralis' pick against them, and we're all learning a lesson or 2. We'll be...
So for the teams that I think will be in the playoffs, for sure, I would say Na'Vi, because they're just in a very good form right now. And of course they have Simple, which is a monster, and he's playing like definitely like a monster recently. So I guess they have a very good chance to reach in playoffs.
13 already in Na'Vi's bank balance. They are just 3 rounds away from taking the Astralis surprise pick of Ancient. Yes, the newest map in the pool, pulled out by the Danes, trying to topple what seems to be the Indomitable you heard from during the break. Art talking about Na'Vi's power level. It is definitely over 9,000. And maybe you can see with that blonde hair of Boomich, he is going Super Saiyan. Let's see. 19 from Bit truly is the one at this point in time, the chosen one. He's got util though, doesn't need armor where he's going. Let's get into this one. 1xBet leans Na'Vi's way. I don't even blame him. Certainly not now after the first half like that. Chad's with me.
Oof, this is going to have to be some CT haul from Astralis.
Yeah, let's see.
I'm going to be surprised if they're even able to get this pistol, because I think it's one-way traffic for Na'Vi right now. That's a start. The big B onto the little. This bit falls to Bubsky.
A bee versus a wasp.
One of them has a bigger stinger right now. Simple. Ooh, backpedals in time. Jesus! Joseph and Bloody Mary, Dupree. That's a nice little shot right there. Simple's down. Now it's a 3-on-5.
Yeah, well, this still could go awry. There's still 3 CTs, though, on this site that they're committing to, as you would expect with a 2-man advantage. Boomich struggling. Electronic will try and partner up. Zipek smoked off, and the bomb is down. Okay, Magisk to flank. They need another one. Nice shot, Magisk. Both him and Dupree certainly sharpened their USPs. Electronic claws it back, and hit all onto one man. It's the armored Boomich. 2 coming in from that cave position. Tries to catch a timing on the burst. Multiple targets, too many men. Dupree will find his second. And Astralis, the compulsory pistol is theirs.
A couple of crispy ones in there as well, so good shooting, steady aim. It's going to take a bit more of getting fired up, I think, than to get Astralis back into this matchup. Now, we are going to see Na'Vi with that bomb down. Bit of a smile on Bubsky's face there, and he's still rocking that interesting seating position. People should see yours. I'm sure it would rival most.
Yeah, should start demanding caster cams like...
We need to get, you know, those cat towers? We need one of those for you.
That would be perfect, actually.
Climb around on one of those.
Look at a scratching little jungle gym and a wireless mic, and I'd be perfect. I'd be ready to go.
All right, well, of course, as per the standard, Na'Vi, they have force ball into this. Simple's being gifted the AK-47, Galil's for Electronic and Boomich, and some pistol upgrades. Both teams with quite the aggressive-looking buy here. No SMGs in play whatsoever for a second round. This is somewhat unusual.
Yeah, and I'm actually going to be very intrigued to see if he can get impact on that scout, because one smoke, one flash, and I feel like Glaive's going to feel pretty damn unimpactful. That's the word I'll use. Orgs in play as well. These should be great. Oh, Simple pulls no punches.
Glaive is so confused about that.
Yeah.
He has no idea how that happened.
Just the very tip of the head. Simple's angle management. He knows this map clearly like the back of his hand. He's been grinding it in his own time.
What a huge opener.
Yeah, I can't believe how easy that came.
He shot 2 bullets. Glaive's already dead. And now it forced a complete rotation from Astralis. They had a 2-man setup on that A site. They've had to respect that one death. They've rotated their forces over to bolster B. And during all of this, with 40 seconds left, Na'Vi are taking the bomb over towards A, where it is just that Bubsky.
This is important, though. So Simple's going to try and smoke off CT. I don't hate that. That's going to at least enable a little bit of an info push. Yeah, the CTs are starting to back away towards A.
Oh, they need to get there really quick right now.
Holding them at bay. Bubsky. Passive temple, so they can cross in. Nice, takes initiative, takes the fight. Neutralize, it's going to be one-on-one. Simple with a double. Magisk should be able to stop that bomb from being retrieved. He's in the tight line. That's the frag that wins it all. Solid defense. Na'Vi test them, though, testing their metal, pulling them around the map. Astralis will convert, and now just a little moment's respite before Na'Vi get weapons back in play.
Yeah, that was a very quick rotation, and everybody from Astralis made it there in plenty of time. So that's the one problem that I think a lot of people have with this A bomb site is that here's the shot from Simple. Actually, let's take a quicker look at this one. Oh my God, okay, so he could see quite a bit. You know, he could see Glaive easy as you like. But yeah, that A bomb site, if you head on into it and you don't have control of connector, you don't have control of temple, or you don't have control of CT, it's going to get very difficult. I feel like you need 2 of the 3, at least to make life as easy as humanly possible. But hold up a second, Simple's back into another AK here. Okay. I thought this round was just a formality. Turns out that is not to be the case. They've given the big man the big gun again. How much more damage can he inflict? Well, that's quickly been noted. Zipex put on notice. And Glaive, he is in a bit of trouble right here. He has his back to Magisk. He's also looking towards middle. That's a deep smoke. A lot of space to work with.
Yeah, they may not anticipate that. Here comes Perfecto with his back turn, no left. They know he's in the pocket. It's Magisk that strikes. And that was the rifle. This is all Astralis right now.
Well, the deep smoke, that's not what they were intending with it, but it's actually profited in the swing from Magisk onto Simple there. It was basically a left-right good night. That was the big weapon. Didn't even get a chance to really take a heads-up duel. And Bit, well, he's being good. He's going to have to be great. Magisk falls. Zipex isolated. The shots, they will land. He's found 2.
I've seen Bit in these clutch environments. He's got a real cool head on his shoulders. You see that attempted 1v5 when he had like 1 frag on Inferno? He's definitely got it in him.
I'm trying to think back. He had this overpass pistol ace as well. That was bloody banging. I think that was probably a couple of months ago now, but...
Good management of the money, though. So Electronic will get to play with the AK. Simple returns the favor. Obviously, Electronic dropping it for him in the previous. Simple will be rocking the Dig, everyone else equipped. As is Astralis. So lots of smoke sailing through the air. You're going to be seeing denial of mid. It looks like Astralis want to contest with a 3-man mid setup. One early, dupreeh having a look and fully flash. Boomich down. Here we go. Strong start to the defense from the Danes.
Yeah, you can actually get there a bit quicker if you do that skill jump and you jump up over shelf. You can get there faster than you would if you were running through Cave and Lamp's position. So dupreeh with a fantastic opening, but they've still gone 1 for 1.
Oh, there's a smoke leaving Electronic's fingers. A second like lurk smoke as well. Bubsky, perfect incendiary, should deter. Great find from Bit, and he actually pushes through. Uses the smoke as a safe haven. And there's more to come. Util towards the back of CT. Zipex, these orgs are such good weapons for these angles, for these fights. A boosted Simple finds nothing. On the reload, Electronic can thrive. Catching Bubsky. Tight line held. Perfecto. Warded off of the line.
So hard to plant right now.
Yeah, what are you supposed to do? Such a tight one as well from Glaive.
Oh!
Click, and now we're gaming. He hasn't got the health for the one-on-one. 45. And poked straight in. Zipex does convert a double from him. And Astralis, that's the closest chance we've seen from Na'Vi, but they do not let up.
Well, the money situation as well, it's being kept humble, right? We spoke about how close the rounds were early for Astralis in the first half. They're eliminating so many players, they just weren't converting the rounds. The bomb kept going down. They were giving themselves a chance to buy time and time again. Well, Na'Vi are getting the rounds close. They're eliminating a lot of these Astralis members, and they're keeping themselves in a position where they could invest. And the Na'Vi of old, a Na'Vi that we all remember from not that long ago, would. AK head armor is possible for Electronic, the same for Bit. Perfecto can get a Galil with utility or an AK head armor and not get any nades. They really could buy in a round like this, and maybe that's why the timeout has been taken. Blade, you could see behind the team getting very, very vocal. And here's this AUG action again. Just scoped on in the range of this. Zipex with a fantastic round to keep his team with a spotless CT half so far. That has been 4 on the trot. How much longer can they hold Na'Vi, the beast at bay?
It's just a hard pair of sights to break.
They did not for the investment here. We'll just be going for the pistol upgrades. Considering how Bit's Deagle's been looking, I'd be pretty scared if I was Astralis right now.
The CT smoke that Electronic's presented with doesn't know what's on the other side of it towards the ledge. Just as it fades, they don't even lose a man. That's quite the find. Double stagnates back sight, no one's home.
Okay, okay.
Hang on a sec.
Starting to see this one shape up. So the information is 2 players noted over towards B, 2 players definitely noted all the way over towards A main. And Simple now, how noisy is he going to be about this? We'll hit that shift key, not going to give that sound cue up. And the same for Bit. Zipex is pushing in. He was the hero of last round.
Bubsky wants info on A as well. They'll be saying nobody home, folks. And yeah, immediately you can see dupreeh react, knife out, heading towards that, at least mid-rotate. So, by the point that these smokes bloom, there's going to be 3 players on the site to defend. Glaive Molotov out of position, and he actually could go down. Oh dear! Two for Na'Vi in the feed. Only 2 remain for the Danes, and I don't think they can contest that plant. The smokes are still up. Boomich low, punching in the digits, it's down. And now problems for Astralis. It's only going to be the Tech-9s and Armor when Na'Vi find their first T round.
Oh, they're going to take everything away. Dupree falls, everybody wiped out. 14 on the board right now. And Astralis, well, that money, it was already on a nice edge. Now they're broke. Now they're bankrupt. It was only 1,400 as the loss bonus.
So it's over then?
Well, you would think.
Double eco. Or force.
It has to be force. It has to be force and force again.
Here
right?
we go.
And you don't want to defend on 15, especially when you're down in a hole like this. You can make the argument if the score was closer. You go, okay, give them 15, we'll take a save, we'll be able to then invest and go from there. But when you have such a mountain to climb, they need 10 rounds on the trot just to win this game in regulation. That's not going to happen.
Look at the weaponry they have to present and defend their honor with here. They are walking up mid, bit. Caught out. Okay. And that should put the Org back into Magisk's hands.
The B's open right now.
Yeah, wide open for business, and the rotate will come through, so will the site take. The Electronics taking a lot of space. Gets towards the back and looking for the P. Controls the spray nicely.
Hold more.
If he gets that smoke down, he's cooking. Flash to confirm no one's pushed to disrespect it. Yep, that's his. The site is theirs. The bomb planted, and shouldn't be anything left to be said about this.
Oh, you hate to see it having a save against the 15th round. You really, really hate to see it. This is Na'Vi securing it without a drama in the world, and that all just came off of Simple's AWP shot onto Zipex towards the back of the site. Electronic understanding the space he had to work with, and he completely denies it. Bubsky literally has to save a deagle. But that's not what he wants whatsoever. He's trying to get a kill here towards Spawn. Boomich is not going to get in the mix of that one. The bomb goes off, 15 secured, and Dust too. Well, it's just around the corner.
Yeah, Astralis' pick, and they might be kept humble here. Walking away with just 6 under your belt on your map pick for the semi-final spot at IEM Cologne. This is the 2 best teams from their group, head-to-head, and it seems one head and shoulders above the other at this point in time. In fact, burning through their last timeout, understandably so, could be the last round of play. Finances in disarray.
This means so much as well. If Na'Vi top the group, they're going to put themselves in the semi-final on the same side as Gambit, which means that we might not get that Gambit-Na'Vi grand final. It means that it would be a semi-final matchup if the 2 are able to meet. G2 have already locked themselves in for the semi-finals on the other side of the bracket, and if Astralis lose this, they'll have to go through VP, then G2, just to make that grand final.
G2 did probably convince a few people today, though, that there is contention for that grand final spot. Gambit going to be competing from the quarters as discussed. Same side of the bracket as Na'Vi. That could be quite the spicy semi. Let's see what happens here, though. Good skill jump. Enables Magis to unload his Org. It takes 2 before Bit could stamp that ticket. Okay. Well, when you had just the 1 hero rifle and FAMAS for Dupree saved as well, you couldn't really ask much more.
They actually did the cheeky run boost there. They slingshotted him, which may have even got him there a second or 2 earlier. So risky maneuver here, but style points for doing it when you are just 1 round away from losing your map pick. Let's see how far Na'Vi can push and turn the screws in round number 22. I'm sure they'd love to get it done right here, right now.
Simple. All clear. He's going to elevate and... Oh, no. Doesn't quite finish off Zipex, but spots him out, knows where he is, and... There's so much time, but Simple looks like he really has a lot to force out. Yeah. All the smoke out of him. Great placed on the incendiary. Oh, that denies a lot of info. Maybe a gap because of the incendiary, not sure.
Well, Dupree's actually thrust through this, so he's pushing to clear out mid right now, and it's the right call. There's nobody on the other side. Him and Zip are tasked with clearing top mid, and nobody actually pushed in. So at this point, they could still be worried about the B bomb site or the A bomb site, but Glaze pushed all the way up into pocket, so he has a lot of free info. 3 players over towards A from Astralis. This is looking good.
And that's a product of Dupree taking that risk. Here we go. Walking on in. Lots to receive. Zipex handing out headshots, and Bubsky the same. It's simple. 1 versus 4 going for jumping no scopes. All right, mate, what are you up to? 5 seconds, the door's been closed behind him. He does manage to maneuver away from the glaive shot, and what a shot he's got in return. Saving the AWP. Keeps hold of it. He's definitely looking like a peak Simple form, there's no doubt about it.
Well, you have Bit on 24, you have Electronic on 22, and then you have Simple on 19. So that's fantastic.
I mean, that whole first half, every time, you know, like Astralis were hitting Beat, it just never felt like they had a chance because one of those 3 names you just listed was getting a double.
Yeah, and then you add that into the mix with Boomich in the early stages, going for all those MP9 info plays, just getting flashed in, being a real pain in the ass. Well, there's plenty of money to invest. Electronic had 10K at the start of this round. Boomich burning on up. Just going to be tickled to 75, so nothing too concerning.
Dupree's got to contend with Electronic and Simple. If he wants to defend mid, and bam! He takes down the AWPer. Electronic, no slouch, responds. That should be a lot of space for him to walk through. Speaking of walk, Magisk and Glaive returning to Lamps. Oh, and he just heard Boomich slip off. They know exactly where he was. That's Glaive's responsibility within the crossfire. Bit slowly maneuvering the bomb back.
If they can identify that the players are forward in Lamps, then they can just go straight up long into the side. That'll be an indication that there's not too many players home. But Boomich is noisily rotating all the way back over towards this A bomb site. They've actually split their attack right now, Na'Vi. They're in a 2-2 formation. Perfecto and Bit over towards B. Looks like Glaive and Magisk are actually starting to have a little bit of a look in here as well. They're pushing out and clearing this back lane. It's all going to come down to the timing here. How long do Perfecto and Bit stay hidden?
Yeah, Glaive's yet to give the call. Nothing pocket, this is the fight. You'll see the bomb as well. And Bit's found the head, they'll have to accelerate on that. Zipex under scrutiny in mid, but it's all about Magisk. Fully blinded, come on Perfecto, finding the frag. Problems now for Astralis. Bubsky gives them something to work with, but they just got nothing left in the tank. 35 points of health. A single bullet from the AK of Electronic will confirm our suspicions. Swinging wide together, nice collection, and just like that, Zipex with an impossible 1v3 on his plate. Bomb ticking to secure Astralis' pick against them. Na'Vi, collect. That is quite a convincing statement, isn't it? Both in the playoffs, but will it be the semis for Na'Vi? They've taken a big leap in that direction. Definitely looking comfortable as we prepare for an analyst desk. We'll be back with your second map. Na'Vi's does too, it is Notorious.
Patching the wound. There's one guy can help lock this whole thing down.
They have no idea he's here. He's found the gap. But this would be a huge round to win. This is just Glocks and a few little deagles. So this is definitely doable for Electronic. No armor though. They've got the kits. They can do this, but they need to get on it now. He gets closer though. They have no idea he's in the back.
Device wasn't ready. He could knock Esatag off the plant. A double, a triple.
Here comes Electronic. Into the bomb site, taking 2 heads and coming in big.
Well, if some of you cat jammed any harder, you would catch Whiplash. That much I can tell you for sure. For Whiplash, it's going to be Astralis feeling a little bit of that heat. Na'Vi pick up the first map of the series, are on their way to a semi-final here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2021. Welcome back, y'all. I've got Moses, I've got Yanko, and we are ready to party.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing you got to say about this matchup was really cool gamble at the map pick for Astralis, I think, picking out Astralis.
Yes.
I liked it in a certain way. I think there were some positives. Like, it's a cool gamble as a viewer. It's not a cool gamble if you're Astralis right now. And obviously, it didn't pay off in any kind of a way. In fact, their T side got absolutely demolished.
Yeah, straight out of the gate.
Yeah, whatever game plan they had did not work in any way. Na'Vi did a really good job of controlling everything that was going on and always having information outside that B bomb site.
Yanko, if you can hear me, I'm not sure you can hear me. I thought I heard him laugh. Did you hear him laugh?
I heard him laugh.
I heard him laugh too.
Yeah, I laughed. Yes.
So, Yanko, just real quick, what did you think about Bit and his performance now?
I think it's been great. Like this game as well, just having a lot of high impact kills. I think him and Electronic were topping the scoreboard. And you can see just from the very beginning, right? Pistol round early on, lots of impact. And I agree with Jason. The focal point was, and that's how you can tell that Na'Vi is firing on all cylinders, right? They're just so active. Information plays time and time again that not only gave them information, but also led to kills, and they were just round-winning plays. So for Astralis, I think, not to sound too rough, basically, but it didn't turn out all that great since the FPX game. It might just be that Na'Vi is too good at the moment, but yeah, the Ancient pick absolutely did not pay off for them.
Go ahead, Jason.
I was just going to say, Electronic is just a LAN player. This is an outstanding jump up in performance, and I mean, surely we had to have expected that in a certain way. He's had a pretty rough year from what we kind of think of him as a player, and obviously this has been a phenomenal Cologne start for him. And when Yanko says they're mobile, Electronic is the one who felt like he was the one dictating where Na'Vi was rotating. We've seen him in mid. We saw him playing that second supportive player towards the A bomb site. He was present a lot of times for these B hits. He was doing everything for this Na'Vi team on the CT side. And I mean, Astralis just never I felt like they never had control of the map. I feel like anytime they got any kind of control, it was way too costly. It was way too much damage done. It was way too many players that they lost, and way too many resources used to get that control that didn't allow them to have a strong end game.
Yeah, and that's probably the simplest way to put it, is that there was no real control for Astralis at this junction in the matchup. But of course, we do get to continue along. We've got Dust 2 coming up. Should we need Inferno? Well, I guess that is the question of the hour. Yanko, I want to talk a little bit about Dust 2 if you got an opportunity.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's been also one of better maps for Astralis, just historically looking, and seeing as how it's Na'Vi's map pick. I think for Astralis this tournament, we've definitely seen the CT sites have been the stronger ones for them. We all know about the utility usage, right, and all that jazz, but I have this feeling that Na'Vi is just really synchronized at the moment. I think as a unit, they're playing really well. But you pointed out, Jason, about Electronic. He has been playing those rotator positions on most maps and just kind of dictates, gets really good reads on where the action is going to be. And it just seems like Na'Vi is going to close this out 2-0.
Yeah, I think, for a team, I mean, we saw them against FaZe on Dust 2 Astralis, and we kind of we enjoyed what we saw, and we were pleasantly surprised, I think, with the op usage, with Device being gone. I think this is an even bigger test, because Na'Vi at the moment feels like one of the best teams we have outside of maybe Gambit at trading kills. And if you're that inexperienced opera on the A bomb side, it's very easy to kind of misplay a situation and be a little bit too exposed as they're crossing catwalk into the A bomb site. We saw Glaive having the AWP in that situation previously. So, I mean, I don't know. This is just... Everything feels like it's going to be a test for Astralis, and I don't see a whole lot of advantages that they have over Na'Vi, despite the fact that they're remaining a strong team to the rest of the field.
I mean, we could argue the point that Astralis, they came in here, they took a few teams by surprise, they looked good in doing so, but then obviously the competition is going to get stiffer and stiffer and harder as they go on along. And now, with Na'Vi right here standing in front of them, it seems as though they've met a match, Yanko.
Yeah, and I think it also shows how good Na'Vi is at the moment, right? Like we've seen Astralis in a couple of games, played some real solid Counter-Strike, but Na'Vi just feels like they're a step above that. They really have grown into that contender status, right? And the one thing they have over Gambit, even though they're behind them in the rankings, is that LAN experience, right? With some of the veterans like Simple and Electronic leading the way. So we'll see how everything pans out. Again, both of these teams are in the playoffs. This is just to determine who's going straight to the semifinals. The loser is going to face Virtus Pro in the quarterfinals. Another team that was a little bit of a surprise that they made it into the playoffs, at least for me. So that's going to be interesting to see how that storyline unfolds later on.
Yeah, they really did kind of sneak in there at the last minute, right? Like the last ones to come into the club at night. You know, that's kind of through the back door. For us, though, we do get to jump into dust, too. It's going to be Navi and Astralis in this Group B upper bracket final. One going to the semis, one going to the quarters. You heard Yanko say it. I'm just reiterating it. We're ready to jump back into the game when we return. This is the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 21.
Hi, good to see you, man.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Right.
Perfect. And we're all set here. Should we kick things off?
Live in 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're here at the ESL studios, actually, and we're here to learn a little bit about observing today. I'm joined by none other than Alexander Rush. Thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, it's my pleasure.
So tell me, observing, it's the new craze. What's it all about?
Yeah, it's observers. They like work in tandem with the production team and the casters.
The production, the casters. Now the casters, they are the top dogs around here, aren't they? So well known in the area, and someone like yourself who's perhaps a little, unknown. They're giving you a chance to shine out there, aren't they?
Yeah, I'm actually.
Don't worry. Take your time. Just try and explain a little bit about the role, and we'll get there.
Explain about observers. You like work. Well, they work with production.
Don't worry. Let's run it back a little bit. In terms of the production, what do you actually do?
Well, me.
Hi, I'm Rush. I have a 12:30 with you.
Rush?
Yeah.
Well, who's this then?
This guy? Someone irrelevant. Get him out. Security!
No,
You got it, boss.
Please, someone must know who I am. I'm here every day. Every day.
Wait, get him out. Look at the camera. Look at the camera for fun.
Oh my God.
Here.
just watched Astralis lose their first map of IEM Cologne 2021. It was a flying start for them, 2-2-0s to put them in this very head-to-head, but Na'Vi too strong, and Astralis' map pick of Ancient falls flat. Broken down at the desk, of course, when they've hopefully equipped you for our second map. Now, this is Na'Vi's turf. The team huddle's taking place. Zonic, coach of Astralis, readying for war as well. I'm Machine, I'm joined by Chad Sponge Birchall.
Sounded like both of the war cries went down simultaneously there. That was actually kind of cool. We don't see that happen very often, but as everybody takes their seats, the in-ears go in. It's a nice little treat for those of you who maybe have been with us only through the online era. When we get back to LAN, you have these big old helicopter headsets that the players are wearing. That is for noise cancellation purposes, and then the in-ears is where the in-game audio and all that jazz comes from. So if you had any questions on that, hopefully I've answered them. It was a pretty straightforward one. But Dust 2, I have some big concerns, some very big concerns for Astralis here. The player that they lost, one of the best AWPers in the world. Now, to replace him, they have Dupree doing the primary duties and Glaive picking it up in the secondary style. Now look, it's not that they haven't been handy on it, it's just how much are they going to be able to produce when the man on the other side of the server is Simple.
And this is his playground.
Yeah, things are going to get very, very rough from this point forward.
Boomich has actually got printed strat notes, not even
Oh,
handwritten.
okay.
He's
All
gone
right.
for the
Digital
modern era.
Well, I guess that's not the digital approach because you can't have anything digital near you. So you need to have something on the old pen and paper. But the fist bumps are out.
Does an Etch-a-Sketch count as digital? Do you think he could have had one of them?
Oh,
probably not.
I don't know. Maybe we'll
I reckon
get,
it's
check
safe.
with League Ops. Get me how on the phone.
Let's get into it, boys and girls. Dust 2. Na'Vi's turf. Astralis, honestly, I think the majority of those tuning in and those talking about it have an expectation to see the black and yellow in the semi-finals with Ancient under their belt. Happy to be proven wrong. Let's see what Astralis have got for us here. And he may be smiling. Let's see if the defenders of B are, because it looks like Na'Vi are at least going to start that side of the map. One expert, yeah, leaning the same way and seems to agree with us that Na'Vi have got this one, at least in the odds department.
Bubsky's just cleared out mid behind this smoke and flashed on off. He will have to backpedal. Mid control taken now for Na'Vi. And some warning shots pop through the doors. Glaive and Dupree on the other side there. Ready and raring to contend with this. And the smoke lands at the feet of Electronic. He'll have to backpedal, but Xbox will be mounted and short control taken. But all in all, the bomb on the back of Perfecto is still towards those upper tunnels the entire time. Astralis are yet to be forced around with their rotation. They have their forces, or the lion's share, currently hedged towards the correct bomb side of B here. But really milking this clock. Na'Vi, about a minute remaining.
Crosshairs in the perfect place. God! Jesus! And now Dupree's turn. A very elusive Electronic. Another headshot. Simple. Doesn't even need the help, but Perfecto will take it anyway.
Oh, the pain continues. It was rough for Astralis in that first map. A 13-2 first half if you didn't catch it. Sure, they had a couple on their defense, but all in all, that's consolation rounds. Na'Vi are not looking like they want to skip a beat here. Very convincing out the gate on the pistol, and you can already see that this one is confirmed. The bomb is halfway ticked. Bubsky and Zipex, what they're defending right now is their Kevlar.
Me alone, he says, and hits the shot. Perfecto has advanced though, and nicely done. We'll find that. Simple makes it easy. And here we go. Taking the pistol convincingly. That shot onto Magisk as well. Like I almost want to see it from his perspective. Like he just, if he blinked at the same time as Simple touched his A and his mouse 1 key, I don't even know.
Oh, it's good to see this form coming out of the individuals of Na'Vi, and really, really excites me to see them in the playoffs. Going to see a very hefty looking buy. Only one SMG in play, and that is for Boomich on the MAC-10. He loves to be mobile with those. Glaive and Simple exchanging shots in mid, but neither landing up with the scouts. Boomich has taken some damage over towards long. What a biff this is. Glaive hanging around here, just continuing to fire shots through the door. Let Simple know his presence is still there. And they might continue this the entire round, you know. Ah, no, they won't. Okay, Dupree's down. Glaive's rotated over towards A.
Maybe Glaive's scout can bang just as hard. No, is the answer. Electronic. Just another day in the office for him. That smoke might delay them if they cross ramp. See that smoke as well from Zipex will get them a little high alert. Na'Vi slowly crouching and crawling Up the ramp, Bubsky to peek around his smoke. You'd expect Bit to be ready, but what a shot out of Bubsky. He's got at least the first head found. If he could just neutralize Electronic, he's been spotted out heavily now. Onto Goose, another head. Zipex contributes as well. A competitive one. And it could get a whole lot worse. Boomich hasn't got the bomb across during all of this. He'd have to have a strong arm. Throw it across. Magisk is working on the full flank on long, so there is a timer on this. He does throw it across. Zipex doesn't catch a glimpse, and now Boomich will look to be the early warning signal. Oh, doesn't check. Boomich gets a chance. He does chip away to 14, so he knows where one of them is coming from. Spotted out. I think he knows Zipex is on his way to close that gap as well. Nicely managed. Perfecto goes down. High impact from Zipex. And you can see Zonic wants to get the boys fired up because that one did come out of nowhere.
Oh my lord, Bubsky towards the top of site there did fantastic with his double, and then it's just closing it down. Zipex in the one-on-one with Perfecto, able to convert just there, and now, okay, maybe we have a little bit of a game on our hands here. This was the shot from Simple as Dupree's trying to cross.
This first one. Oh. And yeah, close. Like, I mean, this is a different round. If Magic's last 14 points of health do go down, you can see Perfecto just was not ready. Puts the bullets down range. Zipex, the first one out of his deagle, straight to the dome.
Well, they managed to get that bomb down, which facilitates yet another buy here. More warning shots to the scout through the door. Boomich over towards long again to bait out some util. It looks like Na'Vi are going to take this one quite quickly towards middle. Electronic's going to meet up with Bit and Perfecto, who are coming through these lower tunnels. Straight into the rifles here from Astralis. That AK picked up. Couple of M4s around it. There's a fuse kit in play on Bubsky. So everything they need for the post-plant environment. And look at Glaive, he was taking this angle. Has now just decided to start getting a bit tighter. And the info, oh, he's got it, and almost a double.
Yeah, Kalat tag.
I think that's all Na'Vi were looking for. They forced out some utility, and they've actually drawn 2 of the Astralis members closer towards middle. Dupree's across to help bolster the A defense. And it does look like it might be that A finish. 50 seconds left on the clock. Enough utility for a very decent execute here.
Ooh, Zipex very shy of the mark, and he's caught a scout bullet. That nade is perfect. Zipex might be dead. Nicely evaded. Bubsky's there to fill his shoes, though, and hopefully put some resistance down. Saw the jump peek out of Simple. Yeah, Miss Molly indeed. Goose is an uncertainty. Zipex still contributing despite that scout bullet lodged within his rib cage. More damage. Perfecto something. Na'Vi contesting. And I think that bomb can go down uncontested. Saying that, they're just taking wide peeks. It was the Galil, now no longer with us. Oh, he's going to finish it all. Dupree, 1-2, not the third. Perfecto, a second chance. This time only the Deagle. Got close before, he's been looking great. Hard shots to hit though, and Magisk has the M4 ready for that swing. Hardest shots to hit, not gonna happen. Astralis, they'll pass their second test, and that was the in full investment from Na'Vi after the bomb plant went down. They did get it down again, but Astralis 2, Na'Vi 1.
Wonder how much Na'Vi want to keep contesting here. They could go for another force buy. That was pretty handy, all things considered, to get out onto the site. The swing, it's more to dissuade so they don't, you know, have so much pressure on that ramp as they're getting the bomb down. But they gave up a lot there and, well, still got mowed on down by that push regardless. Not going to be the full invest. Na'Vi will just be buying into some pistols here. This is where Astralis can start establishing a bit of a CT bank. Want to keep this one clean. Don't want to have too many casualties, if any. And avoiding the bomb plant should be name of the game. Everybody invested into a Deagle other than Boomich. Next round has the 2,400 loss bonus. And Simple's already copped a bit of damage, chunked on down to 70 here.
Dimple, potentially caught out here. Yeah, nice swing from Bubsky. Bits there to return the favor, and that should put a weapon onto his hands as well. Maybe there is more to be said about this one than met the eye initially. Would require another 1D spectacular. Perfecto happy to not get taken down. He's just taking pot shots. Dupree's happy though, happy to oblige. Glaive to defend his teammate while flashed. They might throw out a flash of their own if they fancy. It's a smoke for now doors. That should buy time.
Bit of a weakness right now, and it is short to A. Glaive close doors, Dupree overseeing business. I think they're a bit more worried about a B hit or a mid to B. And maybe it will be a plant and another retake for Astralis here, but how many times can they withstand the test? Glaive's in a difficult position to rotate back at this point. But if he thrusts forward, he might be able to clear this one out. Electronic is going to be running past his line of sight. That information will be called out, and the bomb will go down. A retake once more for Astralis.
Glaive very quick to the draw on Electronics. Short presence. Should be no way to hold this one. What are you supposed to do? They'll pick apart, pick at your bones. Bit, no armor on that. The punch is too much. Just perfecto. We've seen this one before. Very hard shots to hit. Dupree will find his third, as will Astralis.
It's crazy that Perfecto gets 3 chances at the exact same clutch, and every time becoming a little bit more difficult. First time, oh, just the pistols, I have an AK, and didn't have that one. Second time, I have the Deagle. I'm kind of low, I have 3 bullets. Third time, 2v4. 1v4 even. So just getting harder and harder out here. But now the buy, it is coming on through. Simple has his AWP, and this is the potential difference maker that we were discussing. On the other side of the server, the AWPing duties have been done so far by that of Dupree and Glaive, neither of which in recent history have been primary AWPers. Having to pick that up now that Device is no longer a part of this team. Let's see how much impact can Simple have. No warning shots, just covering off Perfecto, barreling straight down middle. Early control taken. And granted, nobody can fight. So here's an early lurk smoke drop towards B, and Dupree has to respect that. He's going to double up with Bubsky. Short smoke's dropped out from afar here over towards A. We've just seen those land, and that's left Magisk and Glaive with a couple of questions to ask, but here they come straight towards the B side.
Bubsky's not going to get checked, and he's going to get 2 before Simple connects. Dupree forced to extinguish. They know where he is, and Molly might follow. Safe and sound. Electronic not looking either. The Danes have been given some real opportunities here, some sitters. On to Na'Vi. Simple rock hard place. Great shot, just Magisk on the cross, just the tip of his head. Dupree spotted out. Simple's doing it all. Some great shots to start him off. And time to get the bomb down. Throws a smoke to guys his cross. You peek in front of it. I like it. Oh, he's such a nerd. Simple with 4, looking for an ace clutch. Spectacular to put Na'Vi back in the driving seat of Dust 2, and it's just Glaive. He's got the big brain. He's also got the Yorp. And Simple's in a prime position. There should be no way, no hope. He's holding the line. Tunnels is a threat. It's a question of timing here. Glaive crawling in. And Simple collects. Magnificent play from the world's best. He makes it look easy.
Well, that's why his name's Simple, I think, because that was just too easy. The fact that he's able to isolate all of those fights
after the plant.
Yeah, because you know what that suggests. Hey, guys, I'm crossing back towards tunnels. Guess what? That information, it's false. This one here's fantastic. He's worried about Dupree in the site the entire time, turns his attention late, gets that frag, and then sits at the back of the site. Glaive has to walk on in. Oh, my Lord, Simple putting on a show here early. And we just spoke about it as they're leaving spawn, talking about that AWPing presence and making a difference. That is felt straight out the gates. As soon as he gets it in his hands, an ace.
And just to remind everyone, that started with Bubsky double, Dupree with a frag onto Electronic. It's just not supposed to happen. The AWP on T side no less, and he's managed to isolate all of these duels. The smoke is inspired, the aim is too. Na'Vi, they have been given an opportunity to return fire immediately in our second map of the final series today. Day 6 of IEM Cologne, and bam, Simple continues, and he's had an absurd rating. He's actually been able to beat his own rating from the previous 3 months here on LAN. And looks like he's just loving this 2MS life, or whatever it may be.
Look at the punishment, though, that it's immediately done to Astralis' economy. They're down to Glaive with the AWP. It doesn't fill me with as much hope as it would if it would have been Device's name, unfortunately. Couple of rifles.
He might walk in.
Yeah, Perfecto is just jiggling on top of the box there, so he knows where the magic line is. Will he overstep the mark here? He will get a close flash from Bit. That forces Glaive back, but he's actually not shying away. If anything, it's made him go a little bit wider. Very standard stuff from Na'Vi here as they just continue combing through the map looking for any aggression.
But this is really cool. They're doing the full commit like mid-smokes, but they'll just send Bit out. If he meets more than one, if the AWP starts firing off a shot, they'll start the A commit. They're really making this convincing. Perfecto's presence in B as well. And Bit goes through, spots out the AWP. That should be the go sign, and yeah, Glaive will get that frag into ways the plan. Bubsky actually starts to advance. Great time on that smoke, though.
Oh, they're trying to boost. This could be a problem. Bubsky's going to be under this. Bubsky might
If he
ruin
gets
this.
Close. He's going to ruin everything. Yeah, tucked in so close. If he backs up, though, Simple will see him over. And that's the opener they were looking for, into the site. Dupree evades the flash nicely. Not the second. Vision restored, though, and that bomb, I don't think he can quite deny it, but he might have a chance onto Perfecto. Now a 2v4. Na'Vi going to struggle to pull this one across the line.
So much pressure right now.
Oh, managed to isolate Magisk on the crawl up. Glaive from long returns fire, only Boomich. What's he supposed to do? Turns the flash, does manage to connect. I think he hears steps. Spots out Glaive, baits the shot. A chance now for Boomich. Zipex tagged up, gap to close. Clock ticking, hard spray. Oh, and Zipex pulls it across the line. He might get a bit frustrated after that one. Felt like he did the hard part of crossing back on Glaive's AWP line. Gave him a real opportunity, but there you go. Astralis not letting it go.
All he needed was that kill as well, and I know it sounds like a lot, but if he gets that frag, there's just not enough time for Glaive, and now double AWPs have been picked up. Astralis bounce back after that simple ace, and they've done so with a scrappy buy. So you could see Bit was literally just thrown out here for information's sake. The problem was Electronic went down towards long, and it's almost like they forgot that he was there because Dupree got a kill. I think it was onto Perfecto who was peering into spawn. He wasn't ready for long whatsoever. So there's that frustration you were talking about for Boomich, manifesting in the visuals. And just these pistols now for Na'Vi to work with. Now remember, this is their map choice. It's hard to know what to expect with Astralis in the server.
Certainly a much more familiar terrain for both squads. Astralis well equipped to read into the Na'Vi dust too. Glaive's just happy to take that tight line, and interesting smoke. Not sure if that's intentional or a flubbed CT.
Might have well, either way, I don't think it's going to matter too much. It hasn't obscured too much information. They throw a second wave out. They are going mid to B on this.
Okay, they can use that then. Little avenue, a little safe passage away from the Glaive AWP. He does look away as they start pressuring tons. Flashes aren't bad, but they have their vision. Magisk can collect an easy one. There's more where that came from. Oh, Electronic all the way from the back. Doesn't manage to find a thing. Bit will. That's 3 players from Astralis down, and no one's on B. This round has fallen apart just like that. The Bit frag has kind of secured it. Pushed up in the smoke, just lingers after Electronic's full commit to the site.
That just went from 0 to 100 in absolutely no time. It looked like it was handled for a moment there, but Perfecto getting 2. And that little maneuver, I think we've seen something similar out of the likes of FaZe once upon a time, probably having to go back, a year and a half. But those mid to B crisscross smokes, getting into them, I think maybe even the French were running a strategy like that as well before. So Na'Vi getting a lot of space against double AWPs, right? They actually were able to take a lot of space out mid, knowing double AWPs. Well, look, even if they knew double AWPs were in play, they probably were lucky to get that much room. So that's really good work, and they've pulled one of their own back here. So everything considered, I guess we can call the low buy rounds even, right? Because Astralis were able to get that second round. We'll give Na'Vi this one. The scoreline still sits at 4-3. All retained, money all over the shop here from Astralis. But what a response. And like that's what I'm saying. It didn't feel like it was going to get that threatening. Obviously, the mid to B, a bit of a problem there. But Bit getting the kill in spawn, you're right. There's so much pressure alleviated. That rotation cut off. There's nobody who can help them out. They just have to get the 2B defenders.
Oh, he actually hits that. There could be that all-3 peek. And, ooh, he spotted him out. Boomich playing with fire. He keeps peeking and spraying down Dupree. Good damage. Will be dunked through the wall bang. Perfecto's got B, and Simple's got Glaive. He's smoking off the B doors.
Yeah, they should just take the bomb over towards B now, 100%. I think Bit's starting to get a little bit of a move on. If Simple continues to watch mid, that means nobody can jump towards lower and nobody can go towards B. Perfecto just making sure that nobody is already on that side of the map. And there will be what should be the second smoke coming through from Simple. So when Simple gets there, he can re-smoke the doors. Bit can cross with no dramas. Electronic is already parked outside along. So all the issues that Na'Vi may have had have been removed. And wow, doing it the safest way possible. They're also smoking it. Oh, I think they, yeah. Well, they messed that one up. It's all right. It's going to, you know, cause maybe a little bit of friction within this round, but we can see there's no problem for them getting in there and getting that bomb down. Now, with Electronic locking the long doors quite literally, it's dupreeh on the other side of things with the AWP. Simple coming over towards T-spawn as well. I feel like Simple already knows this is a save call. He's going to flash Electronic through. Clears the bedroom. How much further do they want to push this? The worst case would be to lose an AK and Zipex picks that up. The best case would be to take away this AWP.
What a molly. Oh, and dupreeh flashed as well as he tries to extinguish. That should confirm it, and that should be the end of the hunt.
Simple trying to bait him in here or something? Trying to make some sound cues that they might be able to hear. Just letting them know they know where they are. There it is, tied up 4-4. So back and forth we continue to go here. And that's 2 consecutive rounds, the first 2 consecutive rounds for Na'Vi in the second map. They are in control of this money situation again, but just with how up and down these rounds have been, I feel like it could almost be anybody's. Na'Vi, taking a look at the spawns, only have Boomich with a great long spawn here, so they might not opt for that type of a play. And as you see Boomich barrel down the death alley there, signals that they will just be going for this fast mid control one more time. So quick on this Boomich.
The first dink exchange. Boomich, I think he heard a step, a flamey step. He knows that previously Zipex was where the molly landed and worming his way through the CT smoke. That is quite a potent position. Boomich can lock down the rotate through CT. dupreeh on the side, baiting for the deagle tucked in. If he could get another, that would be magnificent. Molly's going to change his plan. RVE reveal Boomich in that CT.
And he's the one who can pick up the bomb. He can grab it.
It's not the end of the world.
Now they can go B.
This would be weird, wouldn't it? Can he get away? There is a slight issue with that bomb. Yeah, nice throw, just in case. Knows the AWP could be posted up on that line.
Yeah, this one's gotten very, very strange. Glaive's pushed into upper dark here. Doesn't really have the weapon for the job. Would have to hit some absolute bangers with his P250.
He gets that insta-dink and drops his smoke, and no... What? How does he not finish him off? It must have just been through the corner. And a tag this time from the AWP. dupreeh won't be able to do much more with it. Boomich looking to lose his life, and Magis secures that. But regardless, it is going to be another one for the Na'Vi boys, and that's 3 in a row.
Yeah, that's wild scenes, right? If Boomich wasn't in that position of spawn and Simple dies and the bombs drop like that, that is maybe even round over. That is actually crazy that that's the way that they're able to convert that. Boomich walking through their own mid to B smoke to CT spawn to cut off the rotation ends up being the man who wins the round with bomb reconnaissance. What an odd turn of events that one was right there.
Super intriguing, yeah. Not only that, but like the... You could see the kind of uncertainty for Na'Vi, like the fact there was a gap in the smoke. There was the hero AWP did have an actual chance to stop that bomb from making it to B temporarily. We're throwing bombs across in places you never see it.
Oh, it was super close on that hunt as well right there. So dupreeh gets to hold on to the AWP one last time. A glass. Blade's a civilized man, you see that? He had a glass of water. He didn't have a bottle, had a glass.
None of that. Once you're secured for the playoffs, you put the bottles away. Simple's up. No damage inflicted on the cross. Magis will be able to contest that B presence, and Boomich deploying his own set of util as well. Glaive showing no signs of surrender in the AWP duel, at least maintaining presence. Certainly wouldn't be able to set the same expectations in the head-to-head.
Well, looks like they want more mid-info now as dupreeh and Glaive are working on going back towards doors. That's going to be the first fight. dupreeh has to cross the flash to facilitate it. He will get back over, so now it's no longer... I've just got an island on that B bomb site. But this is just nice tempered play here from Na'Vi. The default, slow as you like. And now they're gearing up again for another one of these A executes. The bomb is in the right position on... Sorry, not the bomb. The AWP is in the right position on Glaive here to shut down an A play.
Bubsky's got a nade pulled. Plans to try and soften him up upon the execution, but we are going to be seeing at least one CT smoke to try and keep that locked down. We do see the XX smokes now, but that's Bubsky's Q. And at 45 seconds, that nade does so much damage, nearly 150 damage, just chunks away at Na'Vi. Preparing for the commit. Glaive swallowing some flashbangs. Bubsky as well. Boomich using that smoke to maneuver around. He may not expect it. Great catch from Boomich. Tags up bit a little, but that should enable the plant. And Electronic here's the stampeding steps of two. Dane does manage to get the one on the spray. Oh, what? Magis, quick on the draw, on the AUG. And Zipex flashed in, spotted at least two of them, yeah, but Bit, nice shots from him. It's so even though, look at Glaive go. Another shot hit, Magis crawling up. Glaive knows there's a potential on short. Can probably safely assume Gandalf, he's looking for a wallbang perhaps. He could bang Perfecto out here, he's just gonna clear him. Just not looking the right way.
Oh,
Tags
no!
him. Tags him, and Magis just doesn't have the time to deal with both of them.
He's going to go down with the bomb here.
Yeah,
He's got nowhere getting out.
He'll take Perfecto with him.
It's damage, but he's going to go down as well. They're going to lose absolutely everything here, Astralis. Oh, Bit even gets the kill. Put that one on the stat lines. Oh, boy, that one did get very, very close. What's with Simple jumping down to spawn like that? Wanted to take the fight to them, almost gave them a door back into the round.
Got some cash, though. Definitely.
Well, not the same can be said for Astralis on the other side. We'll just have to be these dastardly deagles. How much more can they find out of this? Because it's now 4 in a row. Na'Vi are really starting to mount some of the hurt here. And it's been just this mid-control every time. Boomich destroys Dupree. Glaive's around the corner as well, and not much longer. He's forced back by the molly.
Good read of the game there. Boomich evades the nade and shot connects.
Look at all the space. Electronics already this far pushed up long with 1:20 on the clock. Just running all the way up. More flashes out mid.
Huh?
That was quite the shot right there. Simple's flash out mid doors got Electronic.
I think it might have very slightly, but regardless. Bomb still top mid. Two Danes kicking around, and one of them just pushing up that tons has met Perfecto. All right then, Na'Vi 7 on this T side. Good recovery, and it does look like you're going to be seeing an ancient decider between Heroic and FaZe Clan. Both teams winning their respective map picks, and an ancient to separate them. That's an elimination match.
Yeah, winner of that is in through the quarterfinals. That'll be the last team that we need to lock in for the playoffs. Everybody else, all other 5 names after VP took down big in 2 overtime games a little bit earlier today. They were team number 5. Heroic or FaZe would be team number 6, and then all of our attendees, well, we'll know the names. Brackets will be completed as well. And it looks like we may have a bit of a technical issue here. Does not appear to be a tactical pause, so bear with us. Hopefully not too many bugs in the system for this one, but there can't be any conversation during these moments, so watch those lips stay pressed. Things are looking good for Na'Vi now, just to recount. 7-4. If you missed it, Simple had a lovely AWP ace within the early stages of this one. Na'Vi did win the pistol. They lost to the Force by Astralis retaking A time and time again. Perfecto left in different clutch situations, progressively getting harder and harder. And maybe now we're good, because we can see Boomich having a bit of a chat, and the freeze time is starting to tick on back down. So sorted, whatever the problem was, wasn't a big one. Now it's just about how many more rounds can Na'Vi get here on this T side. 1 more to win the half.
See if they can keep a lid on this Astralis defense, or will Na'Vi struggle to pull additional across the line? Smoked off long. Standard util, but that AWPing presence does pull out a nice set of util themselves.
Yeah, one note, we haven't really seen Na'Vi go long at all, right? We haven't really seen them go for the classic, you know, 4 guys out long, get control, put all the pressure, do the cross smokes and go. It's been a lot more through short, a lot more of the start of the round mid-control, just dropping down that death alley. And I guess when you know that the AWPer on the other side isn't necessarily a primary AWPer and you have Simple covering you, you're going to have a little bit of extra confidence when just gunning her down. a big nade to cop right there. Bit and Boomich, both 65 HP and pushing. Zipex is just running straight into this. He was noisy about that. They know he's close.
Yeah, but he's managed to actually cover a lot of ground quite quickly. Just leap down. Forces Bit to be very cautious on that short fire. Drops his molly. Double smokes landing. Not your typical either. Bit of an avenue forged between the two. The CTs can hide behind it. Oh. Well timed on the HE. Back to B. Oh, Bubsky just slipped off the box, and wow, Bit controls the spray. Doesn't let up the hold of the mouse one. Now they want to push through. They're coming up thick and fast. Dupree does well to contribute one. Glaver's pushed straight through the smoke. Boomich does neutralize Magisk, but he's been handed a 1v3 and not really enough time to deal with this. He's got to get back out, doesn't have the util to deploy. And Astralis will make it 5. Looked a bit sketchy, that one.
Yeah, I think time was the biggest problem there. The fact that Glaive is able to run through those mid to B smokes and just take the fights like that in the back, that's because the B defenders had such a good job trading. So able to make that one work. And Astralis do post another round. They break that streak of 5. But there's still plenty of money right now for Na'Vi to expend and get themselves in with another purchase here. Again, there's just not long spawns to go for that classic play. So back over towards the B bomb site they go. Simple's bullet not landing, unable to get a tag. Glaive will shoot one out of his own. Boomich is just down middle doing similar scenes, just coming straight down towards that Xbox, dropping CT spawn smoke, molly towards short. A lot of presence, but straight into Dupree, who's up close and personal towards the doors. Oh, that was a nade, a dink as well. That's 2 man opening right here for Astralis, and they've already put Electronic down low as well. This is looking great for Astralis' 6th.
Yeah, after all those incredible retakes that put the first 4 on the board for them, now they're actually not even letting Na'Vi get into the site.
Look where Zipex is. How's he found himself here?
75 seconds still left. Bit checks the barrels, but he'll start to look elsewhere. This is such a good off angle from Zipex. He knows, oh, just turned away himself. Still should have an advantage, yeah.
The fact he hasn't seen anybody yet is insane.
It is, but he's got a real opportunity here just to confirm Electronics out of the round. Simple and Bit. It's a potent pairing. There should be nothing left for Na'Vi into our 13. I'm saying that, Bubsky looking the wrong way. A precise shot. They know Zipex is around. Just as he looks away, Zipex contributes. And Simple, too many targets tagged. Zipex to finish the job. Great round coming out of Zipex.
Yeah, just that push right there. Great stuff. And I think, you know, when all that damage was going down through the upper tunnels, they were able to capitalize on that space. I didn't quite catch it. I was glued on all the action going on from Magisk through the smoke. There's enough for another buy here for Na'Vi, but running out of money towards the tail end of this half. If Astralis are able to pick up 8, they're going to be more than happy with that. This has been a struggle. There's still no difference in this, and this time round it is just looking more like standard default spread. Perfecto on Bit in the tunnels. Boomich pairs up with Simple top mid. Electronic dealing with any of this long aggression and just calling out whatever utility they hear. Molly to call towards long. Smoke noted as well. Just working on this same control. Na'Vi going through the paces to get this, but I make it sound like it's a walk in the park. There could be a CT around any of these corners. Need to make sure they're pressed and ready for those fights. And right now, Glaive is very, very aggressive towards these long doors. You can see how far he's peering in right now. Almost confirming that nobody is home. Bubsky throws a warning nade out towards short. Makes Na'Vi understand that it's not just going to be a walk-on in. Oh, and another nade chunks down Simple and Perfecto here. Dupree taking some shots through the doors. These same crisscross mid to B smokes will land. Dupree doesn't have an issue hanging around here. Seems like he wants to use it to his favor.
Oh, wow, Dupree. The crosshair and the spray in exactly the right place to find Boomich. Electronic late long. His smoke all too clear as to his location. Hoping to force the fight against Glaive Zort, but if he goes down, this is a 3v5. Does take a wide stance, at least forces him off the first line.
25 seconds.
Here. Yeah, Na'Vi are running out of time.
They have to go. They have to go now or save.
Bit of a classic. Util deployed. Astralis can't believe their luck.
I think they're saving.
18 seconds. They're just going to give it up.
Yeah, they're just saving on this one. well, they're not going to have enough money in the next round to get a buy going. So the call is to save here. They weren't able to get what they were looking for. They went fishing, nothing bit. And that's going to be Astralis tying things up 7-7. That's one of the oddest ones we've seen all day. And we were watching Gambit a little bit earlier. They'll have a good save as well. Okay, okay. Well, tied up. I didn't think this would be the case here. Astralis is showing they have some fight. Some gas in the tank here to push Na'Vi after a dominant map #1. Didn't think we'd be looking to go the distance here. If we do need it, Inferno will be the decider as the third map, and that one is already delivered for the day. So strap yourself in. One of these teams is going to be walking away with 8 on the half. Maybe now it's time to go fast long, and that's looking likely. Simple posted up mid. Boomich to flash them out. Here we go.
Electronic, he's been having a slow start, and despite the flash, he holds his nerve, holds the spray. dupreeh one better though. Will he retreat? Nice taps. Perfecto nearly completes the set. Did catch some flack, and look at Boomich just accelerating. Wanted to try and punish dupreeh. Extinguished to try and keep the pace up, and it's a great call considering the rest of Astralis' positions. dupreeh tucked in. Glaive fast on short. Now, ooh, simple. Floppy beanie visible of dupreeh. You're actually starting to walk into this. That's a hard shot to hit.
Oh my God, that's his third.
He is having so much impact for Astralis. Both this and the previous. His frag the reason they saved. Now, 3 already into this one. Perfecto's tucked in on long. Magisk is going to hunt him down. One tap is all it takes onto the shoulder blades. Yeah, just the Tech 9. Boomich, too many men, and Astralis will win the half. What a turnaround. That started all Na'Vi. And Astralis make it clear they have a statement of intent. Dust 2 is not a guarantee by any stretch. And we'll find out what they've got and what they're made of in the second half. man on your screens really is stepping up when it matters most. Up against the black and yellow behemoth, Na'Vi. A lot of people expecting to see them sail to the semis, as did the Gambit boys, but no, already seeing G2 send Gambit to the quarters. Maybe, just maybe, there's more surprises in store for this evening.
Frustration on one side of things, big smiles and giggles on the other. I'll tell you who's having a better time of this one. Astralis brought themselves back into contention here, and a conversation about the third can begin if they're able to keep these winning ways up. Here we go, 1x bet odds still favoring Na'Vi in this, but Simple just dueling through mid, that USP at range, not able to land the damage he was looking for. Glaive has been chipped on down to 78, but that's not a whole lot to talk about. Bubsky's close, Dupree's with him. Simple close to the doors, needs to be careful how far he presses himself into that. They've mounted Xbox. It's going to be an A split here. Boomich is going to have a lot to deal with towards long.
Uh-oh, way too much to deal with. He'll lose his life right out of the gate. Nade looks promising. Oh, the shots are better. Astralis, though. Here we go. Electronic with something, but Bubsky knocks Simple down. Something from Perfecto as well. Bombs on long side, and he's isolated. So if Glaive goes down, Bit's got a real chance here. Knows there's a pressure from short as well. Bubsky makes it 2. And now, to go back up Cat, Electronic wants info, gets more than that, gets a bullet to the belly. Perfecto. Should catch a glimpse of, oh, he just looked away.
I think Bubsky spotted him, yeah, this one's done. Perfecto would have to kill Bubsky, then rotate all the way back over towards the A site, and now as he plays this cat and mouse game around the big box on B, it's just Bubsky milking time off the clock. There's the kill. Perfecto takes some damage, but he's going to need to pull off a huge task.
Just scavengers afresh.
Oh,
look at bullets and Glaive.
Look at Glaive.
Yeah, he's actually going to catch him just before. Look at this
Come on,
timing.
Glaive, give him a break.
It's so good.
And now
he's got no time
towards Pit. So
yeah.
What's he going to do here? He does no idea where any of them are, and this is the most perfect positions the T's could be in to deny. Bomb halfway ticked.
An open plant, Pit and Glaive can swing on the first contact as well, so...
He's not going to expect anyone short. He just came from there.
Yeah, and disbelief for Perfecto as he's just going to have to run away. Glaive doesn't even let him, and they are not going to let up. This is huge from Astralis. Not only did Dupree come in with 115 ADR, it seems everyone else is going to be having a bit of a morale boost off the back of not only converting the pistol, but winning out that first half on the CT side. It is going to be a real opportunity. Great opener as well from Zipex. Poor Boomich, he had 3 players swinging into him, just wasn't really anticipating that presence. And they got the nice setup. Magisk with a good tap as well.
Yeah, they pulled Na'Vi over the map consistently there. They were just chasing their own tail. Couldn't get it what they were looking for. So out long, we'll see Astralis taking control of this one. Bit gets flatlined. The second on the Boomich follows. And the force buy, well, that is already 2 players down. Just have to work with Simple Scout now towards the top of A. Perfecto's found himself... Oh, never mind. I thought he had found himself a fight, a chance. He's dead too. This is one of the worst situations to find yourself in. Okay, Electronic, that's a big shot. If he took down Zipex as well, though, the bomb would have been left in no man's land, but Zipex is able to backpedal out of there. Bye-bye. He's going to find himself the long rotation all the way through spawn over towards B. Simple and Electronic now are just going to have to bide out their time. This AK would be nice to save.
Yeah, but Dupree's got a bit of spring in his step, I think, at least up short. Knowing the bomb's going B and he's already so pushed up, why wouldn't you?
Yeah, look at Glaive as well. He's even pushing through T spawn. So they really want to deny this AK getting carried through to the next. But Astralis are set for double digits. This, well, no matter what happens, be 10 rounds. There's no way for Na'Vi to get back into this now the bomb timer has started. And Zipex is aware of that too. He's even left the bomb and started to chase. This shows just how confident Astralis are. They know exactly where both these 2 Na'Vi players lie.
Even going to deploy some util just to take a glance. When they spot him out as well. Electronic sitting on his smoke for now. They'll throw out one of their own. He might be able to create a little wall if he dropped his... Takes the shot instead. Good find. And now he can lock the complete smoke wall out.
This is strange.
So Glaive's way back to his spawn. That smoke wall should last long enough that no one really tries to contest. He gets to keep hold of not only the Scout but the Desert Eagle as well, so at least kind of 3 weapons covered with the 2-man save.
Yeah, that's a positive, a big one. And having this AK, let's see what they can do with it here, Na'Vi, because this was their map choice. We need to see why. The first half, it looked good in patches. The CT half, that's where you really want to see them be able to step on up. This is a great opening. Blind spam continued, second frag, and at that point, as soon as this fight goes in the way of Bubsky, you can almost call the round done, and I think I did. It's been given the Scout, Electronic onto a Deagle. Magisk is entering into B.
Yeah, and what have they got? P250 and a Scout.
Oh!
Flying around, there you have it. 11 for Astralis. Now then. It was supposed to be just a formality, and they've managed to make it exactly that. That saved AK, they didn't manage to really utilize it at all. Simple posted up on short. Astralis charging in, using that information and that opening frag from Zip.
It's great to see them going fast like that, though, right? Like, straight out long, okay, straight into B, no hesitation. And I say that, but there's really a lot of traps and pitfalls that they could fall into going into those moves. But the fact that they've gotten away with it, oh, and a nice one there. Zipex, he had off the top rope into B, now walking the tightrope to take down another. Simple wanting to save this AK.
Magisk might not let him.
No, they're really eager.
Forcing the issue.
God.
Damn, Magisk. Ooh, and Boomich, fortunately, was there to be the backup. Doesn't really want to be taking any additional fights. They are charging. He's looking the wrong way, and Magisk denies it all. This is going to start feeling a little tense in the Na'Vi camp. This is supposed to be your guarantee. This is your map pick. You saw the odds. It was, what, 5-1 after the Ancient win?
Yep. Well, this is only the first time out of Na'Vi. You can note that. Left-hand side of your screen. Important to call this, maybe just to take a little bit of a chance to calm down. Blade, he's not doing a huge amount of talking. Chipping in now, and it's the CT side, right? So now we're talking about what are we expecting? What do we think that they're going to throw our way? What type of a buy do we want to go for? We've seen Bit do some handy secondary AWPing.
We still haven't seen the like opening fights taken from Na'Vi. These opening kills, of course, we still saw Magisk charging out long. Seen them test the waters in an aggressive B tons.
Simple as the weapon he desires. But you're right, if they wanted to find the openings, it's going to have to be through a more aggressive maneuver. And it looks like they are boosting up towards short. It's Electronic who'll be with the rifle, so not Simple with the AWP. And so much preference for B. Astralis have 4 players in the upper tunnels. Dupree is just selling a bit of a fake over towards middle. And Perfectos, he's on his lonesome. Here we go.
Uh-oh, he's in trouble. That nade looks great. The bullet's better. I need one from Bit, and he provides it. Smoked off for now. Presence doors as well. It's Dupree that could lock him down. It's a great flash. He needs to clear his corners. Big find from Electronic. And now Astralis, they may have the sight. Zipex anti. Magisk planting. And a smoke, both from Na'Vi and CTs, will kind of nullify that door smoke, at least to an extent they can sneak in.
One towards tunnels as well. That's bought about 18 seconds off the clock as part of this retake here. I think Na'Vi have to respect it. They have a kit on Electronic, but time will start to be a problem.
Another one.
This could be great here. It could be a 2-on-4 from nowhere.
Just re-smoked it. If they go through grey screen, they can 2v4 this. And this will break the souls of Na'Vi. Spray is great, needs to reload. One from Electronic, 1v1. Bit saves Na'Vi, I think. A full 10-second defuse. My, oh my, what a 2v4 attempt.
Oof, he's looking very comfy on this, but it is very close, right down to the wire there. Bit just gets it across the line, and I think Perfecto's raised eyebrows say it all. He just runs straight in there. Oh my God. Lucky you can get that AWP as well. That was almost a crazy 2-on-4.
Where did all these smokes come from?
I guess their teammates' dead bodies were offering up. You know, the offerings of the dead there almost made that one possible.
Yeah, and you can see the Na'Vi just reluctantly like, well, I guess we're going through.
They had to. There was no other way in.
Oh, yeah, and Dupree, I think that was probably as the bomb was about to blow up, you realize, damn it, so close. 1 extra second rotted off the clock, and that's yours. That is yours, and that could have been the real felling blow. Put Na'Vi down into the dumps, and still doesn't look fantastic for him.
No, they're on the ropes right now, Na'Vi. They need to convert a consecutive CT-sided round here, and that is just to stay competitive within this second half of Dust 2. So lots of importance put on round 20 here, and Astralis know that they can apply this pressure. Glaive continuing to do the AWPing duties. I'm going to stop having to say that Dupree's doing secondary or primary or whatever the hell's going on, because it's Glaive who's wielding it more often than not.
You can see he's calling the shots as well as wielding the Doom Banger. It's double smokes. They could just be going for a little mid to B pop here. And it's only Perfecto a bit. They're really exploiting this side of the map, but his shot wasn't far off. There's no one to support them. Bit has to be the hero and has already found the head of one of the highest fraggers in the server. Magic's down. Bomb's pushed up. It's still there on the back of Dupree. Electronic pushes through, does find Glaive, and that's a response from Na'Vi.
Oh my god, everybody stays alive in that. That is insane. A mid to B defense with practically 2 players.
Yeah, they were really trying to beat up this B defense. That's the first time they've basically put their middle finger up and said no.
That is wild right there. Bit has a great weapon for the job there. Maybe you could even argue better than the AWP, just with the fact he can hold that mouse one down with the scope. And Perfecto, like a little buzzard, just being annoying from that window position with the MP9. Great stuff. That's the 2 newest additions to this Na'Vi roster. I know Perfecto's been there now for over a year, but statement still stands.
They were testing them. There's no doubt about it. Astralis keep trying to force the issue on this side of the map. And believe it or not, it's the side of the map Simple doesn't occupy.
Yeah, well, if you can avoid this man's AWP, you can avoid getting picked off. But now Bit has upgraded into the AWP. And like I mentioned before, he has been handy on this map specifically. Simple parking himself up in Goose, and that is an absolute freebie. Glaive goes down on the jiggle, stepping into the line. Simple gets the second onto Bubsky.
Nothing left for them now. Forced off the line by the flash. Dupree can navigate through.
He has the bomb. Dupree, just be careful. Just be careful. You do have the bomb. The round's not over yet.
Chance here. Ooh, a tag. Boomich will duck into cover. Utility deployed does indicate Perfecto has to be on his toes here, and jumping across a very hard deagle shot. Near impossible, I'd argue, considering the strafe. Simple found the first 2. Shouldn't be required for much more here. There's his third. Astralis just on a conservative one towards the ace site. Simple just knocks him down.
All right, well, now we need to really start seeing what Astralis can do on their gun rounds, right? The pistol win, good. The conversion win, great. Against the lower buy or the saved AK in the third. Round number 18 here, fantastic. But it's the T-half, what can they produce, right? There's no real clear indication of where the weaknesses of Na'Vi will lie if that mid to B doesn't work. Boomich may be a player they could look to try and isolate towards long. But a timeout taken from Astralis, and this is their second. So this is that exact conversation. What do Astralis think is the weakness? What type of execute? What do they have in their back pocket? Because the spawns right now, as we can see on the radar, are not fantastic for anything fast towards long. Claps from Zonic come in. The buy looking magnificent for Na'Vi. Glaive back into the AWP one more time. Want to see what he can start producing with that. Freeze time comes to its close. And out the gates we go. Back over towards the B bomb site again. 4 players of Astralis swiftly show their intent in this. As Zipex drops an Xbox smoke, flushes towards long, trying to keep other parts of the map activated. Now this doesn't have to be the B finish. They can actually come down through these lower tunnels. Glaive's immediately flashed off. Is he just going to re-peek into this? I think he is.
Oh, Bit caught a glimpse. Good jiggle from Glaive. Gets to live on at the very least. Simple returning to the doors.
Just firing a shot there, and that may try and spur Astralis elsewhere on the map now that they've identified where one AWP is. That molly has done an awful lot of burn damage right there.
So you saw a deep smoke, then partnered with that Xbox dribble.
Look, Simple's actually all the way back up towards short here. They're not going to expect this.
Especially considering just in their mind, heard a shot doors. He fires off another shot, this time towards short. Magic's on the swing. Electronics in jeopardy here. The flames obscure him. He still controls the spray. Desperate to retreat. Vision just restored, but Dupree closes his eyes permanently for round 22. 40 seconds now then. You got the util. Dupree wants to have a little glance on the jiggle here off the flash. Simple's posted up. Has nothing to report on A just yet, but here comes Astralis.
We got the forces divided exactly how they want them here. Just Simple towards A. Boomich is a pressure point right now. He's trying to cheat and help Simple the best he can, but he has to hold down that long position. Here they come, Astralis, 20 seconds.
Simple to be tested. 15. Need to deny. The first shot does connect, and off the flash, he can certainly profit. That's the frag Boomich was waiting for. Now he's activated, can assist on the denial of this plant, and he has no way to get the bomb down now unless you hit that from short. Unfortunately, can't do anything about it. Perfecto secures an 11th for Na'Vi.
Handled there, and I think just keeping it awkward in middle is really going to slow Astralis down, right? The fact that they're not able to get that short control quicker than they'd like just leaves them in a position where the clock is melting away, and that does become a bit of a problem here. Now they have to have a chat. Now they have to do it all again, because we just spoke about what is going to be the difference maker in these T-side gun rounds for Astralis. Well, nothing came of it this time round, and the scoreline is tied up. So that lead that they had accrued earlier on in this is now looking like it can slip away very quickly. Just the pistol, Zip trying to make his way out long, and oh, he's going to get past. Simple's in lower dark right now.
Yeah, he's mixing it up for sure. And up against pistols, he's been playing with fire here. Still strikes. Don't think Dupree's going to believe that one. Oof, but a quickie onto Bubsky as well. Okay, well, they're getting the mojo flowing. We'll scavenge away whatever he can.
The AWP in lower dark. That's when you know things are going well. When the AWP is in lower... Like, it just doesn't make any sense.
It's just a sentence that one wouldn't be expecting to be saying. Certainly, we're not when you're equipped with Deagles. But these double AWPs, ever since they've equipped them, it's just been sunshine and rainbows for Na'Vi. Astralis with everything they could possibly desire. Corner smoke flying through the air. Bubsky to flash himself out for some long space. And I don't know if there's anything that Perfecto can do or say about that. He calls upon Simples to back him up.
Oh, that's a really awkward long smoke that's been thrown in. Hold up a second. They're actually pushing for space right now. There is a gap. Zipex is in lower. He's not looking. Glaive is in T-spawn. And Electronic's been able to push all the way up towards back of Catwalk. This is about to get very, very dicey. Both teams in hedged positions. Oh, my God.
That's going to leave a mark. Dupree not happy with that. Glaive can't catch him on the retreat either. Boomich goes to check and back up.
Oh, does Glaive know he's there?
He will now. Drops a smoke, actually. Electronic confirms it's still an AWP in T-spawn. Magisk has departed long door to try and equalize, and Zipex trying to keep Boomich honest to back up the poor boy Electronic, who is just on an island. What's he supposed to do?
This is awkward. They're just melting more time off the clock. Oh, my God. Electronic gets thrust forward. Okay, well, they've dealt with him. At least now they've leveled the playing field up 4-4. Perfecto, there's a player in pit. Bubsky's in pit right now.
Yeah.
Perfecto is so lucky to be alive. Bubsky would have destroyed him at any peak just there. I think kept at bay by the fact Simple's AWP is over towards the top of A. Now that shot fired, Simple knows what's coming.
Okay, 3 short. 1 late long, similar strategy. Let's see if it's a similar result.
Time's the problem again, though.
25. We saw Na'Vi save in similar circumstances. Ouch. Yeah, nade hurts. Boomich, though, doesn't quite go down. Zipex unable to convert, and Bit can through the doors. This is the commit, 15 seconds. Simple, tested. Magisk catching some frags here. Quick peek, good frag. Needs the deal. Simple does it all. His teammates are there, but that is something else. That's a style point performance. Woo, and he's got a smile on his face, Electronic impressed.
Jeez, isn't that nice to have in your back pocket, just to pull one of those out?
The hand cannon. Takes the close fight with the AWP and the long fight with the Deagle. Just got it completely backwards.
It looks like he was in slow motion there, getting a chance to steady. What a huge shot to hit. It looks like Astralis now, they've run out of ideas. It hasn't even felt like they've been able to do anything. That push top and mid, right, where Electronics pushed all the way up into Death Alley, it looks like, okay, yeah, they're isolating him. But just think about how much time is spent just dealing with that maneuver.
Yeah, I mean, your whole comms go from, like, your progress long to, like, we've got Bubsky in pit, blah, blah, blah. No, Magisk is now having to come back to support Glaive. There's a smoke at Death Alley. You're really having to kind of completely change your game plan just to force him out of the line.
They have made this very, very jarring here, Na'Vi.
They got so much cash to splash as well. Like, they're going to have everything for the rest of this one, and quite the contrary
ugly
for Astralis. Real chance for Na'Vi to close out in 2 now. Astralis did really test them, coming in flying with the pistol and its conversions, but Na'Vi back firmly in control. What's Glaive up to? With that Mac 10. Oh, he actually lands the dink. Can't believe he hasn't finished it. Zipex will for him, even trades for now, but the entire squad...
Oh my God, back through the molly.
I'm over there on the long doors.
has gotten away with his life here. Glaive down to 18.
Everybody stare at the floor, or?
Well, this didn't force anybody to rotate at all. There's still 2 players from Na'Vi over towards the B bomb site. And Astralis, I think they're hoping that that was enough to sell a bit of a fake here. It's not at all. It's a knock and run on long. And they're running straight back into Bits AWP. Posted up back a plat. You couldn't have a better weapon for the job.
Yeah, and with the Deagle, Mac 10, a tagged up scout player, Bit should be set for success here. Is that the lurky smoke? Chills and holds the line, opts to reposition as this could be the execute. Has vision, leads the frag, steadies his aim, a bouncy Magisk a bit too hard to handle. Now heat as well from the Molotov. That's 2 from Astralis in the feed. And the site and the round might be theirs. What a turnaround.
It looks so good. It looked like everything Na'Vi could have hoped for was falling into place right there. But that utility, Bit got scared, Bit dropped back. The traditional protocol when that kind of happens is the rifle plays close towards the lurk smoke, but I don't think they believed it was actually going to be a B hit. And now spotted, Boomich down. Simple gets the trade. They know where he is with the AWP right now, and quickly straight towards the mid doors. All 3 Astralis players flood.
Switching to that Deagle, Bubsky knows how much that can hurt as well from the previous. That is exactly how it could have played out. Like in the dream scenario in Astralis' mind, that's it. Running back through T-spawn after a biff on long. Forcing them out with the molly. They actually just burnt one down with the molly. Well placed, and they didn't put it back plat.
Well, that was 6 rounds in a row from Na'Vi finally being broken here, and that means that Na'Vi have a lot of cash to work with and reinvest right now. It's just a shame that they lost that round. That's the most frustrating thing, the type of round they lost here. Not that they lost a round, but it was just to this scrappy buy after they'd already pushed back that attack over towards long. Perfecto there, feeling the heat now as things are getting closer and closer. 13-12 the scoreline.
Ooh, different flavor from Astralis. Straight down. Gunning it down mid. Bit could swallow a flashbang if they want to pop through that smoke. Glaive got one cocked. Dimple denied on short. Look at them go. Just contact. Bit posted up. It's promising. And he doesn't miss. Doesn't skip a beat. More to come. Simple trying to contest with a flash of his own. Perfecto for the repeat. Simple through the flames. Tags him up, but he's down. And so is Perfecto. It's Electronic that can deliver, and he's taken the bomb, put it on the floor. Tagged up on Electronic. Magisk to come up clutch here. And with him so low, what an adjustment! Oh, Magisk with 1 HP to spare pulls Astralis back into contention. What a round that was. Complete bloodbath. I thought Electronic had done enough. When you see the bomb loose, Magisk comes straight round the world, out of beat, takes down Bit. And he pieces it together. This adjustment.
Jesus, that's a 1-on-3. That is a huge 1-on-3.
Wow.
You consider the ramifications of that moment right there. That is huge. That is absolutely
That's magic.
Huge.
It really is.
That's them putting a second life within this team right here, and they're going to keep their foot on the gas. Glaive straight out long, continuing the pressure right now. Na'Vi are under the pump. That money we spoke about, it's already siphoned through. There's real problems now. If Na'Vi lose this one, their bank balance, it's siphoned through. There's no cash.
One of the late stages of the game, Chad, you know how much of a blow that could be, and it's going to be a question of who's going to take that first contact. Astralis, they are fully gathered on long. We know Glaive is typically disconnected from the pack, certainly now on the AWPing.
Oh my God, there's a real conversation about the third now. Again, after Na'Vi, they bounce back from the early stages of the first half. Then we get to the end, 8-7 on the half for Astralis. Okay, they're back in it. Astralis win the pistol, things are looking good. Na'Vi take full control of the game again. And Astralis, through Magic's, the fact that he's able to get that 1-on-3 situation. What is happening now? And you can see Na'Vi, they don't have that same spring in their step. They're not aggressive, they're not pushing, they're not taking the fights, they're not slowing this Astralis team down. They've got this full long control. They can get the cross smokes over.
45-second mark. Simple anticipating the cross smokes. They still haven't pulled them. He's dropped his early. There's one more CT smoke in play from Electronic side on short. They're walking up now. Flashed off.
Nades early.
Very early. Na'Vi know what's coming. But they haven't been able to find anything early. Good chance from Boomich. Tags them up on the cross. Bubsky the only one to catch any flak. And he looks to get that bomb across. Oh, burned a little bit. That's a start. The boost is promising. Simple shot even better. That boost still not toppled. Zipex adjusts. He can get them both here. Perfecto tucked on elevator. Simple in the opening. He needs to hit the shot and has. Zipex responds. He's down low now and no time. Na'Vi a crucial round to convert, and just in the chaos of that, will pull it across the line. You can see how flustered they were, though. All those nades very early. And it's the shots that have saved them. Simple with a crucial double.
Perfecto's Molotov as well. He's the guy rotating over from B. So he gets that molly down. That's the one that gets the first kill opening on the ramp and gives the number advantage over to Na'Vi. Last timeout called for Astralis now in the last stand. They either give this one up, they take a bit of a save, they give Na'Vi 15, and then they play for overtime.
Always a bitter pill to swallow, this one. Last time out to talk it through. Two more rounds of play. This is the shot, Simple hits. Second one, 9 seconds. The bomb loose, of course, as you highlighted, courtesy of Perfecto's Molotov and the spray from Boomich. So they're riding high highs and then low lows, eyes rolling to the back of their skull. Magisk comes up clutch with a 1v3.
They've gone all in.
They have gone all in. They're not just going to swallow that bitter pill as we discussed. They're going to throw the whole bottle out the window. Charging in. Oh, a chance, a big one. Boomich put on notice. Oh! The Flames, he goes in for the repeat. Magisk is doing everything within his power to pull Astralis into round 28, and he's given them the man advantage. Glaive back to B, Bomb on his back, the squad to join them. Bit and Perfecto have been having nightmares on this B site. And I wonder if Simple's considering hedging his bets a little. He's floating through CT now.
It's just crazy. Early on, Bit and Perfecto, they withstood the tests. It's only late that they've been finding a harder time. Lurk Smoke comes out, so do Astralis.
They're coming in. Bit needs something. That's quite a lot of damage. Bit hits one as well through the smoke. Perfecto passes his first test. A fresh AK, 19 bullets. Simple called upon. It's Bit again, a second on the AWP. Dupree's pushed in close, using the smoke to guise his advance. He actually can re-smoke on the doors. Simple playing around. Bit already with 2. This rookie delivering in such a large capacity, chipped away at Simple, desperately trying to bail him out. Another quick one. Can't finish the job. Glaive's got 1 HP. The 1v2 just not going to happen. It's Simple with the impact. The double orbs deny the Astralis investment, and that could be it. Damn.
Oh my God, Astralis just going back towards that B bomb site. This time they can't get through. This time they can't break through. You saw them all lining up and just all that damage chunked down through the smoke. And the fact that they battle and they get it to that point, the expression now, it's not looking good at all. 1 Galil, that's the best weapon they have to boast. 2 MAC-10s, a Scout, a Deagle, some util, but that's it.
Semi-finals. Simple tries to bring some aggression into the mix. Started off with a bang.
They're rushing in.
Perfecto's already flashed. A chance. He takes down the prize winner. Magisk is down. Steadies his aim for a second. That's a lot of impact out of Perfecto. Bit's locked out of the site. Bomb's coming in now. Dupree pushed up. Na'Vi can't let this slip. This is their best chance. Close it out in regulation. Astralis. First step complete. Bit fires off a warning shot. And now the bomb can go down. Glaive, oh, hang on. With the Scout, it's just so far from the ideal weapon. We'd love a headshot. Has the smoke. That should buy time. A MAC-10, is that better for him? It might be.
Oh my God, you know what might happen now?
Don't say it.
It might be.
A 4-letter word?
It might be a save call. They still have pressure on. There's still time to work with here. What decision are Na'Vi going to make? They're getting closer towards the doors. I think they're going.
That could be good. The spray is great from Glaive. Doesn't finish off electronic.
They're going in.
And here comes the commit. Dupree denies. More required. Astralis, they're so close. The bomb's ticking and it looks like electronics could pull.
Oh!
Simple with the no-scope. Zipex is there. Time sensitive. Bit can save them and he hasn't.
Oh no.
We're going all the way.
Oh no.
We're going the distance despite Simple's best efforts. What is this game? Astralis with just peanuts. Throw into the B site so quick.
That has now happened to Na'Vi. They were in 2 minds. The money's not there for them either. They were in 2 minds. They didn't know whether to go for it or whether to save, and Simple forced the issue. He went in. If they get the kills, that's great. But the fact that they don't convert, the fact that they don't get away with it, money is broken for Na'Vi now.
Oh, the shot was close as well.
Oh my God. Because the electronics backing off, there's no way to know Simple's going to get those kills. The comms must have been mayhem.
Ay, ay, ay.
Look at the buy to get this across the
Simple,
line.
he's mad as hell. They're all there. Tight line held. And
oh no!
Down. Simple's gone down. Electronic just the one.
There's no one on A.
It's, oh my God, it's overtime. Written all over this. And another one on the cards. Bubsky, a quick reaction. The Danes starting to believe. As am I. The site is open for business. Bit would have to push through the flames just to have a go. Just have a voice in this one. Hard spray, hard shots. Everyone's gone. Overtime. Just a frag away. Astralis have shown resilience in the face of adversity, and just that lockdown, Na'Vi Astralis extends the play. The Danes with 2 back-to-back. Damn, LAN delivers, as do Astralis. They don't back down. Dust 2 continues. MR3 around the corner. A quick break required.
No kit currently in play. 2 smokes have just been deployed again on both sides. Because the kick was so quick, they still have utility. And Heroic, it's a flank kick from Carrigan coming around the backside. Unfortunately, he did have a P250. Doesn't matter right now. Heroic starting their play. Refresh has found the first. Twist has gone down. Heroic trying to get back into the site. But the setup is so strong for FaZe Clan, and they're looking like they've done it. Just Juice and his FaZe Clan that moves through to the playoffs. They eliminate Heroic. It's all about.
Broken bones and a bloodstained flag. Open road and nomadic plans. In a quiet town, bodies fall upon sacred ground. Burn a flag and a king is crowned.
This Group B upper bracket final. Frustration's definitely mounting for both squads up and down. It's been a roundabout. Magisk has showed up in such a big way, showing that resilience, showing exactly what he's capable of, and up against none other than Na'Vi. Both teams definitely in the conversation when it came to Group B, but Na'Vi was certainly a fan favorite and an analytical one as well. So many chances to finish in regulation as well. My God, some of the situations you may have missed, but I want to get right back into the action because it's starting here. Trying to separate them. The Danes have pulled us to overtime. Magisk with a nice lineup for the smoke, and he's going to see Boomich turning away. A chance. He does go 1-for-1. Caught Dupree with some flak as well. B has been an issue, a point of contention for sure for the Na'Vi defense, and at this point, it looks like Astralis plan to go to the alternate side.
Oh, the huge gap.
Dupree's clown shoes poking out under the smoke. Just 3 remaining now for the Astralis T campaign. Round 1. If Bubsky's not careful, Bit might throw a stray one into the doors. And Simple, he's not backing down. In fact, quite the opposite. Lingering as the smoke fades, hoping to get the info. He's The wise man, this one. 30 frags in the bank from Simple. A 1v4 clutch already, of course. But not to discredit what Astralis have been laying down as well. So the bomb's there, towards long. It seems like Na'Vi are kind of giving it to them. Simple can't contest it. He's really concerned about short. If they keep walking up...
Electronic has a deep line here, but he can't miss.
Simple's
He cannot miss.
committed to this. They're quite advanced. 30 seconds, here we go. Smoke. Simple has to drop down. They're across the ramp already. That's the bomb on Glaive, though. In the 20 seconds, he is going to have to pull up his socks if he wants to get that bomb across. We'll throw it to Magisk. Should be able to plant unless Perfecto. Ooh, not bad. Catches Bubsky. Glaive onto Electronic, though, and now that bomb's ticking. A 2-on-2 established, and he knows they're coming from short. Util light. It's going to have to be bodies and bullets. Glaive another. Just Perfecto. Oh, and Astralis recover. Here we go. First round of OT, and it goes the way of the Danes.
Okay. Well, they're here to play in a big way. That AWP impact of Glaive, I've been talking about it, right? But here we go. We're feeling it in overtime. You can see them just trying to bound past. Baiting the shot was Perfecto. Simple just straight out into that goose line. Goes down in the first one for Astralis here. Plenty of money, 16K. The Dak out early for Dupree and Glaive. They really want to turn the screws on Na'Vi here.
Trying to get under their skin.
Yeah, it's a very loose-looking Astralis, but it's great to see Electronic spots one towards lower. Has to literally tuck tail and turn away. Simple out towards the car position on long. Might get an opportunity. They're running double AWPs on the T side here. This is how you can see just how Astralis are mixing things up. They didn't have many answers whatsoever on their T half, so may as well keep it loosey-goosey. Corner smoke, that's going to push Simple into a wider line. Can still deny them that pick control.
Got Molly for him.
Yeah, that's going to force him back into a passive position. And, well, Na'Vi haven't operated very well when they've been stuck in this formation.
They've already set up.
Oh, Simple's actually going to push back out. He's crazy.
I don't know if Astralis will consider that. That is a interesting development. If they return to long, could be more mollies to force him out, but here we go. Glaive posted up in the pit. The smoke did deny his info on Simple's return to his car, and he's called upon Boomich to support him. A flash and a peek wouldn't go amiss. That's the first of them, and he's got nothing to report. He does. And advancing into the line will punish Bubsky. More as well. Bomb spotted. Electronic 1-for-1. Dupree a presence in tons. Bomb to be scooped up. They got 28 seconds, Chad.
They can still go B right now.
They could, and it's only Bit. He's had a great game on Dust 2. Dupree's about to take some liberties. Is that smoke in there in time? They're going to disrespect it. They're coming through off the flash. Bit, so much to do. So much work to do. Simple finds a frag elsewhere, but if they shut down Bit, there's more to be found. 9 seconds. They haven't found him yet. Hiding on the site. Simple keeps them at bay. Dupree with a lot. No time. And the equalizer is found in response. Just surviving there does a world of good for Na'Vi.
Oh, dearie me. Just how Astralis are able to pivot right there. Look, they're not committed to anything at any point in time. The fact that they've gone all the way back, that was very dicey scenes. Zipex's job at mid doors was tasked with stopping that rotation. He couldn't do so. Silenced by Simple. The Dak's coming out again, just spending their cash. Astralis, final round here of the first half of OT. Their T campaign. 2 would be beautiful. That's where they were having troubles. Dak spams through the door. It's just going to be Perfecto's the only man towards that B bomb site early. He's actually playing a retake formation now, joined up by Electronic, so the two of them can actually work their way in tandem. Simple needs to be careful about this. Warning shots out from short. Molotov to contain him as Glaive wants to get looking.
God, you've got so much to keep track of when these two are duking it out. Constant pressure. Constant smoke and mirrors.
Bit towards long. This is different. This is completely different right here from Na'Vi. Bit with an AWP over towards long, locking down the doors. There's nobody there, but that's why we have 2 rifles on the B site. This could be a difference maker. They're coming in again.
Yeah, and Electronic could be the difference maker. Tucked in on the corner. They don't check him. Already 3 in the feed for Na'Vi. Looking to take the majority in the first MR3. Magisk, however, makes a 1v4, 1v2 in the blink of an eye at the drop of a hat. Boomich close, and if he walks towards that door smoke, he can drop his own. Makes it clear his intentions. Bits holding one side. Fake plant. Na'Vi hold their nerve. Now Magisk. I mean, already quick on the first two. Isolated, but Bit, a great shot to hit.
Oh, it felt like there was something brewing right there, didn't it? He's had some fantastic clutch moments already within this game and some huge impact that's been felt on entries. Sitting on a bit of a heater right now, and if he gets across just as that smoke is still up, that could be a completely different scenario. But Bit bails them out. We've been talking about his impact, and as we were talking about those two rifles towards the B side, Electronic springs on out to massive frags, and Na'Vi now 1 round away from securing double OT, 2 from getting this one done. First to 19, magic number, you can see that in the middle of your screen. Here we go. Long spawns finally for Na'Vi, and they're going to take it. Perfecto and Electronic leading the charge.
Okay. Smoke will be disrespected. Eyes are on the ground. Magisk wants to put some bodies in the dirt, but he's gone. And there's so many players on the swing. 3 spotted. Electronic does well. So does Zipex. He's a master of the
they blocked each other.
Simple missed his shot. Couldn't strafe away. And now a 2v2. What is going on?
Dupree's taken full mid control. When they drop back, it's going to be through the AWP.
Yeah, and I don't know if they're going to be ready for this. It should be a freebie. Nice collection. Dupree doesn't get swung on either. Bomb to be scooped up. But advantage Astralis into the first round of this defense. Oh, now then. Okay, so he's gone back and forth. Dupree confirms he's back towards the A side of the map. Was potential for Boomich to be either side. Could have hidden on his way back across now.
Dupree in lower dark with the AWP. He has a lot of territory, but he's leaving some blind spots. Both of the players on the CT side, Glaive as well, they're searching right now. They're quite mobile. They've moved around a lot. And Boomich, where's the gap? It doesn't even feel like there is one.
Feels like he's walking straight into the trap. Dupree holds the line to perfection. What a way to turn it around. Just a biff on long, but it's Dupree's push up mid that seals the deal.
It was really awkward for Na'Vi coming out long. It felt one at a time. They didn't swing as a pack, and when they did, Simple misses his shot and gets blocked on the return. So that's frustration that's going to be building right here. And Na'Vi, well, they had timeouts left in the bank, so they're going to take one to talk it through. Blade, looking at Boomich as he speaks here. There's a lot on this here for Na'Vi. The fact that the first map, Ancient, was Astralis' pick, a bit of a bogey pick. They didn't really feel like they were putting up a fight at all. Thought this was going to be a quick 2-0 to round out the evening. But that's not the case whatsoever. 17-17. 3 Orgs, 2 AWPs. Astralis loving the scopes here to defend with.
Yeah, 5 scopes. Got them to this point. Round 5, though. In pursuit of 19. And we're off. Xbox smoke deployed. It looks like they want to try long again, despite their shortcomings previously. Perfecto, same routine. Let's see if it's the same result. There was 3 players from Astralis when they rounded that corner the last time. It looks like the boys from Astralis are taking tons control early as well.
Oh, they were about to retake long, but I think now that Upper Dark is almost called clear by that aggression, they're just going to drop and play back. Look at all the utility they have left over. If Na'Vi go for the crossover smokes, there is, what are we talking right now, 5 Molotovs that they can drop down. This utility is being saved with a purpose.
Super cool from Astralis as well. Their reaction, we can't have long, we'll take short. Confirm it's clear, play for the retake with their boat of utility.
Check out all these nades and Molotovs that are about to land here from Astralis. As soon as they know that that bomb is crossed, oh, they've dropped out too early. That was baited very, very quickly. Na'Vi haven't crossed yet. No damage done, and utility burned.
Na'Vi running light on util, though they have to use this wall of smoke still. Flashes to contest them. Bodies are across. More nades, chipping away. Glaive's going to be the first to pull the trigger here, and he does tag up Electronic. 1 point of health. But he's still kicking around, and that bomb will go down. Still a lot of util on Magisk.
It's a safe plant. Keep that in mind. It's very, very hard for these long players to contest.
Simple eats the flash, can play around the smoke. Use the elevator point of the car as well. 3 here on the elevator side. Simple the first to put the name in the feed. Zipex claws it back. Even keel, another from Simple. Needs another. They're walking into the smoke, defended by Perfecto. Na'Vi look to have the site. Dupree still disconnected from the pack. Glaive advancing into Bit's crosshair, and Na'Vi will be the first to post 18. Whoa, this is a game of Counter-Strike though, isn't it?
Oh dear, I can't believe how Astralis was so willing to hold on to all that utility, right? And then they dumped it that split second early. I thought they would have at least allowed the confirmation of the cross to come in before they started throwing all of those nades. It looked so good. It looked like the perfect amount of utility to have to completely deny. Oh my God, Dupree. He almost got found out there in the upper tunnels. Alrighty. Na'Vi, just one more round, or if Astralis put 18 on the board, we go again. Same rules, same again.
Astralis, they've already had a kind of crazy OT affair in their opening game against FaZe Clan. Triple OT. Yeah, there comes their attempt at the Dag-Dags. Not far off. Dupree, wounded. Going to be hamstrung on his B defense at 50 HP for sure. In fact, the bomb's maneuvering on that side of the map as well. Simple confirmed, 2B, as Magis jumps across.
Zipex is already tucked up close towards the long doors here, so Electronic is going to have his hands full. Can't just walk away from this one. You can see the bullets coming through the door. They're not that far off from their target. Glaive's posted up over towards Cat with that AWP, and now that Na'Vi have established some map control, they can start working on this mid doors and short position. Just one more round needed for Na'Vi to get that spot in the semi-finals.
So they want to make it clear that they've got short control as well, and that's what this util will do. Serves its purpose. And a flame exchange. Pulls a lot of util actually out of the A defenders. Ah, run boost. That will force Glaive Orp off the line. The trajectory implies CT.
Looks like they're gearing up for a mid to B right now. The bomb is down towards lower dark. They're going to pick that one up on Boomich. The lurk smoke towards B hasn't drawn a defender closer. Dupree is still towards the back of platform with the AWP. Ooh. Here we go.
Disrespects it. Slight gap, spots him out. Can't find the frag. Magisk, comes up huge with 2. Looking like a second overtime. Is just a couple of frags away. Simple has found 1, but he'd have to find them all. 30 seconds for a 1v5. I just think you're asking too much of him. Bomb not even in his grasp. Flank coming on in. So many bodies, and they don't have to give him a thing. There you have it. We're going again. Second overtime secured. They just can't. You can't seem to separate Astralis and Na'Vi.
Astralis aren't giving up on this, right? They're continuing to fight, continuing to keep that pressure on. And Na'Vi, they're going to use another timeout here. Remember, had a few of these spare, and they've saved them for the right moment. Now, they were getting that long control with some decent spawns. Right now, the best 2 players, Simple and Electronic, have those long spawns. So if they want to go for that again, they got those really sharp spears to get on out the door. This is giving Zonic an opportunity now to let them know what they could be looking at, what they could be staring down the barrel of. Haven't seen Astralis go for too many of those 4-man long leans. We did see one in the earlier stages of the OT. This here just stifled by the smoke, right? Both of them relatively gray-screened on their way out, and it felt like they were forcing the issue, hoping they had beaten that rotation, but Astralis had read the play.
It's high-level Counter-Strike. They're up the short side. Astralis just don't bite on the bait. Not enough, anyway.
There's one of those 4-man long lanes coming out now. Looks like Electronic is going.
Boy. And so is the majority of Na'Vi, at least towards that direction. Electronic's out. Blue bin. Swing comes in. Dupree meets his maker. First round, first blood. Not for long. Electronic makes it 2.
It's already up short as well here. Lots of pressure on A.
Yeah, and there's a chance perhaps. Glaive will clear out Blue bin. It's smoked off. Can't really contribute. Na'Vi bringing the bomb cat side, and they've just fully pulled the ripcord on long presence. Suppose they're happy to have the man advantage. Simple, quick to drop that CT smoke as well. Gap in that from the CTs on short side.
The patience from Na'Vi here is interesting. Yeah, they've completely given up long, so they have no info. Zipex is actually going back to deal with that now. They're trying to force the rotation of the CTs, and, well, more so what they've done is get all the utility out of their hands. The A defense is more so bolstered. It really will just come down to Magisk over towards B. Mid to B smoke landing again, and does that signal anything? Bomb up through upper tunnels. Lots of pressure applied towards this B bomb site now.
If you wanted one man from Astralis on this site, it would be Magisk.
He's all 3.
So much impact, and he might do it again. The pre-fire, supreme. Only the 1, though, to report. And Simple catching Glaive will lock Zipex out of this round. Smoke on the doors, can't contest the plant. No Simple was there. Loudly walking on into his domain, and fires off the shot. Simple too good.
That's some classic CIS stuff right there, right? Just James, he loves to park that bus at the mid doors and allow his teammates to pull the rotations around. Simple profits in the same way. That AWP just too strong, too powerful in his hands. And Na'Vi, well, they've got the first here in the second OT. Let's see how many more they can muster on this T half. No long spawns to be exploited this time round. And once again, draw your attention to the top of your screen. First to 22, that's the magic number. 21, 21, and we go again. Simple having a look for a frag there with the AWP towards the upper tunnels. His presence not needed. Nobody putting their head in towards the upper tunnels. Now Glaive comes over with the AWP. Double in play again. Dupree this time is AWPing towards Cat, so they're mixing things up with the CT-sided setup more and more. Hinge smoke being dropped. Bit immediately hightails it out of there and starts working on this Cat control single-handedly. Oof, bit of an aid on the dome, down to 70. They're still clawing their way up.
Okay, let's see if Dupree sticks around for this. Drops an incendiary, peeks in, just shy of the mark. The chance, though, for Dupree there to draw blood, and a second dropped as well from the CTs. Looks like they want to do a util. Like, all the beans. Vanguard smokes are dropped. Molly onto the default box, and I think it might just go. Bread and butter, a take. 3 here from Astralis. Dupree not going to be flashed off the line just yet. There's a couple more in play, though, from Na'Vi. And Bit using that one way to great success, at least forces them off the line. Bubsky, though, real chance here. Perfecto, the tail end of the spray, does go down. They haven't got the bomb, and the shot's still getting hit. Electronic's so low. He's on
back to B.
Yeah,
They're
I
falling
understand,
back.
but how are you supposed to get out of here? Simple fights his way out. Both of them on
Glaive's at mid doors right now. He can deny all of this.
Yeah, but with a USP, 10 seconds. Oh my God, they just have to kill him. They have
Oh,
to kill him.
Glaive, no!
I truly don't believe it. Absolutely outrageous. Just the USP, Na'Vi 3. And they all come tumbling down. I'm in disbelief.
They've all just come straight into his domain.
Simple kills
straight into his domain.
Look at this.
There's 10 seconds. There's 10 seconds.
And not only that, he gets the...
Oh my God.
Holy shoosh. Oh my God.
Felt like there was no way.
There was nothing to be done. There was nothing.
They're going long. They're back into this 4-man stack.
With the USP, now Boomich out, Bit catching nades, Astralis ascending. Bit screwed, how's he gonna get out? Dunked on. Astralis looking to seize the lead, Electronic looking to demonstrate his prowess, and oh my God, he does. Glaive's AWP, Glaive the hero from before, baiting around. He's only got 10 HP, what's Electronic supposed to do?
Oh my God, he's been allowed to get away as well. Dupree's pushed long, Perfecto's fall, and now it's Simple and Electronic, the superstars. Simple all the way out mid, 40 kills, AWP in hand, bomb on the back right here, and has to deal with one player towards the B site.
Might find him. Magic's not crouched.
Oh, he's so tucked in, you're not going to expect this.
The barrel?
Oh my God, he just missed it.
He's going window side though. Now he's hidden. Simple to strike late. Electronic paused, waiting for their misstep from these CTs. Astralis could very well seize a huge advantage here. And Simple's hoping that Magisk will let the nerves get the better of him here, starting to get a bit uncertain. Electronic with some contact. Magisk still crouched down. Oh, got to be spotted out. Now with his back turned, they strike and shut him down. This is 20.
Nothing Electronic can do. Nothing he can do at all. 14 HP. He'd have to drop behind and kill Glaive immediately here, but there's just no way.
Nothing he can do. Jumps straight in. Glaive collects Astralis. They'll take 20 on the half. I can't believe some of the plays you've seen in just one game of Dust 2.
This is absolutely absurd.
In one game of Dust 2.
This is mental scenes right here. Absolutely mental stuff.
I'd like to apologize as well for any of our headphone listeners. I probably blew your eardrums as I swallowed my microphone in disbelief. But that has given them the lead, and now they're onto the T side. Let's see if anyone goes down to the spray. They're going to have to be reserved about this, but it does mean that because they're respecting that, they could have some pace into
Just rushing B.
They are. Perfecto. That flame's not going to work. It's extinguished already. They're in. Astralis have a real opportunity now. The util will be dropped. Tagged up one. Zipex tagged, as is Electronic. So many bodies in the site. It's Perfecto. So there's a toe out of the line. And Astralis look to have the site. They have to play for the retake here. The entire CT force is deterred. What are you doing? What do you do with this?
Na'Vi are dropping really, really passive. We're in 16 KOT here. Electronic making sure there's no flank over towards long. He knew how much time he had to clear that out. So now that they've established that there's nobody coming in from any of these flanks right here, they can set up for this retake, and they should. But it's just a 4v5 retake into the B bomb site. It's one of these impossible tasks. Yeah. How do they get into this?
There should be no way. Astralis can't let this slip. They've done all the hard parts already. Na'Vi have no reason not to go for this, but they're just running out of time. What are they up to? Straight into Magis, good collection. A tag, nothing to get excited about here. Astralis don't even have to breathe. A sigh of relief. See you later, Alligator. They go down with a bomb, but that's 21. Oh boy, Na'Vi. Sweaty palms after this one. They're staring down the barrel of it. A third map to be secured. You can see that smirk of pride on Zonic's face.
I can't believe it. I cannot believe that they have stayed in this. Map number 1 was a blowout. This was looking good for Na'Vi and Patches, but Astralis have never given up, and their individuals have won some insane clutches.
Stone face now, Na'Vi. Magic's got the AWP. They're trying it towards long this time, and oh dear. Bubsky set for success. He finishes off Boomich. Zipex another. Astralis are doing it. In the second overtime, in the second map, never backing down. Simple, demanded to show up in a big way. Dupree's already dipping his toe in towards mid. Smoked out. Very diligent stuff from the Danes. Perfecto's pushed tons, but that may not be the B site locked down if they have no eyes on mid. They're calling a great game. They're in the wrong place. Na'Vi being pulled around on their map pick here. I don't know if Zipex caught that, but regardless, it's not going to be something to be celebrated. Bubsky's just in mid to control that rotate.
Oh, no.
Walking through. And Zipex, oh my god, he's going to knock him down. It's it. Astralis, they're just waiting for that bomb to explode. The last two, Simple and Bit with AWPs.
No way in. There is no way in, and Bubsky might punish them here. He might drop down behind and ruin it all.
He can finish it. Hello, and hello, map 3. Bubsky locks it in. Astralis, that is insanity. The resilience, the fortitude, the calls, the clutches. We're going all the way, folks. That is a heartbreaker for Na'Vi. I need to screw my head on tight the desk to break it down when we return from our break.
Hi, it's Simple from Team Na'Vi, and this is my Prime 6. I would start with IGL. I think the best IGL of all time is Glaive, because Astralis with a lot of achievements, a lot of tournaments in a row, with really great result and really consistent result. As a coach for this IGL, I would take Blade, because he's not only greatest coach, I personally think, but he made a lot of talents from 2013, 2014, and now all of them is playing in Tier 1, Tier 2 teams. He knows how to create stars and tell them what is right to do, upgrade their skills and to progress more. As Opera, I think I would pick Zaiwu, because first of all, he's a great player and he knows how to play with AWP. He's playing that really smart. He changed his position. He knows how enemy plays against him. He can play aggressive if his team needs. He can play passive as well. So I would take him. With support player, I wanna pick Hiko, because this player, we had a lot of memory with him. the one that helped me so much with Liquid team, and he was always ready to help to any player. He could take any spot. I think he's one of the greatest teammates, and I think he's one of the smartest guys. Entry is the hardest one. I enjoyed how Rain played. When he played in FaZe, he had this entry role and he was doing a great job. For the dream team, I would say I would probably pick Rain. Yeah, I think he's a really good guy. I know him a lot from outside of CS and he's doing a good job. And as a star player, I would pick Electronic because this guy he's on another level. Me, Electronic, and Blade, I think we have a same mindset. Like Electronic can easily be a star player in any team.
Wow, let's just everybody take a second, take a deep breath, and really recenter ourselves around what's going on in this server. Na'Vi taking on Astralis, one of these teams going to the semifinals at the conclusion of the next map. But my goodness, it was a map that you just did not want to end for the Intel Extreme Masters. This is what they call a banger. Welcome back, everybody. I've got Yanko, I've got Jason, and a lot of things to wrap our heads around, right, Jason?
Yeah, I certainly are. I mean, first of all, just the insanity of that game. What a treat that we just had to go into double overtime like that. I thought this is a gutsy, gritty win from Astralis as well. I felt like, I mean, obviously the game super close, but down the stretch, it felt like they were barely hanging on by like heroics, like the Magus clutch. You saw obviously the Clave clutch with the USP in overtime as well. It seemed like they were just barely holding on to this map, and then finally they just grinded down Navi's willpower to the point where it's just like, oh, we can't actually break through this. We can't actually get to the winning point.
Yanko, that's a rough one, isn't it?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think obviously we have to start with Simple, right? Having a great game, ending up on 41 kills, right? So we had a lot of moments from him. That ace that he had very early on in the first half, I'd like to break that one down because I think it just shows you on a lot of like small aspects how high his game sense is and how he's taking like maximum advantage of every opportunity, playing the angles really sick as well. But yeah, maybe a bit later, Trace.
No, right now looks pretty good. Let's do it, Yanko.
Yeah, so he gets like the first kill, he gets the trade on Babsky. Now he knows Dupree's in the side. He understands, right, how good players think. Like Dupree's not going to overextend. He's playing to buy time. He doesn't have to worry about him. So he picked the guy on mid, then disposed of Dupree. Now he's still in a 1v2, up long range, plays the mini angle, gets the kill on Zipex. Now just in a 1v1 situation. Really, you know, he was worried about Talons for a little bit, but then he just commits to a single angle. If a player comes from a different side, he's going to try for the flick. Glaive just walks into the crosshair, and he makes it look so easy. Like, you watch this replay, it's like 1v1s all the time, but that's what great players do. At any game, they make very hard things look very, very simple.
So we can pull up, you know, just a slew of clips out of this game. I can assure you that. There's a ton of things to really go over when it comes down to it. It was pretty good, right? The simple, yeah, I got that. Anyway, no, what I can say, though, you could talk about the back and forth. I mean, Na'Vi held them off, you know, I think it was like round 27 towards the A site. They kind of bust up Astralis money. And then you look at the B site. Was it Astralis targeting bit over on the B site, Yanko?
I'm not sure they were targeting him. Like, if you're looking at that round 29, right, and towards the end of that game, I think they realized Na'Vi has double op, and probably one of the ops is going to hang around mid. So, you know, just kind of going for potentially like a fast B play. And yeah, you can see like Perfecto kind of tries to adjust here, and then in the retake, like Glaive realizes here, like, I have a scout. I'm just going to tag someone and die. I could just use the smoke, get a Mac 10, right? So they're just buying some time here with utility, and you're thinking this is where Navi closes it out. Like Zipex is on low HP as well. Navi's going back towards mid because of the smoke. Electronic wants to use the incendiary for sight, right? So it's just really chaotic. They're losing time, and they go right before the smoke clears, which creates some more problems for them. 2 ops on the retake, that was the big problem. And you know, Bit goes for the save, Simple goes for the retake, gets the kills, but in the end they just can't really execute it.
And I think that's also nature. A game like this just gets hectic. And remember, I mean, frustrating at that point as well, I would imagine, too, because at 12-13, there was that chance. That was the Magisk 1 versus 3 that he wins. Like, the economy is low for Astralis. It was every time Na'Vi had a chance to really grab control of the match and take it down the stretch that it seemed like there was a hero clutch.
So let's just fast forward a little bit, right? So we get to overtime. We get that overtime that probably you didn't even bargain for, but you got. 18-19 is the scoreline, and you're looking at time management, you're looking at the clock, but Glaive, lo and behold, sitting there at mid doors with a USP, getting the job done, Yanko.
I think this is the round that broke Na'Vi really and sealed the deal for Astralis, because you know, I understand the sentiments, like, let's go back to be probably a better chance. The player was already in the side. Then Simple gets the 2 kills. Then you're like, well, what do? We're low on time. Glaive, a bit fortunate that the first 2 players he runs into are the ones on low HP, and then he even disposes of Simple at the very end. I think this is just where that frustration creeps in, and you just don't have time to mentally reset from a round like that.
So, Jason, we're 2 minutes shy of midnight, and we are about to start Inferno.
Yeah.
So when you think about these 2 teams on Inferno, what comes to mind?
Well, I mean, the standard stuff. Astralis with their utility damage. Inferno's always been a great map for them. Na'Vi as well, very dangerous. Simple likes to be really, really mobile with that op, but also Boomich over in Banana does a really good job of gathering information, doing chip damage with utility, having that SMG if it's required, so we can have the extra nades. Electronic and Pit, Magisk and Pit, 2 of the best Pit players that we have in the whole scene. This is set up to be just an epic 3rd map on Inferno.
Yanko, quick thoughts on Inferno before we go.
Watch out, the Boomich plays on Banana, CT side, the flashes that they do, they have really good timings there. So let's see if Astralis has some HE setups, HE combos ready for that, or how are they going to approach that fight?
Well, our head-to-head by Epics was Bit versus Magisk, but the action does not stop there. We do have Inferno standing in the way between one of these teams going to the semis and one going to the quarters here for the Intel Extreme Masters, and we're only going to be jumping in that map after this break. Don't move a muscle. We'll be right back.
Now we need to get a entry fragger, but I'm bringing in my boy Nico from G2. He's really strong individually. He has a good mind. I want an entry fragger who has the head with him as well, who's able to make the right decisions, who's not only going to run in first, but not do it with the head under his arm. He knows when and how to take fights, and at his best, he will out-aim anyone. So I'll also bring in Nico for this team. The AWP player. There I would like to go with the Simple. Super strong player, right? We all know what he's capable of. 2 years in a row he's been fighting for that first place spot. And yeah, he can do unreal things with the AWP. Now we need to get an IGL, the guy who has to sit in the middle. And I think it's up for no discussion that we need to take the one who has had the most success with his team. He's brought Astralis to something that they definitely weren't before his appearance. So the in-game leader of my team is going to be Glaive. He's been doing massive work over there. And even though there's at times some banter and rivalry between me and him, I respect his work a lot. So he's going to be the IGL for this All-Star team. The star player of my team will be Saibu. And I think that also you can make a good argument that when you see him play alongside Nevera, where Nevera has some of the AWP duties, he's still doing just fine. His rifle work is really good. If he wants to, sure man, bring out that second orb. I don't care if it's T or CT. Now we need a lurker, boys, and to get the lurker, we have to respect the legacy, respect the history. You might forget them in these 2021 times, but you definitely shouldn't. I'm gonna add GetRight as the lurker of my team. Back in his prime, in the early CSGO days, he literally invented this position, and he was such a pain in the ass to play against. You never knew where you had him. He was such an awesome player to play against, and even though that he is now a retired player, as the only one of the ones I chose for the team, I don't think that anyone can or should forget how incredibly good he was earlier on in Counter-Strike Go. When we're looking to add a coach to this All-Star team, it's very important that we do not only get a coach that has a strong strategical point of view, but also knows how to handle human beings with differences and is able to tell them all that, listen, we collected the best possible players for each role. I don't care if you sometimes disagree or whatnot, we have to make this work, so let's get those trophies. So I'm going with a coach that has both the strategical strong side and also the human strong side. And that's why I have to go with Sonic. The work and the chemistry that he's built in Astralis is unbelievable. So there's no other coach that I would want for the team than him.
Chad.
Yes, Alex.
When did Astralis get this good?
Yeah, good question.
Like, real talk for a second. They lost Device, Superstar Orpa. You know, do you remember the most Death segments when it's about Dust 2 and Astralis? But, oh, well, Device, he'll be moving around the map. Okay, Astralis have managed to convert Na'Vi's map pick, Na'Vi's signature map pick, get under their skin, have hero moments, 1v4 clutches, 1v3s with USPs. Simple was on form.
He had an ace.
He was on form.
1v4.
It's not like he didn't show up.
Bunch of clutches going on here, there, and everywhere.
And now we find ourselves, you'll never guess what?
Inferno.
The most iconic of the third map deciders. Semi-final on the line. You'll get to secure yourselves a spot, straight past that first round of our top 8.
I have some news. Na'Vi won the knife, but decided to start on the T side of Inferno here. So that's an interesting note. We've had that happen a couple of times, especially with that Gambit G2 series earlier in the day.
What's your immediate knee-jerk reaction to that decision?
I'm a little bit perplexed, to be completely honest with you. I think that maybe they want to be able to set the tone here on this T half. That's normally one of the cases that you feel like you can really set the tone, or you have some good reads on how they're approaching their CT side that you can exploit. But traditionally, most teams, and I say most, I would say probably 90% plus, are picking to start on that CT side every day of the week, especially now that we're in the third map. So we have the war cry, the huddle done, the players in their seats. And if they're able to shrug off that loss, Na'Vi have become a much stronger team than I think we've given them credit for in the past. The mental woes have always been an issue, and for the other team, Astralis, mental woes have never been a problem. And they've actually, you heard from Magis saying that he's using this Device departure as motivation. Well, you've seen some massive moments from him. Let's see how much that can continue here.
And you can contrast his stats. Like, you can straight up see that hard work and that motivation has reflected in Magic's individual performance. You can even see it in that game. I mean, you only have to watch Dust 2 to realize that this guy's back to his, like, LAN Magic peak. Some of the rounds he was capable of winning, the adjustments he's capable of making, a real star rifler. And I mean, Magic in Pit is a story as old as time. They'll be starting on the CT side. Astralis given that, courtesy of Na'Vi.
They might feel this is a little bit of a gift here, but here you go. The war drum sound. Astralis versus Na'Vi. Map number 3, Inferno, the classic, the barn burner. Strap yourself in. We're ready to get this one underway. It all on the line here. The semifinals, all the quarters. A lot to play for.
Sounds like your Suki? Can I try again? Soccer match. God, I couldn't even say it with a straight face.
Oh, they're running down middle.
Mid.
We love this.
Yeah, and actually, Boomich should be able to at least report that there's a lot of threat, but they might continue their push. Glaive's the only one on B. If they just kill him, the site is open for business. Not if Magis and Dupree have anything to say about it. Over towards the second T-Apps, straight out Balk. This is a fruity pistol, straight out of the gates. 2 towards that Haybell's position. Perfecto fending off. Zipex into Perfecto. What is going on here? There's 3 to stand and deliver. Careful with your angles there, Bit. You'll lose your head. Electronic makes it across. He's desperately trying to finish the job. Bobsky's still there. Zipex 2, that changes. Bit with his first in the pistol. They will eventually get themselves into the site. Bit with a double.
What a task that was. Now it's the man we were just talking about here, Matt. Just get a 1-on-3 situation and 3 different angles to find. Pushes on in, back turn. Bit gets him, and that's going to be the 3rd for him in the round. Great scenes right there from Na'Vi. Recovering from that map loss with a pistol round is a good way to kick things here off. Or off here. You were talking about their soccer match.
Yes, the soccer match is concluded, so I'm glad all of you guys are going to be joining us back for you minute. Basically, Astralis did us all a favor, because now the world will get to witness Astralis Na'Vi, hopefully as much of a barn burner as our second. Obviously, no guarantees. Astralis certainly informed to contest, and no stranger to Inferno. We had the analyst desk reminding us of all their utility damage and their proficiency in maneuvering and forcing T-sides around the map.
If there's going to be one map where the CT side AWP wasn't actually that much of a factor, I'm going to say it was Inferno.
Fair shout, fair shout. Now we've got 3 CTs leaning over here, and Glaive will ward off the first. I believe they showed the bomb, so this might just be the full commit. Charging in, bounding in, unable to connect anything with the MAC-10. Oh dear, Zipex is happening. Magis 2. Simple Claws 1 back. Barrel of that Deagle into the belly button, but he does still manage to shut down Glaive. Smoke there. Ahead of the smoke, they heard the impact. Bobsky's still peppering them. They're making this as hard as they possibly can.
This is looking very awkward with the smokes deployed on the side right now. Yeah, there's still lots of time. Na'Vi don't have to commit to this. They re-smoke over towards spawn. If they wanted, they could even try and push. They're going to boost. A reverse boost from the T's. You never see this.
Don't. Dupree's considered his options. Caught on the reload. That should fall into place, and it does. Quick adjustment. Re-smoking CT. Nice little mid-rounding from the Na'Vi boys.
I won't lie, that looked rubbish from Na'Vi. They were running in through that smoke without a CT smoke of their own in play. What are you doing? Like, what's going on there? The fact that they walk away with that, it's actually quite the miracle. And the little mid-round tricky maneuvers get it done. Bit grabs himself another 2 kills, so he's looking on track here. And the eco, well, that will follow. Unfortunately for Astralis, not able to steal things away with the force spy here. Here's the investment from Magisk into that Deagle, and he's going to take point over in Banana. Held at bay immediately by a Molotov.
Oh, boy.
That nade is going to sail over his dome there.
Takes a pot shot. Fades the flash nicely.
Yeah, some flub nades early from Na'Vi, right? There's another one that's missed, hasn't gone towards Sandbag, but I don't think that's even the conversation right now, because Electronic thrusts forward in towards A, gets himself a second before Zipex silences him. Now just one man to find Glaive on the B bomb site. They even know where he is. Call this one 3-0, and we do. Now let's get the business rounds underway here. Astralis will bring the guns out.
Really upset my dad by sending him loads of Italian flag emojis and fireworks.
Oh. This is the best part. Like, I get to pick and choose. I get to be like, when things go well, I get to go, oh yeah, I have a British passport. And when things don't, I just go, I'm Australian, mate.
Yeah, exactly. And I just have zero national pride and no interest in football.
And that's why you called it soccer, just to trigger a whole bunch of people playing at home.
Yeah, yeet. Let's go. Let's see what's happening.
A couple of Mackies still in play here.
That is a deep smoke. That's usually the one with a little gap, right? So it's not like Bubsky can just take a full glance.
It was Vici was the team we actually saw within the players using that with a bit of a gap. It was G2 the ones who we were noting with it first. And the reason they would use that smoke was, oh, double nades towards top Banana. Chunks of damage, but nothing lethal just yet. And with that deep smoke was to dissuade people from going for the fast play straight on towards A while you're going for a 3-man Banana control. But gearing up over towards A Na'Vi now. Boomich is just tasked with covering this push. Zipex is all the way down. They've actually grouped 3 players now over towards apartments, and Electronics even go up through that boiler and window room. So this is looking very much so like an A finish. Now they have to get past Magisk and Bubsky, with Dupree as that third man who's just getting into the bomb site now.
Yeah, great timing on that smoke, because that will just enable a bit of a reshape. They might even flirt with a boost here.
Oh, if they're going close middle, they can call this completely clear right now, so lots of information for Astralis.
Electronic, more than he bargained for around that corner. Now a quick pivot. Magisk will hear them. Unloads his mag a little prematurely, and it enables Bit to find his head. Man advantage. For how long? Dupree changes things quickly. Boomich surges into the boiler room. The bomb now down. Ab's presence from Astralis. Simple's holding on to a very potent smoke. Now, you might want to drop that long side.
Oh, Bit's going to do it first. So actually, they could drop an even... Oh, no, I thought they could drop one more there, but not necessary. That one's going to go to a short side. Glaive's ahead of this.
Yeah. Oh, and that's the headshot. Bit, some high impact. He's 8-0, Chad, into round 4.
This is the Bit that we saw on Ancient. He was just absolutely slamming Astralis. So good to see he hasn't left the server here. If anything, that overtime loss has inspired performance.
Yeah, but we were just talking about, you know, Astralis mental game super strong. Na'Vi is always a question mark. The rookie, debut land the Na'Vi banner, playing for the semi-final bye. And he's coming in possessed in the third map. That's a clean mental.
That's the thing. That was the conversation, right? And like Dust too, it can be swept under the rug here if Na'Vi come out and dominate again. Sure, the loss is in the suck, and sure, it's going to really make Astralis look like they're here to play. But if they come out with a fantastic showing here, and it is through everybody stepping up, then yeah, that's still that same narrative we had about Na'Vi, that they're a potent 5-man roster now where everybody can show up in a big way. Oh, we could see a lot more than I gave him credit for there, Bit. Didn't look like he had much vision, and he's just standing and taking fights on low HP. A couple of saved rifles, a couple of upgraded deagles. Now, this is the type of round that we've seen teams winning more and more, where it's that mixture.
Conservative economic focus on the investments here. Bree walking on down middle. He's got nothing to report, so we'll hear them top banana. Boomich has got his back turned at the moment. If they start lining up smokes, Dupree can ruin the round right here. Trigger discipline at an all-time high, takes his time, steadies the aim, takes 2. Nearly finished off Simple as well. He nearly won the round right there and then. There is gaps on A. Bit would have to save Na'Vi again.
Oh, Simple's going to go down to a nade over towards B. That just got pulled out and thrown forward. Could see the trajectory of that from miles away. Simple's dead. The bomb is down in Banana. If Zipex and Glaive push now, they can actually secure this.
Yeah, and there's a universe, though, where... Actually, Bit's just dropped his smoke A, but that's not going to be all too convincing. Maybe that'll imply that they don't have the bomb. That's the fight. Electronic was awaiting. Will he expect the return of Zipex? Clearing his corners. Oh, Electronic!
My God.
Now, you just see the sigh of relief as he realizes all of that hard work will translate into a bomb plant. Magis detached from the pack.
Now, there was a defuse kit on Zipex's body at the half wall, so if Magis wants to have a look at this, he's just picked up a smoke. He can pick up the kit. There's a Molotov there as well. He's starting to pull up a nice little bag here for this retake.
Oh, he's got everything he could desire. Astralis, watch as Magisk. Advancing. Elimination.
Oh, what is going on with Bit?
I don't know. He's got a sixth sense. Another flawless round out of Bit. Still yet to die. He's averaging 2 kills a round.
Bit, the bloody immortal right now. This guy is coming in here to prove an absolute point. This is great stuff. We're about to get underway with the second gun round, but you could fool me. That one felt like a gun round with Dupree's 2 kills. Pushing straight down mid, slipping that. I can't believe he's clearing that. Electronic, wild.
And Bit taking that fight like he just as he pulls out the incendiary, just as he starts his process. Bit's not interested. He's not buying what he's selling. 3 CTs leaning early towards the banana side. Early util to try and chip away at that T-ramp area, and nothing too much to write home about.
Yeah, look, they're just cottoned off by this one Molotov at the half wall. Glaive can't push past and actually extinguishes to go. So aggressive stuff here, and through the smoke, Glaive gets 2. That's the Glaive we know.
Yeah, clawed back 1, but that's one way to demand respect on Banana. Extinguish and spray. With the molly up, I suppose Na'Vi assuming there's no vulnerability for that, but quick react from Glaive, and it translates into another opening double. That's first Dupree, now Glaive, that has filled the feed with 2 frags to start off proceedings.
How many more is Bit going to get here?
Could he really do it again? Electronic spotted out. He's got the perfect weapon, Magisk. Dropping mollies into the smoke. Double extinguish. Oh, and Bit will fall for the first time. Looks like Astralis will close this one out. Post their first here. Simple. Strafing out, trying to isolate some jewels. Imagine if he just completely evaporates from the side. They're holding middle. That's the start. Clave, though. I mean, I don't know what the cue was for him to go, but decided he'd take the gap. Actually left a gap on the extinguish as well.
I think you were bang on. I think you were bang on with that. He knew that there was a window of time that they could push down and punish with that double spray because it just looked way too forced. Like, it looked like he had a very good idea on the way that they would default behind that utility. So the fact that he's taken that has automatically forced Na'Vi into a position just to take a pause and have a discussion. Massive lead here still, 5-1. Boomich hasn't even needed to get a kill. That's how good things have been going for the in-game leader over there. And this is it, just the crab walk down, the spam held on. And Glaive, well, we know he's got that smoke vision, those special glasses. I guess it's just a good time as well for Blade to take a timeout because they, like I mentioned, have a very good lead. You don't want the team to let those thoughts of the last map start to cloud their judgment, get in their heads. Keep them on the straight and narrow, chip on in when you need to. 6 rounds of play have already transpired. We're into round number 7 now, and Molly towards top banana once more. It's a 3-man B lean again here from Astralis, and this time doesn't look like they have the same ploy for aggression. It is an apartment walk right now. So while they work on banana control, Glaive actually wants a little look in again.
Trying his luck. Oh, and Perfecto very quick on the draw. Zipex claws it back, and oh, he heard you. Bubsky hit with the warning shot across the bow. And they might just want to punish on this. Simples just knows it's Bubsky isolated on the site, and he'll finish the job right there and then. Magisk revealed his position as well by shutting down Bit, which should just inspire a plant.
And ensure a save, you would think. You would think. It's going to be difficult here to see how they would want to go for a retake like this. So an immediate response from Na'Vi. And that was all kicked off by Perfecto. Just getting one, and the resilience and resistance from Na'Vi and Banana. They were unrelenting, traded efficiently. Got themselves the 6th round here. Now, considering the back and forth nature we had of the half over on Dust 2, we might want to hold our breath for a moment or two, see if Astralis can bounce back into this one. Loss bonus 2,900 into the next round. There is a bit of a look around for a hunt here. Already found, bomb goes off, 6th is secured. And I guess without that hero play of Glaive and the double kill, trades fall in the favor of the CIS squad. Timeout taken for Astralis now, so back and forth we go. Bit more to discuss. Because Astralis just there, they did a 3-man banana lean again, and they had 2 players forward in Boiler and Halls, right? They were aggressive, ready to deal with that, but just the fact that trades go against them, they lose the round. So the question is, well, do we want to continue with this banana aggression? We got away with it one time. The next time we didn't. What are our other options here? Have that AWP in play. You could always post that one up instead, right? You can give them banana control early, play that AWP more over towards spawn. Oh no, the poor chicken.
Man, they left some breadcrumbs on top of the keys.
Imagine if the chicken came in and defused the bomb.
Ooh.
He'd peck the buttons.
In the precise order?
Precise order.
I reckon there's some statistician. Is that the word?
Well, that's what the CT should do. Instead of going out here, they should train the chickens to defuse the bomb.
Yeah, well, all their new polygons, they probably got a better chance.
Bigger brains?
Yeah, one would imagine. The cerebral cortex is like 6 polygons now.
This is the same setup they just ran in the last round. So, stubborn Astralis. They're just not going for the same level of banana aggression early. They've thrown at the top banana retake, Smoke and Molly.
Young Padawan Bit partnered up with seasoned vet. Oy, oy, oy. He knows where the line in the sand is.
Yeah, and the fact that he hasn't gone past that just yet is going to allow an opportunity for them to silently bounce up towards that window room. Glaive's taken another down through the smoke. This guy.
He thrives in this environment, doesn't he? I mean, this is where he was forged. Bit's having a go. This is the crossfire, though. Oh, Bit! Such a new gen talent! Commits to the spray and continues to move. Everything about that was nerdy. baits the shot. The fact he didn't walk into the AWP setup, either way, he has been silenced. And Astralis, they're 2 frags to the good.
It's going to be a B piece now. Smoke towards Coffins. They're going to go in. The smoke towards CT is a little bit late on this. Bubsky's already arrived.
38. They'll try their luck. Dink down. Zipex will finish the job. There's nothing left for Na'Vi here. A perfect CT lockout.
All right, well, that was the change-up. Just don't go aggressive banana and offer up those opening kills. They'll come to you elsewhere on the map, and Glaive kicks things off with another opening through the smoke. So in 2 of the gun rounds they've posted so far, it's been Glaive getting kills through the smoke. Not the way you want to lose the round if you're Na'Vi here, and maybe not a way that Glaive can keep replicating. But yeah, you could just see how much is spotted there and committing to a bit. Imagine if he gets the double, there would have been mental scenes. Too easy for Zip towards the back of the site, and the smile on Dupree's face as Astralis now are starting to feel themselves here. 1 more gun round before Na'Vi are broken.
Simple nearly got caught there, caught on the lip as Zipex sprayed. That could have been the loss of him again as the opening death. Evades the nade. Okay, all good now. Bomb on his back, and they'll start to reposition and rehash through towards T-Apps. In fact, the entire squad is going. Zipex is going to be responding, and this is such classic Astralis. Look how quickly you lose that banana info. Like, they know there's no one home. They will gamble an additional man over towards this side of the map, and it's the right place to put him.
Boomage throwing out defensive utility as well. Keep that in mind. It looks like they're setting up for an apartments pop here quite quickly. That molly will slow this down. Banana controls completely under the control of Astralis here as well, so have an idea that Na'Vi might be going into a 4-man stack.
This flash should catch Magisk. He turns it nicely. Absolutely perfect from Magisk. Commits to the spray. Boomage slips into the site. That's a chance, but Magisk isn't done. Simple will be 5 HP. He has managed to string together 2. Trying to get that bomb down, it would be a lovely bonus. They will walk in as a pack. They should be able to trade off of him. He's just so low. Oh, spotted out. He'd have to find something. Getting swung on. 2 of them with no chance for...
Oh, 1 HP!
There's no way! And the nade to soften him up for him goes down. I can't believe the flames tickle him down to 1. But there you go. Now Astralis, they are going to start to be able to string some together. They've got plenty of cash to splash. And that's 2 consecutive for the CT. So that's going to buck this Na'Vi trend for a while.
Yeah, the plant was nice, but it's not going to put all of them in a position where they can buy. Maybe we get the hero AK on Simple knowing 2,400 in the next round, and they would be able to at least stay threatening with a purchase or 2. Perfecto's actually bought a Molotov here, so there's definitely a discussion being had about some form of a partial buy. And yeah, Simple did go into that AK. So check this one out. It's not an all-in, but it's still around when Na'Vi want to apply pressure to the CT economy. The fact that only 2 survived in the last round, I guess that means that they're feeling a bit hungry for this. Flashed out, don't know how much Bubsky saw. Dupree's about to walk in here with the AWP, but he's been spotted. Simple communicating a lot.
Yeah, real motor mouth. A little bit of an improvement on what you saw from Boomage in the previous, just this time it's not just battling for top banana so much as denying it. No info for a Zip and Slave.
Boomage might have to jiggle here to allow Simple to look for an opening, because they only have nades on Electronic left over, and he's not with the pack who are top banana right now. Flash shallow. Boomage trying to peek, trying to locate these defenders. Oh, and they just walk on in. Simple's got one. Glaive's down.
It's a huge chance. Dupree pulled in to rotate over.
A is very weak right now. Bubsky's on this arch side. Magisk, he's done a massive job last round. He's looking to do it again here. Still over towards that balcony position. That nade just shy of the mark. Could have had 4 T's attacking up mid, just chunked on down.
Starting the wrap. It is under-defended. Magis did so much work for them previously, though. Let's see if we can find it again. Bubsky partnered up nicely with Magisk, and the frags come easy again. Dastardly Dane in pit. Maybe there's some more to be said. Oh, and with the USP, it's their favorite weapon, it seems. Simple. I've seen this before. A 1v2 as he plants with low HP. And I don't think Zipex is going to allow it. Bullets are in. He's found himself a weapon. He knows where they both are. Eagle equipped, knocks the head off of the shoulders of Zipex. Mantles out.
Oh my God!
Clutch. Simple. Second time is the charm. The star shining bright in round 10.
The guy is an absolute god.
Dude.
He is an absolute god.
That Deagle switch, like he had an M4, but he needs that 1 click. 1 click to the dome. He knows where you both are. Forces you off the line, fires off the shot, baits you in, bang! Oi, oi, oi! And then he mantles up perfect with the M4. What a clutch.
Nobody does it like Simple, mate.
Simple happens sometimes, and dupreeh, he's felt it before, but he feels it again in our third map of our 6th day, final day of play for the groups.
That is insane. He started that round in Banana, right?
That's right.
He gets the kill onto Glaive, and then he has to change the AK over towards Boomich. He started the round with the AK.
You're right. And he then proceeds to, like, that little extra bullet from the M4. I swear, Zipex in his brain, he's got such a different mental image. Off to the Deagle, they swapped and chopped and changed, and Simple has put Na'Vi in such a good stead now.
He is just a monster. He got that ace on Dust 2 as well, right? And he could just isolate all of these fights. They look like they come way too easy for him. Just way too easy. Astralis, I think they're on their last legs here. Look at this. The buy will come out once more.
Jelly legs, perhaps. The AWP is in play, as you discussed. dupreeh posted up, forced off, perfect flash. They are doing their fundamentals here. Glaive's pulled one this time for the re-aggress. Lurk smoke.
They're walking out here.
He's tucked in tight, though. Should be safe. Half wall smoke will be coming on in, so Perfecto has to respect that.
Electronic's already all the way up top mid here. So they have so much information because of this. They're actually going to smoke off deep towards long. This one here is a double-edged sword. It forces your arch defender to play from library, and Electronic can use this to go for a mid-to-B maneuver if he wants. It is just Glaive towards top of Banana now with this UMP.
No, this is going to be pretty convincing if Electronic gets anything done.
dupreeh has the AWP, though. How's he going to get past this? Well, he's not. And that's an opening now for Astralis.
dupreeh's already on route. Already shut down the arch side. Fires off another shot. Glaive isolated. Misses his chance. Boomich doesn't. Na'Vi have B. dupreeh posted up. If they could just drop some nades on his nose. Oh, they do! And he's burning! The lip costs him! Oh, good spray from Zipex. Doesn't stop the plant, though. And now we've got ourselves a 3v3.
Is this worth it here for Astralis? They might lose everything now. Simple shot just to one side as they jump back towards CT spawn. His presence alone might have done enough.
Flashed off the line. Bubsky closing the gap. There's more where that came from. A smoke at least. Looks like they're receding. Astralis concede. They'll take that one. Solid attempt. They just got dupreeh back over in the right time as well. Smokes, though, more diligent from Na'Vi this time.
Just the reactions, like based off that info, dupreeh gets the kill onto Electronic and it feels like they're already, like the call is already made just to collapse onto that site. That's a very reactive play there from Na'Vi. 8-3, they've won the half. I don't think they want to take any chances this time round. Dust 2, still in recent memory, had themselves a decent lead in the first half and then it ended 8-7 in the favor of Astralis. This is dupreeh, and you can tell with the frustration, the jump, just not able to get over that lip in time. And the smile on Simple's face, there's a definite change of tune. These saved weapons is the best that Astralis can boast going into the next round of play. dupreeh is down to a 5-7. A USP for Glaive with flashes. He needs to enable one of his riflers.
Zipex has revealed that AK-47 banana side and has inflicted some significant damage. They chop and change the weapons, and again, Electronic challenging out. This is going to be bit. Oh, yes, he's managed to spot out just on the staircase, the elevation. dupreeh struggling now, and more frags for Na'Vi. This looks like 9. Yes, they are battered.
Oh!
Simple, not too concerned as he finds in the secure of the 12th.
Already hunting as well here. That is quick stuff. Quick sticks about it here. 9-3. Oh dear. Running away from Astralis quickly now. 6 almost feels like a necessity for this CT side. Right now it's the Simple and Bit show. Throw Electronic in his space that he's taking towards top mid up there as well. 36 kills for those 3 combined. And finally, the guns are back out here for Astralis. How much resistance can they put up? About 2 of the gun rounds they had were kicked off by Glaive getting kills through the smoke. They can't rely on that.
So with the nades and the bullets, the dust will settle, the smokes too will fade, and we've got ourselves a 3-on-3. Top banana is Na'Vi's for now. Bubsky, util check, no smoke, but incendiary and a flash, not a bad pairing.
Bomb just got scooped up now by Bit, as we can see.
Looks like they're walking into something. Perfecto's there, great find from Bubsky, and if he can back away scot-free, it looks like he can. They're just going on the extinguish. A bit of an element of surprise. Zipex with more impact. Double kill for the defense. A miss from Simple locks it in. And Astralis posting a 4th, at least keeping it competitive here. They needed that one, as even if it's just an injection of funds, you can see it's still pretty rough.
Yeah, you can hear the buy being discussed now. Someone else going to get a Famis chucked across. Might be able to make it work without that. Bubsky down to an MP9. And yeah, I think they just thought it was Bubsky, the sole defender on the site there, because they were baited straight in after he's taken that opening kill. So the explosion from Na'Vi this time round not profiting the same as it did before. Simple, he's opted for the AK here. No AWP on the T side. And there's Dupree's orb, ringing true. Electronic down, number advantage again as Simple thrust forward in towards Banana here.
Quick react to evade that, but he can't dodge the nades. Look at them. Farming utility damage. The Astralis of old shows themselves. Finishing the job that Bubsky's nades started his glaive.
Still a bit of spring in the step of Astralis, I suppose.
Yeah.
6 on the half.
On this tail end, it would make it very competitive into our second. Well, the smoke will still achieve its purpose. If anything, it means Bubsky can jiggle to confirm if anyone's trying their luck. Oh, that util does imply a commit. Bit early as well. Smokes out CT.
It feels like if they go into B, it's the blender, right?
Yeah.
There's 3 players here. Glaive towards back of sight, Bubsky on the boost, as we saw, and Zipex, he's over towards spawn. So there's actually a very heavy commitment to defending the B bomb site here, and, oh, well, here you have it. Just will be the save. The 3 wise men. T-spawn they go. AKs will be carried across, and it makes sense, right? It definitely makes sense. There's 1,900 as the loss bonus for that next round of play. There wouldn't be enough money for Na'Vi to go for a full buy. This secures a better chance for them going for those double digits of 10 rounds. As much as it looks flat, it's the right call.
And I mean, I'm sure Astralis did their homework, right? So when Dupree opens up with the electronic frag, you already know, like, that's their mid-info. That's all of it's gone. They're going to have to test the waters on B. Glaive responds with one of his own.
Is Bubsky going to find a gun here? He's pushing all the way down Banana here to try and pick something up, and he didn't actually get an upgrade there. He has to stick with that MP9, but it is the final round of play, so... Oh, no, he did. Okay, it looks like they've been able... Either they dropped in one across, or they've just purchased something back in.
We're going to get you the guns on the HUD. We're going to get you the guns on the magical cast.
I need it. We got to fix it.
We will, because it's kind of silly that you just don't know. When
yeah, I'm in the dark.
Last round, then. Third map's first half. And it is going to be something a little different now, the Electronic and Bit partnership. They've been working on apps relentlessly. Clear division of labor for Na'Vi, and Bubsky throws his body down.
This is different, Alex. Looks like they're going straight up towards mid here.
Yeah, it could be a very quick pop. Very quick. The bomb's with them. So is Dupree. In fact, wait, look at the rotate. Yeah, Bubsky confirms he's not got any threats. And so initial response from Astralis is the right one. Glaive will hear this. They're not looking. Baits across. Zipex strikes. Needs another. Boom, it shuts them both down. And Bit can arrive from the apartments. Now would be a perfect time to strike. And he has Magisk unprepared for that one. Na'Vi in hot pursuit of 10. And just as Bit baits him in with the steps, Simple strikes to secure it.
Tough one here for Bubsky. Be lucky to get anything out of this. Position noted now. It's only a matter of time. That bomb down, almost halfway ticked. Bubsky going to get knifed here. It's Simple. A knife kill for his 20th frag here in the first half. 10-5. Na'Vi set up with a massive T-side haul. They picked to start on the T-side after winning the knife. We'll be back after the break to see how this one concludes. Can Astralis respond? Stay with us.
I think an upcoming player that I've noticed is Bit from Na'Vi. Na'Vi just won the CIS RMR where they beat Gambit in the final, and I think Bit was like the highest rated player in the final. So I think it will be quite interesting to see how he will develop on the Na'Vi team. I think it's gonna be a really dangerous team, Na'Vi, if they can have someone else than always Simple and Electronic carrying. So yeah, I think Bit is a guy you can pay some attention to and then see how he will do at this tournament.
The final map of IEM Cologne's group stage. Inferno, of course. And the winner of this books themselves a spot in the semi-finals. Na'Vi sitting pretty. 10 rounds to the good, 5 to Astralis as they now take to the attack. And it looks like we have a little bit of a technical issue before we can kick this one off. Want to make sure everybody has the kinks out of the system. Before we get this one underway, a lot on the line here, and this series has delivered. Kicked off on Ancient. If you missed it, well, it was a blowout. He didn't miss a lot other than some Na'Vi dominance. Map number 2, an absolute barn burner. Back and forth she went. Dust 2, a double overtime affair where Astralis came out on top with some clutches to be remembered. And now Na'Vi, led by Simple, find themselves only 6 rounds away. Joined by Alex Machine Richardson here to bring you all the action for the final. Yeah, you're getting better at that.
Not bad, is it?
Final half of the night. And it looks like with Glaive and the headphones off, we're not ready to start just yet.
Now, I'm also not going to start the trap I fell into on Dust 2, where Na'Vi looked like they're up ahead, and I'm starting to like, oh, you know, it's a bit too much to ask of Astralis, you know, to pick up, what, 11 rounds on a T-half of a LAN third map.
It was crazy that you didn't expect, you know, Magis to win a 1-on-3, pushing out of B on the T side, or Glaive to have all 3 kills come to him when he has a USB stuck in the mid doors.
Yeah.
You know, it's crazy you didn't expect those things to happen.
But it does look like our game is live, so let's hold our breath and let's see it unfold round by round. Na'Vi certainly do have an opportunity here. Going to be interested to see the kind of T round they want to throw out of the gates here. You know, that pistol round in the first half was nuts.
We have lots of utility here being purchased on in for the T side. Astralis have 3 smokes, they have 2 flashbangs and a Molotov. There's a P250 for Magis here to work with, and he's lining up a very quick smoke. It's going to land towards the top of Banana all the way in as they run forward. Simple, the hero, he's down already.
Don't disrespect this. They go through. Smoke deployed. Boomich, he's on the reload. The smoke CT, I thought that would be enough to incite them into the site. Instead, cut noise. And now they start to rotate off. This is such a perfect play from Astralis. They don't even know yet. Na'Vi are gambling. on the casualty of Simple.
I think Na'Vi are about to be bankrupt here, because these smokes coming into the site with the Molotov towards the new box indicate one thing, a B hit, and dupreeh is making sure there's no way for the retake to come through Banana. With his presence alone, he can secure the fact it will be everybody coming through spawn. The bomb is about to go down, planted now, and the retake begins. 4v5, and dupreeh can even flank and put more pressure through CT spawn. Na'Vi is screwed.
Yeah. How do you get yourselves out of here? Crossfire established. Bit has a go. Off the flash, good damage inflicted on the P250. And here comes dupreeh just to wrap it all up, put a bow on it. Good damage actually from the CTs. Bit's just found 2-3 from Bit.
They need a defuse.
They have to get on it now, and they will.
My God.
Just like that. We didn't catch it. What did he just do? Everything says Astralis have that in the bag.
How?
And they actually win it.
How?
Just down to the wire. Bit on LAN.
How?
Bit on LAN. That's how.
dupreeh's the safety net. He's the security blanket.
Just striking. I don't know how that works out for them in such great capacity. I thought dupreeh was locking the door behind him.
What? They gamble stacked the wrong site on the pistol round in a 4v5.
They did, and they ain't done yet. Look at Astralis' response. With the bomb down, all those casualties, they've decided to fully invest everything they can. Bit here's a lot of steps. Pulls in tight. Nades are good. Simple keeps it level. dupreeh with that hero AK. I don't think they'll be able to stop it from being retrieved. MP5 in play. Don't get to see that in Simple's hands all too often.
He's heard this.
Yeah, silence perfect lead, and actually completely shuts them down. Only Glaive has recovered that AK, and complete element of surprise here onto Simple. Very loud, fake the sound. Oh dear. Baits him to perfection. Dirt off his shoulder. 12 already for the Na'Vi camp.
Oh, that is perfect. That AK upgrade's great. The Galil coming into play as well. Set for success here. And we said we wouldn't get ahead of ourselves, but how much better could it look for Na'Vi? This should be a guaranteed 13. And I know I just said Australia should win that pistol, but this one here is just looking like some upgraded Deagles.
Yeah, Electronic's been given a treat by Simple there. 4 kills. You can see it certainly did have impact.
Oh, the pain's continuing. Look at him go.
And he's happy to collect some extra cash. Makes it 25 in just 17 rounds of play. Simple is just another breed.
He's grabbed another one here as well, and Zipex is noted over towards second mid.
What is his rating going to be if that's a scoreline? 26 and 8.
Oh dear, hitting another level, isn't he? This man, this monster, looking for the final frag, wants to get himself one more. 27 would be nice. He's not even making himself easy to find, he's just bounding around.
Just having fun, I suppose.
Oh, he's smiling now, so that's a nice change.
God, I mean, the team comms and just the general demeanor of Na'Vi during that Dust 2, like Astralis comeback, dead silent, all eyes forward on the monitor, like...
Don't look up, don't look up, don't look up, don't look up.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, well, the AKs are out, and for Astralis, they need a lot of rounds in a row here to even consider a conversation as far as this comeback is concerned.
Are they doing just a bonus?
Well, Perfecto gets a Galil, so...
Yeah, like with 9 grand in the bank, Simple rocking that MP9 to this. I mean, it makes sense. You've got 13 already under your belt, up against all the AKs, so you know that. So where's the cheese? Are we going for like the...
Oh, here it is. He's not letting go. W here.
Oh, and dupreeh's delivered an AK Express delivery.
Thank you very much.
That's one way to do it.
He's even backpedaling out of apartments here, and it was just him and Electronic over towards the site. Bit has been able to rotate over towards Arch side now. A minute 20 on the clock, and they've assembled the standard defense. It's just Boomich operating on an SMG here. If he can get a kill and turn that into a rifle as well. Na'Vi are magicians. Definitely good with the economy situation. It's not going to be a problem. Simple can't convert. Glaive draws one back. He does take a substantial amount of damage there. Starting to shape up for Astralis now.
Oh, well placed. Sendry forces them off that close boost. And it actually even enables Boomich to retreat. They want to float Perfecto back to A.
Curious.
Yeah, that is curious. But worked for him in the pistol, so what am I to say? Boom it.
No.
Hell, well, he got info and he got away. So now the bodies will start to rotate and perfectly placed. Perfecto catches the bomb carrier. It's actually loose. One in pool. Boom it. What's he up to, dude? Now boosting over. Glaive's not looking. Good spray control on the
Oh my lord!
It's just falling apart for Astralis. Na'Vi, like, I don't know what's going on. They just look a little too comfortable.
Yeah, the fact that Boomich has gone, hey, Perfecto, I know we don't know Banana's clear, but you can go A. You just head over there, and then he's swinging out of smokes. He's darting through the site, pushing into positions that were just Molotoved. They're getting away with absolute murder right here, Na'Vi. That's going to be 14 on the board. 2 rounds is all they need.
And not just that, dude. They got 3 AK-47s to ply their trade. They're going to have so much like, this is going to be, like, not. I said heroic mode before. We're in, like, mythic difficulty now. This is a myth, truly. Na'Vi on 14 already. They're closing in on, 9 grand on the high end without having to reinvest. Simple's whipping out his signature AWP as he's closing in on dropping a 30 in 20 rounds of play.
Oh, dearie me.
Astralis, they showed a real side to them on Dust 2, certainly, and definitely did get under the skin of Na'Vi, but displaying their mental here and displaying some of their raw talent in their individuals as well. Look at Simple. I'm just going to go grab a weapon. Be right back. Okay, found an AK.
Hey, Simple, you got 9 grand in the bank. You want to get a gun? I'm just going to go take a gun. We don't... Oh, yeah, I think that says it all.
It does. Don't have to say a thing. Simple posted up. If you fancy your chances, he will hurt you. Tags up Glaive in the beret. They want to walk up mid. Man just smoked off on the half-wall progression. We'll just have to walk on up with Glaive.
Just walk over the body of their dead teammate there. Sorry, Bubsky. Couldn't trade you. We'll do our best. This A defense might be the scariest bomb site defense in the world. Simple, Electronic, and Bit. Well, they come in B, so don't worry about A.
Perfecto and Boomich, however, fluffy puppies in comparison. Let's see what they've got. They've got the backup of Simple, in fact. And here comes Astralis. Lots of communication. Na'Vi looking poised. Great catch. Perfecto swings out and over the top.
Almost the
Simple
double.
to finish it off. Get out of my sight. Give me that semi-final. Na'Vi to be 1 round away from locking it in. Hot favorites from their group. Meeting the expectations of not only their coach, but their fans and the community alike.
Oh, they might keep this CT side flawless here. Just 1 more round required. That's it. It'll all be done and dusted here. Has been close. Simple laughing now. I feel like he's going to hit another level of ascension. Big smile on his face. And look at this. He's not afraid of anybody. He's not afraid of anything. He almost got the double. He almost got the double there. Wow, this is it. Astralis, if you've got anything left in the tank, we need to see it now. Simple is juggling a DAC and an AWP onto the site. We've never seen anything like this before. Bit gets the opening. Bubsky falls again. Magis gets a trade. He's going to go down to the flames. Boomich strikes from the grave, and he's still juggling these guns. He's treating this like a bloody circus at the moment.
Yeah, he is. He wants Astralis to know when they were doing the VOD review, like, let's work out what went wrong in Inferno. He wants them to just have to conclude. Simple. He wants the DAC in the feed. He's looking to break his 30. He did knife them on
He knifed them, final kill of the half.
Trying to make him feel silly. And he's achieving it.
Oh no, Glaive right now is flirting with the idea of coming back up middle. You can see he's just towards that chicken pit. Zipex is clearing out over towards Boiler and Hall, so he might signal that this site could be a place to finish. Okay, thank God. Zipex is just selling this top mid presence. Smokes off short side. Might want to try and walk through for a mid to B here. Perfecto is on that B bomb site, so keep your eyes on him.
It's just Perfecto. No nade for him, so as he hears these sound cues and Electronic gets his knife out, Charging to close the gap. Perfecto holds the line on 20 seconds. They'll know that's the real commitment. As soon as they see that bomb on Glave's back, here he comes. There he goes. And down they fall. Astralis only posting 5. It's Na'Vi making Inferno look like they're tough and locking themselves in for the semi-finals. Boom, baby. Astralis, though, putting up a fight at times. Dust 2, impressive. A statement of intent. We'll see more from them in the quarterfinals. Natus Vincere, though, hottest prospect. Hold the line and hold their nerve. You'll see them in the semi-finals of IEM Cologne.
Rifles here for Fnatic moving into the second last round. They had a chance to break the economy of Liquid. They still have a chance going into the last round. But this one's not going to be easy. And surely we're going to see a fast play from Fnatic.
Look at this, Liquid want to get more aggressive in middle there. Not giving Elephant the space to breathe, but the spray now comes into play. It will be the Flames to finish off Olofmeister, but he's done. Crims and Dennis still stand, and they cannot be counted out at the moment as they are holding on to some pretty dangerous weaponry. They don't have utility to aid them in their eventual push, but what they do have going for them right now is time. They're very spread out at the moment, and Fnatic should be able to get engagements. What is that? Long-range shot connected by Crims. JW is history, and maybe there's a chance now for Fnatic in this round.
2 players now for Fnatic, just holding up again. They're waiting for the peaks. Who is going to be the recipient? It is going to be Hiko. That's a big frag. Simple is creeping. They've seen with the AWP now, and a desperate play into B comes in. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the site. He's going to fall down and get a ridiculous frag. What is this flag from Simple? Are you serious? What is that? You can't do that, Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major. He didn't even... He had one button on his mouse stand. He had one button. There was no zoom.
Well, the UK couldn't do it, and neither can Astralis. Of course, we look at Na'Vi now, moving on into the semifinals, which does paint a pretty picture. We're going to try to paint an even more fine-arted one. My name, Trace, alongside of me, Jason, and his friend Yanko down there on the very, very end. Guys, we had a thriller in overtime.
Wait. What do you mean, Trace? His friend? Am I not your friend as well? Is this why you put me in the black there? Am I dead to you now? What's the problem here?
You just disappeared on us, man. You're not here.
No, I'm not the one who left the team hanging for 2 events, Trace. That's all I'm gonna say.
Hey, man. Sometimes when you have a kid, you just got to do what you got to do. So anyway, enough of that. I know it's the late witching hour. Look, we're looking at 1 a.m. We are also looking at Navi going to the semis. Yanko, we just had a pretty great overtime, and then what?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, you know, we endured the Dust 2 for this. Really, Navi, you couldn't just like, get it done there. And I think Simple already tweeted out, you know, what a throw from us on Dust 2. But yeah, just a really dominating performance with winning both pistols, having a great start, not even losing a single round in the second half. And it was just, I mean, Simple, man. Throughout the series, even the decider map, the whole series, he's just been lights out. And I think he's showing why he's the best player in the world in 2021.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if it's worth like really talking a whole lot about Inferno outside of Simple, because that was absolutely wild. If we talked about on Dust 2 that Glaive 1v3 with the USP being the breaking point for Navi on that map, I mean, you got to imagine this clutch right here, and then the second half pistol round, like those were both just knockout punches from Navi. If you're Astralis, that like Astralis might be one of the most mentally tough teams that we've ever seen, and that's just that's too much for them to even handle. This was a disgusting show. It's Simple even brings out the knife. Just for the hell of it, gets that knife kill at the end of the first half. He was having a game. Like, you just couldn't stop him. Look at these stats for the series.
Simple versus Simple. Now that is a matchup I would pay to see. What do you think, Yanko?
I think it's the, you know, only player who can match up to him at this point in time. And yeah, it's just been an amazing performance from him this series. 108 DR over the course of the series. And, you know, people need to remember, Oppers usually are going to have lower ADR than riflers, right? Because you either get 100 damage or 0 if you miss your shot, right? You're not getting many tags or things like that. So he's really been dominant, leading in the KAST category as well. And if we are going to talk about anyone else, I think Bit still the main storyline, right? Because the expectations weren't as high from him compared to Electronic. He's a veteran player, and that's probably another great thing for Navi, that Electronic is doing what you expect from him now, and I think that's why Navi is doing so well as a team as too.
And, you know, Jason, I think the moral of the story here is, and it's like Michael Scott once said, you miss 100% of the shots that you don't take, Jason. So when you look at this, Electronic Bit not pulling any shots.
No, not at all. I mean, Electronic, you had to have suspected there was a great chance he was going to bounce back once we got back onto land. For Bit, though, the cool thing about Bit is it changes the entire nature of the conversation around Navi, because for years it has been Simple's obviously there. Electronic's going to be there more often than not. Who's going to be that third person? Who's going to be the star? And now you have Bit stepping up. And at times when other players have struggled and even Simple's had quiet games, Bit's been able to carry them through stretches as well. So, yeah, this Bit revelation over the past week, 2 weeks, is really changing the Navi that we know and love.
Yeah, which is a scary premise, all things considered, at least for the people in front of Navi when we start to look at the playoff brackets, which we're going to get to. For the time being, we're going to hear from Simple himself. So let's check it out.
Simple, congratulations on the win. It has been an extremely long night, but I do want to ask, does it still mean the same to you as it used to beat Astralis on LAN?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's not that strong Astralis as before. And we actually throw second map, so it was more easier to play against them.
Let's talk about the second map then. Round 29, you took a massive gamble and we ended up in overtime. How likely did you think it was that you could win that push onto the B side, that retake?
The first one I called the save. But I didn't. I saw that we are 4-4 and they have nades, but we were 4-3. And after we just started to do a bad retake, Boomich went from door and he should have waited for me. And after when I killed him, I don't remember who I killed first, but I killed 2 guys in a row. And my team already said like saving to beat, and he started to go back, and Electronic as well. And after I did second kill, I'm like, let's finish it now. And I'm just missed shot. And with this miscommunication, Beat start to go back to B side. And because of that, I mean, we had chance to save this up. And we had chance to win round, but yeah.
How are you finding being on LAN with Bit? Because so far he's been brilliant for Navi, particularly in Inferno. That second pistol round, you wouldn't have won it without him. Yeah. How are you finding playing with him here?
It feels great. Like the first one was nervous for him, the game. But overall, he's like more confident from game to game, and it's nice because it's like his first LAN, and it's the first big event for him in his life.
Well, it's been fantastic watching you back on LAN against Simple. If you get another ace in this tournament, you'll beat the record. 3 aces at a big event. That is currently the record according to Pizza from HLTV. Do you think we'll see more aces from you?
Oh, I hope. I just want my team win.
We hope as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good.
Yeah, Simple, please, just come on, man. More aces. It should be that easy, right? Well, Group B seemingly was pretty easy for Na'Vi. We take a look at the brackets and how they unfolded. Renegades having taken the map off of Na'Vi, and then Vitality also doing the same, and then Astralis doing. I mean, either way, the progression is there. It's all natural. They do go to the semis.
They still win every time, right? And I think I'd like to mention FaZe Clan here as well. They've had a tough couple of months. It seems like they're, back having fun, playing on LAN. They had to go through a very, very difficult lower bracket run. I mean, even Spirit in the first game, then Vitality, then Heroic at the very end, and they managed to secure a playoff spot. And I think it's just going to be great seeing them next week in the quarterfinals.
So, Jason, I know that you really want to dive into this group of A. You've been chomping at the bit, like my UK friends would say. What does it mean?
Yeah, Gambit showing some good stuff through the start of this, dropping a couple maps early on and coming back in both those series, but that all got put to a stop by G2. That's a phenomenal game from G2, who have there wasn't a whole lot of chatter about them being able to make a run like this before this event began, and obviously it's great to see Nico performing the way he is right now. They take a really, really good win over Gambit 2-1, and VP as well. Surprising because they'd been, especially the CIS minor, they went out close to last place. They have not been impressive, and they too had to make a solid run through the lower bracket, especially with an NIP that has Device that was looking pretty decent, and a big clan that they 2-0'd earlier today.
Yeah, and I think if we look at this lower bracket, NIP is one of the names that's going to stick out when we go forward after this LAN, after this event. You're going to say, okay, well, NIP, we thought they might go a little further.
Yeah, the other big names, obviously, especially in that lower bracket, is Mouse Sports and Team Liquid. Liquid knocking out Mouse Sports, and then obviously Big knocking out Team Liquid the next day. Those are names that we kind of expected to go a little bit deeper. Mouse Sports, especially with Rops performing at maybe a career best event.
Liquid, more like Liquid, because they're gone. It's over. Lower bracket run for them. Didn't last too long. We're going to take a look.
Lower bracket.
Lower bracket. It's getting late, guys. Let's take a look at that playoff. Let's stop beating around the bush here. This is somewhat what it looks like. Our matchups look like this. Gambit FaZe, Astralis VP. Now, with Astralis losing that, you might say, okay, yeah, they're going to be going into that first round, the quarterfinals, where in which if they do win there, they go up against G2 or VP. Can VP beat an Astralis currently, Yanko?
Yeah, I think that's an interesting one. I think it's a 50-50 matchup. I think G2 has a very good run to the final, but I'm really interested for that Gambit. Where are you going, Jason?
I don't even know.
For that Gambit FaZe matchup, because, FaZe with the lower bracket run, gaining confidence, right? They're the more experienced team on LAN by far. Gambit on paper, the better team, playing better CS. And sure, they didn't, choke on LAN in the group stages, but we're moving to playoffs now. So we'll see if that adds a different kind of pressure on them. And if just maybe FaZe can get an upset win there.
Just maybe. But you know what? That kind of draws group stages to a head, Jason. It's been a long couple of days.
You know who I think won this little bracket draw that we have going on here?
The viewers at home?
Well, yeah, the viewers at home for sure.
Oh,
I think G2 has a really nice bracket, considering Gambit and Na'Vi are on the other side of things.
Yeah.
So they only have to play against one of those opponents if they make it all the way to the grand final. So that's really, really cool to see Astralis or VP for them. Those are both beautiful opponents for the G2 we saw today.
Yeah, definitely that. Everybody seems to be putting all their chips in a row. Let's talk about the schedule so that when we do come back, not tomorrow, not the day after, hell, not even the day after that. We're talking about next weekend, Friday, kicking it back off. You take a look at the matches. It's Astralis VP, as we told you. Gambit FaZe. Now, FaZe Gambit, that's going to pack a little bit of a punch, I think. But I think we're about ready to pack it up here, Jason. So let's get out of here. What do you say?
Yeah, I'm great with that, Trace. Thanks for asking my permission, though.
No problem. High five, Yanko.
High five, dude.
Nice. All right. Good night, everyone. We're going to get out of here while we still have a chance. Adios, Sonara.
Have a good week.
Yeah, there you go.
Especially all you Brits.
Stay in school.
It's not coming home.
Never will.
Faith was left out in the open. Saw the fear in your eyes as we move through the dust. Nights turn into days, one by another. Under darkened skies, we await, bound to each other. die. Whoa, faded as we push through the darkest times. I'll be there by your side. We arise when everything's breaking. Our souls will awaken. Our spirits never die. At the end of the line, the trust in our hearts beating louder. Under darkened skies we await, bound to each other. But our spirits never die. Faded as we push through the darkest times. I'll be there by your side. We arise when everything's breaking. Our souls will awaken. Our spirits never die.
Forgetting who was, or have to look back that far. And I don't want to forget who. And are you just fucking around in my mind one last time? I'm gonna be real honest this time. I'm okay with it, I am more than fine. I'm gonna roll all less red dice now. Tell me I won't get Trap me inside your walls now. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't get out. Crush me with all that you are now. Tell me I won't get out. So tell me I won't get out.
They're looking at us in IEM. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue.
game. He's going to get that shot, and it has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. He takes every single one from nothing to the AWPAs.
I can't believe he's just done that.
Epics.gg official CSGO trading card. Collect your Epics on shop.eslgaming.com.